System business black technology daily life, single female, lead China's rise. Chen Qian suddenly dies and returns to the eve of his college entrance exam, only to awaken a technology deduction system. As long as he completes the basic knowledge accumulation, he can automatically deduce the black technology he desires. From then on, he not only transforms into a top student in everyone's eyes, but also establishes a company that shocks the world during his university years. He diligently studies mathematics and solves the Zhou conjecture. Physics ambushes mathematics, creating a sonic mosquito killer. Biology, fearing loss of favor, teams up with chemistry to produce fart-scented gum that instantly dissolves oils into essence. Materials engineering and computer science disregard ethics, bringing out room temperature superconductivity. How can they possibly cope? Chips, quantum computers, laser weapons, nuclear energy, armor. This time, Chen Qian is determined to live a different life. Not only will he become his parents' pride, but he will also make China a nation that everyone envies, returning it to the top of the world. Chapter 1: Childhood Dreams. Kyoto, on a bustling street. The weather was a scorching 38 degrees Celsius, the sun baking the earth like an oven, making everyone incredibly irritable. Chen Qian stood at the intersection in a cheap suit, sweating profusely but not daring to take it off. It was company policy. He had to be presentable and neatly dressed. He knew his supervisor was in one of the cars on the street, glancing at him every now and then. If he slacked off, he might lose his only job. Even though it was just a sales job, this was Kyoto, and this job was his only means of survival, given his lack of education and skills. Thinking of this, Chen Qian quickly opened his briefcase, preparing to pull out flyers and begin his afternoon's work. Just then, a young and pretty woman walked over, and Chen Qian quickly followed. "Hello, beautiful lady." The woman turned around and saw Chen Qian, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. A high, straight nose, sharply defined features. So handsome. But then, noticing the sales badge hanging around Chen Qian's neck, she immediately understood why the woman had called her over. She glanced at his cheap, wrinkled suit and forced a formulaic smile. Heh. No exercise, no classes, no insurance, no beauty treatments. I'm just a dance student, thank you. Hello, we're from BYD Auto. Before Chen Qian could finish, the girl frowned, her face showing obvious annoyance. No, are you deaf? Or are you trying to pick me up instead of selling me something? Look at your pathetic self, please don't talk to me anymore. With that, the girl turned and walked away quickly without looking back. Chen Qian watched her retreating figure, his mouth opening and closing, but he couldn't utter a word. Finally, he could only laugh self-deprecatingly. He'd experienced similar scenes many times before, but I just can't get over it. The next moment, he felt the world spinning rapidly before his eyes, his head growing increasingly dizzy. He then collapsed to the ground with a thud, completely unconscious. Oh no, someone's had heat stroke. A shout rang out, and a large crowd gathered. A middle-aged woman pushed through the crowd, knelt down, and expertly checked Chen Qian's breath, shaking her head and sighing. Too late, he's already died of sudden death. Come on, everyone, let's look at this problem together. Given the function f, x, 2x/1x, and point a, 3, a, on the curve yf, x, if the line yx, 7 intersects the line yf, x, at 2 points b and c, find the range of values for the ordinate a of point A. Actually, we can. Suddenly, a scream drew everyone's attention and interrupted the bald, middle-aged man on the podium. Chen Qian, Wang Jingguo roared, slamming his hand on the podium, startling the students in the front row. Chen Qian looked up, somewhat bewildered, at the sound of the voice. He saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face before him, then glanced around at the classroom he'd dreamt of countless times. He froze. Old Wang. What's going on? Where am I? Wasn't I supposed to be handing out flyers and trying to drum up business? But Wang Jingguo didn't give him time to react. A piece of chalk flew and struck him squarely between the eyebrows, interrupting his thoughts. What's wrong with you, kid? Sleeping in class again? How many times has this happened today? Call your parents tomorrow. Now stand outside in the hallway. Call your parents? Chen Qian shuddered. The fear etched into his bones resurfaced in that instant. After speaking, Wang Jingguo ignored Chen Qian and continued explaining the problems. Chen Qian stood there stunned for a moment. He didn't know how he'd gotten to the hallway. Looking at the familiar scenery before him, at the familiar campus outside, tears welled up in his eyes. I'm back. I'm really back. I've actually returned to my senior year of high school, back to 2016. Next to class 7, a familiar figure was standing as punishment in the hallway. To say familiar wasn't quite accurate, but they were always standing in the hallway as punishment, fellow sufferers, so they'd seen each other a lot and become somewhat familiar. The boy, seeing Chen Qian's excited and red-eyed appearance, couldn't help but feel a little strange. What's wrong with this kid? He hadn't even responded to Chen Qian's winks and gestures, and now it looked like he was crying? No way, that's so lame. Chen Qian didn't know what the boy was thinking, but he had managed to calm himself down. Although rebirth was unbelievable, the fact was undeniable, and he was gradually adapting. He glanced at the boy at the Class 7 door, and the few memories he had left began to surface. Chen Qian remembered that the boy's name was Li Yong, and like his reborn self, he was a good-for-nothing, aimless drifter. The difference was that Chen Qian simply lacked interest in studying, while Li Yong was a severe internet addict, spending every night playing games and catching up on sleep in class during the day. Later, he vaguely heard someone mention that Li Yong had attended a low-ranking vocational college with a score of just over 200, and after graduation, he couldn't find a job and could only barely make ends meet on construction sites. Chen Qian subconsciously clenched his fist. In his previous life, he also had a vocational college diploma, no skills, and couldn't find decent work in his hometown of Qinglu City, a small county. Even if there were, they had already been secured through connections. Unwilling to accept this, he went to Beijing, hoping to make a name for himself, naively believing that education was useless. However, reality told him that education was indeed useful. At the very least, it gave him more options. Chen Qian took a deep breath, his resolve growing stronger. Since fate had given him a second chance at life, this time, he would live a life of dignity. He would never repeat the mistakes of his past life. Even if it's just to see the genuine smiles on my parents' faces a few more times, I must study hard and become their pride. Right. What day is it now? Chen Qian suddenly woke up, looking out the window at the blackboard at the back of the classroom. It clearly read, 62 days until the college entrance exam. His heart sank. 62 days? What can you do in 62 days? Even if he wanted to study hard, it would be too late. Should he repeat a year? But thinking of his family's situation and the exorbitant cost of repeating a year, Chen Qian's face was filled with heartache, not for the money, but for his parents' weary and exhausted appearance. He was no longer the naive boy he once was. Biotechnology simulation system binding. Do you still remember your childhood dream? Please answer within 30 seconds. Incorrect answer, system destroyed countdown. 30, 29, 28, 27. The sudden mechanical voice in his mind made Chen Qian's jaw drop. What the heck? A technology simulation system? My childhood dream? What the hell is this? Chapter 2. Summoning parents. Chen Qian initially thought he was experiencing a hallucination. However, upon gazing at the countdown displayed on the translucent silver interface before him, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It was indeed real. At that moment, the mastery of online literature he had cultivated over the years surged within him like the tides of the ocean. Chen Qian swiftly accepted the existence of the system. After all, if reincarnation was possible, then the notion of multiple systems seemed plausible as well. He murmured to himself, recalling his childhood dreams. Damn it. Who remembers their aspirations from childhood these days? Unless he was never a child at all. Chen Qian strained to remember, as long-buried memories quietly resurfaced. He recalled leaning against a warm embrace, a gentle girl softly asking, "Son, what do you wish to be when you grow up?" The tender voice resonated with determination. "I want to be a scientist." The girl's voice grew even softer. "You are wonderful, my son. Mother will always support you." Chen Qian was taken aback. When had he forgotten his childhood dreams? And when had he ceased to study diligently? Yet, with the countdown before him relentlessly ticking away, he did not dwell on these thoughts for long and tentatively declared, "I want to be a scientist?" Correct answer, system binding in progress. Please wait. Hearing the confirmation, Chen Qian let out a sigh of relief and relaxed. Technology simulation system successfully bound. Basic knowledge reserve module activated. Once the basic knowledge reserve is complete, subsequent functions will be unlocked. Basic knowledge reserve? What does that mean? Chen Qian pondered, yet no matter how he inquired, the system offered no response. As if the earlier voice had merely been a pre-programmed setting. The school bell chimed, and Wang Jinghua emerged from the classroom. Upon noticing Chen Qian lost in thought, he shot him a glare. "What are you daydreaming about? Come here." "Okay," Chen Qian replied, lowering his head and following him into the teacher's office. Wang Jinghua returned to his seat, letting out a barely perceptible sigh before his expression shifted, and he began to scold Chen Qian. "What is wrong with you? Sleeping in class again? Do you not realize that the college entrance examination is just a few days away? Do you have time to waste? Why don't you understand the importance of effort? Your grades in middle school weren't this poor. How did you end up like this?" Listening to the familiar reprimands, Chen Qian instinctively smiled. Old Wang's temper was still as fiery as ever. It felt nostalgic. "Smiling? You're still smiling. Do you think my words are falling on deaf ears? Well, I was considering giving you one more chance, but now I'm telling you. If your parents don't come tomorrow morning, I will personally visit your home." Realizing that his smile might be inappropriate, Chen Qian quickly pleaded. No, Teacher Wang. I truly understand my mistakes. I promise to study diligently from now on. I want to even sleep for a minute in class again. Really. However, Wang Jing's serious demeanor showed no signs of softening. As the class teacher, he knew Chen Qian all too well, if one were to call him foolish. Chen Qian's grades upon entering high school were fairly average. If one were to label him as bad, he had never committed any egregious acts, merely being exceptionally handsome, which often led to love letters from girls. Yet, this boy simply did not enjoy studying, even believing that education held little value, and he lacked any interest in learning. He had heard Chen Qian make promises about studying too many times before, and each time, once outside the office, those words were quickly forgotten. And now, here he was again. Enough. Ask yourself how many times you've made this promise. Do you even believe it? Remember to bring your parents tomorrow morning. That's final. Chen Qian gave an awkward smile, refraining from further comments, and turned to exit the office. He understood that until he took tangible action to prove himself, no one would believe him. What he needed to focus on now was studying with all his might. He would strive to improve his grades. And then old Wang would naturally believe the words he spoke today. Rest assured, old Wang, I will not disappoint you, Chen Qian vowed silently. Despite Wang Jing's fiery temper, Chen Qian understood that he cared deeply for each student, never giving up on anyone, even those with poor grades, right up to the last moment. This was also why Chen Qian never engaged in any rebellious behavior at school. He might occasionally doze off, yet he would still be targeted and punished. Even when punished, he was required to stand by the window, ensuring he could hear and see the lesson content. In the office, Wang Jingwa helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose. Old Wang, has that boy misbehaved again? The physics teacher inquired as he approached. Indeed, sleeping in class again. I genuinely hope he can attend a good university and have a bright future. The physics teacher shook his head. In my view, you might as well give up. There are just over 60 days until the college entrance examination, and Chen Qian is consistently among the bottom 10 in class. His performance depends entirely on luck. What more can you do? At that moment, the biology teacher also approached. As teachers, we do our best and can only act with a clear conscience. We understand your persistence, but Chen Qian truly lacks the desire to learn, which is the most challenging aspect. Indeed, we teachers are not afraid of students being slow. We fear their lack of motivation, the chemistry teacher chimed in. Wang Jingwa leaned back in his chair, shutting his eyes, unwilling to listen to their discussions. The other teachers exchanged awkward smiles, sensing his mood and choosing not to say more, returning to their respective duties. After a long while, Wang Jingwa finally opened his eyes and turned to grade the students' assignments. As long as you are my student, I will never give up on you. In the classroom, Chen Qian returned to his seat at the back, next to the trash can, a prime location for the so-called golden VIP seat. It was well known that where there are dragons, there are phoenixes. As soon as he sat down, his deskmate Jiang Chun leaned over. Old Wang scolded you again, huh? You deserve it. That shout of yours almost scared me to death. Chen Qian gazed at the familiar face, filled with nostalgia. Jiang Chun was his sole confidant. Possessing a well-defined face, somewhat plump but not excessively so, his face was notably large. Jiang Chun's family was in engineering and had some wealth. But he had heard that their fortunes had declined, leading them to relocate, causing the two to gradually lose touch, fading into the list of WeChat friends. As for why Jiang Chun was considered his only close friend, one must never underestimate how much boys might resent an exceptionally handsome peer. Dear readers, those of you who are blessed with such looks can surely relate. Especially at this age, one would never think to invite you along for outings. And when girls were involved, you were even less likely to be included. They would rather keep their distance. However, this is understandable. Everyone looks back at their youthful follies with embarrassment. Particularly among the youthful delinquents, just a sideways glance could result in a beating. One could never comprehend their intellect or thought processes. All one could say was that those foolish individuals of the past certainly did not deceive him. Chapter 3. The use of the system. Chen Qian tucked away his thoughts and smiled as he patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder. Hey, old Wang scolding me is just his way of caring, you know? I'm telling you, starting today, I'm going to study hard. So don't disturb me in class, all right? Jiang Chun's eyes widened in horror as if he had heard something dreadful. Are you turning into a study bug? Old Wang scolds you, and you actually enjoy it? Wow. Chen Duo, I never expected you to be such a refined person. Study hard? Don't worry. I won't bother you. He knew Chen Qian all too well. Studying? If he could last 3 minutes, that would be impressive. Chen Qian paused for a moment. The nickname Chen Duo made him swallow back the retorts he had prepared. Yes, he was indeed Chen Duo. How had he transformed into this after entering society? Of course, it was this Duo, not the other kind of Duo. The school bell rang, signaling the start of class. Chen Qian ceased his banter with Jiang Chun and quietly took out his pristine Chinese textbook as their teacher entered the room. Class begins. Stand up. Good morning, teacher. After returning to his seat, Chen Qian's mind wandered amidst the pages of his book. It was not that he was disinterested in the lesson, rather, he was engrossed in contemplating the system that resided in his mind. Even now, he remained uncertain about the purpose of the so-called Foundational Knowledge Reserve module. However, given that the system was named the Technological Deduction System, it should, in theory, be beneficial to him. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the end of the evening study period. Chen Qian still felt perplexed, observing Jiang Chun, who had already packed her belongings. He reluctantly stood and followed her out of the classroom. Do you need my little electric scooter to take you home? Jiang Chun asked, performing a drift on her scooter in front of him. Chen Qian shook his head. No, you go ahead. I'm off, she exclaimed, twisting the throttle and speeding away at 20 miles per hour. Chen Qian watched her depart with a helpless smile before striding towards home. He, too, possessed a mode of transportation, a dilapidated old mountain bike. However, in his previous life, he had been too proud to ride it to school, letting his mother's goodwill go unappreciated. Though he never uttered words like "this bike is too old-fashioned. All my classmates ride electric scooters. Who still rides such a worn-out thing these days?" He harbored those thoughts, allowing his aversion to surface unmasked. Reflecting on this, Chen Qian hastened his pace, rushing homeward, thinking of how saddened his mother must have been. Minutes later, he pushed open the rusty door of his home. "Our son is back." A familiar voice greeted him. Chen Qian entered the cramped kitchen, and upon seeing his mother busy at work, his eyes instantly welled with tears. "Mom," he called softly, embracing her from behind. "I'm home." His mother paused, her hand trembling slightly as she turned to see her son, but he held her tightly. "You're all grown up and still can't do without your mother," she chided playfully. "Go on, don't distract me from cooking. Dinner will be ready soon." Chen Qian hid his face behind her, beaming with joy, and playfully poked her belly before darting into the living room. "I'm off," he called back, eliciting a smile from his mother. Once in his room, Chen Qian lay on his bed, enveloped in happiness. He suddenly realized that his mindset seemed rejuvenated since his rebirth. Even though he was only 27 in his previous life, yet, the image of his busy mother dimmed his spirits. His mother, Li Qingmei, was an exceptionally kind person, often referred to as a soft-hearted good person by others. Consequently, while working at the supermarket, she could never bear to see others slacking off and would willingly take on more responsibilities. Over time, her colleagues came to rely on her for tasks such as ordering inventory and checking expiration dates, and she never complained. In his previous life, his mother had become overworked and exhausted, often squeezing in extra jobs to help with household expenses. Tragically, a year before Chen Qian's rebirth, she had fallen asleep at the dining table and never awakened. As for his father, he too was plagued by various health issues. Although none were severe, he had fainted several times at work. While the doctors never said it outright, Chen Qian understood that if things continued this way, his father might also leave this world prematurely. Some individuals, even merely existing, exert all their strength. "In this life, I will ensure you both live well," Chen Qian declared, sitting upright on his bed and approaching his desk to summon the system interface. Yet, aside from the words Foundational Knowledge Reserve, there was nothing more on the screen. Staring at the text, Chen Qian fell into a trance, and after a moment of clarity, a thought struck him. Knowledge Reserve? Could it be that I need to memorize information? But what about the knowledge already stored in his mind? With a burgeoning hypothesis, he decided to test it. He promptly opened his Chinese textbook. I don't know anything. In the next moment, he closed the book and rummaged in the corner for a dusty first-grade Chinese textbook. Taking notes? Not a bad idea, he commended himself, flipping to the poem Ode to the Goose. After all, it was an experiment, and the choice of book mattered little. If his theory was correct, Chen Qian closed his eyes and began to silently recite the poem. Ode to the Goose was something he knew well. There was no chance he wouldn't remember it. As he recited in his mind, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly resonated. Knowledge input in progress. Input complete. Indeed. It was as he suspected. Chen Qian opened his eyes in delight, witnessing the addition of Ode to the Goose on the system interface. It turned out that knowledge he had already memorized was not yet recorded by the system. As for the content he had not yet memorized, it seemed he would have to force himself to learn it for it to be input. However, the system's function extended beyond that. Chen Qian could distinctly feel that his memory of Ode to the Goose was exceptionally clear, leading him to question whether he could ever forget it. This revelation astonished him. Previously, he would have found it impossible to memorize. It simply could not have been done. Yet now, Chen Qian felt invigorated. for himself and for his family. He was determined to strive with all his might. Gazing at the system interface before him, he was filled with hope for the future. What is technology? Technology is the primary productive force. It equates to wealth. As for loftier thoughts, he felt neither the inclination nor the right to ponder them just yet. Thus, Chen Qian embarked on a fervent endeavor to input knowledge. Having already memorized elementary school material, the simplicity of the content made it a breeze to record into the system. Time flew by as he concentrated, and soon the sound of his mother calling for dinner broke his reverie. Just as he was about to rise and exit his room, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Have I been called to meet my parents? Chapter 4. The final time in the living room. The warm orange light illuminated the dining table. Chen Dad had just returned home, looking weary yet still urging Chen Mom to take a seat while he busily served dinner. Upon seeing Chen Qian emerge, a smile graced his face. Our son is out. Come sit down for dinner. Chen Qian's family typically dined after his evening study session. On one hand, while the meals at school were affordable, they could not compare to the cost-effectiveness of purchasing ingredients from the supermarket and cooking at home, even if the food might be less fresh. On the other hand, Chen Mom worked the afternoon shift at the supermarket, and her schedule aligned closely with Chen Qian's school hours, as did Chen Dad's from the factory. Noticing the smile on his father's face, Chen Qian felt an inexplicable sense of unease as he silently took a seat at the table. Although he had not faced physical punishment since entering high school, his childhood memories were vivid. Every time he had been called to meet his parents, he would glance at his father's patient expression, doubting whether he could bear it again. With a hint of trepidation, Chen Qian looked at his parents. Understanding a child as well as his parents do, Chen Dad instantly recognized the gravity of the situation as soon as Chen Qian shifted in his seat. He set down his utensils and turned to face Chen Qian with a serious expression. What's wrong? Has something happened at school? Chen Qian hesitated to meet his father's gaze. To be honest, even if he were to receive a beating, his reaction wouldn't be as apprehensive. Rather, he was more concerned about being summoned once again, fearing the disappointment that might flicker in his parents' eyes. Chen Qian's voice involuntarily lowered. Teacher Wang said you both need to come to school tomorrow morning. As he spoke, his pace quickened, but his tone remained resolute. I know this may disappoint you again, but please believe me, this is the last time. I shall endeavor to study diligently and gain admission to a prestigious university. Contrary to the anticipated admonitions laced with affection, a profound silence enveloped the living room. Eventually, Chen's father broke the stillness, stating, Understood, let us dine. After finishing the meal, he continued, Rest well. Your mother and I shall be going out tomorrow. Chen Qian nodded, refraining from further commentary. The dinner lacked flavor, extinguishing even the excitement he had felt about discovering the system's usage. After the meal, Chen Qian retreated to his room and resumed his recitation from the textbooks. Words were futile. He resolved to demonstrate his worth through action, transforming his parents' past disappointments into immense pride. The following morning, he awoke yawning. Having studied until 2 o'clock in the morning, observing the still warm breakfast on the table, he quickly consumed it, and then proceeded downstairs to open the family storage room. They resided in an old workers' dormitory, where each unit was equipped with a small, dilapidated storage space, a mere few square meters, primarily for discarded items. Chen Qian retrieved a worn bicycle, tested it for functionality, and rode off swiftly toward school. At Qinglu City's second high school, the resonant sounds of students studying filled the classrooms. In Class 8 of the third year, Chen Qian perused his elementary Chinese language textbook, fully engrossed in memorization, leaving no annotations or explanations overlooked. Following a night of contemplation, he devised a plan to master each subject systematically, starting from elementary school through middle school, establishing a solid foundation before tackling high school content to prepare for the Gaokao. His primary focus was Chinese, as it required the most memorization and posed the greatest challenge. Chen Qian felt a flicker of confidence regarding his ability to achieve his plan. First and foremost, he was committed to exerting absolute effort. Furthermore, he had astonishingly discovered an enhancement in his memory. Specifically, his capacity for retaining knowledge seemed to have improved. Material that had previously taken him 30 minutes to memorize could now be committed to memory in mere minutes. However, despite this newfound aptitude, he struggled to remember the romantic films of those seasoned individuals. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, concealed behind his textbook, found himself in a state of amusement. After a while, he sensed something was amiss. Oddly enough, Chen Duijui had not interrupted his phone time today. Turning to glance at Chen Qian, he exclaimed, Wow, you are genuinely reading. However, upon recognizing it was an elementary Chinese textbook, he nearly burst into laughter, stifling himself to avoid drawing attention. Wow, I thought you were serious about studying. But you're just reading elementary Chinese. How amusing. Chen Qian merely glanced at him, patting his shoulder. Hey, don't just focus on me. You need to step up too. The Gaokao is approaching. I hope we can end up in the same city. Jiang Chun initially intended to tease further, but upon meeting Chen Qian's earnest gaze, his enthusiasm waned, leaving him speechless. My grades are at least decent. You should be the one coming to my city, he muttered, turning back to his phone. Though the enjoyment had diminished significantly. Damn it, if Wulong is studying, how can I, Phoenix Chicks, find my place? Chen Qian observed Jiang Chun putting down his phone, nodding in satisfaction, and returned to the joy of his diligent recitation. This positive reinforcement from his efforts was truly addictive. After some time, Jiang Chun nudged Chen Qian's arm. Hey, have you really been called in by your parents? I think I just saw your uncle and aunt passing by. Chen Qian paused, having been too absorbed to notice his surroundings. Rising, he peeked through the back door and saw his parents engaged in conversation with Wang Jinghua at the office entrance. His father smiled, extending his right hand. Hello, Teacher Wang. It's good to see you again. I am Chen Qian's father, Chen Jianhai. His mother nodded in acknowledgement. I am Li Qingmei. Wang Jinghua warmly welcomed them into the office, contemplating mentioning their long-standing friendship but refraining, as it had been cultivated through frequent parent-teacher meetings. Watching his parents enter the office, Chen Qian felt a twinge of sadness. His mother's apron indicated she had been working part-time again. Suppressing his emotions, he returned to his seat, now more focused than ever on his studies. Jiang Chun, noticing Chen Qian's somber demeanor, chose to remain silent and continued studying. As the class bell approached, Chen Qian's parents emerged from the office, deliberately calling him out as they passed by the classroom. Dad, Mom, Chen Jianhai managed a strained smile. Your teacher mentioned you've been sleeping in class and disrupting the lesson? Though reluctant to admit it, Chen Qian nodded. It won't happen again. His father intended to impart further advice, not out of a desire to reprimand, but rather to encourage him, recognizing the importance of dignity at his age. Yet, upon seeing the earnestness in Chen Qian's eyes, a noticeable shift from before, he felt a sense of reassurance. Ultimately, he simply patted Chen Qian on the shoulder with a smile. Father believes in you. Chen Qian's eyes sparkled with hope. At that moment, Li Qingmei approached and embraced her son. Don't overexert yourself. Keep an eye on your health. And let me know if you crave anything. Chen Qian beamed. I understand. There's no need to worry about me. You both should take care of yourselves. Or I want to be able to study peacefully. Li Qingmei was taken aback. It was the first time her son had expressed concern for her. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Mothers are adults. They can take care of themselves. We shall take our leave now. Chen Qian nodded. All right, take care, Mom. As he watched his parents' figures recede, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Why have I become so sentimental since my rebirth? He murmured to himself, shaking his head. The wind is rather boisterous today. Returning to his seat, he resumed his recitation with fervor. For the remainder of the time, regardless of the subject, Chen Qian remained oblivious to the lessons, wholly focused on his studies, adhering to his plan. The only challenge lay in outsmarting the teachers. Most were lenient. But old Wang was ever vigilant. No matter what he did, Chen Qian could not escape his keen observation. Thus, in the face of formidable challenges, Chen Qian devoted 3 days to mastering the entirety of the Chinese subject from elementary to middle school. His mind brimmed with knowledge, and the densely packed text on the system interface filled him with immense satisfaction. Time flew, and soon it was Saturday, the day before the weekend break. As the school bell rang, Chen Qian dashed out of the classroom like the wind, leaving Jiang Chun in a state of shock. What has gotten into him today? He is unusually enthusiastic about leaving school. It must be said, Chen Qian had indeed impressed him over the past few days, diligently memorizing his material with fervor akin to madness. Although he is memorizing elementary Chinese, he is far too serious. And what is the purpose of memorizing those analyses? Is that how one prepares for the Gaokao? Jiang Chun had previously advised Chen Qian about the potential flaws in this study method, questioning whether the Gaokao would even cover analyses from elementary poetry and prose. Yet, Chen Qian remained obstinate, ultimately leading to an unresolved conclusion. Sai, you must persevere, Jiang Chun remarked as he gazed in the direction of Chen Qian's departure. As Chen Qian's closest confidant, Jiang Chun sincerely felt a sense of joy witnessing his friend's relentless pursuit, even if he did not entirely agree with the methods employed. Naturally, a good brother desires the best for his counterpart. While others might fear their brother's struggles or envy his luxuries, Jiang Chun believed himself to be different. After all, my father is wealthy. At the school gate, Chen Qian, unfazed by the angry glare of the gatekeeper, pedaled his bicycle swiftly away. What was the urgency? It was, of course, for the sake of his studies. He had already mastered the entirety of elementary and middle school Chinese. And mathematics was even simpler. There were hardly any formulas to memorize. As for English, it merely posed challenges in vocabulary and grammar. What grammar was taught in elementary and middle school? Not much, truly. Dictionaries could be procured for vocabulary, and high school grammar encompassed the basics learned earlier. Along with additional analytical resources, listening comprehension was slightly troublesome, but manageable with practice. Physics, biology, and chemistry were absent in elementary school, only making their appearance in middle school, where the content was quite elementary and could be quickly assimilated, much like mathematics. The realization of nearing the completion of the first phase of his plan, and the anticipation of entering the second phase, filled Chen Qian with excitement. Moreover, if he delayed, the bookstore next to the school would close its doors. 3 minutes later, Chen Qian arrived at the entrance of Jinbang bookstore, waving to the elderly proprietor who was about to close. "Sir, please sell me one more book." The old man was taken aback. "Ah, such eagerness. Young man, your love for learning is commendable. Very well, I will hold the door for you. I must sell to you today." Chen Qian smiled. "Of course, I love learning, and learning loves me." The old man nodded in agreement. "Not bad, not bad. You remind me of my younger self, and your resemblance is uncanny." Chen Qian's smile faltered slightly. "You are quite humorous, sir. Everyone says so." With a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, Chen Qian decisively turned and entered the store to seek out the books he needed. Soon, he emerged with the latest English dictionary and a comprehensive grammar guide, totaling 78. "Wow, this is indeed pricey." However, Chen Qian said nothing further, retrieving the 100 yuan he had previously asked his family for, settling the bill without uttering another word. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered a familiar face. "Chen Qian? What a coincidence." A melodious voice called out, prompting him to turn. "Old Jiang, what a surprise. What brings you here?" The girl who had greeted him was Jiang Riyue, who, despite just turning 18, possessed a figure that evoked envy among all women. Her face, with its high nose and perfect oval shape, was nearly flawless even without makeup, and her large eyes exuded a sweetness that was perfectly proportioned without being exaggerated. Jiang Riyue, akin to a gentle breeze under a bright moon, was an old friend of Chen Qian's, and in a sense, they were like childhood companions. They had been classmates since elementary school, where Jiang Riyue served as the monitor, observing Chen Qian's mischievous antics and frequent fights. They remained in the same class through middle school, where she continued to monitor his carefree demeanor. Upon reaching high school, Chen Qian barely managed to enter the second high school, while Jiang Riyue excelled and naturally progressed to the first high school. In Qinglu City, there were only 4 high schools. Although the names of the first and second high schools seemed similar, the second was ranked below the experimental high school, which itself was above the first. The lowest ranked institution was the 4th high school, and the third was merely a middle school without a high school division. After nearly 3 years apart, Jiang Riyue showed no signs of awkwardness as she approached Chen Qian, examining him closely before breaking into a smile. The 2 faint dimples on her cheeks momentarily captivated Chen Qian. "Hello, you seem even more handsome now," Jiang Riyue exclaimed with a warm smile. "I took the afternoon off from school and happened to pass by here, and unexpectedly ran into you." "Oh, really?" Chen Qian snapped back to reality. "I have things to attend to, so I must be off." With that, he mounted his bicycle, tossing the plastic bag containing his books into the basket. Indeed, it was a mountain bike equipped with a basket, which had been one of the reasons Chen Qian had previously found it distasteful. But now, it seemed quite practical. Jiang Riyue appeared momentarily stunned, not anticipating Chen Qian's eagerness to leave. The words she had intended to say remained unspoken as she stood there, waving goodbye. "Take care on your way home." Chen Qian nodded, "Goodbye." With that, he pedaled away onto the road. At the bookstore's entrance, Jiang Riyue watched as Chen Qian receded into the distance, while the old man inside sighed and shook his head. "This lad has none of my youthful flair." As Chen Qian cycled home, his thoughts were somewhat conflicted. Time is life, knowledge, and wealth. How could he afford to linger and chat? A few minutes later, he could no longer deceive himself. Chen Qian was not an oblivious youth. His haste to leave stemmed not only from a desire to study, but also from the memory of having written a love letter to Jiang Riyue in his previous life, which had sunk without a trace, receiving no response whatsoever. Upon reflection, it was clear that they belonged to entirely different worlds. Although Chen Qian felt confident about his future now, some things could not be forced. The nature of affection is peculiar. If someone does not love you or care for you, no matter how many worlds you save or how accomplished you become, they will hardly spare you a glance. The current Chen Qian was no longer the same 18-year-old soul. He had long since learned to accept the many things that did not go as planned with a sense of tranquility. Sometimes, he mused, concealing youthful, naive feelings within one's heart, and allowing them to transform into cherished memories over time could indeed be quite beautiful. Sigh. Chen Qian could not help but exhale. Even a handsome fellow has his burdens. But the next moment, he suddenly braked sharply, coming to a halt. When had he sent that love letter? It seemed like 3 months before the college entrance exams, dispatched via express mail. Chen Qian felt a surge of panic. It was too late. He had been reborn too late. Yet, upon further reflection, he felt a twinge of relief. Thankfully, he had hurried away. Otherwise, he would have faced her rejection in person. No wonder Zhang Riyue had appeared hesitant. She was preparing to broach a topic best left untouched. How troublesome. Truly, the ancients were not mistaken. It is indeed true that the breadth of knowledge enriches one's aura. This aura not only pertains to one's demeanor, but also to fortune itself. Realizing he had narrowly escaped a calamity, Chen Qian pedaled his bicycle with newfound vigor, swiftly returning home. "Mom, I'm back," he called to his mother, who was busy in the kitchen. Before dashing into his room to seize every moment for study, Li Qingmei peeked in, noticing her son had retreated to his room, feeling a bit puzzled. Why hasn't he come to play with my hula hoop today? If he's not going to, why is he rushing into his room every day without making a sound? Could it be? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Li Qingmei's face, quickly followed by a sense of satisfaction. My son has grown up. However, she soon realized that it might also be due to the immense pressure of his senior year, prompting him to seek solace. Recalling the oysters she had purchased at the supermarket, she felt a sense of fulfillment. I can treat my son to a hearty meal. After more than half an hour, Chen Qian emerged from his room to join his parents for dinner. Watching them diligently shucking oysters for him, he felt a hint of confusion. While he indeed loved oysters, his father shared the same affection. Why were they now both so intent on serving him alone? However, he did not dwell on it for long. After enjoying a delightful meal, he returned to his room and once again immersed himself in his studies. In his final year of high school, he had only 1 day off each week, and he had assigned himself a heavy workload. Within this single day, he aimed to thoroughly digest all the subjects from elementary to middle school. As time slipped away, before he knew it, it was already past 1 in the morning. Chen Qian let out a long sigh of relief, stretched lazily, and a radiant smile spread across his face. The source of his joy lay in the fact that his progress had far exceeded his expectations. He had astonishingly completed everything except for English in just over 3 hours. Upon reflection, it was understandable. Middle school science and elementary mathematics were undeniably simplistic, with hardly any complex formulas involved. Only middle school mathematics presented a slight increase in difficulty with a few more formulas, yet it was still manageable to absorb rapidly. However, Chen Qian also recognized a concern. Even though he had memorized those science formulas and input them into his system, applying them required his own efforts. It is well known that exam questions rarely remain unchanged. Questions that can be solved merely by recognizing a formula are considered easy, while those that necessitate the interplay of multiple formulas are categorized as average. As for questions that are utterly incomprehensible, where one cannot even discern which formula to apply, those are the ones that teachers refer to as somewhat challenging. Chen Qian couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache. He was acutely aware that the disparity between ordinary students and top performers lay in the ability to apply knowledge. Especially in the sciences, everyone memorizes the same formulas. Yet ordinary students struggle to utilize them, while top performers wield them with the ease of eating or drinking. Why is that? Even top performers themselves could not articulate it. It boiled down to one word: intuition. The invisible logic of the universe seemed to favor them, and that was talent. Of course, ordinary students could enhance their application abilities through practice, but that does not make one a true top performer. The extent of improvement varies greatly from person to person, and this method often leads to rote learning. For the time being, Chen Qian set these issues aside. With his current ranking in the lower tier of his class, he did not need to concern himself with application just yet. First, he would strive to reach his utmost potential. He placed aside all the textbooks for high school subjects, pondered for a moment, and decided to begin with English. This subject was all about memorization, offering the quickest and most significant improvement. Memorizing 4,000 words would establish a strong foundation. 5,000 words would elevate his status, and 6,000 words would grant him a transcendent existence. Qinglu No. 2 High School conducted a small test every Monday and a major test each month. As Monday approached, Chen Qian felt a sense of urgency to acquire English materials. What? You can still go buy them on Sunday? Chen Qian was already squeezing every ounce of time he had. With no minutes to spare, he opened his first-year English book and began memorizing vocabulary. To prepare for the exam, he planned to memorize all the words in the book first, then tackle grammar, and finally delve into the dictionary. The dictionary contained nearly 100,000 words, far too many to memorize in just one day off. To put it plainly, he also wished to demonstrate to his parents, especially old Wang, that he was making progress in his studies, that he was putting in effort. This was a lingering concern from his past life. Chapter 7. The small test begins. Knock, knock, knock. After an unknown duration, a sudden knock on the door startled Chen Qian, who turned in surprise. Come in. Son, it's this late. Why are you still awake? Li Qingmei entered and froze upon seeing him. Are you studying? Chen Qian realized that although he had been putting in effort these past few days, he and T made a conscious display of it, and perhaps his parents were unaware of what he had been doing in his room. However, seeing the mixture of surprise and pride in his mother's eyes made all his fatigue dissipate in an instant. Isn't the college entrance examination approaching? I want to attend a good university. Chen Qian refrained from uttering grandiose statements, yet he was taken aback to see tears welling in his mother's eyes. Good, good. I'm happy to see you working hard, she said. But you also need to take care of your health. It's already past 3 o'clock. Get some rest. Okay, Mom. Chen Qian nodded. You should go help at the breakfast shop. I'll get some sleep. With that, Li Qingmei left the room, gently closing the door behind her. Chen Qian remained silent for a moment before obediently returning to bed and turning off the light. He understood his mother's thoughts. She feared they wouldn't have enough money for him to attend university. After all, the worse the school, the higher the tuition fees. And without subsidies for the cafeteria, accommodation and living expenses would also escalate. She was silently working hard for him. That night, Chen Qian found it somewhat difficult to fall asleep. The next day, the alarm rang at 8 o'clock, and Chen Qian struggled to rise, wash up, and once again settled at his desk. This sitting lasted the entire day. He utilized his day off to the fullest, and it went far more smoothly than he had anticipated. He managed to memorize the entirety of high school English vocabulary in just half a day, totaling around 4,000 words. Although he hadn't counted meticulously, he now felt empowered. The remaining time was devoted to practicing grammar analysis. By the time it reached 1 in the morning, he had thoroughly comprehended, memorized, and input all high school grammar into his system. Who else? Chen Qian's spirits soared as he anticipated the exam the following day. For the first time, he felt a spark of excitement. Even if his performance in other subjects remained lackluster, everything was progressing in a positive direction, wasn't it? Monday morning, riding his increasingly beloved mountain bike, Chen Qian hummed a tune as he made his way to school. Hey, has the bro finally started looking at high school textbooks? Jiang Chun teased, pointing at the high school Chinese book in Chen Qian's hands. Chen Qian smiled faintly. Oh, I'm just casually browsing. You know, just the other day, I was even looking at elementary school textbooks. I'm merely curious about how challenging this learning business can be. Don't you agree? Jiang Chun paused, his expression momentarily perplexed. That sounds a bit strange, doesn't it? Nevertheless, he didn't dwell on it and replied, it still feels quite difficult to me. Unlike Wang Wenli and Li Hao, I just can't comprehend how their grades are so good. Perhaps it's genuinely easy for them. But I'm putting in a lot of effort too. Chen Qian glanced at the phone tucked in Jiang Chun's pocket and nodded. You're absolutely right. You're working extremely hard, and I fully understand. As for Wang Wenli and Li Hao, at this point, Chen Qian's lips curled into a subtle smile. They must be geniuses. Or perhaps more accurately, they're just abnormal. Jiang Chun retorted indignantly. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang, and Wang Jingwa strode into the classroom with a stack of test papers in hand. As per usual, the small test begins on Monday. Students in the front row, please pass the papers back. Wang Jingwa wasted no time and promptly distributed the papers. Soon, Chen Qian received his test sheet, and just as he wrote his name, he heard Jiang Chun beside him groaning. Damn it, another test. Do they have to torture me like this? Chen Qian chuckled and shook his head as he glanced at his test paper, eager to discover just how difficult this high school math exam would be. 10 minutes later. All right, it's still quite challenging, completely different from elementary and middle school. I still can't understand most of the questions. Helplessly, Chen Qian resorted to his own method, choosing questions at random for the multiple choice section, relying on the front row for the fill-in-the-blank questions, and attempting to write solutions for the big questions. However, he had grown disdainful of cheating or merely writing down solutions for points. Now, his method was down to pure luck. After writing down the 3 questions he could confidently answer, he scribbled down some random choices for the multiple choice section, and within a few minutes, this math exam had concluded for him. Fortunately, Chen Qian had cleverly placed his Chinese textbook beneath the test paper, so with the remaining time, He turned his attention back to the textbook and resumed memorizing diligently. As time elapsed, 2 classes passed, and the mathematics examination concluded in silence. In the third period, the Chinese teacher entered with the exam papers. Chen Qian felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had expected the English test instead. Mr. Wang, the homeroom teacher and mathematics instructor, had understandably commenced with the math exam, but the sequence of subsequent tests was entirely at the discretion of the teachers, deviating from the timetable. Since the English exam had not yet occurred, he could only await the afternoon. Nonetheless, Chen Qian did not intend to be complacent regarding the Chinese examination. After all, the considerable effort he had invested in mastering the Chinese language during elementary and middle school should yield some benefits. Upon receiving the test paper, he felt a surge of joy. It was indeed beneficial. He found that he was now adept at identifying incorrect pronunciations and inappropriate idioms far better than before. Moreover, he could not tell if it was due to his increased familiarity with the analytical methods he had memorized, but he felt he could comprehend the intent of the reading comprehension questions more clearly than ever, as if the difficulty of the questions had diminished. Chen Qian grew increasingly exhilarated as he wrote, unconsciously filling the entire exam sheet, only pausing just before the end of the test. However, he found his essay lacking. Darn. Did you actually write so much? Jiang Chun remarked in surprise, catching a glimpse of Chen Qian's paper. He was tempted to ruffle Chen Qian's hair, wondering if he had a fever. After all, writing copiously in Chinese did not guarantee high scores. It was more of an esoteric art. Yet, he refrained from doing so, not wanting to dampen his friend's enthusiasm. Chen Qian said little more, submitting his paper and hurrying home, eagerly anticipating the afternoon's English exam. He planned to ask his family for some money to purchase books, realizing that his study plan's second phase required some enhancements. Upon returning home, Li Qingmei, upon hearing her son wanted to buy books, readily handed him 200 yuan. Chen Qian did not say much. Funds for education were essential and warranted expenditure. In the afternoon, he arrived at school early, once again stepping into the Jinbang bookstore. Ah, the young man returns. The proprietor recognized him immediately and greeted him warmly. Hee. Chen Qian replied with an awkward smile. Yes, I'm here to buy books. Chapter 8. Backstabber. The proprietor nodded. Go ahead, browse for whatever you need. I have everything here. As he spoke, he glanced around and leaned in discreetly. By the way, what about that little girlfriend of yours? Why isn't she here? Chen Qian was taken aback, wanting to inquire, what do you mean by that? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, considering it impolite to ignore the question outright. He sighed softly. Ah, such is life, unrequited feelings. Let us not discuss that, he said, hastily moving towards the bookshelves to select his materials. After a while, he returned to the checkout with a dictionary, a thesaurus, a compendium of idioms, a vocabulary guide, a collection of poetry, and an anthology of classical literature, among a plethora of other books. To his dismay, he discovered that 200 yuan was insufficient. He had to dig into the remaining funds from his previous purchase of English materials to make up the difference. My little treasure trove. A few minutes later, Chen Qian returned to class. At that moment, there were not many classmates present, but he had already taken out his Chinese textbook and resumed his studies. He was clear in his mind regarding the second phase of his plan, to advance methodically through all subjects while dedicating some time each day to study the English dictionary and the various reference books he had just acquired. As for the third phase, it would involve practical application. Half an hour later, as more students arrived, the class bell rang, and the long-awaited English teacher walked in with the exam papers. She is here. She is finally here. Chen Qian felt a rush of excitement and impatience, a stark contrast to his former self. Previously, he had harbored a dislike for the English teacher, even feeling some animosity towards her. Her name was Zhou Huixian, a woman in her 40s, with a somewhat sharp voice that inexplicably irked him. However, her character was beyond reproach. His disdain stemmed from his general aversion to the English language itself. But now, everything was different. Oh, Teacher Zhou, how I adore you. Soon, the examination commenced. Upon receiving the test paper, Chen Qian quickly scanned the entire sheet, unable to suppress the smile that crept across his face. He could understand nearly everything except for a few obscure words. Moreover, those unfamiliar terms did not significantly hinder his ability to answer the questions. He could deduce their meanings from the context. Is this it? Chen Qian chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief as he experienced the flow of writing like never before. 10 minutes later, Zhou Huixian stepped into the office to retrieve a tape recorder for the listening section. Although Chen Qian had prepared himself mentally, he was still caught off guard, as he could not comprehend a significant portion of the dialogue, leaving him uncertain about which answers to select. In reality, he could understand the words when presented, but he struggled with their correct pronunciations. He had recorded the phonetic symbols into his system, yet he could not read them. Time was of the essence, and he had let his guard down. Consequently, Chen Qian endured the listening section in agony, feeling utterly uncertain about the score he might achieve in that part. Another 10 minutes passed, and Chen Qian set down his pen. Indeed, he had completed the exam. Aside from the listening section, he was very confident about scoring full marks, including for the English essay. The English composition differed from the Chinese one, as it was relatively easier to achieve a perfect score. As he glanced at the content of his essay, he noted the sophisticated grammar, elevated vocabulary, and the smoothness of his sentences. After all these years of helping Li Hua write letters, he could finally submit one himself. Chen Qian felt a sense of satisfaction and, after reviewing his previous answers, returned to studying his Chinese book. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, still working on his exam, noticed Chen Qian's earlier activity and realized he had stopped writing, lamenting that this was the Chen Qian he was familiar with. Yet, he felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. However, his discontent was soon overwhelmed by the trials of his own exam. What the hell are these obscure words? How am I supposed to know their meanings? If you ask me which to choose, I'll pick E. The English exam concluded swiftly, followed shortly by the final comprehensive science test. Chen Qian gazed at the paper in despair, the Chen-style strategy making a reappearance as he silently turned to his books. That evening, as school dismissed, Jiang Chun, looking dejected, greeted Chen Qian briefly before departing. Chen Qian was unfazed. After all, the exams were exhausting, and his friend would surely bounce back by the next day. Resilience was key. The following day, Chen Qian pedaled towards school, basking in his mother's approving gaze. Li Qingmei was unaware that her son had begun riding a bicycle. Typically, when she returned home, he would not yet be back, and when she left in the morning, he would not have left for school. Today, had it not been for his decision to skip his part-time job, she might not have noticed that her son had accepted her wishes, which warmed her heart immensely. It seems I have not been attentive enough to my son. I must show him more care and become a good mother, Li Qingmei vowed silently. At Qingluno, 2 High School, Class 8 of the 3rd year, as Chen Qian settled into his seat without even reaching for his books, Wang Jinghua stormed into the classroom. His face flushed with anger. Chen Qian, come here. His thunderous voice silenced the class instantly. Chen Qian was startled, glancing at Mr. Wang in confusion. What is going on? Has he lost his mind? Based on his knowledge of Wang Jinghua, he recognized that this time, his teacher was genuinely furious. Yet, he had done nothing wrong. He instinctively glanced at Jiang Chun beside him. What have I done? Jiang Chun understood his unspoken question and shook his head. I have no idea either. With no other choice, Chen Qian slowly stood and followed Wang Jinghua into the office. Tell me, are you in a relationship? As soon as Wang Jinghua sat in his office chair, he immediately barked out the accusation. At this moment, the teachers from various classes in the office sat up straight in unison. Early romance. They all recognized Chen Qian, a frequent visitor to the office. But now, he was said to be in a relationship? Hadn't he reportedly rejected all the girls who had confessed to him? What was happening now? For a brief moment, while the teachers appeared to be engrossed in their own tasks, they secretly tuned in to the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Chen Qian was equally astonished. What was going on? Am I in a relationship? How was I not aware of this? Suddenly, an image of a shrewd old man flashed through his mind. Oh no, Grandpa, you've betrayed me. But I thought I had said that unrequited love was a given. Was it really necessary to blow this up at school? Wait a minute. Something didn't add up. In an instant, Chen Qian realized that this was no ordinary old man. He must be an informant for the school's couple-destroying squad. How cleverly concealed. The school had gone to great lengths. At that moment, Wang Jinghua observed the myriad expressions on Chen Qian's face and felt a twinge of confusion. Oddly enough, based on his understanding of Chen Qian, if he had been caught in a romantic entanglement, he would have readily admitted it rather than attempting to conceal it. Why was he displaying such a bewildered expression now? Chapter 9. Doubt and explanation. After a while, Chen Qian finally pieced together what was happening and began to explain. Teacher Wang, it's a misunderstanding, truly. What misunderstanding? Several teachers saw you engaging in romantic chatter right outside the bookstore. Wang Jinghua exclaimed indignantly. If you claim it's a misunderstanding, then do enlighten me about what truly transpired. That old man is a teacher? Chen Qian thought to himself, confirming the old man's identity as an informant. Yet, he felt a wave of relief. His greatest fear was not being given the chance to explain at all, which would indeed be troublesome. Thus, he recounted the events from a couple of days prior in detail. Naturally, he could never confess to writing love letters. That was unthinkable. He merely stated that Zhang Riyue had been his class monitor since childhood and that they had merely bumped into each other and exchanged a few words. After listening, Wang Jingwa scrutinized Chen Qian's eyes for a long moment before reluctantly nodding. All right, it seems this was indeed a misunderstanding on the teacher's part. However, I hope you understand that this is a crucial time. You cannot afford to let your guard down. Romance is not something you should be contemplating at this moment. Chen Qian quickly nodded, feeling a great sense of relief. Meanwhile, the other teachers in the distance similarly relaxed their postures, though they shook their heads in disappointment. So that was the case. How disheartening. However, Wang Jingwa's tone shifted, growing more severe and frustrated. Moreover, there is another matter that I am eager to see you explain. Chen Qian was taken aback. Another matter? What could it possibly be? What had he done? Teacher Wang, what is it? He inquired softly. Wang Jingwa called Zhou Huixian and Chinese teacher Chong Lu over. Zhou Huixian approached Chen Qian and slammed a test paper onto the desk. What is this? You still dare to ask what it is? Take a good look at this paper. Don't you have anything to say? Chen Qian cautiously picked up the paper, and upon opening it, he realized it was indeed his own. A score of 128. Although he had lost 22 points on the listening section, he had answered every other question correctly. Even the essay was full marks. He then understood. His remarkable improvement led the teachers to suspect he had cheated. Ah, he thought. They must have overreacted. It was merely a matter of a score jumping by 20 or 30 points. Not that he had reached 150 yet, but it was understandable. At this stage, during minor assessments like the weekly tests, teachers had relaxed their supervision, allowing students to take the tests independently. After all, cheating had become meaningless with only 2 months remaining until the college entrance examination. The truth would be revealed then. Teacher Zhou, is there a problem with my paper? Chen Qian asked quietly. Zhou Huixian, already fuming, opened her mouth to retort, but Wang Jingwa interjected, exploding with anger. What problem? Are you seriously claiming ignorance? How did you score so high? What did you usually score before? Is it even feasible for you to reach nearly 130 points now? As he spoke, Wang Jingwa snatched the test paper from Chen Qian's hands and displayed it before him. Look at this. You got everything right except for the listening section. Is this something you could have accomplished? Even your essay received full marks. Others who cheat at least know to make some alterations. You, on the other hand, nearly achieved full marks outright. Have you forgotten what you said last time? Is this what you call studying diligently? Speak. Did you use your phone to search for answers? Chen Qian gazed at the furious Wang Jingwa, his face flushed. He sighed inwardly. This was the first time he had witnessed Mr. Wang so enraged. But perhaps it was precisely because he cared deeply about his students and took his responsibilities seriously that he was so infuriated. With that thought, Chen Qian nodded resolutely. Teacher Wang, I genuinely completed this paper myself. I did not cheat. If you wish to verify, it can be easily done, can it? Wang Jingwa, his chest still heaving with anger, was about to erupt again upon hearing Chen Qian's insistence that he had not cheated, but the mention of verification caught his attention. Indeed, it was simple to verify. Reflecting on his understanding of Chen Qian, while cheating was a possibility, Chen Qian was not one to deny the truth so obstinately. For a moment, he felt uncertain. At that moment, Zhou Huixian interjected, taking the paper. All right, since you're keen on verification, why don't you read this passage aloud for me? Chen Qian looked at the string of English words she pointed to and suddenly felt embarrassed. He struggled to read, stumbling over the words, mispronouncing several terms, and even encountering some he could not pronounce at all. Zhou Huixian's expression revealed her satisfaction. The results are quite evident. Can you still claim you didn't cheat? Chen Qian glanced at her, then at the fuming Wang Jingwa, and finally at the patiently waiting Chong Lu. He resolutely nodded again. I truly did not cheat. This statement prompted Chen Qian to articulate its meaning fluently. The room fell silent. Wang Jingwa was taken aback. Zhou Huixian's eyes widened, and Chong Lu covered her mouth in disbelief. What was happening? Wang Jingwa cautiously turned to Zhou Huixian. Is it possible he really didn't cheat? Zhou Huixian, her voice trembling, replied, It seems. He truly did not. Chong Lu, the youngest among the teachers, gasped. Could it be you didn't cheat on the Chinese test either? Did you also take that one yourself? Chen Qian felt somewhat helpless. Teachers, I assure you, I truly took the test myself. I did not cheat. Instantly, he noted Wang Jingwa's eyes widening in astonishment, a gasp escaping him, his voice turning notably softer. This is unbelievable. How could your English skills have improved so remarkably in just 1 week? While I might understand an increase in your Chinese score, perhaps it was just luck. This is English we're discussing, if you don't know it. It's like a worm crawling, completely incomprehensible. Can you explain how this happened? How did you achieve such a significant improvement? Wang Jingwa inquired gently. Chen Qian felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. He was unaccustomed to old Wang's unusual gentleness. It is worth noting that even with the top students in the class, Old Wang had never displayed such warmth. Chapter 10. The enthusiastic teachers. I have memorized all the vocabulary and grammar of high school English, so the exam should come easily. Old Wang's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he wished to speak but found himself too overwhelmed to articulate his thoughts. A week? All the vocabulary and grammar? After a brief pause, he finally managed to utter those words. Chen Qian nodded again. Excellent. Wang Jingwa suddenly slapped his thigh and stood up, bursting into hearty laughter. Wonderful. I knew you could do it. Chen Qian could not help but smile at old Wang's infectious joy. Zhou Huixian, meanwhile, wore a look of astonishment and disbelief, no longer questioning Chen Qian's capabilities. However, as if struck by a sudden realization, her expression hardened, radiating an intensity that suggested she was ready to rally a group to confront someone. Wait. Everyone turned to look at her in surprise. Zhou Huixian's gaze was ferocious, akin to that of an enraged lion, as she slammed her hand on the desk. You've memorized all the vocabulary and grammar, yet you still lost so many points in the listening section. Did you not realize you were so close to a perfect score? Were the listening questions particularly difficult? They are not even as challenging as the later ones. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I assure you, I will keep a close eye on you from now on. At that moment, Chen Qian appeared to her as a gem. Their previous disappointment stemmed from his lack of willingness to learn. Now that he showed eagerness, it was imperative to guide him properly. Moreover, Chen Qian was not only willing to learn, he was unexpectedly bright. If he were taught well, it would lead to both fame and fortune. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Qian scratched his head and admitted, I was so focused on memorizing that I didn't pay attention to pronunciation. He hesitated to mention that he didn't even know the phonetic symbols, attributing his oversight to not paying attention in his first English class in elementary school. Since then, he had not attended any English lessons until now. Absolutely not. Zhou Huixian exclaimed, visibly furious. From now on, do not leave after school. Come to my office, and I will provide you with supplementary lessons. Chen Qian's eyes brightened at the prospect of such an opportunity. Teacher Zhou, you are truly wonderful. However, before he could express his gratitude, Wang Jingwa slammed the table. Wait, Chen Qian, are you not going to explain yourself? You've made such progress in English, yet your math score is still only 48 points. 48 points? Chen Qian was taken aback, realizing he had been fortunate this time. Having answered several of the 3 questions correctly and guessed many of the multiple-choice questions. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead offering a sheepish smile as old Wang's irritation began to resurface. Mr. Wang, time is a bit tight, but I am working hard and will catch up soon. I promise. However, Wang Jingwa waved his hand dismissively, clearly unsatisfied with the response. Enough. Don't say too much. After school, don't leave. I will also give you extra math lessons. Chen Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. 2 fortuitous blessings. Another opportunity for free tutoring. At that moment, Chang Lu also stood up. In the recent Chinese exam, you lost several points that you shouldn't have. Although you have indeed improved compared to before, it is still insufficient. You are well aware of this after school. Before Chen Qian could nod in agreement, the teachers responsible for the 3 core subjects stood up in unison, striding toward him. They had tolerated this situation for far too long. What happened in the recent physics exam? And what about biology? With your good memory, can you afford to overlook chemistry? Can you? After school, Chen Qian stood there, bewildered, as the teachers surrounded him, their fervent expressions and shifting emotions making him feel as though he owed them a considerable debt. Yet, he felt a warmth in his heart. After a while, having sweated profusely while appeasing all the teachers, Chen Qian exited the office under old Wang's gentle admonitions. Ha, that kid. Wang Jingwa watched Chen Qian leave, unable to suppress his joy, laughter bubbling forth uncontrollably. Zhou Huixian exchanged a glance with Chang Lu, both of them sharing a resigned smile. You should dial it down a bit. I warn you. Do not provoke us further, Zhou Huixian remarked, her tone tinged with envy. Indeed, she felt a twinge of jealousy. If Chen Qian truly succeeded and gained admission to a prestigious university, transforming from a struggling student in just 2 months, what would that mean for Wang Jingwa as the class teacher? The advantages would be immense, particularly when it came to evaluations for higher professional titles. Having taught for so many years, she had never encountered a student quite like him. Memorizing all high school vocabulary and grammar in 1 week was simply unfathomable. Yet, amidst the teasing, they all understood that Wang Jingwa's dedication to his students stemmed not from self-interest, but from a genuine desire for their success. Perhaps it is precisely such individuals who can nurture students like Chen Qian. Wang Jingwa cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Huixian, dismissing her words entirely. What of it? I am simply delighted that my student is putting in the effort and improving. How can I not be happy? Ha! He felt a surge of joy, though he quickly reined in his exuberance, adopting a serious demeanor. For Chen Qian had unexpectedly made a comeback. Is there anything else? Wang Jingwo inquired. Chen Qian felt another chill run down his spine. He was still unaccustomed to old Wang's gentleness. Teacher Wang, I would like to discuss something with you. I have devised a study plan for myself, and I would like to know if I can follow my own schedule. In other words, I wish to study independently during class. Wang Jingwo instinctively wanted to refuse. But upon considering Chen Qian's exceptional nature and recalling that the textbook's content had already been covered by the end of the second year, leaving only review and practice, he pondered for a moment before conceding. That is acceptable, but I will closely monitor your progress. Should you fail to make advancements, you will not be allowed to act on your own accord. Chen Qian eagerly nodded. No problem. Rest assured, old Wang. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. Wang Jingwo waved him off, only to suddenly freeze. Wait, what did you just call me? Oh no. Chen Qian realized he had let something slip. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor, feigning confusion. Huh, what? I called you Teacher Wang. What is the matter? Is that so? Wang Jingwo mused, somewhat perplexed. He had not heard clearly. However, upon seeing the sincerity in Chen Qian's eyes, he considered that he must have misheard. Chapter 11. Results nothing at all. You may return and focus on your studies. All right. Chen Qian replied promptly, swiftly exiting the office. As he walked toward his classroom, he patted his heart, relieved. That was close. I almost gave myself away to old Wang. Thankfully, I am clever enough. I must be exceedingly cautious from now on. After Chen Qian departed, Wang Jingwo waited for a while, ensuring that Chen Qian had returned to class and would not make another unexpected appearance before pulling out his phone. He dialed the number of Chen Jianhai, which he had noted down during their last meeting. His intention was not ulterior. Rather, he sought to responsibly gauge Chen Qian's current self-discipline and commitment to studying. Chen Qian was a promising student, perhaps even a genius. Wang Jingwo wished to avoid any complications arising from his agreement to Chen Qian's unique request. Although he stated he would keep an eye on Chen Qian, with so many students, he could not guarantee his vigilance. If Chen Qian were to halt his progress again, it would only waste time. With less than 2 months remaining until the college entrance examination, even a single day of delay would represent a significant loss for Chen Qian. Soon, the phone call connected. Wang Jingwo exchanged a few pleasantries before posing his inquiry. Naturally, Chen Jianhai had already learned from his wife about their son's diligent studies and promptly shared his insights. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingwo felt reassured and, in his elation, shared Chen Qian's recent weekly exam results, particularly highlighting the remarkable improvement in his English and Chinese scores. His words brimmed with joy and high hopes for Chen Qian's performance in the upcoming exam. Chen Jianhai, equally delighted, struggled to express his gratitude, leaving Wang Jingwo feeling somewhat bashful, as his call was not intended for self-promotion. Ultimately, the two enjoyed a pleasant conversation, reluctantly ending their call. Unbeknownst to Chen Qian, it was precisely because of him that his esteemed teacher had spent the entire day in high spirits, radiating joy wherever he went, while his father felt invigorated at work, walking with his head held a notch higher. From that day forth, the two men forged a bond, often meeting for drinks and discussing the safest hiding spots for their little treasures or the best quality wigs. Even though Chen Jianhai had no such worries. Upon returning to the classroom, Jiang Chun let out a sigh of relief and quickly donned a mischievous expression, ready to tease. Come on. Tell me why old Wang scolded you this time. I need a good laugh. Chen Qian chuckled internally but feigned a glum demeanor, sighing dramatically without divulging a word. This left Jiang Chun anxious, his face twitching in anticipation. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. Zhou Huixian entered the classroom with an unusual smile, much to the surprise of the students, who exchanged knowing glances. Was old Zhou experiencing a second spring? It seemed unlikely. Perhaps he had won the lottery. Could it be that our class performed well in this exam? When have I ever performed poorly? All right, class, settle down. Zhou Huixian's commanding voice silenced everyone. Stand up. Before long, Zhou Huixian instructed the students in the front row to begin distributing the graded papers. It was merely a weekly exam, lacking the significance of class rankings, let alone grade rankings, so there was no need to call out names to announce scores. However, once all students had received their papers and began to chatter, Zhou Huixian cleared his throat. Enough chatter. Your performance in this exam was about the same as before, likely placing you in the middle among the 12 classes. Upon hearing this, the students who typically excelled in academics emitted a chorus of sarcastic remarks. Jiang Chun could not help but roll his eyes and nudged Chen Qian. Look at that Li Hao. He's pounding his fist on the desk. One might think a relative of his is hospitalized. Chen Qian glanced at Li Hao in the third row, whose exaggerated expressions and animated gestures were indeed quite theatrical. He nearly burst into laughter, patting Jiang Chun on the shoulder but refraining from saying much. He understood that Jiang Chun was merely trying to lighten his mood, given that Li Hao was his greatest rival in class. The reason was simple. Chen Qian was too handsome, and Li Hao was envious. Oh, the burdens of being a handsome man. Initially, Li Hao had not been so antagonistic, but once he learned that the class monitor in beauty, Wang Wenli, harbored a secret crush on Chen Qian and had even pinned him a love letter, his disdain intensified. Chen Qian could only feel wronged, as he had done nothing to warrant such animosity. At the podium, Zhou Huixian rapped his desk, and the classroom fell silent. Although none of you made significant progress this time, I must highlight one individual. Hearing this, many students who believed they had performed well began to hope for recognition. Especially Li Hao, who leaned forward, eager to see his own paper marked 145. It is none other than Chen Qian. He scored 128. A remarkable improvement of over 100 points. Let us give him a round of applause. The atmosphere in the classroom momentarily froze, with students exchanging bewildered glances. Many turning to look at the trash can nearby. Chen Qian? Being praised? Surely, this must be a mistake. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. As the teacher had spoken, a scattered applause began to rise, gradually growing more enthusiastic. Wow, Chen Duo. You scored 128. Jiang Chun exclaimed, attempting to suppress his excitement as he snatched Chen Qian's paper. Staring at the bold red 128, he was left speechless. Why have you been hiding your scores from me? Were you waiting for this moment? Hey, I only scored 96. You owe me for my emotional distress. Chen Qian smiled, extending a hand. 5 packs of spicy strips? Jiang Chun asked uncertainly. Chen Qian shook his head. What I mean is, my slight effort has already reached the pinnacle of human advancement. Darn it. Jiang Chun's expression darkened as he once again experienced Chen Duoduo's shamelessness. However, before he could respond, Li Hao in the front suddenly raised his hand. Zhou Huixian noticed, but chose to ignore it, continuing, I know many of you might be curious and suspect that Chen Qian cheated. Rest assured, I have confirmed that the score is authentic and a result of Chen Qian's hard work. I hope you all understand that, given the mere week since the last exam. If Chen Qian can achieve such progress, so can you. All it takes is effort and perseverance. Miracles can be created before the college entrance examination. All right, let us begin reviewing the material. Chapter 12. Unveiling the shortcomings with the class officially underway. Zhou Huixian's words infused the students with motivation. Nevertheless, the fact that Chen Qian scored 128 remained utterly astonishing, causing many to steal glances at him. It was akin to observing a rare giant panda or envisioning their future selves achieving similar progress. At this stage, motivational speeches had become tiresome. Yet the evidence was undeniably present. A mere week saw an ascent from 20 to 30 points to a staggering 120 to 30. It was simply outrageous. Even Jiang Chun felt invigorated, sitting up straight with newfound determination. However, one individual remained unaffected, Li Hao. The moment Zhou Huixian disregarded him, his expression soured. Especially upon noticing Wang Wenli in the distance, casting shy glances at Chen Qian, twisting his insides with jealousy. Why him? It must be cheating. How could Chen Qian, with such dreadful grades, suddenly make such a leap? He must have deceived the teacher somehow. Desperate to share his theories with his deskmate, he found his companion entirely engrossed in the lesson, leaving him to swallow his frustrations. But he was certain that it wouldn't be long before Chen Qian's ruse would be exposed. The class passed swiftly. To Chen Qian's surprise, as soon as the bell rang, a throng of classmates, predominantly girls, surrounded him. Chen Qian, how did you manage such a tremendous improvement? Wang Wenli, not particularly tall, squeezed to the forefront, eager to inquire. Yes. Do you have any study tips? Can you teach me? Other girls chimed in, each vying for his attention. Why not whisper your secrets to me alone? Can I come find you after each class? Chen Qian, enveloped by the swarm of admirers, found himself at a loss for words, as their chatter became a cacophony, overwhelming his senses. Moreover, in a bid to avert such situations, I had meticulously maintained an aloof persona, so why has it now faltered? Is this the enchanting power of a handsome man coupled with an academic achiever? How am I to navigate life henceforth? Alas, my arms ache a tad. I beseech you, refrain from shaking my arm. At this moment, I, Jiang Chun, who had been squeezed to the side, felt as if my molars were on the verge of shattering. Am I envious? As Chen Qian's steadfast friend, I certainly am not. Yet, I do harbor a sense of admiration. Why am I not the one surrounded? Why is it not my arm being embraced? In that instant, I found myself regretting my friendship with Chen Qian, though he truly is a good person. Perhaps this is simply the price one pays for being friends with a handsome lad. Just then, Jiang Chun keenly noticed Li Hao approaching from a distance. He feigned passing by while murmuring in a seemingly casual, yet resonant tone, "Cheating, isn't it? You can deceive the teacher once, but not a second time." "What did you just say?" Jiang Chun was furious. He shot up, startling Li Hao, who, upon regaining his composure, bravely locked eyes with Jiang Chun. "I said, it's just cheating. You can trick the teacher once, but not twice. What will you do about it?" At this moment, the surrounding female students fell silent. Chen Qian discreetly maneuvered through the crowd to intercept Jiang Chun, scrutinizing Li Hao from head to toe. His face was riddled with acne, his nose was flat, and he stood a good head shorter at 183 meters. "What are you staring at?" Li Hao scoffed, entirely unconcerned that Chen Qian might retaliate. In fact, he welcomed it, as it could lead to Chen Qian being reprimanded by the entire school. Chen Qian shook his head, choosing not to respond. In truth, he felt no emotional stirrings toward Li Hao's taunts. After all, he had weathered similar foolish conflicts at this age, often arising from trivial reasons, even squabbling over affections for the same girl. Chen Qian merely felt a touch of nostalgia, recalling the foolishness he had witnessed in the past. Wait, could it be that Li Hao is about to wager with me? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. For boys of this age are often fond of betting. Even without stakes, the mere acknowledgement of prowess could compel one to reach for the nearest branch. Focus on your studies and refrain from engaging in frivolities, Chen Qian ultimately decided, opting to let it slide with a smile. Li Hao frowned, taken aback by Chen Qian's words, but his anger surged as he glanced at the starry-eyed female students surrounding them. He could easily guess their thoughts. Chen Qian is so graceful, so charming, so much more mature than his peers. What is this? Am I merely a stepping stone? Unable to suppress his frustration, Li Hao blurted out, "What are you pretending to be, a big shot?" Chen Qian's previously indifferent expression suddenly shifted. Jiang Chun perked up, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Here it comes. Chen Qian is about to unleash his wrath. Chen Qian stepped forward, extending a finger to jab Li Hao's forehead, causing him to stagger back a step. With a face like that, could you possibly refrain from parading it before me? The intent behind his mockery of Li Hao's appearance was clear. He understood the root of Li Hao's disdain, pure jealousy. Strike where it hurts. Without pausing, Chen Qian jabbed again. Your nostrils are quite large. Can you not perceive the boogers and hair protruding from them? Double whammy. Another poke followed. Look at how dark you are. Did you crossbreed with black rice? Triple whammy. And yet another jab. Do you not bathe? Can you not detect the scent emanating from yourself? Quadruple whammy. Oh, by the way, Chen Qian suddenly recalled something, leaning in to whisper in Li Hao's ear. Audible only to the two of them. Wang Winli mentioned to me last time that you discussed her. Total annihilation. Jiang Chun couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, only to promptly cover his mouth. Damn it. Li Hao seethed, raising his hand to strike back, but Jiang Chun, quick on the uptake, delivered a swift kick. Bang. Li Hao toppled to the ground, knocking over several desks. The bell rang, signaling the end of the farce. Li Hao glared at the smiling Chen Qian and Jiang Chun, his eyes burning with fury, yet he ultimately swallowed his anger and returned to his seat. Chen Qian, along with Jiang Chun, hurriedly helped their classmates restore order to the disarrayed desks while incessantly apologizing. Fortunately, with the assistance of several female classmates, they swiftly managed to tidy everything up just before the teacher arrived. Chapter 13. The completion of the second phase, quite the patient one, aren't you? Chen Qian mused as he observed Li Hao's back. Soon, their Chinese teacher, Chong Lu, entered the classroom, distributing test papers and explaining the topics, an unembellished routine for the third-year students. Practice tests, papers, and incessant lecturing ensued. However, the classmates were astonished to discover that Chen Qian's Chinese scores had indeed improved. Previously languishing around the 80s and 90s, he now soared to an impressive 113. While not extraordinary, the subject of Chinese is unique. Most students hover between 90 and 100, making it challenging to score too low or too high. Those who excel can easily score above 120 without attending class, occasionally even reaching 130. Conversely, those who struggle find it nearly impossible to improve, regardless of their efforts. Likewise, Chong Lu, like Zhou Huixian, specifically praised Chen Qian, garnering even more admiration from the female classmates. Chen Qian felt a sense of helplessness, perceiving himself as a panda under the scorching gaze of his peers, which made it difficult to concentrate on his studies. The day swiftly passed. Chen Qian had undeniably shown throughout the day, although his performance in math and science subjects did not mirror the significant progress he made in English and Chinese. The teachers unanimously singled him out, expressing their hopes for his continued effort. How is it that Chen Qian now appears to be the apple of every teacher's eye? The classmates were puzzled, as Chen Qian's overall score was not exceptionally high, but after some contemplation, they realized it was due to the teachers recognizing Chen Qian's hard work. In an instant, a wave of diligence swept through Class 8 of the third year. After evening self-study, Jiang Chun intended to walk home with Chen Qian, but was met with a refusal. Alas, the teachers have discerned my genius and insist on supplementary lessons. How could I decline? Jiang Chun's face quivered with amusement. Ah, Chen Qian, you once called others geniuses, only to reveal that you consider yourself the greater genius. How cunning. Chen Qian chuckled, rubbing his shoes on the floor. Not slippery at all, is it? Jiang Chun fell silent, vexed, and stormed off. His irritation was feigned. He understood that the teacher's willingness to provide Chen Qian with extra assistance was a boon, and he genuinely felt happy for him. Yet, the two could not endure a day without their playful banter. It was a necessity. 2 minutes later, Chen Qian entered the teacher's lounge. Greeted by the predatory gazes of the various subject teachers, he felt compelled to exclaim, "Come forth. Relentlessly torment me." An hour later, Chen Qian emerged. Satisfaction etched upon his face, leisurely riding his bicycle home. Upon returning, he pushed open the door to find his parents waiting at the dining table. A sumptuous dinner laid out with 4 dishes, 2 plates of vegetables, a plate of braised chicken, and yet another plate of oysters. Chen Qian's eyes widened. Come, my son, you must be exhausted from studying. Hand your backpack to your mother and sit down to eat. Li Qingmei welcomed him with a smile. Chen Qian hesitated momentarily before handing his backpack to his mother. He contemplated whether to show his parents the results of the recent weekly exam, but ultimately decided against it. He thought it best to wait until his grades across all subjects improved significantly. After all, the mathematics and science papers were truly disheartening. After washing his hands, Chen Qian took a seat at the dining table. Dad, Mom, why did you buy oysters again? Instantly, the expressions of Li Qingmei and Chen Jianhai stiffened for a moment. Li Qingmei smiled and replied, Isn't it your favorite? Chen Jianhai quickly chimed in. Yes, your mother is just concerned for you. Oysters are good for your health, especially with the pressure of the upcoming college entrance exams. Upon hearing this, Chen Qian chose not to inquire further. It wasn't that he disliked oysters. Rather, he had experienced a few sleepless nights that left him needing to change his underwear. After dinner, he returned to his room, where his mother immediately presented him with a large platter of fruit and an entire box containing 18 walnuts. Chen Qian felt puzzled by his mother's unusually enthusiastic demeanor. Although she would often prepare fruit for him each evening, it was typically left on the dining table, untouched, as he didn't have much fondness for it. And what was with the 18 walnuts? His mother was well aware of his aversion to nuts and likely succumbed to the supermarket's marketing. After all, his mother wasn't foolish. She wouldn't buy anything substandard. It was more likely that she had softened, thinking about his need for nourishment. And upon seeing the ingredient list matching that of the genuine product, she was persuaded through repeated suggestions to purchase them. Chen Qian sighed, his emotions a mix of complexity and amusement. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had returned home over an hour late, yet his parents hadn't questioned him at all. The warmth of his mother's current demeanor made him recall the face of a bald man, Old Wang. Old Wang had secretly been in touch with his parents. Chen Qian inhaled sharply, though he didn't mind, as he was confident Old Wang would no longer speak ill of him. Yet, the ingrained fear still sent a chill down his spine. After a while, he chuckled helplessly. Through this incident, he gained a deeper understanding of Old Wang's earnest and responsible nature. Truly, it was terrifying in its own right. In the following days, Chen Qian immersed himself in diligent study, losing track of time. The next day unfolded like any other, filled with monotonous learning, yet Chen Qian was invigorated. Notably, it seemed his determination had inspired Jiang Chun to work harder than before. This was to be expected, as they were at a critical juncture. Unless one had completely given up on retaking the exams, even the lazier students would begin to exert themselves. That evening, Chen Qian returned to the office and emerged an hour later, his face reflecting satisfaction. By the 3rd day, he had officially completed his high school Chinese curriculum. On the 4th day, he tackled both mathematics and physics, making progress far quicker than with Chinese. By the 5th day, biology and chemistry were also conquered. At this point, he had absorbed all the knowledge from the textbooks spanning elementary, middle, and high school. It was then that a familiar mechanical voice suddenly resonated. Sitting at his desk at home, Chen Qian's eyes sparkled with surprise. Detected that the host has preliminarily completed knowledge accumulation. Reward: increased cognitive flexibility. In the next moment, a refreshing sensation flickered through his mind. Confused, Chen Qian noted that aside from feeling less mental fatigue, there were no other discernible changes. Nor did the system interface exhibit any modifications. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it, and soon fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he encountered a familiar figure. Chapter 14. The weekly exam again the following day. Chen Qian rose early, changed his underwear, and after breakfast, pedaled swiftly to school. Upon arriving in class, he retrieved the reference books he had previously purchased. Although he had been dedicating time to study these books daily, his overall progress was rather slow. He still had more than half of the English dictionary left to memorize, and many other language-related reference materials were even less complete. However, after just a few minutes, Chen Qian was astonished. He suddenly realized that his memory retention for knowledge had improved. Though the enhancement was modest, it was indeed an improvement. Was this the effect of increased cognitive flexibility? Chen Qian suppressed his excitement and reveled in the joy of memorization until the first class began. He then pulled out a mathematics exam paper. Starting today, he would enter the final phase of his plan, application. He aimed to flexibly utilize the knowledge and formulas stored in his mind to further elevate his scores, preparing for the final sprint toward the college entrance examination. Chen Qian's method was straightforward: practice problems. He had no better solution for addressing the application aspect. Yet, just a few minutes later, he was once again taken aback. The difficulty of the exam seemed to have lessened. Then it dawned on him. It wasn't the exam that had become easier, but rather, his cognitive flexibility had improved. This meant that his ability to apply the knowledge and formulas in his mind had enhanced. This was the primary benefit of increased cognitive flexibility. The improvement in memory retention was merely a bonus. Goodness, was this what it felt like to be favored by the god of logic? How exhilarating. Chen Qian felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "I want to complete 10 papers." However, in order to maintain his aloof persona, he stifled his enthusiasm. Time flew by, and for an entire day, he immersed himself in memorizing reference books and diligently practicing exam papers. The results were remarkably gratifying, even with just half a day's effort. He achieved what previously took a full day. That evening, Chen Qian walked out of the office with composure, amidst the astonished gazes of his teachers. It wasn't until his figure disappeared down the corridor that Wang Jinghua sighed deeply, shaking his head. This kid is simply a monster. The physics teacher beside him nodded vigorously. Indeed, I have never encountered such a brilliant student. This is beyond extraordinary. Meanwhile, the biology teacher felt a surge of relief. Thank goodness this young man found his way back. Otherwise, we might have lost a genius. Sighing, Zhou Huixian lamented, I have nothing left to teach him. Upon hearing this, the other teachers sighed in unison, though none expressed sentiments of shared helplessness. While they were indeed astonished by Chen Qian's rapid progress, they still had material to teach. Even if the day came when they felt they had nothing left to offer, they could not admit to their inadequacy. It was a matter of dignity. I am genuinely looking forward to the quiz on Monday. I wonder how many points this kid will score, Wang Jinghua mused leisurely. Instantly, the eyes of all the teachers sparkled with anticipation. The day off swiftly came to an end. On Monday morning, Chen Qian arrived at the classroom early, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the weekly exam. Unlike before, he now had no preference regarding the order of subjects for the exams. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Jinghua and the others were equally eager to witness his performance, but even if he had known, he would not have allowed himself to feel overly proud. For he was acutely aware that he was still merely an average overachiever. Soon, with the ringing of the class bell, Wang Jinghua entered with the exam papers. The students in the classroom sighed momentarily before rallying their spirits, entering the examination mindset. Chen Qian took the exam paper, casually glanced over it, and gauged the difficulty level in his mind. Except for the last 3 complex problems that required careful contemplation, he could discern the problem-solving approach for the rest of the questions at a glance. As the examination commenced, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom, broken only by the faint rustle of pen tips gliding over scratched paper. As time passed, Chen Qian turned to the final page and focused on the third-to-last major question. Given that the sum of the first n terms of a geometric series, an, is Sn, which satisfies the following relation. He pondered for several minutes before uncovering the solution method. At the moment of resolution, an indescribable sense of fulfillment surged within him. Is this the joy of learning? I am enamored. Next came the second-to-last major question, which posed a challenge for Chen Qian. After a good 10 minutes of contemplation, he barely grasped the solution approach. Yet he could not confidently ascertain its correctness. As for the final major question, he could not even find a hint of a solution. Sighing deeply, Chen Qian lamented the brevity of time and the insufficient practice he had undertaken. Enhancing mental agility is akin to unlocking potential, Yet if one fails to harness that potential, it serves no purpose. There remains much to strive for. He meticulously reviewed the exam paper once more, and the mathematics examination concluded. In the subsequent Chinese examination, Chen Qian felt a marked improvement. The pronunciations of words like qi, zhen, jia, and qi were effortless. The phrase dogs and pigs eat humans without knowing to reflect. They are painted in hunger but do not recognize their demise. When one dies, they say, "It is not me, but the year that is different from stabbing and killing." How could anyone struggle with such simplicity? Chen Qian's responses flowed seamlessly, and his reading comprehension had sharpened, allowing him to discern the intent behind the questions with greater clarity. Although his essay remained mediocre, overall, he had accurately captured the essence. Of course, there was still room for improvement. Chen Qian felt no sense of complacency. After the Chinese exam, it was time for the English test. This time, Chen Qian was brimming with confidence, firmly grasping the material. After a week of instruction from teacher Zhou, he had mastered phonetics, and all the vocabulary naturally fell into place in his mind. Throughout the week, except for the first day, he and teacher Zhou communicated solely in English. Teacher Zhou, even apprehensive, played various listening tapes to assist Chen Qian in correcting his pronunciation, only to discover that no corrections were necessary. Chen Qian's pronunciation was impeccable. Reluctantly, the purpose of the tapes shifted to developing his listening skills. Now, when Chen Qian received the English exam paper, it felt as familiar as reading his mother tongue. Even before the listening section began, he had completed all the questions. Chen Qian found himself bemused. The questions were so elementary. How much does this garment cost? During the second round of bargaining, what did Xiao Ming say the price was? Why did Xiao Hong choose to remain anonymous after doing a good deed? The answers were all in the passage above. Surely, no one could answer incorrectly on such matters. As the comprehensive science exam concluded, another monotonous day came to an end. Before heading home that evening, Chen Qian, with a reluctant demeanor, once again entered the Jinbang bookstore, ignoring the eager gaze of the elderly proprietor, and purchased a plethora of various practice papers. There was no choice. The materials he possessed were utterly insufficient. Chapter 15. Shocking everyone the next day. Chen Qian rode his bicycle to school, humming a cheerful tune. As the class bell rang, Wang Jinghua entered the classroom with the graded exam papers. The papers were quickly distributed to the students in the front row, but Chen Qian suddenly realized, where was his paper? Just as he was about to raise his hand to inquire, he noticed that old Wang still held a paper in hand. And it dawned on him. Was he about to commend me? Oh, it's merely a minor improvement. Is it really necessary? Old Wang, how dramatic. Soon, under Chen Qian's gaze, Wang Jinghua raised the paper and waved it. Everyone quiet down. Although there is no ranking for this weekly test, I will privately calculate the class standings and announce them before evening study. However, before we formally commence the lesson, I must take a moment to especially commend Chen Qian for his remarkable progress. 130 points. Instantly, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. What? 130 points? How is that possible? Unbelievable. Do you remember how much Chen Qian scored on the last math exam? It was over 40, wasn't it? 48 points. Incredible. From 48 to 130. Surely, he didn't cheat. This is utterly bizarre. How did he achieve this? Is this what genius looks like? Just a week of effort. And he turned the tide? What about me? At that moment, Chen Qian felt like a panda, surrounded by the incredulous gazes of his classmates. Even with the soul of a 27-year-old within him, he felt a bit bashful. The next moment, Wang Wenli led the applause, and the other students soon followed suit. A wave of enthusiastic clapping crashing down and lingering on. Though it was astonishing and filled with envy, there was a genuine admiration for Chen Qian's progress. Because they could not accomplish such feats, it was daunting. Hey! Jiang Chun slapped Chen Qian on the back, his other hand clenched into a fist in mock threat. 5 packs of spicy strips for my emotional damages. And, his tone softened, teach me. Chen Qian smiled slightly. When asking for help, what attitude should you adopt? Jiang Chun's expression shifted, mimicking the previous female classmates who had clung to Chen Qian's arm. Oh, Chen Gu, my brother, my treasure. Chen Qian felt goosebumps rising. What on earth? I just wanted to hear you call me Dad. Is that too much to ask? This is utterly revolting. Yet, despite the discomfort, seeing his good brother eager to learn, he was more than willing to provide assistance. After a while of commotion in the classroom, Wang Jinghua finally coughed a few times, signaling for everyone to settle down. His delay in curbing the students' chatter was intentional, aimed at achieving this very effect. He wanted to set an example. This was also to show those who had lost confidence and contemplated giving up that effort truly pays off. It is indeed not too late. Teachers will not abandon you. Please, do not abandon yourselves. The impact of this exemplary moment was immediate. The students were once again filled with enthusiasm, listening intently. However, unbeknownst to anyone, the resentment in Li Hao's eyes, sitting in the front row, grew ever more intense. He believed he could never forget or forgive the humiliation Chen Qian had inflicted upon him days earlier, especially in front of so many classmates, including female classmates. I must take revenge, Li Hao vowed inwardly. Soon, the class bell rang, and as the second period commenced, Zhou Huixian entered the classroom. The students in Class 8 realized that the shock brought by Chen Qian was just the beginning. When the English papers were distributed, Chen Qian astonishingly emerged as the sole student to achieve a perfect score. Zhou Huixian's praise for Chen Qian was unprecedented. She even remarked that she had nothing left to teach him. Furthermore, she called upon Chen Qian to share his thoughts with the class. Although Chen Qian was somewhat taken aback, he could not refuse and reluctantly took the stage to speak for a few minutes. What? I am working very hard. Effort can indeed create miracles. Recently, I have been studying until 2 or 3 in the morning every day, something like why linger and sleep when alive. In death, one shall rest. While he spoke the truth, his nonchalant demeanor irked many classmates below, especially Jiang Chun, who inwardly lamented, "This is it. Chen Duan has now adopted the tone of those jerks." However, despite the students' irritation, they were undeniably inspired, which surprised even Chen Qian. As he gazed into the fervent eyes surrounding him, he suddenly realized that his ability to converse was indeed quite valuable. Could it be that I possessed the potential for multi-level marketing? No, that would be utterly unacceptable. Engaging in illegal activities is a definite no-go. As Chen Qian descended from the stage, his classmates anticipated the commencement of class, only to be astounded by the fact that teacher Zhao had yet to finish her praises. A casual remark from Chen Qian, "Why linger and sleep while alive? After death, one shall find eternal rest," was singled out by her, and she extolled Chen Qian for his literary flair. Chen Qian noticed the increasing frequency of his classmates rolling their eyes at him. He felt helpless, yet his peers were even more exasperated. None had expected such a side to teacher Zhao. Little did they know that this was merely an internet cliché. What literary prowess was there to speak of? However, as the English class concluded and the Chinese teacher entered the classroom, Chen Qian's exam paper was circulated among the students, who couldn't help but swallow hard. 122 points. Progress indeed. Chang Lu's voice was filled with encouragement. Everyone, take a look at how Chen Qian answered the questions. His responses are no longer simplistic. There has been remarkable improvement in his choice of words and sentence structure, though his score was not the highest in the class. In terms of writing, he had already made significant strides. To put it bluntly, at his age, such eloquence could be considered quite impressive. I hope everyone can learn from Chen Qian. Good writing and neat presentation can indeed influence your scores in the college entrance examination. Keep it up, everyone. You are all amazing. Chang Lu clenched her fists in encouragement. Yet to her surprise, she noticed the peculiar expressions on her classmates' faces, complex and strange. What could be the matter? After pondering for a while, she could not decipher their reactions and simply sighed before starting the lesson. As time passed, she was astonished to find her students far more attentive than before, eagerly participating in answering questions. The enthusiasm was simply beyond her expectations. Indeed, my encouragement resonated with them. They felt my sincerity. This is the spiritual connection I share with these delightful students. Choosing to be a teacher and nurture young minds was undoubtedly the wisest decision of my life. Chapter 16. Too wild. Next came physics, chemistry, and biology classes, where the teachers repeatedly praised Chen Qian. The total score for the comprehensive sciences was 300, and Chen Qian's score was an impressive 234. The students were becoming numb. They had gradually acclimated to Chen Qian's extraordinary performance, as he had previously struggled to even reach half of that score, 150. They had never encountered someone so remarkable. Though their class was merely an average one, at this moment, many entertained the thought, with Chen Qian's pace of improvement, shouldn't he be in a higher-tier class? What is he doing in an ordinary class? This is disheartening. Unfortunately, Chen Qian remained oblivious to their thoughts, and even if he were aware, transferring classes was out of the question. He was a student of Wang Jinghua, now and forever. Soon, the bell for dismissal rang in the afternoon, and many were preparing to head to the cafeteria for a meal when Wang Jinghua stepped into the classroom first, posting the overall ranking from the recent examination on the wall. As Chen Qian was about to rise to take a look, Jiang Chun had already dashed out ahead of him. "Hey, take a look for me. Do you even need to ask?" Jiang Chun's stout physique plunged into the crowd. Though he was only slightly over 1.7 meters tall, he exuded strength. Chen Qian found himself puzzled. This guy appeared to have no visible muscles, and his flesh seemed soft. How could he possess such power? After contemplating, he concluded that it must be a remarkable talent. His father must also be quite strong. He must be a capable contractor. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chun returned, barely seated before exclaiming, "You scored 636. Third in the class. The top two are not far ahead." He failed to notice the expressions of discomfort on the faces of several classmates who had not yet seen the rankings upon hearing his announcement. Third place. To rise to third place in just 2 weeks. 636 points. A solid chance for 211, and 985 is within reach. What an anomaly. Upon hearing he was in third place, Chen Qian nodded nonchalantly. He had already calculated his total score of 636, and while third place seemed commendable, he was not entirely satisfied. After all, it wasn't first. However, he reminded himself that he had not completed many exercises, and his potential had yet to be fully realized. So he reluctantly accepted this ranking and even felt somewhat fortunate. Had it not been for his perfect score of 150 in English, boosting his overall score significantly, he might have barely topped 600. Only when he could consistently score above 660 would he be content. After all, maintaining a score above 660 would place him in the realm of the elite classes at number 1 high school, a rarity throughout Qinglu City. As for the elite class at number 2 high school, there were more students who could score above 630 compared to the ordinary class. But they still had some distance to cover before reaching 660. Of course, exceptional performances occasionally skewed the average. In their class, a score of 636 could lead the pack. But in an elite class, his ranking might fall to several places down. With this thought in mind, Chen Qian felt invigorated. This is the way forward. The next goal, first in the grade. By the way, Chen Qian turned to Jiang Chun. What are the scores for the first and second in our class? 641 for Wang Wenli, and the second is that fellow Li Hao, with 638, Jiang Chun replied without hesitation. Chen Qian nodded thoughtfully. Seeing his demeanor, Jiang Chun leaned in curiously. Are you preparing to challenge for first place? It dawned upon him that Chen Qian was not far from the top. Was he aiming for first in the entire grade? Chen Qian smiled without a word, allowing Jiang Chun to come to his own conclusions. Jiang Chun gasped in realization. In an instant, he comprehended Chen Qian's concerns. Actions speak louder than words, and saying too much now would be pointless, potentially leading others to think Chen Qian was getting ahead of himself, especially with those classmates still sneaking glances in their direction. However, regardless of others' opinions, Jiang Chun firmly believed in his brother's capabilities. There was no other reason, just faith. But then he thought, couldn't Chen Qian tutor me a bit more? Suddenly, Jiang Chun's mind perked up. After all, he couldn't fall behind too much. He was still hoping to attend the same university as Chen Qian. Yet, Chen Qian's time was far too limited. He barely had a moment to assist himself with questions before a swarm of girls surrounded him, asking this and that. After evening study, Chen Qian needed to head to the office. The time allotted to him was just too scant. With this thought, Jiang Chun pulled out his phone and called his father, promptly dashing outside. Observing this, Chen Qian found himself puzzled. What was this guy thinking? Why was he acting so shifty? And why did he run away? However, as he looked at the girls once again closing in on him, he could only smile helplessly. Dismissing further thoughts, shortly before evening study commenced, Jiang Chun returned. Not only did he return, but he was also laden with several exquisite gifts. Making a beeline for the teacher's office without hesitation. As he passed by the classroom door, he couldn't resist raising an eyebrow at Chen Qian. Chen Qian was taken aback. Was he bringing gifts? Jiang Chun reveled in Chen Qian's astonished expression, feeling immensely proud. By bringing a few gifts, he could also visit the office after school. Not only would the teachers provide personal guidance, but Chen Qian could also assist him with his questions. A double buff indeed. Although it was somewhat daunting to face the teachers alone, the presence of Chen Duo made a significant difference. I dare you to believe I would touch old Wang's bald head. Moreover, the ostentatious act of gifting was entirely deliberate. With so many witnesses to his generosity, how could the teachers possibly refuse his requests? I truly am quite astute. At this moment, Chen Qian began to understand and surmise Jiang Chun's intentions, inwardly expressing admiration. This approach was rather audacious for an 18-year-old high school student. He believed Jiang Chun could achieve his goal, but one must also consider the nature of old Wang. In the next moment, Chen Qian, unusually setting down his book, stealthily made his way to the corridor, following towards the office. Meanwhile, a group of mischievous classmates, who relished in gossip and revelry, gathered around him. They all watched as Jiang Chun, beaming with a smile, entered the office. And together they clandestinely positioned themselves around the windows and door, crouching low. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, a thunderous bang echoed as old Wang slammed his hand on the desk, causing Chen Qian to worry that the table might splinter. The sound of old Wang's furious roar soon followed. What on earth are you doing? At such a young age, you already know how to bribe. What will you become in society? Can't you just ask to learn directly from the teacher? Would the teacher refuse? Is this how you perceive me? Inside the office, Jiang Chun stood awkwardly, clutching the unoffered gifts, feeling more embarrassed than ever. It was the first time in 3 years he had witnessed old Wang so enraged, leaving him momentarily speechless. Outside, Chen Qian, initially prepared to revel in the chaos, felt his spirits dampen. He could tell that old Wang was genuinely upset, and if not handled properly, it could linger for days. With a sigh, he rose and knocked on the office door. Knock, knock. Fatty, I'm about to brave a treacherous endeavor for you. This time, a mere 5 packs of spicy strips 1 tea suffice. I expect at least a feast of spicy hot pot. In Chapter 17, the seasoned veteran revealed his wit. Inside the office, numerous teachers turned their gazes towards the knocking Chen Qian. Taking a deep breath, he entered, patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder, and hurriedly approached old Wang. Teacher Wang, please do not be angry. It would be unfortunate if you became too upset to teach us, Chen Qian said playfully, gently rubbing old Wang's back while urging him to sit back down. Wang Jingwo was taken aback by Chen Qian's unexpected arrival, and upon hearing his words, instinctively sat down. Chen Qian then seized the opportunity to massage old Wang's shoulders. Ah, Teacher Wang, this was actually my fault. Please don't misunderstand Jiang Chun. I had previously told him about your generous tutoring, which has been tremendously effective, and he merely wished to join in. It was my suggestion for him to present you with a gift. The blame lies solely with me. We both know you are not that kind of person. I merely suggested some supplements because I noticed you've been working too hard, without any ulterior motives. So please, do not be angry. If you must assign blame, let it be directed at me. Jiang Chun acted this way because of my influence. As he spoke, Chen Qian subtly signaled Jiang Chun with a glance, nearly bringing him to tears with gratitude. Brother. But then he noticed Chen Qian discreetly gesturing a single finger, causing him to gulp. Jiang Chun understood. Damn, that single finger could not possibly signify a mere spicy strip. This was a matter that could not be resolved with just that. It had to be a hot pot. Despite his complaints, he sincerely appreciated Chen Qian's intervention. At this moment, having vented his frustrations, old Wang felt a significant portion of his anger dissipate as Chen Qian maintained a cheerful demeanor, enjoying the comfort of the shoulder massage. After years of teaching, he was far from naive, easily discerning the true nature of the situation. This incident had nothing to do with Chen Qian, yet he chose not to expose the truth. Driven by a teacher's instinct, he decided to follow the flow of events. Turning towards Chen Qian, he stated, since you've said so, I shall let this matter slide this time. However, you all are growing up. I hope you understand that mistakes in life come with consequences. Here's the deal. I want to see progress in the next monthly exam. I expect you to rank among the top in the school. Chen Qian's heart soared with joy upon hearing this. The fact that there were conditions implied old Wang truly bore no ill will and was not angry. As for the conditions, they were merely his personal goals. He immediately agreed. Of course, no problem. You can count on me, Teacher Wang. Wang Jingwa nodded, then shifted his focus to Jiang Chun. While he had faith in Chen Qian, his true aim was Jiang Chun. Realizing old Wang's intent, Chen Qian understood the situation perfectly. Indeed, experience always prevails. Jiang Chun, come here, Wang Jingwa said sternly. Jiang Chun, startled, quickly set down the gifts in his hands and bowed his head as he approached Wang Jingwa. Your condition is also to show improvement. Don't wait for the monthly exam. I don't expect you to progress as much as Chen Qian, but I want to see results in the next weekly test. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Jiang Chun replied meekly. Wang Jingwa nodded, then, in the most neutral tone, delivered his coldest statement. If you fail to do so, I will call your parents. I want to see where you learned this habit of gifting. Though Jiang Chun silently cursed that it was his father who had taught him, he dared not voice it, merely staring at his own toes peeking out beneath his shoes. All right, you all can return to your studies. And Jiang Chun, you may come by after school as well. Wang Jingwa waved his hand, dismissing them. Jiang Chun's eyes brightened, and like a man released from shackles, he hurried out of the office. Chen Qian smiled and greeted the teachers before leisurely exiting. Ah, this kid. Wang Jingwa chuckled after the two departed. He is quite loyal. Indeed. Not bad, not bad. A true student of mine. The other teachers exchanged glances, some coughing awkwardly. What? Just because he's your student, he's not ours now. Zhou Huixian rolled her eyes, and Chang Lu couldn't help but sputter out the water she had just sipped. Wang Jingwa paid no heed to their reactions. wearing a proud expression that made everyone clench their fists in frustration. That evening after school, Zhang Chun officially joined the tutoring sessions, embarking on what would be the final torment of his high school years. He had envisioned a pleasant experience, even imagining moments where he and Chen Qian would work together, exchanging playful glances while tackling problems. It sounded delightful, studying while having fun, without the distractions of girls. Surely the teachers couldn't monitor them constantly. However, to his surprise, the teachers were indeed watching them at all times. More accurately, they fixated solely on him, not allowing a single minute to slip by unobserved. Those fierce glares, those menacing expressions, what happened to the amiable demeanor they had when conversing with Chen Duo? Why did their expressions shift so drastically upon turning their gaze toward him? As he scratched his head, the pressure mounted. This was utterly intolerable. How could he endure this? 1 hour of tutoring felt like an eternity. But Chen Qian observed Zhang Chun's struggles in silence, wishing for his friend to excel in his studies. Though Zhang Chun might have felt some resentment, he would soon forget it, knowing the distinction between right and wrong. So, he thought, just bear with it. I don't find this torturous at all. At the school gate, Chen Qian watched as Zhang Chun pedaled away on his uncharged electric bike, chuckling to himself in delight at his friend's plight. Several minutes later, Chen Qian returned home. Upon entering, he was momentarily stunned. Bang! 2 firecrackers erupted simultaneously, and behind the fluttering streamers were the beaming faces of his parents. Ding ding ding. Welcome home, son. Congratulations on your academic improvement. Chen Jianhai and Li Qingmei joyfully stepped forward to embrace their son, their eyes brimming with excitement and pride. Chen Qian regained his composure and smiled. What an extravagant welcome, he thought. This was a first for him. Initially, he had intended to casually reveal his exam results, but now it seemed unnecessary. It was evident that old Wang had once again communicated with his family. Nonetheless, this was rather delightful. Chen Qian playfully wriggled out of his parents' embrace, dramatically feigning exhaustion, tilting his head and joining in the act. Oh dear, my shoulders are a bit sore, and my backpack is rather heavy. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianhai and Li Qingmei exchanged knowing glances, eager to snatch the backpack from behind their son. Come here. Let me see this heavy bag that's tiring you out. Give it to your old man. I'm not afraid of a little fatigue. Neither am I. Hand it over to me. This backpack should be helping you bear the burden, not adding to it. Chen Qian could hardly contain his laughter, exchanging glances with his parents, and the three erupted into hearty laughter. After a delightful commotion, the family finally settled down to enjoy their meal. With 6 dishes laid out, it felt as festive as the new year, and of course, a large bowl of oysters was also indispensable. Ultimately, his parents ensured that every morsel made its way into his mouth. Chen Qian felt himself growing stronger, indeed. Chapter 18. Minor troubles. Time flew swiftly as the month-end exams approached. Over the course of the past 2 weeks, Chen Qian had undergone 2 additional weekly tests, demonstrating to everyone the true meaning of genius. This was what one might call brilliance. Scoring 658 in the 3rd weekly test and an impressive 687 in the 4th, he easily clinched the top spot in his class. Not only was he consistent, but he was also advancing without pause. It was impossible to fathom where his limits lay. Wang Jinghua and the other teachers, along with his classmates, were left in awe, and after the 4th weekly test, they were almost numbed by his performance. Oh, Chen Qian? Forget it, we can't compete. His previous poor scores were merely a jest. He is simply extraordinary. No matter what he scores, we are no longer surprised. We are exhausted. Let it be. Chen Qian, of course, had heard the whispers circulating among his classmates regarding his remarkable progress, but he would never admit to being anything but a minor genius. Unbeknownst to him, his extraordinary advancements kindled a thought in the minds of Wang Jinghua and other teachers that they had never dared to entertain before. Could Chen Qian possibly aim for the title of the top student in the city this year? Perhaps even the province? Based on previous score thresholds, it would likely require a score nearing 700. Surely, Chen Qian could achieve that. However, they were unaware that Chen Qian had already set his sights on a national level. Although the national college entrance examination varied slightly across provinces, if he could attain a perfect score, he could rightfully claim the title of the national champion, and few would contest that. Notably, during these 2 weekly tests, besides Chen Qian's dazzling scores, another student had made a remarkable leap, Zhang Chun. Scoring 589 in the 3rd weekly test and surpassing 600 with a score of 603 in the 4th, he left his classmates astonished. The teachers, however, were less surprised, as they had Chen Qian as a precedent, which had noticeably enhanced their capacity for acceptance compared to the past. Old Wang often shook his head in the office, exclaiming, "Ah, it's all thanks to me. My students never disappoint." While the teachers could accept this, the classmates found it hard to swallow. They could begrudgingly accept Chen Qian's astonishing progress, but how could Jiang Chun also soar? He had always been of average ability, at best slightly above average. Why was he emulating Chen Qian? It was utterly infuriating. Chen Qian remained oblivious to the discussions surrounding Jiang Chun, but he was not surprised by Jiang Chun's progress. After all, this was a guy who could achieve average scores while glued to his phone. He had managed to secure decent grades now that he had set aside his phone, with the teachers working diligently to guide him. Coupled with his own determination and the collective effort to distill knowledge into concise points for him, his current achievements were truly remarkable, and Chen Qian believed there was still room for further growth. Yet, he sensed that the girls in the class seemed to be harboring some resentment. What Chen Qian did not realize was that Jiang Chun was all too aware of the reason behind this. Most of Chen Qian's spare time had been devoted to him, leading him to decline the advances of numerous girls. Could they not harbor resentment? They were all vying for his attention. This left Jiang Chun feeling quite helpless. Why are you blaming me? What else with those looks? What do they mean? Why are their notes wishing me a lifetime of singleness? How outrageous. However, this also made him realize that his dreams of a tragic high school romance were utterly dashed. Perhaps that destined partner could only be sought in college. Recognizing this, he became even more determined. His fervor for learning ignited and impossible to extinguish. The level of effort he displayed, even with teachers maintaining a facade of strictness, was increasingly acknowledged by them. On Saturday evening, the vast campus was devoid of students, save for Chen Qian and Jiang Chun, who were pushing their carts. What a beautiful day, Chen Qian mused. Finally, tomorrow brings another day of freedom. Jiang Chun appeared somewhat exhausted, but upon the mention of a break, he perked up. Even with a day off, we must study diligently. I'm looking forward to your progress in Monday's monthly exam, Chen Qian urged. Haha, you can rest assured. Jiang Chun patted his chest, his flesh jiggling as he declared, I am brimming with confidence. I never anticipated I would one day experience the feeling of being a top student. Chen Qian couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head at his friend's enthusiasm. Hey, look ahead. Jiang Chun suddenly pointed toward the school gate. Isn't that Huaguo? Why hasn't he left yet? Chen Qian turned to see a young man with golden hair, clad in tight pants, swaggering at the school entrance, smoking and bouncing his leg. Behind him was another individual with green-dyed hair, also in tight pants, mirroring Huaguo's actions. Chen Qian's gaze sharpened as he quickly deduced, he hasn't left because he's waiting for someone. But the students had long been dismissed. Aside from them as he said this, Jiang Chun also realized, you mean he's waiting for us? More accurately, he was waiting for me. With that, Chen Qian pushed his cart toward the exit, and without hesitation, Jiang Chun followed, a hint of excitement on his face. Chen Qian was familiar with this little ruffian Huaguo, or rather, no one in the second high school could be unaware of him. He had assaulted a teacher during his first year and subsequently dropped out to mingle with society, routinely loitering at various high schools after classes, not for any particular reason, but to project an image of coolness by smoking, growing his hair long, and dyeing it, hoping to entice some young girls from the school into romantic pursuits. Additionally, he aimed to flaunt his perceived superiority, believing that others were confined to school and study, devoid of freedom, while he enjoyed the liberty to do as he pleased. He felt entitled to express his disdain for those he deemed beneath him, even resorting to violence if necessary, thinking himself superior, always finding ways to showcase his ostentation. Especially to showcase to their peers, for in society, they are nothing. Chen Qian pushed his bicycle out of the school gate, observing Huaguo and his companion approaching. Silently, he propped up his bicycle while placing his right hand on the seat. The old bike's seat height adjustment knob had long been broken, allowing the seat to be pulled out with ease. Huaguo arrived before him, exhaling a puff of smoke and glaring, attempting to appear menacing. You are Chen Qian? From class 8 of the senior year? Chen Qian waved his left hand in front of his face, managing to take a breath of fresh air, then sighed internally. The fact that Huaguo had brought along 2 companions clearly indicated a lack of regard for him. He had already begun to speculate why they sought him out and who had instigated this encounter, given that he had never been one to stir trouble at school, with only a few enemies to count. However, the immediate concern was to address the current situation. In an instant, a plan formed in Chen Qian's mind. It's me. Chen Qian nodded. What do you want? Huaguo grinned, a sly expression crossing his face as he pretended to approach and throw an arm around Chen Qian's shoulders. My brother is short on cash lately. Aren't you going to pay some protection fees? A barely perceptible smile crept onto Chen Qian's lips. I was waiting for you to say that. In a swift motion, he yanked out the seat, twisting his body to create some distance. And with a powerful upward swing of the steel pipe attached to the seat, he struck. Fang Yu was evidently taken aback by Chen Qian's sudden aggression, and by the time he reacted, it was too late. A resounding thud rang out as a sharp pain shot through Fang Yu, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Chen Qian was not surprised. He had consciously held back some of his strength. The jaw is a particularly vulnerable area of the human body, and a strike from the steel pipe does not require excessive force to render someone unconscious. As for the follow-up strike to the neck, that was merely a trope from television dramas. Knowledge indeed is power. Boss. At that moment, Green Hair, still reeling from shock, shouted and charged forward. However, his first instinct was not to check on Fang Yu, but to attack Chen Qian. Unfortunately for him, before he could reach, Jiang Chen, who had been poised for action, delivered a swift kick. Bang! Green Hair was sent sprawling to the ground, and Jiang Chen showed no intention of letting him off easily, mounting him and raining down punches onto his face. You're quite arrogant. You thought you were so tough just because we usually ignore you? Stop pretending. With each punch, blood splattered from Green Hair's nose, and by the end, he was crying, pleading with Jiang Chen to stop. This scene elicited a chuckle from Chen Qian, though he did not intervene with Jiang Chen, knowing his friend was aware of the situation. Yet, if this matter was not handled properly, these delinquents might return to harass him again, which would be troublesome. Thus, Chen Qian took out his phone and dialed the police. However, before the police arrived, he was met by Wang Jinghua and other teachers returning home from work. Noticing the commotion at the school gate, Wang Jinghua rushed over, shouting in anger. What is going on? Yet, upon seeing the two delinquents on the ground, he was filled with fury. He quickly approached Green Hair and kicked him. How dare you harass my students? Bang! Why do you think you can bother my students? Bang! You little bastards, how dare you? Though he knew his students were not harmed, and were, in fact, the ones subduing the delinquents, it didn't matter. What if they got injured? This was a crucial time for the college entrance examinations. Who would take responsibility if they were delayed? This was the first time Chen Qian had witnessed this side of Mr. Wang, and even Jiang Chen was taken aback, his eyes shining with newfound admiration. Mr. Wang was formidable. Chen Qian snapped out of his daze and hurriedly approached Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, it's all right, the police will be here soon. It won't look good if they see this. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinghua paused, though his trembling hands and rapid breathing revealed his lingering anger. Chen Qian, what is going on? Speak honestly to your teacher. Are you in any trouble? I will certainly help you. Chen Qian smiled brightly, feeling warmth in his heart as he shook his head. Don't worry, teacher, I'm not in any trouble right now, and I can handle this matter. He briefly recounted the events. By now, other teachers had gathered around, and upon hearing Chen Qian's account, they were outraged. These two delinquents had been the ones causing trouble the whole time. They even dared to attempt robbery. Indeed, Chen Qian had waited for them to mention collecting protection fees before taking action. The school gate was under surveillance, and although Fang Yu's voice had not been loud, it was clear enough to be recorded. This was evidence. With such proof, subsequent actions would be straightforward. Soon, the sound of a police siren grew closer, and several burly officers emerged from the vehicle. With years of experience, they quickly assessed the scene, especially with the familiar face of a local troublemaker lying on the ground. What happened here? A stern-looking middle-aged officer stepped forward. My name is Wang. This is my badge. You can call me Officer Wang. Hearing Officer Wang's inquiry, Wang Jinghua was about to speak, but Chen Qian interjected, summarizing the situation. After listening to Chen Qian, Officer Wang regarded him thoughtfully. This young man was not simple. Robbery? This could lead to severe consequences. However, he refrained from elaborating. As a law enforcer, he would certainly handle the matter impartially. The involved parties need to come with us to take a statement. As he spoke, he glanced at the still unconscious Fang Yu, contemplating whether to call for an ambulance. Fortunately, Chen Qian had not struck too hard, and just then, Fang Yu happened to regain consciousness. Seeing a crowd surrounding him, including police officers, he instinctively trembled. Although he often boasted to his friends about not fearing the police, that was merely bravado. In reality, fear was inevitable. He experienced enough to remain silent. Obediently climbing into the police car. Teachers, we'll head over first. Thank you for your support tonight, Chen Qian said to his teachers as he prepared to bid farewell. However, the teachers were unwilling to let him go alone. No, we're going with you. We want to feel at ease otherwise. Indeed, Chen Qian. We know you have the confidence and ability to handle this situation, but some matters are not that simple. We will accompany you to ensure everything is all right. Of course. Chen Qian, don't feel like you're imposing. We are your teachers, and we can only rest easy if you are all right. Chen Qian felt a bit helpless. He truly believed it was not a significant issue, yet seeing the resolute expressions of his teachers, he relented. All right then, thank you for your concern. Let us all go together. Officer Wang stood quietly to the side, patiently waiting without rushing. Although, as a law enforcer, he should not harbor any biases regarding the case. The situation was exceedingly clear. He understood that the issue did not lie with these two students, thus exhibiting a great deal of tolerance. Of course, his tolerance was reserved for law-abiding citizens. Had it been criminals, they would face dire consequences. Chapter 20. A thing called happiness soon. Everyone arrived at the courtyard of the police station. At this moment, the parents of Chen Qian and Zhang Chen were already standing at the entrance. Having been notified by Chen Qian before the police arrived, and Zhang Chen had done the same. As soon as the parents saw their children stepping out of the police car, they rushed forward. "Son," Li Qingmei exclaimed, running up to embrace Chen Qian. Her eyes flitting from side to side, searching for any signs of injury. "Are you feeling unwell? Tell your mother. Don't hide anything from her, all right?" Chen Jianhai stood nearby, arms outstretched, wishing to hug his son as well, but feeling hesitant due to the crowd. He could only look at Chen Qian with deep concern, silently assessing if there were any visible injuries. After a long moment of observation, he finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. The affection from his parents made Chen Qian feel somewhat embarrassed. At home, he could indulge in being a child, but now, with the teachers having just arrived from the taxi, and with Zhang Chen also watching, it felt different. "Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. Not a scratch on me." As he spoke, Chen Qian attempted to jog a few steps to prove his point, only to catch sight of Zhang's mother, tearfully embracing Zhang Chen, showering him with kisses. She was relentless, planting kiss after kiss, leaving Chen Qian utterly speechless. Zhang Chen, noticing Chen Qian's gaze, instantly flushed with embarrassment, but being held by his mother, he had no choice but to turn away. "Let her kiss me. I'll never be able to show my face again." Chen Qian sensed Zhang Chen's discomfort and, although he wanted to laugh, felt that the moment was inappropriate. So he too turned away. But in doing so, he caught his mother's gaze. Li Qingmei was looking enviously at Zhang Chen's mother, who was continuously showering affection on her son. "Damn it, I'm 27. Am I still supposed to?" Chen Qian felt a surge of conflict within him. But at that moment, he noticed his mother casting a pitiful glance in his direction. With a resigned sigh, Chen Qian closed his eyes and leaned in. "Let us just get this over with. Brothers in awkwardness. Who isn't a child in front of their parents? Really, what is there to be embarrassed about? I'm proud." Indeed, Li Qingmei understood immediately. Seeing her son lean in, she eagerly embraced him, planting a couple of kisses on his cheek. After this display, she beamed with satisfaction. Chen Jianhai, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle. Their smiles radiated an essence known as happiness. Alas, such blissful moments are fleeting. At that very moment, Fang Yu in green hair, who had been hiding in the police car, were finally beckoned by the officers to step out. "Is it you who is trying to harm my son?" Zhang's father bellowed, attempting to charge forward, only to be restrained by two officers. It was a near miss. Chen Qian watched, dumbfounded. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Not only do they share looks, but their tempers ignite just as quickly. Yet in the next instant, Chen Qian keenly observed his father stealthily approaching Fang Yu in green hair. Well, it seems everyone is the same. Ultimately, Chen Jianhai too was unsuccessful, as Officer Wang promptly noticed and halted him. After a flurry of commotion, Officer Wang finally led everyone into the police station, temporarily settling the parents and teachers, and prepared to begin taking statements from Chen Qian and Zhang Chen. Chen Qian clearly noticed that just before he and Zhang Chen were about to enter the room, the teachers were entangled in conversation with the officers outside, incessantly extolling the virtues of both boys as model students. This filled both of them with gratitude. Before long, the statements were completed, and Officer Wang asked everyone to wait a little longer. Chen Qian realized they were likely waiting for Fang Yu and Green Hair's parents, which was precisely what he desired. The reason he had adamantly claimed it was robbery was for this very moment. Robbery is a public prosecution case that cannot be mediated, but attempted robbery can be. Although it's difficult to classify the behavior of small-time thugs collecting protection fees, his insistence on calling it robbery could yield unpredictable outcomes. Moreover, what he sought was not merely the final result, but the process, the leverage this situation could provide. The wait was not long. Half an hour later, a few scruffy-looking middle-aged individuals hastily entered the room. Chen Qian quickly turned to his parents. "Dad, Mom, during the mediation, please try not to speak. If possible, I'll have you step aside, all right?" Chen Jianhai and Li Qingmei exchanged glances, though they didn't understand their son's reasoning and felt a bit anxious. They ultimately nodded in agreement. Chen Qian felt a sigh of relief. His improved standing meant his words carried weight. He offered his parents a reassuring smile. then whispered to Jiang Chun before finally turning to face the front. Fang Yu and Green Hair's parents initially exchanged pleasantries with the officers, then, in a synchronized manner, each father stormed over to their respective sons, raising their hands to deliver sharp slaps. The impact left Fang Yu and Green Hair dazed. However, this slap was merely the beginning. Their fathers showed no signs of stopping, clearly intent on continuing until they were satisfied. Do you understand your mistakes? Will you cause trouble again? I'll beat you to death, you little brat. How could you bully others again? Do you understand your mistakes? Come with me to apologize. The surrounding officers offered no intervention, evidently accustomed to such displays. Chen Qian observed this scene, his expression unchanging. Even Li Qingmei and Chen Jianhai remained stoic. It was merely a performance for their benefit. In this day and age, few are truly naive. After several moments of chastisement, Fang Yu and Green Hair's fathers finally noticed Chen Qian and the others' indifference, and reluctantly withdrew their hands. Officer Wang seized the moment to say, "All right, let us head to the mediation room." Yet at that instant, Chen Qian stood up. "Officer Wang, may I request a few individuals to step outside?" Officer Wang appeared taken aback by Chen Qian's request, puzzled. "Who do you want to exclude?" "My parents, Jiang Chun's parents, and the teachers." "You want to speak with them alone?" Officer Wang pointed incredulously at Fang Yu, Green Hair, and their parents. Chen Qian nodded. After a moment's contemplation, Officer Wang turned to Li Qingmei and Chen Jianhai, who showed no objections, then to Jiang Chun and his parents. Although Jiang Chun's parents seemed about to voice a concern, Jiang Chun silenced them with a look, leading to their eventual acquiescence. "Very well then." Officer Wang, seeing the consensus, led everyone into the mediation room. Chen Qian then reassured the teachers before following suit and closing the door behind him. Inside the mediation room, as soon as Chen Qian took his seat, his demeanor shifted. With his right leg crossed over his left, he stared silently at Fang Yu, Green Hair, and their parents. His keen gaze resembling that of a hunter fixated on its prey. His essence was no longer that of an 18-year-old youth, but rather that of a 27-year-old man tempered by life's trials. At home, he played the role of a carefree child, relishing in the affection of his parents, yet this did not imply he was truly a child. Now, he had reverted to his 27-year-old self, only with sharper edges, greater vigor, and an abundance of newfound confidence. He possessed ample capability to handle the current situation. At least in the face of these individuals, he was more than adequate. Chapter 21. Deception after a lengthy silence, seemingly uncomfortable under Chen Qian's gaze. Fang Yu's father attempted to speak, only to be preempted by Chen Qian. "We will not sign any agreements today. You might as well give up on that notion. We intend to preserve our right to prosecute. Can one retract a settlement agreement and pursue litigation afterwards? What is the time frame for such a withdrawal? Furthermore, does signing an agreement at the police station impede future legal actions?" In truth, Chen Qian possesses only a superficial understanding of the law, and he does not require an in-depth knowledge. His primary objective is to manipulate the opposing party into believing they are at his mercy, thereby instilling a sense of intimidation. The strategy lies in psychological warfare. Ultimately, his intention is to avoid further entanglements with these petty delinquents, as he aims to focus on his upcoming college entrance examinations. He has a promising future ahead and lacks the energy to deal with trivial matters daily. Naturally, if he can leverage Fang Yu in the process, that would be advantageous as well. I am curious if any of you know how many years one could spend in prison for attempted robbery? Upon hearing this, Fang Yu's parents were immediately alarmed. They had presumed their child was merely involved in a scuffle that brought him to the police station. The revelation of robbery was shocking. How could this be allowed? If convicted, wouldn't it ruin his life forever? However, Chen Qian did not grant them the opportunity to speak. The sequence of events is exceedingly clear, as it was captured by the surveillance cameras at our school entrance. Any attempts at denial would be futile, and I have no desire to elaborate further. In the face of evidence, rather than devising a strategy for rebuttal, it would be wiser to find a way to appease me. Perhaps if I am pleased, I might choose to forgive you. Chen Qian chuckled, though his smile bore an enigmatic quality. By the way, you still haven't answered my question. Do you know how many years one could serve for attempted robbery? Fang Yu's parents exchanged glances, then looked towards the parents of the delinquent, all shaking their heads in unison. Chen Qian continued, "Not knowing is of no consequence. Allow me to enlighten you." He turned his gaze to Fang Yu and the delinquent. "The specific sentence depends on various factors. First, you have not confessed. Second, you deny any criminal intent. Third, you have threatened me." Indeed, both Fang Yu and the delinquent have denied any wrongdoing. Previously, under police inquiry, they had admitted that Li Hao had coerced them into teaching Chen Qian a lesson. Yet, they were not foolish enough to admit to robbery. They were astonished that this would now serve as a critical factor in increasing their sentence. Chen Qian perceived their unease and pressed further. In our country, robbery convictions carry a minimum sentence of 3 years and a maximum of 15. How long do you think you might be sentenced? Fang Yu and the delinquent were momentarily stunned. At this juncture, Chen Qian shifted his attention to their parents. In truth, I am indifferent to the duration of their sentence. Even if your child were to serve a single day, they would acquire a criminal record, which would impede their ability to secure respectable employment in the future. Even if they manage to find work, they will face discrimination, scorn, and ostracism. This is precisely what I desire, to ruin their lives. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu and the delinquent's pupils dilated, while their parents frantically began to plead for leniency. Please, young man, have mercy. You mustn't do this, Fang Yu's mother implored. The father of the delinquent, in a fit of rage, grasped his son's hair and began to strike him repeatedly. You wretch, why do you keep causing trouble? Don't you understand? The delinquent, overwhelmed, began to weep, desperately pleading with Chen Qian for forgiveness. Fang Yu appeared equally distraught. A lifetime ruined? Unemployment? Ostracism? Discrimination? He involuntarily internalized Chen Qian's words, envisioning his own bleak future. He was a delinquent, yet he did not wish for his life to be irrevocably ruined. Officer Wang, maintaining a composed demeanor, cast a sidelong glance at Chen Qian. He was now utterly convinced that this young man was no ordinary individual. It was no wonder he sought to keep others at bay. Ever since entering this room, he had transformed, exhibiting a certain ruthlessness. Chen Qian disregarded the cacophony of pleas surrounding him and once again addressed Fang Yu and the delinquent, allowing a subtle smile to play upon his lips. As if to say, look, your parents are groveling before me. After a brief pause, Chen Qian tapped the table, and silence enveloped the room. Do you believe your parents love you? Fang Yu and the delinquent exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Chen Qian's intent. If I were to suggest that they kneel and bow their heads for half an hour, would they comply? Fang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. The next moment, he could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his face. At that precise moment, Chen Qian's words hung in the air, and Fang Yu witnessed his parents rising, intending to circumvent the table and kneel on the ground. Chen Qian's heart raced. He could not bear such a spectacle. Hastily, he signaled to Jiang Chen, who immediately understood and prepared to intervene. Chen Qian then spoke again. Of course, I merely jest. No matter how long you kneel, I shall not settle this matter. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu's parents froze, their bodies stiffening in confusion, unsure of how to proceed. It is worth noting that I find your delinquent behavior quite bothersome. You roam aimlessly, causing disruptions. Therefore, I will retain my right to pursue legal action. However, upon hearing the word however, Fang Yu and the delinquent's parents instantly perked up, filled with hope. However, I am not unreasonable. I am currently in my senior year and must focus on my studies in preparation for the college entrance examination. If you refrain from troubling me during this period, I may consider forgiving you after I complete my exams. Chen Qian was acutely aware of these delinquents. If he were to forgive them today and sign a settlement agreement, they would undoubtedly seek revenge the following day. Thus, he resolved to retain the upper hand, at least until his examinations concluded. What do you think? Chen Qian inquired nonchalantly. Fang Yu and the delinquent's parents, hearing this, were overjoyed. There was no room for hesitation. They quickly nodded in agreement on behalf of their children, forcing smiles and awkwardly praising Chen Qian as a good person, a reasonable individual, a paragon of virtue. They nearly elevated him to the heavens with their flattery. Chen Qian displayed little reaction, merely sighing inwardly. Some parents truly face immense challenges. Officer Wang discreetly nodded in approval. From the moment Chen Qian mentioned he might forgive them if he felt pleased, he sensed a cunning strategy at play, thus remaining silent throughout the proceedings. The outcome was precisely what he had hoped for. Although he harbored no affection for Fang Yu and his ilk, as a law enforcement officer, he wished to provide offenders with the opportunity for redemption. In the end, Chen Qian and Jiang Chen exited the mediation room amidst the praises and compliments of Fang Yu and the delinquent's parents. The only difference was that the flattery felt less awkward, flowing more smoothly, and their expressions appeared less strained. However, this left the parents and teachers waiting outside in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? How had the atmosphere shifted from somber to jovial? The words of praise were almost unbearable to hear. Chapter 22. The encounter. Neither Chen Qian nor Jiang Chen said much. Upon witnessing Fang Yu and the delinquent's parents incessantly apologizing and expressing gratitude to their own parents, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Damn it. No wonder you're my bro. You really are impressive, Jiang Chen exclaimed, embracing Chen Qian. Chen Qian attempted to break free, but Jiang Chun's grip was too strong, rendering him unable to escape. He could only endure the discomfort, raising an eyebrow. Of course, who am I if not Chen Dui? I want to be intimidated. How do you know so much about the law? Jiang Chun inquired, perplexed. I've never seen you read books on this subject. I don't know anything. Chen Qian retorted. It's just about deceiving them. As long as it works, that's all that matters. Although I do not claim to possess an extensive understanding of the law, I am certainly more knowledgeable than they are. A phenomenon attributable to the disparity in information that results in a formidable advantage. Jiang Chun's eyes sparkled with realization. Could this be the essence of knowledge's power? I am utterly enamored. Moments later, the group amicably exited the police station. Of course, it was primarily Fang Yu's parents, with their vibrant green hair, who appeared particularly harmonious, while Chen Qian and Jiang Chun's parents maintained a more stony demeanor. At this moment, Chen Qian glanced back and noted that Officer Wang and the other officers had not followed them out. He then beckoned Jiang Chun to join Fang Yu. Come over here, he said, swiftly moving forward to create some distance from the adults behind them. Although Fang Yu was puzzled, he followed without protest. Chen Qian took another quick glance over his shoulder and whispered, Since it's Li Hao who sent you to trouble me, I trust you understand what needs to be done. Fang Yu paused, then nodded in comprehension. I understand your intent. Chen Qian replied affirmatively, just don't overdo it. A gentle touch will suffice. After my college entrance exams, we'll be square. With that, he disregarded Fang Yu's reaction and returned to his parents with Jiang Chun. To their parents, it merely appeared as though Chen Qian and Jiang Chun had taken a few steps forward for a brief exchange before returning, so they paid little attention. Well then, we shall take our leave, Li Qingmei said, linking arms with Chen Jianhai and her son, smiling as she bid farewell to Jiang's mother. Jiang's mother promptly responded. Of course. It's getting late. Everyone should head home to rest. I have often heard Jiang Chun mention Chen Qian, and it would be delightful for him to visit our home more often. Certainly, Auntie, Chen Qian replied, feigning the demeanor of a dutiful high school student while ignoring Jiang Chun's playful gestures. At that moment, Chen Jianhai approached Jiang's father, shaking his hand warmly. While Jiang's father beamed broadly, I've heard from Teacher Wang that Chen Qian has been a tremendous help to our Jiang Chun, especially in academics. Oh, you flatter me. It is the teachers who deserve the credit, he replied modestly. When it came to academics, Wang Jinghua and the other teachers had much to say, lavishing praise on both Chen Qian and Jiang Chun for their recent diligence and progress. Chen Qian, noticing Jiang Chun's face flush with excitement, couldn't help but smile genuinely. Now, you must be experiencing the joy that comes from learning. After a brief while, the group dispersed. The parents returned home first, while Chen Qian and Jiang Chun made a quick visit back to school before heading home on their respective bicycles. Upon returning home, Chen Qian's parents did not inquire much about what transpired in the mediation room. However, both Chen Jianhai and Lin Qingmei couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia, realizing their child seemed to be growing up. Yet, before they could fully dwell on this sentiment, Chen Qian playfully snatched his mother's hula hoop, eliciting laughter and a playful chase from her. Chen Jianhai joined in the amusement. What do you mean by growing up? In our eyes, he will always be a child. The following day, Chen Qian, for once, awoke at 9 o'clock, indulging in a leisurely morning routine. After breakfast, he promptly seated himself at his study desk. Although he had long since completed his high school curriculum and memorized numerous reference texts, the relentless pursuit of practice problems continued. Despite the system having enhanced his cognitive agility, it did not provide answers directly. He still needed to practice. With each problem he tackled, he felt he was on the cusp of a significant breakthrough. It is well known that although problems come in myriad forms, they are ultimately finite. Even if there are countless variations of a single type of question, they remain fundamentally similar, unless they exceed the syllabus. Chen Qian sensed that, as he increased the volume of practice problems, he was nearing a comprehensive understanding of all question types. This realization sparked a new ambition within him. He aimed to thoroughly categorize every type of science problem encountered throughout high school. Simultaneously, he knew he could not neglect his Chinese reading comprehension, handwriting practice, or composition exercises. He had begun practicing his handwriting 2 weeks prior. Fortunately, his penmanship was already quite legible and elegant. He sought not perfection, but simply to ensure he would not lose points for presentation on the language exam. Reading comprehension and essay writing, however, required diligent practice. Their flexibility bordered on the arcane. Sometimes, one could not fathom why points were deducted, nor discern why a particular answer was deemed correct, especially in reading comprehension. Even if the original author were to respond to the questions regarding their work's deeper meaning, they might still incur penalties. Can you believe it? Thus, relentless practice was imperative to discern the examiner's intent rather than that of the original author. Chen Qian spent the entire morning engrossed in handwriting, essay writing, and tackling reading comprehension questions. It was only in the afternoon that he ventured outside, setting his sights on the Xinhua bookstore in the city center. He could never allow himself to visit the nearby Jinbang bookstore. His purpose for visiting the bookstore was clear: to summarize the various types of science problems. As for how he intended to summarize them, he had already devised a plan, free of charge. In no time, Chen Qian arrived at the Xinhua bookstore on his old mountain bike. After securing his bike, he headed straight to the section dedicated to senior year study materials, eagerly examining a mathematics paper. Indeed, he was merely reading. To categorize question types, he did not need to solve each problem completely. Recognizing the type, identifying the solving approach, and discerning the solution steps were sufficient. Starting with the first question, his pace was swift, as he nearly recognized the answers at a glance. As he progressed, some questions required minor calculations, yet he effortlessly discerned the thought process and steps to solve them. Soon, he completed the entire paper. Even the more challenging problems posed no obstacles. What a pathetic paper. The difficulty is far too low, Chen Qian thought disdainfully as he returned the test paper, seeking something more challenging. Fortunately, the staff at the Xinhua bookstore were knowledgeable, even if they couldn't solve the problems themselves. They were aware of which papers and materials were popular, and they occasionally gleaned insights from teachers who came to review the papers regarding which ones posed greater challenges. Chapter 23. Gain knowledge after a round of inquiries. Chen Qian selected a mathematics paper and gathered additional papers from various science subjects. Glancing around, it was less than ideal to stand there, and he felt fatigued, so he took his papers and ventured deeper into the store. He settled into a reading area, choosing a spot far removed from the raucous children. Just as he began to look over the math paper, a spark of realization ignited within him. This one had substance. While it still posed no significant challenge to him, the questions were indeed obscure, with rare types that would still present difficulty for the average student. Ah, truly. The Xinhua bookstore excels in curation. Their expertise is apparent. Before long, Chen Qian became wholly absorbed in the process of categorizing problems. Chen Qian? What a coincidence. After an indeterminate amount of time, a familiar voice broke through his concentration, and he looked up in surprise to find it was Lao Jiang. However, his expression shifted as he warily surveyed his surroundings, finally exhaling in relief. Thankfully, they were in the Xinhua bookstore. His elder was not present. What brings you here? Chen Qian asked with a smile. Yet, the moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. What was he doing engaging him in conversation? Given Zhang Riyue's academic prowess, it was entirely normal for her to spend her break in a bookstore. Moreover, if she were to inadvertently touch on sensitive topics, he would have no means to refuse without losing face. However, glancing at the enticing papers before him, he ultimately steeled himself to remain. Never mind, studying is paramount. In pursuit of free resources, he was resolute. I am, of course, here to study. Zhang Riyue beamed with a radiant smile, revealing two delightful dimples, rendering Chen Qian momentarily speechless. Oh, well, best of luck. Chen Qian spoke as he buried his head in the examination paper. Zhang Riyue, noticing his intense focus and reluctance to converse, was taken aback and approached him, sitting down comfortably beside him. The familiar fragrance wafting from her presence caused Chen Qian to stiffly turn his head. Why are you sitting here? Zhang Riyue did not respond, but curiously gazed into his eyes. You are so engrossed in your studies. She reached out to gently touch Chen Qian's forehead. I must be seeing things. Chen Qian quickly shook his head. We must maintain a respectful distance between genders. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss and then realized. Wait, old Zhang doesn't like me, so why is she touching my forehead and acting so intimately? What is this? Is this some kind of green tea behavior? In that moment, Chen Qian felt as though he had a newfound understanding of Zhang Riyue. Zhang Riyue was clearly not expecting Chen Qian to mention such a thing about gender boundaries. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she hastily changed the subject. What nonsense are you talking about? It's just that it's so strange to run into you at the bookstore. The last time was also at the bookstore entrance. At the mention of the bookstore entrance, Chen Qian's eyelid twitched, and he quickly redirected the conversation back to their studies, hoping they wouldn't delve into the topic of love letters. What? Can I study properly? I absolutely love studying, you know? Hearing this, Zhang Riyue wrinkled her nose playfully. I don't believe you. However, seeing Chen Qian once again engrossed in his paper, she sighed inwardly and decided to focus on her own test, as she had yet to begin working on the new exam she had just purchased. As time passed, the two sat together, each absorbed in their own tasks, enveloped in silence. After an indeterminate period, Chen Qian snapped back to reality. The faint fragrance beside him evoking childhood memories. It reminded him of first grade when he had taken the initiative to sit with Jiang Riyue, who had blushed and agreed. He had approached the teacher and, after a week of persistence, finally achieved his desire. Back then, Jiang Riyue had quietly sat beside him, engrossed in her own work. What had he been doing then? It seemed he had been secretly observing her, much like now. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Jiang Riyue noticed Chen Qian's gaze and inquired. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chen Qian replied, "It's nothing. Are you facing a difficult problem?" he asked casually, not expecting Jiang Riyue to genuinely nod in affirmation. "This question is a bit challenging. I've been pondering it for 3 minutes without any ideas." Chen Qian instinctively coughed again. Is this how top students converse? 3 minutes? Is that a long time? I've learned something. Can I take a look? Chen Qian probed. Jiang Riyue appeared momentarily stunned, then smiled as she handed her paper to him. Here, look, it's this question. Her delight was not contingent on whether Chen Qian could solve it. She was simply pleased that he wanted to help her, just like in the past. These small gestures made her realize how much he cared for her. Chen Qian glanced at the difficult question, his mind racing. After a few seconds, he formulated a thought process. This question is quite interesting. It's rather rare. The solution should proceed like this. As he articulated his reasoning, even detailing each formula required for the steps, Jiang Riyue's eyes widened, her mouth agape in astonishment. Chen Qian inhaled sharply, taken aback by her beauty. Hey, you're being a bit too enchanting. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush downstairs for a mask. For the admiration in Jiang Riyue's eyes was nearly overwhelming, threatening to break his composure. You've become so impressive, Jiang Riyue exclaimed, placing her hand on Chen Qian's forehead again, her actions remarkably familiar. Chen Qian snapped back to reality. This cannot continue. Jiang Riyue has changed. She is too flirtatious now. I misjudged her. On the surface, Chen Qian casually remarked, I've just been studying hard lately. That is how I figured it out. You'd better watch out for tomorrow's monthly exam. I might just surpass you. This month's exam was the second mock test before the college entrance examination, part of a citywide competition among high school students. Jiang Riyue, upon hearing Chen Qian's intention to outpace her, not only felt no offense but smiled brightly, nodding enthusiastically. Sure, I welcome you to surpass me, but that goal is not as easy as you think. I'm quite strong myself. Chen Qian smiled slightly. Then let us witness it in the exam. Jiang Riyue nodded eagerly like a drum, which puzzled Chen Qian. Why was she so cheerful? You're getting better and better. Jiang Riyue thought to herself, I will always be happy for you. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. By the way, what are your plans after the college entrance exam? Do you have a school in mind? Which city do you like? Chapter 24. A relaxed mock exam. Chen Qian hesitated for a moment. He vividly remembered that in his previous life, Jiang Riyue had asked him a similar question after the college entrance exam. He recalled it distinctly because they seldom chatted on WeChat, yet Jiang Riyue had called him out of the blue that day. However, at that time, he had been disheartened due to his poor performance in the exam and the absence of a love letter response. When he answered the phone, he was disappointed to find that Jiang Riyue had merely called to ask such questions, leading him to hang up without responding. Why are you asking me this? Chen Qian looked into Jiang Riyue's eyes, voicing a question he had long wished to pose in his previous life. Jiang Riyue's cheeks flushed slightly, a shy smile gracing her lips. I want to attend the same university as you. Chen Qian's pupils constricted slightly. So, that was her intention? But hadn't she claimed not to like him? Why then? This is infuriating. Almost fell for it. The power of green tea is formidable. Jiang Riyue continued. I initially thought it would be enough for us to be in the same city. But now, it seems your studies have improved significantly. So perhaps we could indeed attend the same university. Chen Qian paused, nodding slightly. Perhaps Kyoto University or Huaguo University. I like the city of Kyoto. Picking oneself up from where one has fallen. In this life, Chen Qian felt no fear. Jiang Riyue's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. Me too. That is wonderful. Chen Qian smiled at her excitement, yet after laughing, he felt like giving himself a slap. The combination of green tea and childhood friends is something that most cannot withstand. Let us get back to studying, Chen Qian declared, diving back into his paper. Jiang Riyue replied, returning her gaze to her test, her lips curving into a gentle smile, making her appear exceptionally charming. Time slipped by quietly amidst their diligent studies. Realizing it was already 9 o'clock, Chen Qian began to pack his belongings in preparation to return home. Jiang Riyue had left much earlier at 6. What is the need to report? Why should I tell you when I get home? Chen Qian thought as he rode his bike along the way home. He soon returned, greeted his mother, who was busy in the kitchen, and retreated to his room. However, he found it difficult to concentrate on studying, as something felt amiss. Ultimately, he took out his phone and opened WeChat. "I'm home." Shortly after, Zhang Rui's reply came through, a little chubby orange cat peeking from behind the door. Chen Qian, seeing this, did not engage further in conversation but felt an inexplicable sense of alignment, and his motivation to study surged. Is this the power of friendship? Chen Qian mused. Yes, it must be. The following day, at the junior high division of Qinglu No. 2 school, the countdown to the college entrance examination continued with the penultimate formal test. Despite being a citywide unified exam, students were still seated at their respective schools. However, the second high school had arranged the examination room in the junior high section, just a wall away. Chen Qian glanced at the exam seating sent by Old Wang the previous night on his phone and made his way to the classroom next to the restroom on the first floor of the junior high. This was among the least favorable examination rooms. Unfortunately, as he had not yet undergone his transformation during the last monthly test, his performance had been rather dismal, and the seating arrangement for this exam was determined by the previous results. Acceptance was his only option. Nonchalantly, Chen Qian entered the examination room, where he was immediately met with the hopeful gazes of his peers. Their looks almost swayed him. He understood their earnest desire for his assistance during this examination. However, cheating was out of the question. Thus, he calmly took his seat and awaited the commencement of the test. Unbothered by the pen caps tapping against him from behind, and ignoring the small paper notes that floated down from above, his demeanor left his fellow students in utter despair. Initially, they had thought that sharing the examination room with the renowned Chen Qian, who had recently become the subject of their teacher's motivational anecdotes, might offer them a glimmer of hope for their performance. But now, it seemed to be a mere pipe dream. Such a formidable scholar. Soon, the bell rang. The teacher at the podium quietly opened the Chinese exam papers and began distributing them. Chen Qian flexed his wrist, and the battle commenced. Yet, after only a few questions, he furrowed his brow. Why did this question seem so simple? In the next moment, he realized that with the college entrance examination approaching, the school was trying to instill confidence in its students. Chen Qian chuckled softly, dismissing further thoughts, and focused intently on completing the paper. An hour and 20 minutes swiftly passed. Chen Qian set down his exam paper. In truth, he had finished in just over an hour, using the remaining 20 minutes to meticulously check his work twice. He was now ready to submit his paper. Even though it was a mock exam, it was still an assessment conducted by his own school, allowing for early submissions. Wasn't it more delightful to head out and enjoy some leisure? Thus, amidst a sea of envious and yearning gazes, Chen Qian stood up and approached the podium. Are you submitting your paper? The invigilating teacher asked in surprise. Aren't you going to check it twice? Chen Qian was familiar to her. After all, within the senior high faculty of the second high school, there was not a single teacher who did not know him. She was particularly vigilant, fearing that someone might copy from Chen Qian's paper. By now, her eyes were weary from vigilance. However, she was equally concerned about Chen Qian making careless mistakes and losing marks he should not. Rest assured, teacher, I have checked it twice, Chen Qian replied with a smile. The invigilating teacher, upon hearing this, nodded reluctantly. Very well, once you submit your paper, you may leave. Chen Qian nodded, placed his paper on the podium, and exited the examination room. I wonder how he did, the invigilating teacher mused. Although she taught history, she could still discern the basics. 3 minutes later, she gasped in astonishment. How is it that this paper seems flawless? How can that be? This is a Chinese exam. Chen Qian, oblivious to the teacher's admiration for his paper, would not have reacted even if he had known. I'm quite accustomed to this. Familiarity breeds a certain fearsome ease. At present, he was wandering through the various floors of the building. Upon locating Jiang Chun, he stood outside the window, smirking mischievously before turning to leave. Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned, then clenched his teeth in frustration. An hour later, Chen Qian strolled back to the examination room, leisurely sipping a cup of milk tea, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. His relaxed demeanor might have led an onlooker to believe he was on a vacation. Chapter 25, Fireworks and the Future. Before long, the mathematics examination began. Chen Qian glanced at the paper and sighed. The difficulty was too low, it was rather dull. However, his muttering did not go unnoticed, as the students on either side shot him looks that could kill. If you find it so easy, why don't you finish it and let us see? They thought. If the big questions can't be copied, then let us at least take the small ones. If not the small ones, then the fill-in-the-blank questions. Even the multiple-choice questions would suffice. Chen Qian seemed to sense the tension, looking up to survey his surroundings. and just then caught the sound of the invigilating teacher's cough directed not at him, but at the students on either side. He chuckled softly, ignoring the others as he began to answer the questions diligently. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could take a stroll, which was far more preferable to sitting idly. An hour later, Chen Qian approached the podium once more. There was no choice. He had completed the exam in just 45 minutes and had spent the remaining time checking his work twice. The invigilating teacher was the same as before, and this time, she simply accepted the paper without comment, allowing Chen Qian to exit. As per tradition, he first checked on Jiang Chun, but this time he merely waved his hand, indicating that he was leaving. Jiang Chun understood and discreetly raised a middle finger, choosing to ignore him. If Jiang Chun had been free to leave, Chen Qian might have turned that pen in his hand into a formidable weapon. In the afternoon, the English examination proceeded smoothly as ever. In fact, the moment the listening section concluded, Chen Qian submitted his paper. The new invigilating teacher was startled, fearing he might abandon the exam. However, upon reviewing his paper, she waved him off, allowing him to leave. As she was an English teacher herself, she could easily recognize that Chen Qian's paper was flawless. Once the comprehensive science exam concluded, Jiang Chun emerged from the classroom, looking somewhat fatigued. Chen Qian spotted him from afar and approached with 2 cups of milk tea. "Oh, have you struck it rich lately? Treating me to milk tea," Jiang Chun exclaimed with delight as he took the tea, his face lighting up with satisfaction. Chen Qian shrugged. "Of course. You treated me to a meal. How could I not buy you a drink?" Jiang Chun paused. "What meal did you treat me to? Don't slander me." "It was the spicy hot pot. Are you trying to back out? I already told my family I wouldn't be home for dinner today." Only then did Jiang Chun recall, his expression turning sheepish as he chuckled. "Ah, you actually remember that? Truly impressive." Sensing Chen Qian's unfriendly gaze, he quickly amended. "You have an excellent memory. No wonder it's you." Chen Qian was thoroughly amused. "All right, let us go. We still have to attend supplementary classes after this." Indeed, even though there were only examinations today and no classes, attending school meant they still had to engage in extra lessons. Jiang Chun's face twitched at this, and he sighed. "Now that you mention it, even spicy hot pot doesn't seem as appealing. If you're treating, I'd rather have hot pot. It's my favorite." "Not a chance," Chen Qian retorted. "You're not getting out of this one." The following day, despite sporting dark circles under his eyes, Wang Jingwa strode into the classroom with an air of spirited enthusiasm, showing no signs of fatigue from an all-nighter spent grading papers. As soon as he stepped into the class, he called out even before reaching the podium, "Classmates, your results are out. I will post them on the wall later. But here, I must extend my congratulations to Chen Qian, who not only topped our class, but also achieved the highest score in the grade in the entire city. His total score surpassed 700 points. Let us give him a round of applause." Wang Jingwa's excitement was palpable, his smile widening uncontrollably. For the top student in the city was none other than his pupil. The classmates initially fell silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous applause. Yet, their expressions appeared strangely numb. Wang Jingwa was puzzled. Had his attempt to set an example lost its effectiveness? Why? But soon he comprehended the reason. Chen Qian's progress was so remarkable, so rapid, and so astonishing that his classmates felt they could not keep pace. Contemplating this, Wang Jingwa felt a weight in his heart, pondering deeply. At this moment, Chen Qian, seated at the back, heard his results. Although he was yet to learn the specific score, the total had surpassed 700, coupled with the distinction of being first in the city, which filled him with joy. "Am I surpassing Lao Jiang? Truly, I am remarkable." Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that Jiang Chun beside him had her mouth agape, silently uttering the word freak. That evening, upon returning home, Chen Qian's parents, Chen Jianhai and Li Qingmei, celebrated his achievement once more. As he arrived downstairs, he spotted his parents waiting for him, a bundle of firecrackers at their feet. It truly felt like celebrating the new year for his excellent exam results. Chen Qian chuckled, rubbing his forehead. "Son, come. Let us set off firecrackers," Chen Jianhai exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he waved at Chen Qian. What else could he do but agree? The family walked out of their small, outdated residential complex, which, despite being called a community, was merely a secluded alley. To the left stood a wall, and to the right, several old 6-story buildings. Setting off firecrackers downstairs would be rather inappropriate, as it might disturb the elderly residents. Once on the street, Chen Jianhai, with a beaming face, ignited the firecrackers. After a series of loud bangs, he produced 3 handheld sparklers hidden at his waist. "Dad, you bought these too," Chen Qian exclaimed, genuinely surprised. These handheld sparklers were his childhood favorites, soaring into the sky like cannonballs, reminiscent of wielding a machine gun, a delightful yet slightly extravagant pleasure. Of course, I know you love these. Chen Jianhai replied, distributing one to both his wife and son. Thus, the family of three, holding sparklers, nestled close together, gazing up at the starry sky and the dazzling fireworks. Chen Qian envisioned a bright future for their family. Before sleeping, Chen Qian's phone rang, the screen displaying the name Jiang Cha. Indeed, this was the nickname he had assigned to Jiang Ruyu, a constant reminder that she had changed and was no longer the person he once knew. She had become rather aloof. He must remain steadfast. He could not succumb to temptation. However, he was somewhat taken aback that Jiang Ruyu was still awake at this hour, calling him nonetheless. Perhaps she was still studying. Hello? Chen Qian answered the call with determination. What's up? On the other end, Jiang Ruyu's voice was filled with excitement. Chen Qian, you actually surpassed me. 718 points. First in the city. Congratulations. Listening to her exuberance, a smile crept onto Chen Qian's face. He had calculated his score earlier that day and was aware of his ranking upon arriving in class. Logically, the exhilaration should have subsided. Yet hearing Zhang's enthusiastic tone reignited his joy. Well, it's just average, Chen Qian modestly replied. How about you? What did you score? Although the school announced the top student scores from other institutions, he had forgotten to check. After all these years, Jiang Ruyu had always been the top student while he had languished as a mediocre one. Even now, as he too had achieved excellence, he had long grown accustomed to overlooking her accomplishments. I only scored 706, she admitted, attributing her score to the relatively easier exam. I estimate I'll get around 690 in the college entrance exam. Listen, just 690? That's classic Jiang Ruyu, he thought, recognizing her tone. Although Chen Qian knew she didn't intend to sound boastful, he still found it difficult to acclimate to it. That's still quite impressive. Keep it up, he encouraged. Jiang Ruyu replied, and the two fell into a moment of awkward silence. Is there anything else? Chen Qian broke the silence. In her elegantly decorated room, Jiang Ruyu felt her cheeks flush. She had learned of Chen Qian's results early that morning, and the reason for her late call was her internal deliberation. Should she share her thoughts with him? At that moment, Chen Qian seemed to sense something. Was she about to reject him? However, Jiang Ruyu spoke up. Would you like to study together at Xinhua bookstore during the holiday? Relieved, Chen Qian instinctively wanted to decline, but Jiang Ruyu added softly. Is that all right? All right. I agree. Chen Qian, caught off guard, prepared to acquiesce. Some individuals, though not consciously trying to be endearing, possess an innate ability to evoke such feelings in others. Striking right at the heart. This was a realm many women aspired to attain. For all these years, Chen Qian had been susceptible to her charm. Okay then. He composed himself. By the way, I have a friend. Would you mind if he joined us? The one you mentioned before, Jiang Chun? Chen Qian was taken aback. When had he ever mentioned Jiang Chun to Jiang Ruyu? Upon reflection, he recalled casually mentioning him shortly after starting high school. Had she really remembered? Yes, that's him. Do you mind? Of course not. Jiang Ruyu replied cheerfully, her pace quickening. Then it's settled. We'll meet at Xinhua bookstore at the same time on Sunday afternoon. With that, Jiang Ruyu hung up first. Chen Qian gazed at his phone, a smile resurfacing on his face. A smile that lingered even as he drifted off to sleep that night. The following day at Qinglu No. 2 Middle School, in the senior teacher's office, Wang Jinghua sat with a furrowed brow, occasionally sipping tea from his thermos and sighing deeply. What's troubling you, old Wang? A math teacher from class 7 inquired eagerly. Let me see what delightful worries you have. Wang Jinghua glanced at him and sighed. It's just that Chen Qian from our class has progressed too rapidly. It's quite alarming. The math teacher from class 7's expression froze, forcing a smile to indicate he was still listening. I intended to use Chen Qian as a model to motivate the other students, but I overdid it. Now they seem utterly demotivated. Perhaps they feel the gap is too vast, and that their efforts won't suffice, he mused. You tell me, isn't that bothersome? The class 7 math teacher stared at Wang Jinghua in astonishment, trying to discern if he was boasting. After a thorough inspection, he found nothing amiss. That's easy. Just change the benchmark, he suggested sarcastically. Wang Jinghua was taken aback, suddenly feeling a door to new possibilities open. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man with thick glasses hurriedly entered. Old Wang. Wang Jinghua turned to see Qian Weihua, the senior director, and asked, Old Qian, what brings you here? Is the principal back from Mountain High School? Yes, Qian Weihua nodded. He just returned and has heard about Chen Qian's recent monthly exam results. He'll likely want to discuss it shortly. Before he could finish, Wang Jinghua sprang to his feet. Shall I have Chen Qian prepare? Qian Weihua quickly interjected. No need for that. You know our principal's temperament. He wouldn't meet with Chen Qian directly to avoid putting pressure on him. I came to give you a heads up so that nothing else goes awry when the principal approaches Chen Qian. Wang Jingwa nodded solemnly. Thank you, old Qian. I'll first check on the classroom cleanliness. All right, hurry along, Qian Weihua replied. Wang Jingwa briskly made his way to the classroom, and soon, a cacophony of shouts erupted. What is going on? Who left this little note? Why is there an I love you written up there? Such affection for the teacher. Come. Let a few of you empty the trash can, quickly. Chen Qian, you can sit there and read. Let the duty student handle the trash while you continue your studies. The classmates were somewhat baffled, not quite understanding why old Wang suddenly took an interest in hygiene. Chen Qian was equally perplexed but dismissed it and resumed his reading. Little did he anticipate that the entire day would be filled with annoyance. The principal, resembling a hair-covered Maitreya Buddha, would frequently stroll past the classroom door during lessons, peering inside with a curious gaze. Initially, Chen Qian paid no heed, until a chance glance met the principal's eyes, and he realized this attention was directed at him. Even during lunch, the principal feigned casualness, following him with a beaming smile as he exited the school gate. Chen Qian felt discomfort. This was an overabundance of concern. However, the day was not devoid of joy. Fang Yu, who had been hiding out for 2 days, finally made an appearance at the entrance of the second high school after evening study. Chen Qian promptly requested a 10-minute leave with Jiang Chen. Despite the flimsy excuse of needing to use the restroom together, and Wang Jingwei acquiesced. Thus, the two hastened to a nearby grove outside the school to observe. After a while, they couldn't help but marvel at Fang Yu's adeptness at fighting. His strikes were calculated. Even though he had reduced Li Hao to tears, wailing for his mother, he hadn't inflicted any serious injuries. Ultimately, Chen Qian and Jiang Chen left the grove with expressions of satisfaction, feeling quite elated. Chapter 27. The eve of the college entrance examination. A week passed swiftly. In the morning, Chen Qian practiced his calligraphy and solved language exercises, while in the afternoon, he rode his bicycle to the entrance of Xinhua bookstore. Soon, Jiang Chen arrived on his familiar electric scooter. Hey, is Jiang Riyue really going to study with us? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask as he locked his bike and followed Chen Qian. He was aware of Jiang Riyue's reputation, having secured first place citywide in the previous monthly exam. Even with his own score of 610, she remained an unattainable figure in his eyes. Moreover, he had heard she was a stunning beauty. Thus, his curiosity was piqued. Chen Qian nodded affirmatively. Of course, why would I deceive you? Jiang Chen became excited. You sly one, keeping such a connection from me. Can you ask her if she has any beautiful friends? Chen Qian shook his head in exasperation. Come on, stop daydreaming. We need to focus on our preparations for the college entrance examination and not get distracted. Oh, Jiang Chen's enthusiasm waned a bit. However, Chen Qian made a sudden pivot. But, if you end up at the same university, I could ask her to introduce you to some lovely ladies. It's perfectly normal for beauties to know each other. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen embraced Chen Qian tightly. Good brother. At that moment, he felt invigorated. Before long, the two entered the bookstore, selected their study materials, and settled at Chen Qian's previous spot. The distinction was that Chen Qian was enjoying free resources while Jiang Chen made a purchase. Not long after, Jiang Riyue arrived. Upon seeing her, Jiang Chen was left speechless. Her beauty was beyond imagination. He could hardly fathom how breathtaking she would appear with a touch of makeup. Watching the occasional sweet interactions between Chen Qian and Jiang Riyue filled him with envy. Yet, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he vowed to treat Chen Qian better from then on. He'd be more attentive, and when it came to spicy hot pot, he would insist on adding chicken legs. His lifelong happiness depended on Chen Qian. He must persuade Jiang Riyue to introduce him to a girlfriend. Time flew by, and the tense preparations for the college entrance examination reached their climax. Old Wang repeatedly reminded the students of the exam's essentials, from the examination permit and stationery to the time to wake up, even suggesting they wear red underwear. He covered everything conceivable. The students, however, reacted unusually, watching old Wang with smiles instead of their typical whispers of annoyance. They might never witness such a scene again. After an undetermined period, old Wang paused to sip from his thermos. At that moment, he shed his usual fiery demeanor, scanning the students below with a warm gaze, as if they were his own children, filled with reluctance. Students, this parting may mean we will never gather together again. I have often said you are the weakest class I have taught, but now I wish to say that each of you is unique. It has been my honor to be your teacher. Hearing this, some girls in the class began to sob quietly, and even many boys had reddened eyes. Old Wang chuckled and raised his voice slightly. I hope you all have bright futures ahead and fulfilling lives. Let me reiterate, I do not wish to see you in class again, especially you troublemakers. Pay attention. I do not want to hear about any of you repeating the year after the exams. You all must get into university and experience the most beautiful phase of life. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? The class responded in unison, shouting back. Old Wang, we love you, someone suddenly exclaimed, dissipating the previously somber atmosphere. And laughter erupted. Chen Qian couldn't help but chuckle as he glanced at Jiang Chun, who had shouted and then buried his head, trembling. Initially, he wanted to tease him, but ultimately, he simply patted his shoulder. Today's wind is still quite boisterous, Chen Qian murmured. In the end, the gathering dispersed amid joy, with many students hugging old Wang before leaving, even the most mischievous among them behaving with astonishing decorum. Chen Qian, Wang Jing was said, opening his arms as he looked at him. Chen Qian smiled and nodded, stepping forward to embrace the teacher he had long respected. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Wang Jinghua was momentarily taken aback, then laughed, feeling that this gratitude made everything worthwhile. Yet, Chen Qian did not want the atmosphere to be so heavy. After releasing his embrace, he added, Hey, no need for such solemnity. I will visit you often in the future. Lowering his voice, he continued, Teacher Wang, the method you mentioned about hiding the extra funds in the pillowcase, didn't it work? My mom caught me red-handed. You should be careful and find a new hiding spot soon. Wang Jinghua felt a pang of concern but soon burst into laughter. You rascal, enough of that. You all should head off. Prepare well for tomorrow's exam. I await your good news. Chen Qian beamed, rest assured. Finally, he took Jiang Chun, whose eyes were red and swollen, and they walked further away in their familiar campus. That night, Li Qingmei and Chen Jianhai visibly tensed up, feeling that everything they did was amiss, fearing they might disturb Chen Qian, who was still studying in his room. Chen Qian sat at his desk, papers flying past as he continued to summarize various problem types, showing no signs of relaxation. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, a myriad of knowledge danced in his mind, thoughts colliding, as one formula and problem type after another fused together. Suddenly, the familiar mechanical voice echoed once more. Detected that the host has gained a new understanding of knowledge, resulting in a significant enhancement of cognitive flexibility. 10 minutes later, Chen Qian regained his composure. Recalling the mechanical voice in his mind, a look of joy illuminating his face. Such a delightful surprise. System, I adore you. Previously, despite making progress in several tests this month and deliberately holding back to surprise everyone, he still lacked confidence in achieving a perfect score in the college entrance examination. However, everything had changed. He could feel his mind extraordinarily clear. He took a paper and glanced at it. Instantly, problem-solving strategies and steps flooded his mind. He even arrived at the answers to calculations in a flash. Chen Qian opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Incredible. Now, he had to admit that he was indeed extraordinary. That night, he slept soundly, dreaming of a beautiful university life and a familiar figure. Chapter 28. The college entrance examination in progress. Why is Lao Jiang in my dream again? In the morning, Chen Qian, puzzled, changed his underwear, unable to shake off his thoughts. However, his movements did not escape his parents' notice. Li Qingmei and Chen Jianhai had already risen and were ready to accompany Chen Qian to the examination. At that moment, Li Qingmei emerged from the room and saw her son busy washing his underwear in the bathroom, a fleeting look of understanding crossing her face. Chen Qian had originally planned to come up with an excuse, but his mother patted his shoulder and turned to leave. This left him feeling quite embarrassed. What is this all about? Half an hour later, the family was dressed and hailed a taxi to the examination venue. Dad, Mom, it's just a college entrance examination. I can go alone. You don't need to take leave to accompany me, Chen Qian said, a hint of helplessness as he turned to look at his parents in the back seat. However, Chen Jianhai shook his head. Son, we certainly know you can manage on your own, but as parents, we wish to witness and experience this significant moment in your life together. Li Qingmei chimed in with a smile. That's what family is for, isn't it? Chen Qian paused for a moment, his smile brightening. Of course. The scene of familial communication touched the taxi driver beside them, reminding him of his own son's college entrance examination, who also insisted on going alone. How did he educate him back then? He seemed to have given him a slap. The roads bustled with people, with traffic police stationed at every intersection, everything appearing orderly. On this day, the citizens of Qinglu City tacitly ignored the existence of horns. Chen Qian was fortunate to have his exam at the main venue, the second middle school, while Jiang Chun was not so lucky, assigned to the fourth middle school. At this moment, Wang Jinghua had already been waiting at the entrance of the second middle school. Upon seeing Chen Qian preparing to enter the examination hall, he clenched his fists over his chest, cheering him on. Chen Qian smiled slightly, his eyes brimming with an indescribable confidence. The college entrance examination in Huaguo spanned 2 days, Chinese in the morning and mathematics in the afternoon on the first day, followed by science or liberal arts in the morning and foreign language in the afternoon on the second day. Seated in the examination hall, upon receiving the Chinese exam paper, Chen Qian glanced at it and shook his head slightly. Too easy. It was as if the examiner's intentions were laid bare. Had it been before, he would not have been able to achieve this level of insight, but the dramatic enhancement of his cognitive flexibility yielded unimaginable results. He could even memorize content with just a glance. It's worth noting that the improvement in memory was merely a byproduct of enhanced cognitive flexibility. One could only imagine how exaggerated Chen Qian's abilities were now. He surpassed even the strongest minds. In just half an hour, Chen Qian completed all the preceding questions and arrived at the essay section. He had never slackened his practice in essay writing, but at this moment, it felt as though he had been favored by the muse of literature, an outpouring of inspiration flooding his mind. Writing about feelings, Chen Qian murmured to himself, contemplating the essay prompt. Feelings are both easy and difficult to write about. This topic could be somewhat tricky. If someone chose to write about love, the scores would likely not be high. Yet Chen Qian was different. He resolutely chose to write about love. Not just any love, but he aimed for a perfect score. He intended to write in classical Chinese. Farewell to UG at 11 o'clock in the morning, Chen Qian exited the examination hall punctually. Had it not been for the rule that allowed submissions only 30 minutes early, he would have left much sooner. Chen Jianhai and Li Qingmei, in unspoken agreement, refrained from asking how he had performed, fearing it might disrupt his mindset. Moreover, they had confidence in their son. You must be tired. What do you want to eat for lunch? Li Qingmei asked with concern. Chen Qian replied nonchalantly, as long as it doesn't upset my stomach, anything is fine. In the afternoon, the mathematics examination commenced. Chen Qian regarded the moderately challenging paper, finding everything rather mundane. After 45 minutes, he finished all the questions, leaving him to check repeatedly until he simply laid his head down on the desk and dozed off. The next day, the science and foreign language exams followed in succession. Chen Qian yawned as he exited the examination hall, feeling somewhat dazed from sleep. Previously, he had always felt excessively tired in class. But today he had finally caught up on his sleep, to the point where he could hardly stay awake any longer. As he spotted his parents waiting in the distance, Chen Qian was about to greet them when he was unexpectedly intercepted by a reporter clad in professional attire, holding a microphone. Hello, student. We are from Qinglu Television. You are the first student to leave the examination hall. What are your thoughts on this college entrance examination? Wang Sisi, gazing at the slightly confused Chen Qian, silently exclaimed how fortunate she was to encounter such a handsome young man while conducting interviews at the second middle school. Chen Qian was momentarily taken aback, staring at the camera and the reporter wearing a badge, pondering for a moment. Thoughts, right? Honestly, I have no particular thoughts. The exam papers were simply too easy. And since we can only submit half an hour early, it felt like a waste of time just sitting there sleeping. Wang Sisi was stunned, instinctively glancing at the cameraman behind her, who also appeared taken aback. Can this interview even be broadcast? Is he intentionally being so nonchalant? But I just saw him walk out. He really does seem like he hasn't woken up yet. At that moment, Chen Qian had no time to consider the thoughts of the reporter before he walked straight towards his parents in the distance. Chen Jianhai and Li Qingmei waved their hands excitedly as their son approached, but Chen Jianhai quickly caught on, signaling to his wife with his eyes. Li Qingmei understood, and they both turned away only to come back holding up a banner with red background and yellow characters. Congratulations to our son for completing the college entrance examination. Dad, my son is always the best. Mom. Chen Qian was momentarily frozen in place, holding his forehead and wishing for a place to hide. What on earth is this? I never noticed such antics in my previous life. Truly, performing well in studies influences the whole family. Chen Qian sighed. What else could he do? He could only walk over and hug his parents. Then noticing how tired his mother looked from waving the banner, he took it from her and joined his father in waving it. Now, seeing this spectacle, Wang Sisi and her crew rushed over with the cameraman in tow. Chen Qian initially felt a bit embarrassed, but realizing the banner was specially prepared by his parents, he felt a surge of pride, especially since no other parents seemed to have prepared anything. I am proud. Thus, in front of the camera, he waved even more energetically. A few minutes later, Chen Jianhai gazed longingly at the departing camera, murmuring, I haven't had enough of the interview yet. Li Qingmei nodded in agreement beside him. Me too. Chapter 29. After the college entrance examination indeed, Wang Sisi completely disregarded Chen Qian and instead interviewed his parents. No matter what questions she posed, Chen Jianhai and Li Qingmei skillfully diverted the conversation to extol Chen Qian, almost elevating him to the status of a once-in-a-century genius. Despite his previous poor grades, he had miraculously ascended to the top of the city within a month. This left Wang Cici somewhat speechless, and she hurriedly concluded the interview. All right, Mom and Dad. I'm hungry. Let us hurry home for dinner, Chen Qian said, looking at his still-dazed parents, clapping his hands to gain their attention. Li Qingmei's eyes widened in disbelief. Dinner? I haven't prepared your meal. What? Chen Qian froze in place. Could this be the notorious post-examination parental indifference syndrome? At that moment, Chen Jianhai nodded in agreement. Exactly. You've finished your exam. Shouldn't you be out celebrating with your classmates? Home-cooked meals can't compare to the deliciousness of a restaurant. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt as if he were being targeted by a predatory animal, a chill running down his spine, prompting him to hastily amend his statement. Of course, your mother's cooking is exceptional. I completely understand your desire to return home for a meal. Unfortunately, it was too late. His little belly had already done a complete 180-degree turn. Oh dear, my love, take it easy. There are so many people around. Give me a break. Chen Qian was left dumbfounded, yet watching his playful parents filled him with warmth and happiness. Soon, the family boarded a taxi to return home. Under normal circumstances, Li Qingmei would be reluctant to take a taxi, but for the past few days, Chen Qian's college entrance examination admission ticket had served as a free pass. So there was no issue this time. Upon arriving home, Chen Jianhai sat on the sofa, pulling out a red plastic bag from somewhere and discreetly handing it to Chen Qian while Li Qingmei was not looking. Son, this is Dad's little stash. It hasn't been confiscated by your mother yet. There's 1,000 yuan inside. Take it and go out with your classmates. His voice grew softer as he noticed a peculiar expression on his son's face, and he suddenly realized he should be careful, casting an awkward glance behind him. Hee. Dear, how come you walk so quietly? Li Qingmei huffed, but said nothing more. Instead, she produced a white plastic bag, revealing stacks of red 100-yuan bills. Mom also gives you 1,000. Spend it during the break. Chen Qian had intended to laugh, but gazing at the crumpled plastic bag filled with what might have been their hard-earned savings for quite some time, his eyes suddenly felt a bit moist. Nevertheless, he decided to accept it, for soon, more money would come his way. He vividly remembered that in his previous life, Jiang Riyue had ranked first in the city, and their school awarded a generous prize of 100,000 yuan. 100,000. That's 50,000 a day for 2 days. A lucrative reward. Given the fierce competition for high school enrollment these days, it was reasonable to assume that the second high school would not be stingy either. Alas, poor Jiang. But she was a little wealthy. It shouldn't pose much of a problem. I'll repay you later, Chen Qian thought. Then, looking at his parents, he smiled. Since you both have said so, I shall spend freely. Chen Jianhai chuckled. Hey, we earn money just for you to spend it. Go ahead and splurge. If it's not enough, your father can discuss it with your mother. Just write a request. Seeing this, Chen Qian thought to himself, wow, impressive. The way he pivots his words, without a hint of hesitation, it's flawless. Indeed, his mother seemed blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, nodding at him as if to say, yes, if it's not enough, you can always apply. Chen Qian understood. No wonder his father had managed to win his mother's heart. Besides good looks, one must be clever and resourceful. In his room, as Chen Qian was changing clothes to prepare to deposit the money at the bank, his phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he saw it was Jiang Chen. Upon answering, Jiang Chen's excited voice burst through, hey, let us go out and have some fun. My dad just gave me 10,000 yuan. Ha. Chen Qian was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a generous sum. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, his once mediocre son had suddenly risen to prominence in class, with hopes of entering prestigious universities like Jing University and Huaguo, which justified the amount. Awesome. I was just about to head out. Let us go together. Chen Qian readily agreed. They arranged to meet at the entrance of the Xinhua bookstore before hanging up. However, just after disconnecting, another call came in. Hello, Jiang, what's up? Chen Qian greeted. Who were you just on the phone with? Jiang Riyue's sweet voice sounded, though there was a hint of something amiss. Chen Qian thought little of it. I was talking to Fatty. What's the matter? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to ask how you did on the exam. In 4 words, I nailed it. Chen Qian replied without hesitation. That's great. Jiang Riyue exclaimed joyfully. Make sure to tell me before you submit your application. Don't worry, I'll definitely let you know once I've decided. Okay, Jiang Riyue replied, and once again, they fell into a comfortable silence, reluctant to end the call. They both spoke at once. You go first, Chen Qian suggested. Jiang Riyue seemed resolute. How about we go out together later? Chen Qian was taken aback, incredulous. You mean to say you want to go out together? Yes, what's wrong with that? Could it be that I'm hearing the words go out from the esteemed Jiang academic? Has the sun risen from the north today? Oh, I'm not a bookworm. I do go out to have fun when I'm tired of studying. Chen Qian found this hard to believe. Her notion of going out after studying was likely still rooted in diligent effort. However, since he had already made plans with Jiang Chun, he agreed. Fine. I'm only reluctantly agreeing to this. Chen Qian reassured himself. All right, see you later at the Xinhua bookstore entrance. Since I'm meeting Fatty too, we can all go together, he said. Great, see you soon. After hanging up, Chen Qian quickly changed his clothes and washed his face. Looking in the mirror at his increasingly mature and exquisitely chiseled features, he couldn't help but smile. The future is coming for me. Half an hour later, the trio successfully met at the entrance of the Xinhua bookstore. Standing there, they gazed up at the bookstore's sign, a wave of nostalgia washing over them. Just weeks ago, they were all striving within those walls, and now they were stepping into the next chapter of their lives. Time flies, Chen Qian murmured. Chapter 30. A thrilling day at the amusement park. Jiang Chun shook his head, dismissing the sentiment, and with an air of excitement, he exclaimed, Where shall we go to have fun? Chen Qian, with a hint of exasperation, replied, Hold your horses. I need to ask you, are you confident about getting into Jing University or hucking this time? Jiang Chun lifted his chin, brimming with confidence. Of course. Who do you think I am? You're Fatty. Jiang Riyue interjected. Jiang Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, so that is how it is, Jiang Riyue. You've been influenced by Chen Qian. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Riyue nodded in agreement. Yes, I've been influenced. Jiang Chun's eyes grew even wider as he looked at Chen Qian. A hint of despair in his tone. Chen Qian, she's following your lead. Aren't you going to do something about it? Chen Qian found it curious. At home, it was his mother who kept his father in line. Why was he now expected to manage Jiang Riyue? However, neither Chen Qian nor Jiang Chun noticed that Jiang Riyue had turned crimson and quietly lowered her head. After a while, they finally ceased their banter and returned to the matter at hand. I believe that my chances of being admitted to either Peking University or Huaguo University of Science and Technology are quite promising. The only concern lies in which major I will be able to pursue, but I have a strong feeling that I performed exceptionally well. Jiang Chun, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief. What about you? Jiang Chun suddenly countered. Chen Qian exchanged a glance with Jiang Riyue, and they shared a smile. As for me, I suppose I can choose any major, Chen Qian replied. I think I will too, Jiang Riyue added. Jiang Chun's expression darkened. He realized he should not have probed further. He quickly shifted the topic. Have you decided where to go? Any places you have in mind? Chen Qian asked Jiang Riyue. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Riyue suggested. How about an amusement park in the suburbs? That sounds great. Jiang Chun wholeheartedly agreed. Although Chen Qian found the amusement park somewhat tedious, considering he was already an adult, he eventually consented after giving it some thought. All right then, it's settled. But first, let's grab a bite. What should we eat? Hot pot. Chen Qian and Jiang Riyue chorused. Jiang Chun suddenly felt as though he could forego the meal entirely. Honestly, I don't need to eat. I'm already full. 20 minutes later, the group arrived at Heidaleo. Jiang Chun sat down first, casually draping his legs over the side and occupying the entire sofa, clearly indicating that Chen Qian and Jiang Riyue should sit opposite him. Chen Qian was not oblivious to Jiang Chun's subtle intentions, but he chose not to comment. After taking a seat with Jiang Riyue, they began ordering dishes. Throughout the meal, Jiang Chun shook his head repeatedly, filled with envy. Why don't I have childhood friends like them? They share the same tastes and both love spicy food. Eating a tomato hot pot alone feels so lonely. After the meal, the trio hailed a taxi to the suburban amusement park. The amusement park in the outskirts of Qinglu City was not very large, yet it had all the essential attractions. When they arrived, the night session had just begun. Our Qinglu City amusement park is the best, Chen Qian remarked after passing through the entrance. Upon entering, he heard the distant screams from the roller coaster and the swinging pendulum ride. If it were an amusement park in another city, such thrilling rides would not be operational at night. What a wild place. Once inside, Jiang Riyue transformed into a different person, her joy evident as she eagerly explored. Resembling a curious little kitten, a stark contrast to her usual quiet and sweet demeanor. Let's go on the roller coaster and the pendulum ride first, Jiang Riyue suggested. Since there aren't many people now, shall we head over? Chen Qian naturally agreed, despite his fear of heights, which only surfaced in certain situations. With safety measures in place, he felt emboldened. It was expected for Jiang Riyue to enjoy thrilling rides, as they had visited the park together in their childhood. However, Jiang Chun appeared visibly apprehensive and terrified. How do you feel? Are you scared? Chen Qian inquired. Jiang Chun shook his head. I don't know yet. I need to get closer to gauge my feelings. It's a bit far right now. Chen Qian chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to tease him. Let us go. Before long, the trio stood beneath the pendulum ride, gazing up at the exhilarating screams and laughter that filled the air, igniting a surge of adrenaline. Jiang Chun confirmed his inability to handle it, shaking his head repeatedly. No way. I can't do this. You two go ahead and queue. I'll wait for you. Chen Qian nodded, preparing to leave with Jiang Riyue, when he suddenly froze in place. Above them, under the bright lights, the scene on the pendulum ride was vividly visible. Jiang Riyue tugged at Chen Qian's sleeve, realizing he hadn't moved, and looked up herself. In the next moment, their eyes widened in shock. Run. It's dangerous. They're S.A. bomb. Chen Qian reacted first, grabbing Jiang Chun with his left hand and Jiang Riyue with his right, swiftly retreating. In front of them stood a couple, who looked at them with bewildered expressions as if to say, what is going on? Are they crazy? Just then, a mass of yellowish-brown goo descended from the sky, landing squarely on the couple's heads. The boy touched it curiously, while his girlfriend screamed in horror. Ah, it's poop. Witnessing this, the three exchanged glances, collectively exhaling in relief. That was too close. It's a case of something falling from the sky, Chen Qian exclaimed, patting his chest. Jiang Chun's expression was one of disbelief, his body trembling. Damn, I've never seen anything like this before. Jiang Riyue kept swallowing nervously and eventually waved her hands. I'm not going on the pendulum ride anymore. Chen Qian wholeheartedly agreed, pondering whether their chosen seats might harbor any hidden surprises. After standing still for a while to calm their nerves, they finally approached the roller coaster. In silent agreement, they looked up again, scrutinizing the ride. They were unsure of their thoughts at that moment. It was undeniably disgusting, something they had never witnessed before, yet part of them was curious to see it again. Simultaneously, they each tried to convince themselves that they simply wanted to ensure there were no surprises this time, to confirm that all the seats were clean. 5 minutes later, they left the area in disappointment. Jiang Chun found a chair to sit on while Chen Qian and Jiang Riyue queued for the roller coaster. I'm curious to see if it can make me fly, Chen Qian remarked while waiting in line, taking a deep breath. Jiang Riyue, unable to resist, playfully punched him twice. Ugh, that's disgusting. What do you mean fly? Huh? Chen Qian turned to her in confusion. I meant the feeling of flying. Isn't that what riding a roller coaster is about? Where's your mind at? Jiang Riyue's face flushed, and she couldn't help but stomp her foot in embarrassment. In that instant, Chen Qian felt the helplessness of his father. Though his waist had no excess fat, he still spun around 180 degrees. Ouch! Chen Qian gasped. It didn't hurt at all. Chapter 31. Journey to Jinling. However, his stubborn demeanor made Jiang Riyue laugh. She discreetly released her grip, hesitating for a moment before rubbing his waist. It doesn't hurt anymore. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chun sat up straight with a jolt, listening to Chen Qian's anguished cries, feeling a sense of elation. Especially hearing Jiang Riyue's joyful laughter juxtaposed against Chen Qian's cries made him feel even more thrilled. Chen Qian, look at you now, huh? Soon, Chen Qian and Jiang Riyue emerged from the roller coaster, and the trio headed towards the carousel. Yet Chen Qian was puzzled as to why Jiang Chun seemed even happier. Humming a little tune. After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, he decided to let it be. That night, the trio played until nearly midnight before leaving the amusement park. Of course, as students who had just finished their college entrance examinations, it was still early, and they felt no fatigue. However, Jiang Riyue, being a girl, still had a curfew even during this special holiday. Good evening, Auntie. Chen Qian greeted Jiang's mother with a smile. Initially, he intended to call her sister, but reconsidered it was inappropriate. Good evening, Auntie. Jiang Chun also greeted obediently. Hello. You too? Jiang's mother responded with a smile. I'll take Riyue home now. You both take care on your way back. All right, Auntie, Chen Qian nodded. Afterward, Jiang's mother led Jiang Riyue to their car and gradually drove away. Chen Qian waved goodbye, standing in place while letting out a quiet sigh, though he was unsure of the reason for his sigh. All right, stop staring. Jiang Chun patted Chen Qian on the shoulder. Where shall we go next? To an internet cafe? However, Chen Qian had lost interest by that point and shook his head. Let us just call it a night and discuss it tomorrow. All right then. Soon. The two of them took separate taxis home. That night, as Chen Qian lay in bed, he glanced at the chat group on WeChat, where the trio was discussing their plans for the next day. As a qualified recent high school graduate, having just completed the Gaokao, it is only natural to indulge in some leisure activities. What? Continue studying? To even think of studying at this moment is utterly insane. Not long after, the trio decided to take a trip to Jinling, primarily to visit the Nanjing Massacre Memorial Hall and pay homage to the martyrs. Although Qinglu City belongs to Huaguo Province, With its capital in Luzhou, a true citizen of Qinglu City would never acknowledge Luzhou as the provincial capital. Our leader is clearly Jinling. Have you not noticed that the metro has been extended to our area, neglecting other districts? It is quite infuriating. However, this is unavoidable. The proximity is simply too close. As residents of Qinglu City often shop in Jinling. The next day, the three gathered once more, heading straight for the Nanjing Massacre Memorial Hall. Although it was not their first visit, stepping into this place again transported them back to that turbulent and somber era. Each photograph and historical artifact narrated the horrific atrocities and the tragedy that resulted in rivers of blood. An hour later, they emerged from the memorial hall. Their spirits considerably dampened. Being left behind means facing consequences. There is no everlasting peace between nations. Only intimidation and submission exist. At that moment, Chen Qian felt a shift within him. During lunch, the trio had little appetite and casually entered a McDonald's. Alas, what terrible luck to encounter a group of Japanese individuals. As Chen Qian settled with his meal, he overheard them chattering away in their native tongue, completely disregarding the impact of their noise on others. Jiang Chun, equally displeased, remarked, "It's too loud. I'll go tell them to be quiet." Just then, Chen Qian halted Jiang Chun, for he noticed Jiang Riyue seemed hesitant to speak. "What's wrong?" Chen Qian inquired. Jiang Riyue gathered her thoughts. "I can understand some Japanese. They seem to be insulting us Chinese, even mentioning the memorial hall." Chen Qian's expression turned icy. "What did they say?" Jiang Riyue continued. "They said the people who were killed at the memorial deserved it, and that the elderly who were humiliated should feel honored." How outrageous. Jiang Chun stood up abruptly, grabbing his tray to confront the Japanese group. "What the hell are you saying?" At that moment, the Japanese individuals also stood up, looking quite furious, one young man shouting in broken Chinese, "What do you want?" However, before Jiang Chun could respond, Chen Qian charged forward and landed a punch on the young man's face. "What is the point of talking? Let's settle this. For them to lay a finger on us is their honor," Chen Qian declared swiftly. Jiang Chun, realizing the gravity of the situation, thought to himself, "Indeed, he is right. How dare they bare their fangs at their master? It is an honor for them to be struck." Without further ado, he joined the fray. The commotion startled other patrons, who exchanged bewildered glances. Although unsure of the situation, many stood up, ready to intervene. Jiang Riyue, seeing this, anxiously stopped them. "Can you help us?" She briefly explained the circumstances. To her surprise, upon hearing the reason, a wave of people surged forward, escalating the chaos, accompanied by the distant cries of the Japanese individuals. Jiang Riyue was taken aback. Her initial concern was for Chen Qian and Jiang Chun, who were outnumbered and had already taken several hits. She had hoped to enlist others' help, even if just to restrain the Japanese group, but she never anticipated such a strong response. No, it wasn't just a strong response. Everyone had joined in to beat the Japanese individuals. At that moment, she felt an immense relief, the gloom from earlier dissipating. Chen Qian, too, sighed with relief. He and Jiang Chun had been struggling, barely holding their own, but the sudden influx of support turned the tide. "Hey, slow down. Let me get in a kick too," Chen Qian exclaimed as he rushed forward again. "Don't crowd. That guy hit me. I want to hit back," Jiang Chun shouted, unwilling to be outdone. The other patrons were simply too fierce. They were unable to claim any glory for themselves. "No, I must retaliate. I cannot suffer a loss." The commotion in the restaurant escalated, the Japanese individuals unable to defend themselves. One managed to squeeze through to look for help from the staff, only to be met with a dismissive wave from the employees. "This is outside our jurisdiction, we can't help." The male server then shed his uniform and landed a punch on the individual. "What the hell help you?" Other male servers followed suit, shedding their uniforms and charging in. Meanwhile, the female servers and patrons like Jiang Riyue cheered them on from the sidelines. In the monitoring room, the manager sat at his computer, quietly shutting off the cameras and deleting the footage. However, when he noticed a Japanese individual attempting to escape through the door, he promptly rose and kicked the person back inside, locking the door behind him. Time passed, and soon the sound of sirens could be heard. The manager, seeing this, discreetly exited through the back door, standing at the front entrance to await the officers. Shortly, a group of police officers arrived, the lead officer anxiously asking, "What is going on?" Someone reported a brawl inside. The manager offered a cigarette and recounted the situation. The lead officer's expression changed dramatically as he took the cigarette. "What? This involves an international incident. What do we do? We can't handle this. I need to report this to my superiors immediately. Wait, where's my phone? I can't find it. Did anyone bring a phone?" The others felt equally guilty. "Boss, we didn't bring our phones either. I brought mine, but it's broken." The lead officer quietly lit a cigarette aside. Then we'll just have to take our time finding them. Half an hour later, the noise inside gradually subsided. Chen Qian and Jiang Chun slumped in their seats, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, glancing around at their fellow patrons, all equally exhausted. Meanwhile, the Japanese individuals lay on the floor, wailing in agony, unable to stand. Zhang Riyue, seeing this, quickly approached and kicked a few of them before gleefully returning to sit beside Chen Qian. The other girl's eyes lit up. Yes, we didn't join in because of physical differences, but now you can't fight back, can you? They rushed forward to kick as well. Feeling satisfied after 10 minutes of retaliation, the room fell silent, but suddenly someone burst into laughter, triggering a chain reaction as everyone erupted into hearty laughter. Brothers, well done. Everyone worked together splendidly. Indeed, my mood has improved tremendously today. I must tell my father about this when I return. Perhaps it can be included in our family history. Before long, the manager entered with a group of police officers. The Japanese individuals, upon seeing this, struggled to sit up and began to loudly accuse Chen Qian and the others. However, the officers remained impassive, proceeding to escort everyone onto the police vehicles. In the car, Chen Qian and Jiang Chun exchanged glances and chuckled. Noting Zhang Riyue's anxiety, Chen Qian reassured her, "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Jiang Chun and I have experience with this now, so you can relax." Zhang Riyue nodded stiffly. Although she often watched Chen Qian fight as a child and would occasionally join in afterward, this was her first time in a police station. How nerve-wracking. Several minutes later, the group arrived at the police station, but to their surprise, they were not kept there for long. The officers soon allowed them to leave. Only a gaggle of small children remained, incessantly chattering in an incomprehensible dialect. Chen Qian and his companions were unaware that this skirmish, which pertained to dignity, would later be resurrected by netizens, who dubbed it the McDonald's battle. After departing the police station, it wasn't long before the three resumed their journey through Jinling. However, in stark contrast to their earlier mood, they now radiated exuberance. Despite their familiarity with Jinling, they found themselves reveling in its newfound charm. By 8 o'clock, after finishing another round of hot pot, the trio returned to Qinglu City and parted ways. Upon returning home, Chen Qian couldn't resist sharing the tale of their McDonald's battle with his parents, recounting it with fervor. He ultimately sighed, shaking his head in lament. "What a pity I wasn't there. I really wanted to kick a few times." Meanwhile, Li Qingmei observed her son with a hint of concern, only feeling relieved after confirming he had sustained no injuries. That night, after taking a shower, Chen Qian lay in bed, engaging in conversation with his two friends online. However, during their chat, Jiang Chun abruptly vanished, only to reappear moments later, brimming with excitement. "Hurry, you need to check Weibo. You've gone viral." Chen Qian, puzzled, inquired what was happening, but Jiang Chun remained tight-lipped, leaving him no choice but to download Weibo. Indeed, he was not a regular user. In his previous life, he had never engaged with it. After all, who of substance frequents Weibo? Nevertheless, curiosity compelled him to create an account. After bypassing the irritating follow requests, the trending headlines left Chen Qian in stunned silence. Shocking. The most handsome high school student appears after the college entrance examination. It even surged to the top of the trending list. Could this be referring to me? Chen Qian mused, imagining how speechless others would be if they witnessed this. Was he being vain? Perhaps, but it was the truth. How he wished to deny it. Determined, he clicked on the title. Sure enough, a photograph of him surfaced, a screenshot taken during an interview after the exam. "I made it to the top of the trending list with my looks," he murmured. However, he quickly realized that the most talked about event recently was indeed the college entrance examination, and any topic related to it had the potential to trend, especially titled as the most handsome high school student. Yet, he couldn't help but recall a certain supernatural drama from Bei Province featuring a so-called most handsome high school student, whose appearance. Chen Qian swallowed hard and scrolled down to read the comments. Wow, does this world truly have such beauty? I'm in. Oh, I want to have a sweet and passionate romance with him. Does no one think this guy could be a star? He could slay the top influencers even without makeup. I'm begging him to practice singing, dancing, and rapping and debut. Oh my heavens, he is the most handsome man I've ever seen. Chen Qian struggled to contain himself, but ultimately could not suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. It was indeed more difficult to resist than he had anticipated. As he continued scrolling, he encountered some less than friendly comments, tinged with envy, but he paid them no mind. Ah, the troubles of being handsome, who understands? He thought. While beautiful women would compliment each other with admiration, men were judged solely on their merits. He believed that once his examination results were released, the media would undoubtedly make a grand spectacle of it, and he would surely astonish a multitude of netizens. After chatting a while longer, Chen Qian gradually drifted into slumber. Little did he anticipate the formidable power of jealousy. Before he could astound the world with his results, his interview had already been unearthed by internet users. Initially a mundane interview, perhaps with a few minor issues, it would not have stirred much commotion. However, under the surge of the most handsome high school studentess fame, it spread like wildfire across the internet overnight. Chapter 33. The storm of public opinion. The following day, after 2 days of leisure, Chen Qian felt an inexplicable emptiness within, prompting him to ponder whether it was time to buckle down. Playing every day was exhausting. It felt so unnatural. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had yet to obtain his driver's license. He swiftly grabbed his phone, intending to ask Jiang Riyue and Jiang Chun if they wanted to take the test together. However, before he could finish typing, Jiang Riyue called first. Chen Qian, you need to check Weibo right now, she urged, her tone anxious. But keep a level head. Don't get too upset, all right? Don't take what they say to heart. She was fully aware that this situation couldn't be concealed for long, so she decided to be upfront, comforting Chen Qian and preparing him mentally. Chen Qian was taken aback. Although he didn't grasp the situation, he immediately opened Weibo after hanging up. Shocking. The most handsome high school student caught sleeping during the exam. The most handsome high school student is a slacker. Classmates of the most handsome high school student claim he lacks academic prowess. Seeing 3 trending topics related to himself, all seemingly unfriendly, Chen Qian furrowed his brow. Clicking through the comments, he found a plethora of opinions. This is hilarious. Setting aside looks, what qualifies him to be called the most handsome high school student? Doesn't he know that high school students should excel in all aspects? Morality, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor? Exactly. Women nowadays seem to have only looks on their minds. I watched the interview. He is a standard slacker. Can you believe he walked out of the exam still half asleep? Sleeping during the college entrance exam? I've only heard about that from the delinquents in our school. I'm too lazy to even insult him. He didn't wake up, and then he had the audacity to tell the reporter that the exam was too easy and suggested increasing the difficulty? How shameless can you get? My cousin is taking the exam this year in Huaguo, and he said this exam was more challenging than the last. What is wrong with today as high school students? All they think about is showing off and chasing girls. This kid probably has a history of messing around with girls. Who knows how many children he has fathered? Not to mention, I've heard these delinquents often play with multiple girls at once. It's outrageous. If we report this, can't we get him arrested? Absolutely. If they investigate, they'll surely find evidence. I refuse to believe none of the girls he's messed with would come forward. The conversation spiraled further into absurdity, and Chen Qian's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He prepared to retaliate via his phone, but hesitated before hitting send. Was this truly how a scientist should conduct himself? Chen Qian fell silent. After a moment, his eyes began to shine with clarity. Who am I? I am Chen Duo. Why should a scientist not be allowed to speak out? Who set such a rule? I need to earn money. A lot of money. Why can't a scientist earn a fortune? I will. Anyone who dares to challenge me, I shall retort fiercely. He still vividly remembered the elderly gentleman who helped the nation escape hunger, only to be vilified for touching a luxury car. Why should he be insulted? How dare those keyboard warriors attack that elderly man? Who do they think they are? With that, Chen Qian promptly changed his Weibo username to his real name. But it was already taken, so he added AA in front of it. He also changed his signature to the most handsome high school student, aspiring scientist. Subsequently, he found a decent selfie on his phone and posted it to prove his identity. Before launching his counterattack, he made sure to inform his friends in the group chat. Soon, he gained 2 new followers, Runam Mingyue and Chen Yonai. However, he quickly noticed that Runam Mingyue had transformed into AA Ru Mingyue, and Chen Yonai had become AA Chen Yonai. This left Chen Qian feeling both amused and warm-hearted. In the next moment, he ceased his hesitation, and his fingers danced swiftly across the screen. Setting aside appearances, disregarding any notions of unattractiveness, I am aware of your brilliance. You question what women think. Perhaps your mind is made of excrement. You claim I emerged from the examination room half asleep. Indeed, I did enjoy a comfortable slumber during the test. Yet I performed better than you even while resting. You allege that sleeping during the college entrance exam is something you've only heard from delinquents? I have also encountered your girlfriend among those delinquents. You accuse me of being shameless and pretentious? I speak the truth while you label me a show-off. It seems you are the one who is foolish. You assert that I prey on young girls? Yes, your girlfriend has indeed been a victim of my attentions. You threaten to report me? Please do, lest I become uncontrollable and consider pursuing your girlfriend or future wife next. You suggest that the mistreated young girls should come forth? You are correct. Let your girlfriend or wife step forward. Meanwhile, Jiang Ryue and Jiang Chun were also assisting Chen Qian in confronting the keyboard warriors with fervor. Jiang Chun, having learned from Chen Qian, displayed commendable prowess, while Jiang Ryue's retorts fell rather flat, bordering on irrelevant. However, this was to be expected. One could hardly anticipate her to utter anything shocking, as she would shy away from anything even slightly risque. Yet unbeknownst to Chen Qian, Jiang Ryue, holding her phone, observed the words he typed with a flushed face, her large eyes ceaselessly darting about, resembling a timid little wildcat intrigued by curious happenings. The sight of the most handsome high school student engaging fiercely with netizens naturally attracted a crowd of onlookers, swiftly propelling the topic to the top of the trending list. Meanwhile, those keyboard warriors, sitting behind their screens, fought back with reddened eyes. Chen Qian and his companions were no match for the vast army of keyboard warriors. Yet he remained unfazed. Confrontation is an art, a pursuit worthy of a lifetime of dedication. One should not dwell on momentary victories or losses, but rather continue to engage until they no longer dare to boast. This is the initial objective. For them to refrain from making any comments would mark the intermediate goal. Ultimately, their mental collapse would be the final aim. Shortly, at Chen Qian's command, the trio ceased their battle. He casually inquired if they wished to obtain their driver's licenses together, to which Jiang Ryue and Jiang Chun readily agreed. A half-hour later, after changing clothes and bidding farewell to his parents, Chen Qian stepped outside. Upon gathering, they deliberated for some time, scouting various locations before ultimately selecting a driving school conveniently located for all. However, as they prepared to enroll, Chen Qian found himself in an awkward position. He lacked sufficient funds for the registration fee. Just as he contemplated calling home, Jiang Chun silently transferred him 3,000 yuan. "I'll pay you back as soon as possible," Chen Qian stammered. Jiang Chun waved it off nonchalantly. "No rush, no rush." As she spoke, her voice trailed off. Yet her lips clearly formed the words girlfriend. Chen Qian chuckled, flashed her a middle finger, and chose not to elaborate further, though he tucked the day's events away in his mind. Chapter 34. The tactics of prestigious schools. The days that followed were filled with tranquility. Chen Qian and his companions spent their time practicing driving at the school, with no other matters to attend to. One day, the school required students to return to compare answers and estimate scores, but this conflicted with their examination schedule, so none of them attended. Only Jiang Chun inquired after old Wang for the answers and confirmed them at home, resulting in a satisfactory outcome. The clamor online gradually subsided. Yet Chen Qian and his friends remained steadfast, logging on each evening after dinner to continue their confrontations, embodying an unwavering spirit. Most keyboard warriors had surrendered, save for a few who had been particularly harshly criticized by Chen Qian, still clinging to their grievances. Chen Qian found this gratifying, hoping they would persist. Then one morning, while Chen Qian was enjoying breakfast, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed it was a number from Kyoto. Both Chen Jianhai and Li Qingmei were puzzled when their son did not answer immediately. Who would call so early? It wasn't even 7 o'clock. Chen Qian had a hunch about the caller's identity. Observing his parents' curiosity, he quietly switched to speaker mode and answered the call. A crisp female voice chimed in. "Hello? Is this Chen Qian? We are from the Kyoto University admissions team." Chen Jianhai and Li Qingmei were momentarily stunned, and then Chen Jianhai clasped his head with both hands, his eyes widening as his grin grew ever broader. Li Qingmei, equally delighted, covered her mouth, her face flushed with excitement. Although they both had confidence in their son, the absence of results had felt like an oppressive weight hanging over them. Yet now that the university's admissions team had called, did this not imply something significant? Seeing his parents' reaction, Chen Qian chuckled and shook his head. Li Qingmei hastily gestured to Chen Jianhai for silence. Finally, Chen Qian spoke calmly. "Hello, this is me. How may I assist you?" The young lady on the other end was taken aback by his composed tone. "May I speak with your parents?" Upon hearing this, Chen Qian thought it was rather cunning of Kyoto University. He quickly replied, "They are listening on speaker. I can communicate with you directly." The young lady seemed deflated by his response. "All right, Chen Qian, your college entrance exam score likely meets our admission threshold, but we cannot confirm just yet. Ideally, we could have you sign a contract for early admission. What do you think?" A faint smile crossed Chen Qian's face at her words. "Are you attempting to deceive me?" With that, he decisively hung up the phone, leaving his eager parents speechless. "Son, why did you hang up?" Chen Jianhai questioned, bewildered. Li Qingmei shot him a confused look as well. Chen Qian replied with a grin, "Dad, Mom, rest assured, I am confident in my scores. I will surely exceed the admission line. Kyoto University is attempting to pull a fast one on me, so let us not rush. We shall wait and see what Hucking has to say. Chen Jianhai burst into laughter, giving a thumbs up and praising his son's cleverness. Meanwhile, Li Qingmei had already taken out her phone, preparing to request leave from work at the supermarket. This prompted Chen Jianhai to seize the opportunity to do the same, as he did not want to miss this pivotal moment in his son's life. Before long, another call from Kyoto came through. Chen Qian once again answered on speaker mode. Hello, is this Chen Qian? We are from Huaguo University's admissions team. Another young lady's voice came through, leaving Chen Qian somewhat perplexed. What is this? A beauty trap? Do you think I am easily swayed? No one is more charming than old Jiang. Hello, this is me. How may I assist you? Chen Qian responded evenly. May I speak to your parents? It's on speaker. Just talk to me. The young lady seemed momentarily taken aback. Oh, all right then. Chen Qian, your exam score likely meets our admission threshold, but we cannot confirm just yet. Would you? Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Qian detected the familiar scent of deception. What is this? Have you all conspired to deceive me? Deciding not to hold back, he interjected. How about we sign a contract for early admission? What do you say? The Huaguo admissions representative, taken aback by his boldness, responded excitedly. Absolutely. Let us agree on that. However, Chen Qian abruptly slammed his hand on the table, interrupting her. Enough with the tricks. I already know my score. Even Kyoto University has informed me. With my score, I could attend either Kyoto University or Huaguo University, but to think I was deceived by you has left me quite disheartened. On the other end of the line, in the high-speed train carriage, the admissions officer from Huaguo sat frozen in her seat, instinctively glancing at the teacher beside her, unsure of how to respond. Li Liping naturally heard Chen Qian's voice and was infuriated, his shoulders trembling with suppressed anger. Zhang Qida and the others actually disclosed the score? This is utterly dishonorable. How can we proceed with this? If we cannot play fair, then let none of us play at all. How long until we reach Qinglu City? The young lady glanced at the time and softly replied, soon, about an hour more. Li Liping exhaled in relief. An hour should put them ahead of Zhang Qida and his group, easing his mind as he reached for the phone. My apologies, Chen Qian. As you know, the results have yet to be announced, and it's rather inappropriate for us to disclose them prematurely. We certainly did not intend to deceive you. So please don't think that way. It would sadden the teachers. Chen Qian, stifling laughter, struggled to maintain his composure. Oh, is that so? Click. He abruptly hung up the phone. Li Liping, witnessing Chen Qian disconnect the call, stood agape. What on earth is happening? Has he already secured a spot at Kyoto University? Realizing this, Li Liping could no longer sit idly and immediately dialed Zhang Qida. Zhang Qida, are you not playing fair? You've deceived us. On the other end of the line, Zhang Qida wore a perplexed expression. What is going on? What have I done? Did you inform Chen Qian of the scores? Didn't we agree on fair competition? How could you resort to such underhanded tactics, making him think Huaguo intended to deceive him? Zhang Qida was momentarily stunned but quickly realized he was being outsmarted by that fellow. Surprisingly, he felt no anger but rather admiration for Chen Qian's quick wit. He was aware of the recent online uproar but thought to himself, geniuses have their eccentricities. I can understand that. At that moment, Li Liping also caught on to Zhang Qida's denial. Not wanting to prolong the conversation, he decisively hung up. Given the current situation, it was clear that they must engage in a genuine contest. Chapter 35. Visitors from Kyoto University and Huaguo University son. Is it over? Chen Jianhai inquired. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Chen Qian shook his head. Oh, we're just getting started. I suspect it won't be long before someone comes knocking. Upon hearing this, Li Qingmei could no longer sit still. What? They're coming to our home? I'm not prepared at all. I must go buy some groceries right away. Chen Qian contemplated stopping his mother, uncertain of when the representatives from Kyoto and Huaguo would arrive, and whether they would even stay for a meal. However, he decided it was best to let her go. After all, they would need to buy groceries eventually, so purchasing extra wouldn't hurt. Chen Jianhai, too, could not remain idle. He rummaged through his room, finding a suit he hadn't worn in ages, checking himself out in the mirror. Chen Qian chuckled, shaking his head as he bid farewell and stepped out. He still had to practice driving today. Although he was an experienced driver, practicing wasn't crucial for him. Rather, it was the camaraderie with friends that mattered. He certainly wasn't doing it just to tease Jiang Chen. Upon arriving at the driving school, Chen Qian recounted the events surrounding the calls from Kyoto and Huaguo. So soon? Jiang Ryu asked. Have you decided where you want to go? Chen Qian nodded. Indeed. I plan to attend the mathematics department at Kyoto University. I just want to see them compete for better conditions. Jiang Ryu agreed. Then I'll be going to Kyoto as well. Me too. Jiang Chen eagerly raised his hand, but then found himself making another mistake while reversing. All right, let us all head to Kyoto together. Chen Qian declared, suddenly remembering something as he turned to Jiang Riyue. By the way, you should call your parents quickly. They're likely to reach out to you as well. Don't fall for any tricks. Jiang Riyue chuckled at Chen Qian's mention of tricks and promptly picked up her phone to call home. What a terrible car. It's south impossible to drive. Jiang Chun angrily honked the horn, drawing the ire of the instructor nearby, though he needed to be behind the wheel. Chen Qian's performance was so impressive that the instructor allowed him to guide the others in practice, while he himself patiently assisted a student struggling with the second driving test. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Jiang Chun hesitantly asked, "Should I call home?" Chen Qian stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It's best to make the call. If you pass the admission threshold, they will likely reach out to you." Jiang Chun nodded, and after switching with Jiang Riyue, he pulled out his phone to call home. At Qinglu No. 2 High School, 2 taxis arrived simultaneously, and upon exiting, both parties were astonished to see one another. "How did you arrive so quickly?" Zhang Qida and Li Liping exclaimed in unison. Both then huffed in discontent, ignoring each other as they made their way into the school. Before long, the admissions officers from Kyoto and Huaguo, well prepared, were greeted by Principal Zhang Shui and Director Qian Weihua. "Greetings, esteemed representatives from Kyoto University and Huaguo University." Principal Zhang Shui approached with a smile, extending his hand. Zhang Qida and Li Liping exchanged glances, a flicker of excitement in their eyes as they eagerly reached out. With Zhang Qida managing to grasp the principal's hand first, shaking it vigorously. "You are the principal of No. 2 High School. It's a pleasure. Your student, Chen Qian, is an exceptional talent." Li Liping's hand fell empty as Qian Weihua quickly seized it, hardly pausing. "Hello, I am Director Qian Weihua, and this is Chen Qian's homeroom teacher, Wang Jinghua." Li Liping smiled and greeted them in return. At that moment, a Huaguo representative approached, her expression somewhat troubled as she whispered, "Teacher, what about Jiang Chun from No. 2 High School and Jiang Riyue from No. 1 High School? What has happened to them?" Li Liping, anxious, responded, "What do you mean?" The young lady sighed. Their responses were identical to Chen Qian's. Li Liping was taken aback. Meanwhile, Zhang Qida was still engaged in conversation with Principal Zhang Shui. "We would greatly appreciate your assistance in visiting Chen Qian's home," Zhang Qida said with a smile. "Oh, it's no trouble at all. We are more than happy to assist your endeavors." Zhang Qida discreetly leaned in closer, whispering, "Principal Zhang, we will need you to speak highly of us at Kyoto." Principal Zhang Shui cast a subtle glance at Li Liping, his expression momentarily stiffening. Agreeing would be challenging with Huaguo present, yet refusing would be equally delicate. Li Liping was fully attentive, immediately clasping Wang Jinghui's hand. "Teacher Wang, we at Huaguo would greatly appreciate your favorable opinions on our behalf. We are in dire need of talented individuals, especially a genius like Chen Qian, who scored full marks on the college entrance exam. It has been years since we've seen such a prodigy." At these words, the eyes of Wang Jinghua, Zhang Shui, and Qian Weihua widened in astonishment. Wang Jinghua grasped Li Liping's shoulder, his expression brimming with excitement. "What did you say? I apologize. I'm a bit overwhelmed. Did you just say Chen Qian achieved a perfect score on the college entrance exam? 750 points? Li Liping nodded vigorously, his expression animated and full of understanding. "Yes, I mean exactly 750 points. A raw score of 750. Such a result had only been seen during the early years after the exam was reinstated. Finally, it has emerged again this year." Wang Jinghua's face flushed with excitement, as if he wanted to shout but restrained himself. At this moment, Zhang Qida had also approached Wang Jinghua. Having come to the realization that relying on Principal Zhang for assistance was rather futile, he needed to pivot his efforts towards Wang Jinghua instead. With a firm grip on Wang Jinghua's hand and a face full of sincerity, he exclaimed, "Teacher Wang, our esteemed Jingdai University is indeed eager for talented individuals, particularly someone of Chen Qian's caliber. We are exceedingly desirous. You must advocate on our behalf." He then called over a young lady from Jingdai University, signaling her with his eyes. The young lady instantly understood, selecting a gift from her hands and promptly placing it into Wang Jinghua's embrace. "Oh no, no, no. I cannot accept this." Wang Jinghua hastily refused, fully aware of the implications of accepting a gift. He noticed how even the principal was hesitant to agree. It was not merely a matter of offending someone. More importantly, he wished for Chen Qian to follow his heart's desire, not wanting to exert undue influence. After all, both universities were commendable in their own right. Li Liping had initially considered employing a similar tactic, but upon witnessing Wang Jinghua's resolute refusal of Zhang Qida's offer, he promptly abandoned the idea. The group engaged in light banter for a lengthy while before finally settling down. Subsequently, the principal and Wang Jinghua each drove a vehicle, transporting everyone towards Chen Qian's residence. Chapter 36. The contest at the driving school. Chen Qian was still instructing Jiang Chun on the nuances of parking in reverse when his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Mom? What? They've arrived? All right. I'll head back now. After hanging up, Jiang Ruyu inquired curiously, what is going on? Jiang Chun leaned in with equal curiosity. Chen Qian chuckled. The admissions teams from Jingda and Huaqing have already reached my home. So soon? Jiang Ruyu exclaimed in surprise, realizing she had underestimated the lengths to which Jingda and Huaqing would go for recruitment. Jiang Chun's eyes widened in astonishment. You should hurry. We await your good news. Chen Qian nodded with a smile, exited the car, exchanged a few words with his instructor, and left the driving school amidst the instructor's astonished admiration. Oh, why can't I have a son like that, attending Jingda and Huaqing? The instructor lamented, shaking his head as he watched Chen Qian's retreating figure, while the diligent student beside him nervously tightened the handbrake. Why haven't you released the handbrake again? Before long, Chen Qian returned home. Upon entering, he was met with a cramped living room filled to the brim with distinguishable groups, the left side occupied by the Jingda admissions team, and the right side by the Huaqing admissions team. Meanwhile, Old Wang and the principal busily assisted Li Qingmei and Chun Jianhai with refreshments. As soon as Chen Qian arrived, Wang Jingwa was about to approach him, only to find it was too late. The admissions lady from Jingda was the first to rush forward, seizing Chen Qian's arm and attempting to pull him towards Zhang Qida. Li Liping would not stand for this. Fortunately, the admissions lady from Huaqing was equally tenacious, swiftly grabbing Chen Qian's other arm, resulting in a stalemate among the three. What are you doing? I was the one who got to him first, the Jingda student hissed, glaring at her Huaqing counterpart. The Huaqing student seemingly ignored her, fixated on Chen Qian. Chen Qian, why not come sit with us for a while? Let us have a chat. Realizing the situation, the Jingda student began to shake her hold on Chen Qian, insisting, that's not fair. I was here first, right? Stunned, Chen Qian found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. However, he quickly recognized that these two young women were indeed the ones who had spoken with him earlier. It must be said, the allure of the Jingda and Huaqing representatives was remarkable. The online claims that the more beautiful women are academically inferior were utterly unfounded. Yet this also imparted a profound sense of the cunning nature of both universities. They were resorting to beauty as a tactic. Can you believe it? Faced with the playful gazes surrounding him and the inexplicable satisfaction reflected in his parents' eyes, Chen Qian could no longer contain himself. Ahem, how about I sit in the middle? Would that be acceptable? Upon hearing Chen Qian's suggestion, Zhang Qida and Li Liping ceased their pressure, both clearing their throats in unison. The two young ladies, blushing, relinquished their grips and returned to their seats. Chen Qian found a small stool to sit on. Ahem, hello Chen Qian, I am Zhang Qida, the lead instructor from the Jingda admissions team. Zhang Qida promptly introduced himself. I am Li Liping, added the other. Chen Qian nodded with a smile. But before he could speak, Li Liping urgently interjected, Chen Qian, please choose Huaqing University. You can select any major you desire, tuition is fully waived. And we offer a scholarship of 100,000, plus a 5-day domestic tour for your family. Zhang Qida, alarmed, quickly countered, our Jingda offers the same. Our scholarship is even higher, at 150,000. A 10-day tour. Achieve the required grades, and you'll be granted a direct doctoral program. We also offer direct doctoral admission. Our scholarship is 160,000, 170,000, 180,000. Li Liping. Zhang Qida's expression darkened. Gritting his teeth, we offer 200,000, and our female students are even more beautiful. Chen Qian need not worry about finding a partner. Why would he need to worry, being so handsome? Who are you calling handsome? Chen Qian was taken aback, having hardly spoken a word, and yet the conditions were soaring. Glancing at his parents and teachers, it was evident they were equally astonished. Was there truly such an abundance of benefits for high achievers? Li Qingmei whispered to Chen Jianhai. Is this really the case? Chen Jianhai was just as bewildered. He had never encountered such a scenario in his life, not even in tales. At that moment, Wang Jingwa began to explain, indeed, high academic performance does come with numerous benefits, but not everyone receives offers as generous as Chen Qian's. Chen Qian, now coming to a realization, pondered if he had truly scored full marks. Could it be that this was all too extravagant? He raised his hand to halt the escalating dialogue between the two instructors. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li, may I inquire about my actual score? Both Zhang Qida and Li Liping exchanged peculiar glances, evidently recalling their earlier conversation with Chen Qian. Nonetheless, they quickly brushed it aside. Full marks. A perfect score. Zhang Qida declared first. Li Liping, feeling slightly miffed at being preempted, nonetheless nodded emphatically, his eyes full of expectation directed towards Chen Qian. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Qian's eyes. After all, who wouldn't he be thrilled by a perfect score in the college entrance examination? Though he had anticipated this outcome, the confirmation still ignited a wave of exhilaration within him. He glanced at his parents, who were practically bursting with pride. Their excitement barely contained, though they managed to suppress their enthusiasm in light of the occasion. So, Chen Qian, have you made your decision? Li Liping asked, grasping Chen Qian's hand with an earnest expression. Zhang Qida, unwilling to remain passive, understood that this was the moment to appeal to emotions. He too clasped Chen Qian's other hand, his earnest gaze tinged with a hint of pleading. Chen Qian, we at Jingda truly need you. We are immensely eager for your presence. Chen Qian found himself at a loss for words. With a scholarship of 200,000, the freedom to choose his major, and no tuition fees, he was genuinely satisfied. Yet, under the hopeful gaze of Li Liping, he felt a twinge of guilt at the prospect of refusal. Unexpectedly, at that moment of hesitation, both young ladies once again seized his arms. You must come to Jingda. No, you belong at Huaguo. Chen Qian looked to his teachers and parents for guidance, but they offered no assistance. Even in their eyes, he perceived a mixture of pride and playful amusement. Finally, Chen Qian took a deep breath, steeling himself as he turned to Li Liping. Zhang Qida's heart sank ominously. Was it possible that Chen Qian was leaning towards Huaguo? Li Liping felt a surge of joy within, suppressing his excitement as he spoke. Chen Qian, are you coming to our hucking? However, the next moment, from Chen Qian's lips, which were as cold as ice, came the most chilling words. I'm sorry, Teacher Li. I wish to attend Kyoto University. Chapter 37. Parents are too much. Boom. In that instant, it seemed as though Li Liping heard the thunder roaring amidst a torrential downpour, as if struck by lightning. Chen Qian, perhaps you should reconsider, he stammered. Zhang Qida was too anxious to let him say anything further, swiftly pulling his hand away from Chen Qian. Go away, don't think of poaching from our Kyoto University. I warn you. Zhang Qida was exceedingly agitated. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have stood up and sung a celebratory song. Li Liping, feeling a deep sense of dissatisfaction, yearned to speak to Chen Qian a few more times, but Zhang Qida had already taken Chen Qian towards the bedroom. Come. Chen Qian, let us discuss the contract. Bang. Zhang Qida slammed the door shut, leaving the others awkwardly lingering in the living room. Ha, Teacher Li. Don't be too disappointed. Come, have some water, Principal Zhang Shui intervened, pouring another glass of water for Li Liping. However, Li Liping's mind was far from drinking water. He felt as if his heart were being torn apart. Yet, as a seasoned head of the admissions team, he managed to regain his composure. Since the matter was settled, wallowing in disappointment was futile, the battle was not over, and there were still other students to recruit. Especially Jiang Riyue. Zhou, let's go. Li Liping sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with determination. The hucking girl beside him also rose, following Li Liping out. Teacher Li, stay for a meal, Li Qingmei urged repeatedly. Unfortunately, Li Liping had made up his mind and hurriedly departed from Chen Qian's home. A minute later, a crack appeared in the bedroom door, and Zhang Qida peeked out cautiously, then relaxed and opened the door with a smile. Chen Qian rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. In truth, since entering the bedroom, they had not discussed any contract at all. Zhang Qida had merely been eavesdropping on the outside noise and gestured for him to remain quiet. Such carefulness could only be attributed to rich experience, having suffered his fair share of losses. Soon, the two returned to the living room, and Zhang Qida, brimming with enthusiasm, retrieved a pre-prepared contract from his bag, filled in all the terms, and handed it to Chen Qian's parents. After reviewing it, they passed it on to Chen Qian. Upon glancing over the contract, Chen Qian found it quite simple, with no issues, and signed his name. A weight lifted from Zhang Qida's heart, and after encouraging Chen Qian, he hastened to leave. Li Qingmei and Chen Jianhai attempted to persuade him to stay for dinner, but Zhang Qida was adamant about leaving. Chen Qian had a rough idea of the reason. After Zhang Qida and the others departed, he took out his phone and called Jiang Riyue. Old Jiang, you can head back now. What's up? Have you finished over there? Chen Qian chuckled. Yes, I signed with Kyoto University, and they've already left. I suspect you'll be next. All right, I'll return now. By the way, let Jiang Chun know to come back too, Chen Qian added. If Jiang Chun's scores met the admission threshold, the admissions office would certainly reach out. But if the scores weren't sufficiently high, they might not come knocking. Nonetheless, since they had already visited both his and Jiang Riyue's homes, it was quite likely they would pay a visit. Okay, I'll inform Jiang Chun. Just as the call ended, the principal and others looked over in surprise. Did you all agree to go to Kyoto University together? Chen Qian nodded. Instantly, peculiar expressions spread across everyone's faces. Teacher Li from Huaguo is in for a tough time during the Qinglu city trip. However, Zhang Shi soon recovered, beaming as he shook hands with Chen Qian, continuously expressing his congratulations. Wang Jingwa smiled silently, patting Chen Qian on the shoulder, pride evident in his eyes. Chen Qian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. This was a gesture of monetary reward. Brother Chen, you've raised a wonderful son. Not at all, Principal. It's your school that has cultivated such talent. After a round of pleasantries, Zhang Shi got to the point. To commend Chen Qian, the city will reward him with 100,000 yuan. And our school will also provide a reward of 100,000 yuan. We hope Chen Qian will continue to excel and become a pride of our school. Chen Jianhai had not anticipated that after receiving money from Kyoto University, another reward would follow. Such good fortune. Thank you so much. I appreciate the city and the school's recognition, he exclaimed, calling Chen Qian over. Chen Qian promptly approached his father, humility radiating from his smile. Thank you, Principal, for your guidance. Zhang Shi felt a sense of satisfaction. His discreet observation of Chen Qian throughout the day had not been in vain. He had known then that Chen Qian was undoubtedly a gem. It seemed like Elder Second had mentioned something about a student named Chen Qian being in a romantic relationship. Impossible. It couldn't possibly be this Chen Qian. Even if it were, it must be a misunderstanding. We should be thanking you. You've set a fine example for the students at our school. Zhang Shi grinned broadly. At that moment, Chen Qian subtly glanced at Wang Jinghua. Principal, you flatter me. If it weren't for Teacher Wang's unwavering support, I wouldn't have achieved today's results. Zhang Shi could discern the subtext in Chen Qian's words and, far from taking offense, felt even more gratified, nodding vigorously in agreement. Absolutely. Teacher Wang is diligent and responsible. The school recognizes his efforts. And he is indeed a rare gem of a teacher. These words momentarily stunned Wang Jinghua, who hadn't expected to be part of the conversation. He understood that Chen Qian was trying to advocate for him, and he was deeply moved, feeling a surge of emotion. 10 minutes later, after Chen Qian's family had urged them to stay, the teachers gradually departed. Wang Jinghua, however, secretly agreed to meet Chen Jianhai for a private drink in a couple of days, which excited Chen Jianhai, who thought that the remaining small fortune must not be discovered, lest he be left without funds to enjoy a drink. After the teachers left, the atmosphere in the house remained jubilant. Chen Jianhai and Li Qingmei were glued to their phones, busily arranging a graduation banquet for a week later, notifying family and friends. The reason for a week later was that the principal had mentioned all rewards would be dispersed within that time frame. As for the scholarship from Kyoto University, Zhang Qida seemed anxious that Chen Qian might change his mind, repeatedly assuring him that the funds would be dispersed within 3 days. Chen Qian settled on the sofa, listening to his parents speaking in the tone of someone boasting about their school, making call after call. Chen Jianhai. Oh, my Chen Qian merely casually applied to a school. I'm just thinking of throwing a graduation banquet. What school? Just Kyoto University, that's all. He scored full marks in the college entrance examination. And Kyoto University is awarding 200,000 yuan. That is nothing. Li Qingmei, you must come. By the way, how much was that designer lipstick you bought last time? 800 yuan. So expensive? Our son just scored full marks in the college entrance exam. No, I want to buy it. Kyoto University is only giving a scholarship of 200,000 yuan. Considering the city and school rewards combined, it's only 400,000. I can't spend recklessly. I must save to help my son marry. Listening to this, Chen Qian found it increasingly unbearable. This was excessive. His parents were even more over the top than he was at school. Yet, seeing their delighted expressions, he couldn't help but share in their joy. Chapter 38. Trivial matters. The next day, Chen Qian met with Jiang Riyue and Jiang Chun at the driving school. Yesterday, due to matters concerning the admissions team, everyone scarcely practiced driving, but today they could finally dedicate some time to it. However, a single phone call shattered the tranquility of their routine. It turned out that the second high school had hastily prepared a banner celebrating Chen Qian's perfect score in the college entrance examination, heralding him as the top student in the nation, which was already displayed at the school's entrance today. Simultaneously, they began to fervently promote Chen Qian's achievements, and overnight, all students and parents at the school were made aware of the situation, even attracting the attention of Qinglu TV, which reached out to the school for an interview. It was at this moment that Wang Jinghua's call came through. Although Chen Qian initially contemplated declining, the prospect of a monetary reward of 100,000 yuan from the school persuaded him to agree. Yet, no sooner had he hung up than Jiang Riyue's phone rang. It was her homeroom teacher, informing her that Qinglu TV also wished to interview her, the second highest scorer in the city. Zhang Riyue was not only the second highest scorer in the city, but also in Huaguo province. Faced with this, Chen Qian had no choice but to call the school again to explain the situation, hoping for a joint interview. Wang Jinghua readily consented and even subtly hinted that since he had graduated, it was now permissible for him to pursue a romantic relationship. Chen Qian coughed as he hung up the phone. Thus, Jiang Chun was left alone amidst the chaos at the driving school. Chen Qian and Zhang Riyue soon arrived at the second high school, where the interviewer was still Wang Cici. However, upon seeing Chen Qian, she was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? The top student I was instructed to interview is him? The interview dragged on for over 2 hours, with much of the time taken up by Principal Zhang Shuyi and the hurriedly arrived principal of the first high school extolling their praises. Chen Qian and Zhang Riyue could only feel helpless about it. That evening, news of the perfect score and national top students spread across the entire internet. Not only did Chen Qian's results make headlines, but the top students from provinces and cities nationwide were also unearthed. Though none had the same impact as Chen Qian's perfect score, the online discussions were in complete disarray. Shockwaves rippled through the community. The most handsome high school student was actually the top scorer. What? A perfect score? And he looks this good? A miraculous turnaround in 2 months. An unprecedented super genius. This pair is simply too well matched. A perfect essay, written in classical Chinese. Farewell to Yu. Who is Chen Qian? Chen Qian watched as the eye-catching trending topics flooded his feed, along with his follower count on Weibo skyrocketing to 300,000. And he couldn't help but chuckle. I wonder what you all have to say now. He then clicked on the top trending topic, where the comments overwhelmingly favored him. Where are those who once labeled Chen Qian a delinquent? Why are they silent now? It's astonishing. He can sleep through the exam and still become the national top student. And with a perfect score. An unprepared perfect score. How absurd. I laughed, eager to see the reactions of the keyboard warriors from back then. Jealous of others' looks. They resorted to slandering him. It's truly remarkable. Chen Qian was right. Even taking the exam with their backsides would yield better results than those keyboard warriors. Oh, exam deity. I bow to you. Please bless me during next year's examination. Come and let me have a sweet, romantic relationship with my sister. Chen Qian reveled in the comments on Weibo, feeling elated, though he found the title about the two of them being a perfect match somewhat perplexing, prompting him to click on it. To his surprise, he saw footage of himself and Zhang Riyue during the interview, with hearts drawn around their images. They truly do seem well-suited, he mused. The comments below, however, were a chaotic mix. Did the interview claim they had grown up together? Is that really true? I'm envious. Go for it, brothers. That's my wife. That guy next to her better step aside. This is too sweet. I watched the interview, and the way they gazed into each other's eyes was almost electric. Wow, major news. This Zhang Riyue is A.A. Riyue. Just the other day, she helped Chen Qian stand up to someone. I'm in love. My dear wife is so considerate. Back off. She's clearly my wife. I, seeing this, could not resist wanting to reply, my wife, but then suddenly paused. When did I become so infatuated again? No, she is no longer Zhang Riyue. She is now Jiang Cha. I must remain calm. I must remain calm. After much internal conflict, Chen Qian ultimately chose not to respond. But each time he encountered comments referring to Zhang Riyue as wife, it irked him, leading him to log out of Weibo. However, before exiting, he took a moment to retort against those persistent keyboard warriors, leaving them speechless and hesitant to reply. Days turned into weeks, and before long, it was time to submit their college applications. Naturally, they all filled in their choices with Jingda University. Although the supposed contract was merely a formality, the money had already exchanged hands, and Chen Qian genuinely wished to attend Jingda, never contemplating breaching the agreement. During this time, the trio experienced the persistence of Li Liping and others. Aside from the 2 days after signing the agreement, they received numerous phone calls on a daily basis. First contacting Chen Qian and then his parents, tirelessly pursuing their commitment. Even after completing their applications, they were still pursued, under the pretense that modifications could be made. Chen Qian and his friends decided to take a stand, deliberately exhausting their chances for modifications, finally finding a moment of peace. That evening, the three gathered once more at a Haidaleo hot pot restaurant. You all, I never expected that you would join me in hosting tomorrow's graduation banquet, Chen Qian remarked. As he served Zhang Riyue a piece of lamb, Jiang Chun chuckled. Hey, it's just for the excitement. I casually mentioned it to my parents, and they immediately agreed. He then shot a teasing glance at Zhang Riyue. But what about you? Why are you hosting it with us? Zhang Riyue appeared not to comprehend his insinuation, smiling sweetly. I just casually mentioned it too, and they agreed. Unbeknownst to her, her parents had agreed primarily because of Chen Qian. As parents, Zhang's father and mother were well aware of how many times their daughter had mentioned Chen Qian. Stories of him winning fights, protecting classmates from bullies, and bringing her treats had long since engraved his name in their minds. Given their understanding of their daughter, they could also guess at some of Zhang Riyue's hidden feelings. However, aside from a few encounters at parent-teacher meetings with Chen Qian's parents, they had little contact with him, vaguely remembering that his academic performance was average and had deteriorated further in middle school. Hearing about his perfect score and being named the national top student astonished them, and with Zhang Riyue mentioning the graduation banquet, they readily agreed. Well then, a lively gathering sounds delightful, Chen Qian said with a smile. Zhang Riyue's big eyes twinkled as she seemed to think of something, her smile growing even sweeter. After dinner, Zhang Chun was the first to hail a taxi and leave. Chen Qian looked at Zhang Riyue in surprise. Why aren't you calling a cab? But Zhang Riyue shyly lowered her head, staring at her barely visible toes, her voice barely above a whisper. I have something I want to discuss with you. Chapter 39. Blushing Chen Qian stiffened. Could it be? What was destined to happen would eventually come to pass. Yet, through this time spent together, he believed he could accept the reality with a semblance of calm, despite some reluctance. He nodded. What is it? Zhang Riyue's voice grew even softer. I've graduated from high school, so I can date now. Huh? Chen Qian looked at Zhang Riyue in astonishment. Wasn't she supposed to reject him? Why was she now telling him she could date? What did that mean? Zhang Riyue's face flushed, and she timidly stole a glance at him before her hand reached for his waist again. Ouch, what are you doing? Chen Qian winced in pain. Zhang Riyue seemed a bit displeased. Why are you asking what I'm doing? Who writes a love letter and hides it? I only found out a month later. What if I had never seen it? Chen Qian was momentarily stunned. A love letter? Hidden away? He suddenly recalled that he had indeed given Zhang Riyue a large jar of paper cranes, with his love letter written on one of them. Regarding the reasons behind such actions, it stems from a sense of embarrassment. Could this be the very reason why Zhang Riyue did not respond to him in his previous life? Was it because she had not seen his love letter, leading to her silence? Yet, upon deeper reflection, Chen Qian felt a dissonance. Zhang Riyue must have seen it. 3 months prior to the college entrance examination, he had sent the letter, and 2 months before the exam, she had discovered it, coinciding precisely with the moment of his rebirth, suggesting that nothing should have changed. Wait. Chen Qian felt as though he had grasped a pivotal insight. 2 months ago, when they had fortuitously met at the bookstore, Zhang Riyue's cheeks had flushed a deeper hue. That day, he had taken a half-day off to seek her out. He had wanted to wait until after their exams to discuss things with her. Chen Qian was taken aback. No wonder she had seemed hesitant that day. It turned out she had not merely passed by chance, but had intentionally come to find him. Long-buried memories began to resurface. Why had he not met Zhang Riyue on that day in his previous life? It seemed he had exited through the back door, simply because it was a shorter route home. Moreover, that day, the back door had inexplicably opened after a long period of disuse. Thus, in his previous life, she might have been waiting for him, waiting for an interminable time. Contemplating this, Chen Qian's eyes grew slightly moist, yet he smiled, albeit with a peculiar expression, one that mingled relief with a hint of bitterness. No wonder in his previous life, until the moment of his rebirth, Zhang Riyue had always been alone. I'm sorry, Chen Qian said earnestly, gazing at Zhang Riyue. Huh? Zhang Riyue was taken aback, and a glimmer of moisture rose in her large eyes. What do you mean? Chen Qian's heart skipped a beat. He realized he had miscommunicated. He hastily corrected himself. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hidden my love letter in that paper crane. I should have stood before you and candidly expressed my affection. Zhang Riyue's gaze became slightly unfocused, but it was quickly replaced by a bright smile. Chen Qian continued, from the moment I first saw you in the first grade, I have been fond of you. You can be my. Zhang Riyue had already nodded in delight before he could finish his sentence. Chen Qian laughed, his lips curving into a charming arc. That is what you said. No backing out. Zhang Riyue promptly declared, whoever backs out is a little dog. Chen Qian raised his head, barking playfully. Woof. You, Chen Qian. Zhang Riyue feigned anger and rushed towards him, aiming her hands at his waist once more. What? Again? Chen Qian quickly ran ahead. At that moment, the bright moon in the night sky seemed to shine with an even greater brilliance. The moonlight illuminated the two frolicking figures by the roadside, their shadows flickering closer and closer, until a moment when they finally came into contact. Chen Qian's startled cry echoed, accompanied by Zhang Riyue's melodious laughter. Later that night, upon returning home, Chen Qian lay in bed after his shower, holding his phone. I'm home, he texted. Zhang Cha replied, a chubby orange cat peeking from behind the wall. Seeing Zhang Riyue's response, Chen Qian smiled sweetly, but upon noticing the name Zhang Cha, He hurriedly changed the contact name. If Jiang Ryue discovered it, he would surely suffer for it. Moreover, Chen Qian now understood that he had misinterpreted her intentions. She had been so affectionate towards him because she liked him too, not because of any Jiang Cha. After updating the contact name, Chen Qian pondered for a moment and opened his social media. My wife, Ryue. It's worth noting that Chen Qian now boasted over 300,000 followers, predominantly young women. His post sent ripples through the online community, prompting numerous night owls to comment. What? My younger brother has a girlfriend now. I must see what she's like. What? My brother actually has a wife? ISNT that me. Younger brother, how could you cheat? No, don't date. What am I supposed to do if you're in a relationship? Oh no, my younger brother's girlfriend is Ryue. I'm at a loss as to what to envy. Yes, I'm also at a loss. I don't know whether to envy Ryue for being my brother's girlfriend or to envy her beauty. My younger brother is in love. Sister supports you. Ryue is such a beautiful girl. Oh, so sweet. Ryue actually responded. Chen Qian was taken aback. Jiang Ryue had responded? It was known that although Jiang Ryue had a social media account, she had never posted anything, aside from defending him against others. Even when her popularity surged recently due to her recognition in a contest, she had remained silent. Immediately, Chen Qian clicked on Jiang Ryue's profile, and indeed, a photograph was pinned at the top. It was a childhood picture of them together. Although she hadn't dared to call him husband, she had acknowledged him nonetheless. Chen Qian beamed and replied, so beautiful, I'm talking about you. Almost instantly, Jiang Ryue liked his comment. However, just then, in their group chat, Jiang Chun initiated a voice call. Upon connecting, Jiang Chun's boisterous voice erupted. Oh, you guys actually went public. I knew this day would come eventually. Why couldn't you wait until I had a girlfriend to announce it? Are you trying to make me eat dog food alone? Indeed. Chen Qian chuckled. Yes, Jiang Ryue chimed in perfect harmony. Oh, you guys. The call ended, leaving Chen Qian and Jiang Ryue laughing uncontrollably. Chapter 40. The graduation banquet in the Fenghua community. Zhang's parents were reclining on their bed, and after an indeterminate period, Zhang's father suddenly sat up straight, eyes wide as he stared at his phone screen. What's wrong? Zhang's mother asked, puzzled. This. Zhang's father pointed at the phone, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What happened? Zhang's mother took the phone to glance at it, her eyes widening in astonishment. When did you secretly follow our daughter's social media account? Chen Qian? Could it be that Chen Qian? Are they dating? Before Zhang's mother could finish her sentence, Zhang's father erupted in anger. That little rascal. He has taken our daughter's innocence. Saying this, he angrily threw off the blanket and attempted to get out of bed, only to be stopped by Zhang's mother. Wait. You can't go find our daughter. Why can't I? They just entered university. How can they be dating now? Zhang's mother had calmed down by then and advised, what will you say if you go find her? That you secretly followed her social media account? Can you even say that? Moreover, she has already graduated and is about to attend university. She is no longer a high school student and has reached the age to date. But she is only 18. Zhang's father appeared heartbreakingly distressed. Zhang's mother gently patted his chest. You old-fashioned man. 18 is already adulthood. Wasn't I also 18 when I followed you? Upon hearing this, Zhang's father chuckled awkwardly. I suppose that is true. Yet, when he thought of Chen Qian, his ire flared anew. All right, don't be angry. Tomorrow is the graduation banquet. Let us take a good look at that, Chen Qian. Zhang's father pondered for a moment, sighed, and nodded. Fine. Since you said so. Zhang's mother felt a little displeased at this point, as if she were being portrayed as the villain. I think Chen Qian is a fine young man. He is handsome and excels academically. He will surely succeed in the future. Zhang's father's expression darkened. His gaze peculiar. Is this the so-called mother-in-law growing fonder of her son-in-law? Oh, that is not important. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Let us sleep now. Zhang's father ceased to press the matter, lying back down. But that night, he could not find peace in sleep. The next day, the graduation banquet was held promptly at noon in the Qinglu Grand Hotel. Chen Qian, Jiang Ryue, and Jiang Chun stood at the entrance, their smiles rigid as they greeted the arriving guests with a sense of helplessness. This was not a wedding, and they were not obliged to stand at the door. Yet Chen Jianhai and Li Qingmei insisted that Chen Qian present himself, claiming it was important for relatives to see how remarkable their son had become. With no alternative, Chen Qian complied and remained at the entrance. Observing this, Jiang Chun's parents understood the situation and called for her to join them. What began as playful teasing turned into a shared burden for Jiang Chun and Chen Qian. Jiang Ryue, wishing to support Chen Qian, also joined them. Uncle, you're here. My brother has come too. My parents are just behind, Chen Qian exclaimed upon seeing his uncle's family arrive. His uncle beamed upon spotting Chen Qian, exclaiming, "Excellent. To be admitted to Kyoto University is a source of great pride for us." His younger brother chimed in with enthusiasm, "Brother, you're amazing. Full marks on the college entrance exam. You must bless me for next year." Unexpectedly, their aunt playfully smacked his head, admonishing him, "Don't be superstitious. Let your brother tutor you instead." Fear washed over the younger brother's face at the thought of extra lessons. Chen Qian, witnessing the scene, refrained from commenting, hoping his brother would fare well. At that moment, Li Qingmei and Chen Jianhai approached from behind. "Come in, brother." Li Qingmei beckoned. Nodding, Chen Qian smiled and followed them inside. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling gaze and turned to discover Zhang's father staring at him. Startled, he attempted to maintain his composure, casually surveying the room as if he were not intentionally looking at Jiang's father. Fortunately, at that moment, his aunt's family entered, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he rushed to greet them. "Aunt, you're here." After more than half an hour, the relatives from Chen Qian's side had gathered and, after exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Riyue and Jiang Chun, prepared to return to the private room. Their family was small, consisting only of his uncle's family, his grandparents, and his father's sister's family. His grandparents had passed away years prior. Upon reaching the entrance of the room, Chen Qian spotted his parents animatedly conversing with Jiang Chun's parents, discussing child-rearing techniques. He noticed Zhang's father's peculiar expression, while Zhang's mother and his own mother appeared to be enjoying a harmonious dialogue. Could they already know about Jiang Riyue and me? Chen Qian pondered, instinctively shrinking his neck. This was not how one should meet parents. The timing felt all wrong. Choosing not to interrupt, he decisively opened the door and entered the room. Some matters required a gradual approach. He even feared that Zhang's father might reprimand him. Indeed, he would not dare retaliate. After some time, Chen Jianhai and Li Qingmei leisurely returned to the room. The meal was served promptly, and throughout, the elders praised Chen Qian with unmistakable pride. Particularly, his uncle expressed envy, repeatedly advising his son to aspire to such achievements in the future. The graduation banquet was a joyous occasion, with Chen Jianhai and Li Qingmei glowing with pride, their voices noticeably louder than usual. Meanwhile, Chen Qian's younger brother wore a look of deep resentment, seemingly foreseeing the challenges that lay ahead. However, this was inconsequential. What mattered was Chen Qian's genuine happiness, not from schadenfreude, but from a heartfelt wish for his brother's success. Following the banquet, the trio once again found themselves at the entrance, this time voluntarily. Chen Qian noted that his parents and Jiang Riyue's parents were engrossed in conversation, prompting him to step away for a breather. Jiang Riyue blushed as she accompanied him, while Jiang Chun, noticing the situation, joined them, playfully raising her eyebrows. "It appears someone's leg is trembling. Is it possible you're about to lose control?" Jiang Chun teased. Clearing his throat, Chen Qian replied somewhat awkwardly, "I'm merely a bit fatigued." "What trembling? Who is trembling?" Jiang Riyue stifled a laugh nearby. Jiang Chun was not about to let it slide. "Oh, are you fatigued? Perhaps we should visit our parents and have a chat?" At this, Chen Qian hesitated, then suddenly declared, "I've made up my mind. We shall head to school early. Once I finish my driving test, we will go." Learning must never cease. The pursuit of knowledge is endless. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun ceased her teasing, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. "So soon? The teachers are on break." "To the library." Chen Qian and Jiang Riyue exclaimed in unison, sharing a knowing smile. Jiang Chun's face darkened, feeling as though the day had lost its luster. Chen Qian secretly chuckled, thinking, "You think you can outwit me?" Not yet. However, returning to school early had been his plan all along. Had it not been for the driving test, he would have set off much sooner. After nearly an hour, the parents reluctantly emerged. "Let us arrange to send the children to school together," Chen Jianhai suggested, to which Jiang Riyue's and Jiang Chun's parents readily agreed. Finally, under Zhang's father's keen gaze, Chen Qian awkwardly waved goodbye until they were out of sight before leading his parents home. A month swiftly passed, and in mid-August, the three families boarded a train bound for Kyoto University. They first explored Kyoto, climbing fragrant hills, visiting the Great Wall and the Forbidden City, before arriving at the university. During the holiday, the entrance to Kyoto University, a prestigious institution, was teeming with families eager to inspire their children. Chen Qian and his companions found it impossible to enter amidst the crowd. Without student ID, they could not access the student passage. In frustration, Chen Qian called Zhang Qida. Having been informed of their early arrival, Zhang Qida was prepared and soon sent 3 student-like figures to assist them. "Hello, uncles and aunts. Teacher Zhang sent us." They greeted warmly. "You must be Chen Qian," one tall, slender senior inquired. "Do you know me?" Chen Qian asked, puzzled, before quickly realizing. The senior smiled, of course. Full marks on the exam. Your photos are all over the internet. Please hand me your documents. We'll take you to your dormitory. And later we can explore the campus. Thank you, senior, Chen Qian replied with a smile. Subsequently, with the help of the seniors, the three families settled into their respective dormitories, receiving keys, student IDs, library cards, and other temporary items, which would need to be reissued at the start of the term. Chen Qian and Jiang Chun shared a dormitory, a special arrangement made in advance with Zhang Qida. The dormitory, accommodating four, featured bunk beds, ample space, and private bathrooms and showers, which greatly pleased Chen Qian. Shortly thereafter, the families reconvened, declining the seniors' company, and leisurely strolled around Kyoto University. By day's end, the elders were filled with admiration. The university's architecture embodied rich history while showcasing modern sophistication. Although they could not comprehend some specialized elements, they felt a profound sense of respect. In the evening, they dined in the cafeteria, where a lavish meal cost merely 8 yuan, inclusive of multiple meat dishes and a large chicken leg. This relieved the parents' concerns. Regardless of their children's achievements, they would always worry about their well-being when away from home. This is also the reason why Chen Qian and others, who could certainly come to school on their own, chose to accompany their parents. It is not merely to put their parents' minds at ease, but also to experience life and grow together with them. An overwhelming desire for independence and the urge to venture forth alone may lead one to miss numerous opportunities to bond with parents and share life's moments. At Kyoto South Station, Chen Qian and his friends bid farewell to their respective parents, finally exhaling in relief. What's the matter with you? It's been so long. And you're still afraid? Jiang Chun could not help but tease. Chen Qian was incensed. All right, remember what you just said. Let us see if you're still brave later. Jiang Riyue chuckled quietly at this. On the high-speed train, Zhang's father sighed, while Zhang's mother grasped his hand. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to part with the child? I can't bear to see my precious cabbage being nibbled by that little rascal. Zhang's father retorted angrily. Goodness, you're still upset after all this time. Not far behind, Chen Jianhai wrapped his arm around Li Qingmei's shoulders. Don't worry, their school environment is excellent. Don't be too sentimental. Our son has grown up. Li Qingmei, with reddened eyes, sighed. I understand, but it's just a bit hard to get used to. It's our son's first time being this far from home after all these years. Chen Jianhai chuckled. Oh, you don't fret. Who knows? Our son might be having such a good time that he forgets his mother once he finds a girlfriend. At this, he discreetly glanced at Zhang's father. Impossible. My son is not the kind to forget his mother. Yet, she too noticed the glint in Chen Jianhai's eyes and laughed. My son is the kind who, upon finding a girlfriend, remembers his mother and will soon give her a healthy grandchild. After all these days, how could the matters between Chen Qian and Jiang Riyue possibly escape the notice of their parents? They simply chose to remain tacitly aware. Indeed, our son is not that kind of person. Chen Jianhai chuckled, though inwardly he pondered when his son would finally confide in them, and when the wedding would take place. Unbeknownst to Chen Qian, he could only guess his parents' thoughts, and he'd likely be helpless if he knew. After all, how could they leap to thoughts of marriage and children at this stage? At that moment, they had returned to school, each carrying a cup of coffee as they strolled towards the library. Hey fatty, why did you choose to study computer science? Chen Qian suddenly inquired. Jiang Chun sighed. Because the computer science program at Jingda is significantly easier to enter compared to Huaguo. Upon hearing this, Chen Qian was rendered speechless. So that was the reason. And what about you? Why did you choose biology? He asked Jiang Riyue. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Riyue replied. I just find it quite interesting. If I can engage in scientific research in the future and develop something beneficial for humanity, that would be even better. Chen Qian nodded in understanding. And you? Why are you studying mathematics? Jiang Riyue asked curiously. Me? Chen Qian chuckled, because mathematics is the foundation of all sciences. And I have many aspirations. Jiang Riyue and Jiang Chun exchanged puzzled glances, failing to grasp his meaning. Chen Qian chose to say no more and strode into the library. The moment they entered the library, despite having visited once before, the overwhelming impression remained. It was immense. Moreover, the exquisite facilities contrasted sharply with the slightly antiquated books, creating an irresistible allure. My eagerness to learn is bubbling over, Chen Qian thought with excitement. Soon, the three had chosen their respective books and found a spot to settle down. In a moment of reverie, they exchanged glances, seemingly recalling something, and broke into laughter. It felt reminiscent of a time not long ago when they sat in a bookstore, learning, exchanging ideas, and progressing together. Everything seemed to return to the beginning. Chapter 42. New plans. 2 weeks passed quietly. During this time, the trio spent most of their hours engrossed in the library, interspersed with outings to explore and enjoy delicious meals, occasionally indulging in hot pot. However, many hot pot restaurants in Kyoto favored sesame sauce, which Chen Qian and Zhang Riyue found unpalatable. They preferred the spicy oil dip of Sichuan hot pot, while Jiang Chun relished every bite. In the library, Chen Qian gently closed his book and slowly shut his eyes. After 2 weeks of intense study, or rather, fervent memorization and input, he had now committed all the mathematical knowledge from his undergraduate program to memory. Mathematical analysis, advanced algebra, analytic geometry, calculus, probability theory, and mathematical statistics, all meticulously recorded. There was no denying his current memory capacity was astonishing. He could recall and input information with just a glance, flipping through pages as if it were mere play. Although he had yet to fully comprehend this knowledge, merely memorizing it was enough to leave Zhang Riyue and Jiang Chun awestruck, exclaiming him a monster. After a while, Chen Qian slowly opened his eyes, and Jiang Chun glanced over with a peculiar expression. You haven't memorized another book, have you? Have you finished all 4 years of college textbooks? Chen Qian smiled silently and nodded. Jiang Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. He finally understood why Chen Qian had been poring over elementary school textbooks in high school. It was all for memorization. He also grasped why Chen Qian's scores had skyrocketed 2 months before the college entrance exam, ultimately achieving a perfect score. This was simply abnormal. Beside them, Zhang Riyue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Was this what true genius looked like? However, she merely smiled and said nothing, for no matter how gifted he was still her boyfriend. Though Chen Qian was unaware of their thoughts, he could roughly guess. Not wanting to provoke further awe, he stood up to return the books, but suddenly froze and sat back down, lost in contemplation. Just moments ago, a seemingly absurd, yet not entirely implausible thought surfaced in his mind. With his current capacity for memorization, could he attempt to commit all the knowledge within the library to memory? The library at Jingda, while not containing all the knowledge in the world, was certainly vast. Moreover, the foundational knowledge reserve module of the system was designed to help him accumulate knowledge. Wait, Chen Qian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the foundational knowledge reserve module was initially intended for him to memorize and input all the knowledge in the world? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. To say it encompassed all knowledge might be an exaggeration, given the term foundational. But even if it wasn't all knowledge, it would certainly cover the majority. With this thought, Chen Qian felt a renewed surge of motivation. He recalled that upon completing the accumulation of foundational knowledge, the system would unlock further functionalities. Besides, was it truly so difficult to memorize everything in the library? It might take some time, but it was certainly achievable. Even with humanity's technological advancements, the total volume of knowledge remained finite. Chen Qian's eyes gleamed brighter as a new objective crystallized in that moment. He would conquer the library, starting with mathematics. Without hesitation, he hurried to the shelves in search of more books. He had only memorized the undergraduate mathematical knowledge thus far, not the entirety of it. The library still held countless other mathematical texts awaiting him. Even if his understanding of the material could not yet keep pace with his memory, so what? He would memorize it first, and later, he would have all the time in the world to comprehend it. Before long, Chen Qian returned to his seat, arms laden with a stack of books. Jiang Chun inadvertently caught a glimpse and realized these texts were far more advanced than the textbooks Chen Qian had previously studied. His eyelids twitched, and just as he was about to exclaim monster, he choked it back, resorting instead to deep breaths. I have to get used to this. I must get accustomed to this. I can't stand it. Jiang Chun suddenly glared at Chen Qian. You are such a colossal freak. Chen Qian was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the sudden whims of his companion. The following day, he and his friends suspended their study plans, for it was the day of the freshmen's enrollment. At the gates of Kyoto University, a throng of parents and their children gathered, each face adorned with joy, pride, and boundless aspirations for the future. The lively atmosphere was infectious, and Chen Qian and his friends couldn't help but smile gently. Let us go handle the paperwork, Chen Qian declared, waving the prepared documents in his hand. Off we go. Officially enrolled, Jiang Chun cheered as he dashed ahead. Just as Chen Qian and Zhang Riyue were about to step forward, a group of people rushed toward them, swiftly encircling them. Hello, are you a new student? Here to enroll? One boy asked, barely containing his excitement. Let me take you. Another offered. You must be a new student. Allow me to assist you. I'm strong. I can carry your luggage. Wait, where's your luggage? The upperclassmen exchanged glances, but upon noticing the documents in Zhang Riyue's hands, they eagerly anticipated being chosen to help. Chen Qian observed these eager yet composed individuals with a twinge of jealousy, letting out a sigh. What are you looking at? That's my wife, he exclaimed inwardly. Sigh. My girlfriend is too beautiful. What should I do? He seemed to have forgotten his own striking appearance and impressive height of 6 feet, even as they were surrounded. The sharp-eyed senior girls in the distance spotted him and rushed over. The usually delicate senior girls suddenly found an unexpected strength, pushing aside the upperclassmen to claim their territory. Are you the new junior? Here to handle your enrollment? They inquired eagerly. Junior, let me take you. I know the campus well. Let me help. I'll assist. Chen Qian was momentarily stunned. Is it my turn now? Meanwhile, Zhang Riyue felt a pang of jealousy. I really don't understand the need for such modesty. Why surround my boyfriend? Yet in the next moment, she saw Chen Qian extend his hand toward her, and she instantly understood. With a radiant smile, she took his hand, their fingers intertwining. I apologize, but this is my girlfriend. We've already settled into our dormitory, so we won't trouble you any further. Chen Qian said with a smile. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Zhang Riyue. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing the astonished expressions of the surrounding upperclassmen, Chen Qian felt a palpable tension in the air. Time seemed to stretch until the upperclassmen finally displayed awkward expressions. Their mouths agape yet silent. Could you make way now? Chen Qian asked, striving for calm despite his racing heart. Oh, the crowd instinctively parted, allowing Chen Qian to pull Zhang Riyue away from the encirclement. As they walked away, the onlookers took a moment to gather their thoughts, realizing they shared the same expressions, leading to an uncomfortable silence. However, they tacitly chose not to expose each other's feelings, exchanging awkward smiles before rushing toward other freshmen. All right, let us not linger, Chen Qian said, noticing Jiang Chun jogging to catch up, his face filled with reluctance. Jiang Chun sighed, glancing back periodically. I won't say anything about you two torturing single folks, but why walk so fast? I still wanted to make friends with those senior girls. At that moment, Zhang Riyue, still a bit flushed but more composed, glanced sweetly at Chen Qian before turning to Jiang Chun and said, Oh, you. Chen Qian has assured me that I can make a beautiful friend and introduce her to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun brightened up. Really? Sister-in-law, are you serious? Ha. His playful address made Zhang Riyue blush even more. Chen Qian shook his head, chuckling. All right, it's absolutely true. If one doesn't work out, I'll introduce you to two. With our efforts as a couple, I guarantee you'll find someone. Stop it, what are you saying? Zhang Riyue playfully pinched Chen Qian's waist, not daring to apply too much pressure, unsure if she was reluctant or simply too shy to exert herself. An hour later, the trio completed all their enrollment procedures. Fortunately, having familiarized themselves with Kyoto University over the past few days, they navigated the expansive campus with ease, which otherwise might have taken considerably longer. After escorting Zhang Riyue back to her dormitory, Chen Qian and Jiang Chun returned to their own room, only to find two unfamiliar figures inside. One wore thick glasses and appeared quite slender, while the other was tall and seemingly well-built. Upon noticing Chen Qian and Jiang Chun's entrance, the bespectacled youth greeted them enthusiastically. Hello. You must be the other two roommates. I'm Zhang Yudong, from Dongshan, majoring in chemistry. Chen Qian smiled, responding, I'm Chen Qian, from Anhui Province, majoring in mathematics. I'm Jiang Chun, also from Anhui, studying software engineering. Jiang Chun added with a grin. The tall youth scratched his head bashfully. I'm Lin Xixian, a local from Kyoto, studying economics. Chen Qian found Zhang Yudong's name quite fitting for his personality. Though he looked ordinary, he exuded a cheerful and open demeanor. However, Lin Xixian's name seemed somewhat delicate, contrasting with his robust physique. Who would have guessed he was studying economics? Hey, don't be so shy. If you keep this up, I won't be able to execute my 1,000-year kill. Jiang Chun joked, prompting laughter from everyone. Chen Qian, however, didn't perceive it as mere jest. Are you all from Anhui? Did you know each other before? Zhang Yudong inquired curiously. Chen Qian nodded. We were desk mates in high school. By the way, have you settled your things? Do you need any help? How nice. Zhang Yudong replied with envy. We're almost done. No need for help. You all can have a seat for now. Shall we go out for a meal later? Jiang Chun suggested. That sounds great. Lin Xixian readily agreed. Before long, after about half an hour, Zhang Yudong and Lin Xixian finished arranging their belongings, and the four of them stepped out of the dormitory together. They opted to dine in the school cafeteria rather than venturing out. Upon arriving, they discovered that they were not the only dormitory choosing to feast there. The first-floor hall was nearly monopolized by other dorms gathering for meals, creating a bustling atmosphere reminiscent of a large food market. Come on, Let us raise a toast. After serving their meals, Zhang Yudong triumphantly lifted a can of cola. The other three chuckled and raised their drinks in unison, clinking cans before downing their beverages in one go. Burp. They all burped simultaneously, creating a brief pause in the atmosphere, which quickly erupted into laughter, seemingly bridging the gap between them. By the way, how old are you all? Jiang Chun suddenly asked. Shall we arrange ourselves by age, like eldest to youngest? He gestured toward a nearby group engaged in a similar discussion about their ages. Just as Zhang Yudong and Lin Sixian were about to respond, Chen Qian waved his hand dismissively. I think it's best to skip that. I doubt anyone wants to be labeled as the second oldest. Zhang Yudong and Lin Sixian were momentarily taken aback, but soon came to their senses. Indeed, who would want to be the second fiddle? It is essential to understand that being the second in the dormitory does not mean being the second for oneself, but rather being the second for everyone. If it were to fall upon oneself, every day would be filled with the phrases, "Oh, my second." How could anyone endure that? With a 1 in 4 chance that it could be them, the danger was palpable, indeed far too perilous. Consequently, Zhang Yudong and Lin Sixian wholeheartedly supported Chen Qian's suggestion. Exactly, that makes sense. Let us not bother with rankings, Zhang Yudong remarked, casting a glance at the nearby dormitory where their second was blushing furiously. Rendered speechless and displaying a rather complex expression, Lin Sixian quickly chimed in. Yes. Such trivial matters need not be overthought. Upon hearing this, Chen Qian silently sighed in relief. Earlier in the dormitory, he had inadvertently come across the profiles of Zhang Yudong and Lin Sixian. The second was none other than himself. Fortunately, he was clever enough to dispel the terrifying notion of ranking among them, even though, in their future interactions, they would gradually learn each other's ages. If he could delay it by a day, he would. True rankings are not determined by age. Chen Qian firmly believed that he must be the eldest. If one possesses the capability, let them never let him seize an opportunity, lest they ever call him dad. After a gathering that lasted nearly an hour, the camaraderie among them had notably increased upon returning to the dormitory. In Chapter 44, The Scholar's Paradox, Chen Qian was reclining on his bed, conversing with Jiang Riyue via WeChat, discovering that her dormitory was still engaged in a feast. However, they had opted for takeout, claiming a lack of motivation to venture out, a sentiment they surprisingly shared. Yet, if one were to categorize them as lazy, they planned to seize the day before military training commenced to go shopping together the following day. Are all girls this peculiar? Chen Qian mused, realizing that despite his experiences from a previous life, he still could not entirely fathom the complexities of women. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon noticing it was a number from Kyoto, Chen Qian answered with curiosity. Hello, who is this? A youthful male voice responded. Is this Chen Qian? Yes, it is. May I ask who you are? Hi, I'm your counselor, Li, the man replied with a casual tone. Chen Qian was taken aback that his counselor was calling him, and even more so that he was young. However, youthfulness was advantageous for easier communication. Hello, counselor, Chen Qian responded with a smile. Is there something I can assist you with? Well, after military training, there will be a welcome party. You, being the national top scorer with a perfect score in the college entrance examination, are expected to represent the freshmen and give a speech on stage. Ah, I see. Chen Qian readily agreed. Of course, I would be delighted. Is there anything I should be particularly mindful of? Not much. Just inspire your fellow students and share some positive energy, the counselor replied. Understood. Rest assured. After a few more pleasantries, Chen Qian hung up the phone. Who was that? Jiang Chun had appeared by Chen Qian's bedside, peering curiously. Wow, you startled me, Chen Qian exclaimed, surprised by the sudden presence of her face, which was rather imposing. It was our class counselor, who mentioned I am to speak at the welcome party. Speak. Zhang Yudong glanced over. Isn't it only the top achiever who gets that opportunity? His voice trailed off, suddenly recognizing Chen Qian's familiar visage. At that moment, Lin Sixian exclaimed, Oh my! No wonder I felt you looked familiar. You are that freak who scored a perfect score without prior preparation. Zhang Yudong's realization dawned as well. Oh, I remember now. You are that notorious figure, the scarf-wielding tyrant. Chen Qian was momentarily taken aback. Scarf-wielding tyrant? What on earth is that? However, he quickly grasped that they were referring to his confrontational tendencies online. Indeed, Chen Qian continued to engage daily in his online debates, never backing down. The initial harshest critics, those keyboard warriors, had persisted, even after a brief silence upon discovering his perfect score, but soon returned to their antics. Now, however, they no longer targeted his academic achievements, but rather lashed out indiscriminately. Hey, what's with this scarf-wielding tyrant moniker? Who coined such an unpleasant nickname? Chen Qian lamented. I simply express my true self. Zhang Yudong and Lin Sixian exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Zhang Yudong shook his head. That's not what matters. What's crucial is that you are quite the oddity. Lin Xixian emphatically nodded in agreement. I propose we establish a rule in the dormitory, banishing the scholar's paradox. Having been scholars in their previous schools, they were all too aware of the intricacies of such a notion. Yet, compared to Chen Qian, they felt their own scholarly pursuits might pale in comparison, and to avoid being overshadowed, a prohibition was deemed necessary. Chen Qian shook his head in amusement. What is this scholar's paradox? I do not comprehend. All right, enough of this chatter. Do not disturb me. I must draft my speech, he declared. Oh, how troublesome it is that I have been singled out to speak. Could they not find someone else? Why can't others achieve perfect scores too, sparing me this hassle? Alas, my academic prowess. Who understands my plight? The dormitory fell into silence, as Lin Xixian widened his eyes at Zhang Yudong, both sharing a mutual understanding. Their expressions darkened, and they simultaneously turned away, donning their headphones as if to feign ignorance. Yet, their headphones were not even plugged into their phones. Seeing this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Finally, someone would share in her discomfort. Perfect. 3 days swiftly passed. With the completion of new student enrollment, military training commenced as scheduled. The 2-week military training was nothing short of a torment for Chen Qian. However, he was astonished to find that whereas Jiang Chun lamented daily, she would rebound to her lively self after a mere nap, showcasing her remarkable resilience. Zhang Yudong was not worth mentioning. He was utterly inept, even less capable than Chen Qian. In contrast, Lin Xixian matched Jiang Chun's vivacity. Through their time together, the four of them developed a deeper understanding of one another. Zhang Yudong was far from the cheerful and outgoing persona he initially portrayed. He was, in fact, quite the social butterfly. During a military training break, when the instructor suggested a performance, he eagerly seized the opportunity to showcase his vocal talents. His ethereal and bizarre singing evoked laughter from all, with many girls doubled over in mirth. From that point on, whenever he sang, Chen Qian and the others ceased their practice to witness his performances. And in just 2 weeks, Zhang Yudong had garnered a reputation as a freshman sensation, relishing in the attention. As for Lin Xixian, he was anything but shy. After a few days of interaction, he revealed himself to be a rather mischievous character, possessing the audacity to twist conversations into unexpected and cheeky interpretations. He took great pleasure in the astonished reactions of others. Then there was Jiang Chun. The impressions Lin Xixian and Zhang Yudong held of him were that he was rather unruly. One day, when Jiang Chun's class faced punishment, it was postponed until the next day. Who would have guessed that he would approach the instructor that very evening, treating him to dinner and offering cigarettes? Consequently, the following day he comfortably lounged in the shade, watching his classmates endure punishment under the scorching sun, feeling quite content. As for Chen Qian, Jiang Chun, and the others, their perceptions of him were uniformly aligned. A master of the scholar's paradox, an accidental show-off, always quick to confront injustice, embodying the principle that a gentleman speaks rather than resorts to violence. However, they dared not reveal this fixed impression of Chen Qian, who remained oblivious to their views. Following Zhang Yudong and Lin Xixian's encounter with Jiang Riyue, Chen Qian's status had undeniably skyrocketed. He was almost begging him to think of a way to introduce a girlfriend to Jiang Riyue. Chen Qian finally heard the long-desired word dad. Despite the exhaustion from military training, he felt an invigorating energy throughout his being. Indeed, I am the largest person in the dormitory. The 2-week military training soon came to an end. After a day of rest, at 8 in the evening, the grand auditorium, capable of accommodating nearly 10,000 people, was filled with students. Both newcomers and seniors were present, and excitement permeated the air. While the enthusiasm of the freshmen was understandable, the seniors were likely exhilarated by the sight of the long legs about to take the stage. Chapter 45. The Purpose of Learning Soon. The professors from various departments entered and took their seats in the front row, and the host gracefully ascended the stage. Hello, 2016 freshmen. Oh, senior sister, hello. You are so beautiful. Can I add you on WeChat? A simple greeting revealed the true nature of the crowd below. But the host merely smiled calmly and gestured for silence as the audience gradually settled down. Here, I want to congratulate all of you on overcoming challenges to arrive at this dream-filled place, Peking University. From this day forth, you will be part of Peking University. And today you can take pride in it. But I believe that in the future, Peking University will also take pride in you. This statement elicited cheers from the audience. Next, let us invite Professor Chen from several departments to address us. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense, a palpable resentment spreading through the crowd. The professors seated in the front row exchanged amused glances. This was a yearly occurrence. Students eagerly awaited the performances, not the speeches of these elderly figures. Professor Chen, somewhat resigned, stepped onto the stage and quickly took the microphone. Everyone, work hard and do not become complacent. After saying this, he handed the microphone back to the host and hurriedly left the stage. The students were taken aback. Was that it? However, the professors in the front row were not surprised. The principal shook his head, chuckling. Professor Chen is still as efficient as ever. The other professors couldn't help but tease. What efficiency? He's just afraid of being scolded by the students. Ha ha ha. Yet someone had to play the role of the villain. Why not let the principal take on that responsibility? Ha ha ha. The principal appeared quite helpless. The speeches continued, with each professor taking the stage, and the duration of their addresses varied. Initially, the students were delighted, thinking, indeed, it's Peking University, truly unique. However, it wasn't long before they realized that each speaker's time seemed to stretch longer than the last. Professor Chen had the shortest speech, while the following professors spoke for a minute each, gradually increasing in length. By the time the principal began his address, the audience had resigned themselves to their fate, slumping in their chairs, minds wandering elsewhere. Ha ha ha. I see many students are not keen on listening to this old man's speech. I won't say much more. Let's invite the representative of the freshmen to come up and then get ready for the performances, the principal said with a smile. Upon hearing that it was almost over, the students perked up. Backstage, Jiang Riyue blushed as she hugged Chen Qian. Do your best. Chen Qian smiled and ruffled her hair. What do you mean by do your best? It's just a simple speech. Let me see how you inspire your fellow students. Jiang Riyue chuckled, then turned to head back to her seat as Chen Qian cleared his throat and walked onto the stage. The bright spotlight hit him, slightly blinding, revealing the curious faces of the students below. As he pulled out his speech notes and placed them on the lectern, a female student suddenly shouted from the audience. So handsome. This exclamation caused the auditorium to erupt with laughter, and Chen Qian smiled back at her. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree with your taste and judgment. I believe you never speak falsehood. The girl, now blushing from the earlier laughter, looked down but gathered the courage to glance back at Chen Qian, her eyes sparkling. Chen Qian was about to say something more when other girls in the audience could no longer contain themselves. Handsome guy, add me on WeChat. I want it too. Me as well. Chen Qian laughed, and once the crowd quieted down, he began, You've all interrupted my train of thought. How can I give my speech now? But alas, you have no chance. I already have a girlfriend, right down there. He pointed to Jiang Riyue, who, instead of acting shy as usual, raised her hand in acknowledgement, her face flushed. This surprised Chen Qian. Was she asserting her claim? Sure enough, upon seeing Jiang Riyue raise her hand, the female students in the auditorium sighed collectively. Once the noise subsided, Chen Qian continued. Now, let me formally introduce myself. I am the representative of the freshmen, Chen Qian. Noticing the twinkling eyes among the audience, he added, Indeed, many of you should recognize me. Some of you met me during military training, and others, well, I was quite popular online, known as the one who scored full marks in the college entrance exam, but was always at odds with others. Laughter erupted among the audience. In the corner of the auditorium, the residents of dorm 302 sat together, Jiang Chun shaking his head and sighing. So handsome, so in the limelight, so ostentatious. Beside him, Zhang Yudong and Lin Sixian gritted their teeth. Damn it, I'm so envious. I want to go up there and speak too. Me too. This is a 4-year priority for selecting a partner. It's such a waste for someone who already has a girlfriend to go up. On the stage, the speech continued. Chen Qian's expression turned serious. Actually, before stepping on stage, my prepared speech consisted of conventional motivational phrases, but the moment I stood here and saw all of you, I decided to forego the script. I want to engage with you. Recently, I have been troubled by a question. What is the purpose of learning? Can anyone provide me with an answer? Of course, let's not mention the cliché of studying for the resurgence of China. His words left the audience momentarily stunned, sparking contemplation. Eventually, someone tentatively called out for money. Seeing someone speak up boldly gave others the courage to join in. For power? To rise above others? Listening to their responses, Chen Qian remained impassive until silence fell once more, at which point he nodded. What you say is correct. This declaration astonished not only the audience, but also the professors present. To dismiss the notion of studying for the resurgence of China while acknowledging that learning is for wealth, power, and superiority. At that moment, especially the principal and the professors of several departments wore grave expressions. After all, Chen Qian was one of their own, a student specially recruited with significant investment. At that moment, Chen Qian spoke again. I know many of you are puzzled and may wonder why I wouldn't let you say that we study for the resurgence of China. Why do I assert that studying for money, power, and superiority are also correct answers. Chapter 46. Heartfelt words because only a few can aspire to the realm of studying for the resurgence of China. They are the great individuals who have made indelible marks in the history of our nation. Among you, including myself, can any of us truly become such a great figure? At least, I lack that confidence, and I do not wish to deceive myself. Moreover, the stark reality is that even if we gain admission to Kyoto University, most of our futures will merely see us as ordinary individuals, at best, slightly more intelligent than the average person. The life of an ordinary person revolves around the pursuits of wealth, power, and dignity. What I wish to convey is that striving for these goals is not ignoble. What is truly disgraceful is to harm one's own country in the quest for them. At this juncture, Chen Qian paused, his voice growing more resolute. It is well known that both Kyoto University and Huaguo have faced some tarnishing of their reputations in recent years. Why? Because many individuals choose to go abroad, aligning themselves with foreign nations and assisting outsiders against their compatriots. I do not wish to dwell too much on them. Those who have seen my social media know that I cannot speak kindly of them. A seemingly humorous remark lightened the atmosphere a fraction. Yet, even if one is an ordinary person, even if your aspirations are wealth, power, or to be superior to others, it does not necessitate achieving these through the detriment of one's nation. Are these two pursuits contradictory? Not in the slightest. Thus, I wish to share some heartfelt thoughts with all future ordinary individuals. If you strive for wealth, I hope you can contribute to your country while pursuing financial gain. If you seek power, I hope you can remain mindful of the people and take tangible actions for their benefit. Power is a valuable asset, but do not let it become a weapon for oppression. If your goal is to rise above others, remember that achieving common prosperity is the aspiration of our nation, a necessary outcome in our journey towards great rejuvenation. Would it not be more admirable to elevate all of Huaguo alongside you? Let those who look down upon you gaze up at you. Let those who scorn us look up to us. If your only desire is for those immediately around you to admire you and to be superior to your peers, then you are truly misguided. For unseen by you, countless individuals can trample upon you, spitting at your face. Is this truly the pinnacle of existence? Tell me, do you wish to become such a person? All the students present were already shaken by Chen Qian's words, his piercing inquiry resonating in their ears like a thunderclap. The fervor of youthful passion surged instantaneously. We refuse. A synchronized roar echoed throughout the auditorium, filled with indomitable rage. Excellent, Chen Qian exclaimed. Let me always witness your tenacity. Remember, our nation has historically stood at the pinnacle. Our generation is one of ascendance, a generation of revival, a generation of hope. Let us together recreate the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. Even if we are but ordinary individuals, let us unite to witness, to testify, to forge that era of nations converging. Boom. In that moment, everyone rose to their feet. The fire of youthful fervor ablaze, each face flushed, voices raised in exuberance. Who are they? The proud children of heaven who have traversed through countless hardships. Each harbors their own pride. They cannot accept being regarded as inferior. The vision of nations converging, a hope nestled in the hearts of every Huaguo citizen, was ignited fully by Chen Qian at that moment. In the front row, the principal and professors looked at the excited students around them, visibly relieved. The principal's face broke into a smile, as if he had just witnessed a remarkable display of youthful brilliance. The professors from the mathematics department also relaxed. Professor Chen chuckled, noting that this speech, taking a novel approach, was indeed quite clever. Indeed, if it had been the traditional motivational speech, it wouldn't have had this impact. Young people, weren't you all the same in your youth? Chen Qian observed the reactions of the students below, exhaling deeply. He could only hope that his words would resonate with them at some future moment. He then bowed slightly and stepped off the stage. With the conclusion of his speech, the welcome party commenced, showcasing skits, singing, dancing, and various performances that epitomized what it means to be a scholar. You would never comprehend how some excel academically while also being so multifaceted. Upon returning to his seat, Jiang Ryue rushed towards him. Seeing the bashful yet excited beauty in his arms, he too smiled. It seemed his words had significantly impacted Jiang Ryue. 2 hours later, the welcome party concluded. Chen Qian's speech had garnered him considerable recognition among the students present. Even while escorting Jiang Ryue back to the dormitory, he encountered several groups greeting him. Those unaware might have mistaken him for a celebrity. Alas, Chen Qian could only muster a facade of polite smiles, deftly navigating the crowd until he finally saw Jiang Ryue to her dormitory and hurried away. As long as I run fast enough, they won't see my face. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Chun and others sprang up, eager to encircle him. Chen Qian noticed the lingering excitement in their eyes and felt a sense of satisfaction. Boys, Daddy's home. Instantly, Jiang Chun and the others froze, their earlier enthusiasm evaporating as they instinctively grabbed their slippers and hurled them at him. Chen Qian smiled slightly. He had anticipated this response. He quickly darted behind the door, evading their mixed magical and physical assault, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the three of them lunging towards him. Naturally, he raised his hands in surrender. I yield. Yet Jiang Chun and the others were unwilling to let him off so easily, lifting him effortlessly and attempting to rub him against the doorframe. Chen Qian's expression shifted drastically, and he began to plead. No, no, no. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Hearing his pleas, the three of them finally smiled slightly. Feeling quite pleased. That's more like it. Damn it. We were so fired up, and you went and doused it all. Zhang Yudong complained. Me too. Jiang Chun shot Chen Qian a glare. Huh. Lin Xixian inquired, puzzled. You both got deflated by Chen Qian? How did that happen? Chen Qian gasped in shock, staring at Lin Xixian. 3 seconds later, Lin Xixian's scream echoed from dormitory 302, with faintly audible mutterings of, I was wrong. I misspoke. I shall never dare again. Chapter 47. Early activation of the simulation module. The following day, the beautiful university life officially commenced. However, as a student of Kyoto University's mathematics department, Chen Qian found his schedule quite packed, as did Jiang Riyue. The notion of a drama where one simply engages in romance without attending classes is utterly fanciful in reality. Since it was the first day of classes, even though everyone had become somewhat familiar during military training, the counselor still insisted on individual introductions. Along with the selection of class officers, Chen Qian felt quite helpless. As soon as he stepped onto the podium, the few girls in the class began to scream, their gazes as if they intended to devour him whole. Even the boys could not contain their whistles, calling out, Can I? He could only offer a rehearsed smile and wave, resembling someone conducting a work briefing. After a mundane introduction, he hastily stepped down from the podium. During the class officer elections, Chen Qian did not even nominate himself, yet his classmates insisted on voting for him, resulting in his overwhelming election as class president. However, he truly did not wish to take on such a role. It felt like a waste of time. Reluctantly, he had to return to the podium, firmly declining. And after much negotiation, he finally persuaded the counselor to appoint someone else as class president. Being too exceptional brings its own set of troubles. As time passes day by day, the 2 weeks have allowed all new students to acclimatize to the campus of Peking University. Chen Qian gradually ceased to feel troubled by his fame, as most people had nearly forgotten him. After all, the world does not revolve around him. No one would think to pay attention to a stranger daily, especially since Chen Qian had recently been exceptionally discreet. Each day, he busily attended classes, remaining silent and refraining from answering questions, immersing himself in his studies regardless of the subject. In the evenings, after dining with Jiang Riyue, they would stroll for a couple of rounds before retreating to the library, maintaining a remarkably low profile. To their roommates, it seemed they were either attending classes or engrossed in romance, while only Jiang Chun knew that they were not busy with dates, but rather diligently competing academically. This left him feeling restless each day, culminating in him secretly joining their study sessions under Chen Qian's influence. However, due to his major, he had quite a few hands-on assignments, which limited his visits to the library to occasional meetups with Chen Qian. Nevertheless, even so, his academic progress remained significantly ahead. In the library, Chen Qian closed his book and slowly shut his eyes. Jiang Riyue, sensing the movement, glanced at him before returning her focus to her own studies. She had grown accustomed to this scene, having witnessed it countless times. Each time he closed his eyes signified that he had completed another book and was savoring the knowledge. Yet, unbeknownst to her, this time was different. Chen Qian's heart was filled with astonishment, for the familiar mechanical voice resonated once more. Basic mathematics knowledge reserve completed, summarizing. Mathematics knowledge was finally ready to be completed? Chen Qian abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively clenching his fists in excitement. What's the matter? Jiang Riyue, noticing his unusual behavior, turned to him and gently grasped his hand. Are you feeling unwell? Chen Qian gazed into her concerned eyes, his heart inexplicably softening. In the next moment, he cupped her face and pressed his lips against hers. Pop. So soft. Jiang Riyue was taken aback, quickly pushing him away. What are you doing? We're still in the library. Aren't you embarrassed? Can't you wait until we get back? Her voice trailed off as she noticed the gazes of those around them, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head. Chen Qian, unbothered, flashed a broad smile and shamelessly apologized to the onlookers. when suddenly the system's mechanical voice echoed again. Summarization complete. Reward. Automatic understanding of mathematical knowledge. Technology simulation module activated. This feature is temporarily unavailable. Issuing technology simulation function explanation. In an instant, Chen Qian was stunned. He realized that a wealth of information seemed to have appeared in his mind, and before he could fully comprehend it, waves of understanding regarding mathematical concepts surged within him. He had done nothing, yet his grasp of mathematics was continuously enhancing. Was this what automatic understanding meant? Chen Qian was filled with disbelief. Previously, he could only memorize knowledge, without the luxury of true comprehension. Now, he could automatically understand without any effort? How considerate. This was the essence of mature and profound mathematics. Taking a deep breath, Chen Qian attempted to regain his composure, feeling the influx of information in his mind as he began to immerse himself in it. Minutes later, he grasped Zhang Riyue's hand with a smile. "What's wrong?" she asked, her cheeks still flushed, not yet recovered from the earlier surprise. "Let us go celebrate with hot pot." "Now." "Yes, I'm in a good mood today." With that, Chen Qian eagerly pulled Zhang Riyue outside, realizing he hadn't eaten all day, and everything was perfectly aligned. Though Zhang Riyue didn't understand his sudden craving for hot pot, seeing him so joyful made her smile as well. "I want it extra spicy." "All right." That night, Chen Qian lay on his dormitory bed, excitement preventing him from sleeping. The automatic understanding of mathematical knowledge would cease once fully comprehended, but more importantly, this signified that similar rewards would accompany the completion of other knowledge reserves in the future. He merely needed to memorize knowledge relentlessly and charge ahead. The information that had suddenly appeared in his mind was an explanation for the technology simulation function that would soon be unlocked. As long as he completed all knowledge reserves, he could automatically simulate desired advanced technology. However, the technology simulation function had its limitations. While it was possible to simulate exaggerated advanced technologies, such endeavors would not yield results until the end of one's life, due to insufficient mastery of knowledge. Knowledge must first evolve. But how could he evolve when he had absorbed all external knowledge? The answer lay in initially simulating less fantastical advanced technologies, allowing knowledge to iterate with each successful simulation. Once the knowledge reached a certain level of evolution, simulating more exaggerated advanced technologies would be expedited. Chen Qian couldn't help but dream of the future. Even though he could not currently utilize the technology simulation function, the possibilities ahead were boundless. Time passed, and Chen Qian opened the system interface. The interface now displayed a new technology simulation module alongside the original Basic Knowledge Reserve module. The Basic Knowledge Reserve module still contained a myriad of information, but all mathematics-related knowledge had vanished, not forgotten, but integrated into the simulation module. At that moment, the simulation module displayed the word mathematics, followed by vast emptiness. "I must complete my knowledge reserves as soon as possible," Chen Qian mused. The intangible feeling was truly tormenting. Just then, a thought struck him, and he abruptly sat up in bed. Chapter 48. Testing the waters. As a mathematics major who had now completed the mathematics knowledge reserve, he pondered whether, in a few days, he would achieve complete automatic understanding. Given his current speed of memorization, he could potentially master the library's content within a year. What would he do then? Would he apply for early graduation? Ridiculous. After contemplating for a while, Chen Qian lay back down, deciding not to overthink it. He would address future matters when they arose. Why worry so much? Closing his eyes, he prepared to sleep, only to sit up again a minute later. "Wait. What on earth are you doing? Exercising at this hour?" Jiang Chun's curious voice interrupted. Chen Qian turned to see a mischievous grin on Jiang Chun's face. "Cough, cough. Nothing much, just exercising." At that moment, Lin Xixian's voice floated over. "Oh, really? What kind of exercise could that be?" His tone dripped with sarcasm. Zhang Yudong turned his gaze toward Chen Qian, eyes filled with meaning. Get lost, get lost." Chen Qian retorted, "I have a girlfriend. You all better watch yourselves." Instantly, the other three thought Chen Qian was no longer willing to have Zhang Riyue introduce them to anyone, and they grew anxious. "Hey, Dad. You can't leave us all lonely," Jiang Chun exclaimed first. Zhang Yudong chimed in. "No, Dad. I called you Dad. Don't hold our past mistakes against us." Lin Xixian feigned an attempt to leap onto Chen Qian's bed, declaring, "Dad, I was wrong. Tonight, I'll sleep with you." Upon hearing Lin Xixian's offer, Chen Qian's once comfortable mood immediately soured. "Stop, stop, stop. Don't come over." Fine, fine. I'll introduce you when my girlfriend's relationship with her roommate is a bit better." Upon hearing this, the others finally relaxed, chuckling as they settled back into bed. Chen Qian, having been stirred by their antics, forgot everything he had been contemplating, and promptly fell asleep. The following day, while attending to his morning routine, he suddenly recalled a troubling thought. It dawned on him that even if he graduated early, it would be futile without financial resources. After all, to develop groundbreaking technology, one must establish a company, secure initial funding, and oversee production and sales. The creation of such advanced technology cannot be outsourced. It necessitates in-house production. This challenge cannot be resolved with a mere few $100,000. A production line must be constructed. Would he consider sharing his innovations with others? Absolutely not. Even if he aspired to be a scientist, he would never work for anyone else, Chen Qian mused. However, he found himself at a loss for how to acquire the necessary funds and, after finishing his preparations, left for class. At noon, Chen Qian shared his worries with Zhang Riyue over lunch, expressing only that he felt overwhelmed by the rapid pace of his studies. Yet, he was met with an unexpected silence from Zhang Riyue, who was staring at him with an expression full of unspoken grievances. Ahem, darling. Please don't look at me like that. It's making me feel shy, he said. Nevertheless, Zhang Riyue remained silent, her gaze unwavering. Chen Qian closed his eyes and feigned exasperation, saying, all right, I concede. Just for tonight. I'll book a hotel. At last, Zhang Riyue could no longer contain herself. She playfully pinched his waist and struck his arm, exclaiming, you're insufferable. When did you become so wicked? Chen Qian was momentarily taken aback. The anticipated pain did not come. Gazing at Zhang Riyue's flushed face, he felt a jolt of surprise. Could she genuinely be considering it? But he quickly realized that her concern stemmed from her affection for him, which led her to take his jest seriously. Chen Qian's expression turned more solemn. Although they had known each other since childhood, their time together had not been extensive. He had only jokingly mentioned the matter, not wishing to rush into anything or make her uncomfortable in any way. With this in mind, he gently wrapped his arm around her waist and reassured her. Don't overthink it. I was merely joking, with no ulterior motives. I like you, truly, and I have no intention of rushing into anything. Life is long, and I wish to walk alongside you, step by step. Zhang Riyue was momentarily stunned, but upon meeting Chen Qian's earnest gaze, she suddenly burst into a radiant smile. You sneak. You're playing a dangerous game here. Chen Qian's waist twisted in surprise, causing him to grimace in pain. Zhang Riyue laughed joyfully, though she gently released her grip and began to massage the area she had pinched. In that moment of shared eye contact, unspoken sentiments flowed between them, filled only with sweetness. In the afternoon, after class, Chen Qian found himself at the door of the dean's office. After much contemplation, he decided to gauge the situation regarding early graduation and inquire about the direct doctoral program that had been mentioned previously. He knocked on the door, and a calm voice invited him in. Upon entering, he saw a somewhat slender man in his 50s seated at a desk, focused on his computer. You are Hong Kong? The man inquired, puzzled about the reason for Chen Qian's visit. Chen Qian, appearing somewhat bashful, introduced himself. Hello, Dean. I am Chen Qian. Hong Kang's demeanor brightened, and he responded warmly. Ah, so you are Chen Qian. Please, have a seat. I thought you looked familiar. Chen Qian complied and sat on the sofa while Hong Kong poured him a cup of water and joined him. What brings you here? Hong Kong asked. After a brief pause, Chen Qian summoned his courage to speak. Dean Hong, I have a few questions to discuss. I wanted to inquire about the requirements for early graduation at our university. Also, I would like to follow up on the direct doctoral program that Professor Zhang Qian mentioned prior to my enrollment. Hong Kong hesitated for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly as a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that Chen Qian would be so presumptuous, contemplating early graduation and direct doctoral admission so soon after the semester began. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain his patience and explained, Chen Qian, I understand your aspirations. But do you not think you are being a bit too hasty? It has only been a short time since the semester began, and you are already thinking about graduation and doctoral studies. Have you truly attained the necessary competence and knowledge? Chen Qian, not oblivious to the underlying tension in Hong Kang's tone, recognized the disapproval. However, having already broached the subject, he felt compelled to respond. Dean Hong, I genuinely believe I have reached that level, which is why I feel continuing in undergraduate studies is somewhat of a waste of time. Chapter 49, Requirements encouraged. Chen Qian's phrasing was diplomatic. After all, it wasn't just about undergraduate and doctoral studies. In a few days, with a deeper understanding of the knowledge, he might even feel comparable to those esteemed mathematics professors. However, such sentiments should remain unspoken, as revealing them would likely lead others to view him as either a fool or a madman. Yet, Hong Kang's frown deepened, and his displeasure became more palpable. To him, Chen Qian's words reeked of arrogance. With a spirit of nurturing education, he considered reprimanding Chen Qian, but then an idea struck him. Taking a deep breath, he shifted his tone. All right, since you claim to possess the requisite skills and knowledge, I will offer you an opportunity. The Chengdong University Mathematics Competition is approaching in a week. If you truly believe in your abilities, secure a gold medal. And I will approve your early graduation and direct admission to the doctoral program. Even if the principal has objections, I will stand by you. Chen Qian's eyes lit up. Really? Is that for certain? What do you think? Is there any doubt? Hong Kong replied with a hint of exasperation. Chen Qian, elated, grasped Hong Kong's hand, exclaiming, Thank you, Dean Hong. It's a deal. His exuberance caught Hong Kong off guard, and it took a moment before he quietly withdrew his hand. Yes, it's settled. If there is nothing else, you may leave now. Thank you, Dean. I appreciate your assistance. Goodbye. With that, Chen Qian swiftly exited the office, leaving Hong Kong alone on the sofa, his expression one of mixed emotions. This young man seems quite confident. Could he truly be speaking the truth? Hong Kong pondered. Yet, the next moment, he dismissed such absurd thoughts. What nonsense. It has only been a short time since the semester began. How could Chen Qian possibly have mastered all the undergraduate material? If he had, he would be no ordinary person but a once-in-a-century genius. And even if he had barely grasped the undergraduate knowledge, how well could he truly perform? The difficulty of the Chengdong Mathematics Competition is akin to the qualifying exams for graduate studies at renowned international universities, aiming for a gold medal. Hong Kong couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief, reflecting, It's all thanks to my brilliance in educating students. No wonder I became the dean. Sipping his tea, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Ah, the tea has become quite fragrant. After leaving the dean's office, Chen Qian made his way to the cafeteria, but upon spotting Zhang Riyue, his brow furrowed. He noticed several individuals attempting to flirt with his girlfriend. Although she had rebuffed them decisively, they continued to lurk nearby, whispering amongst themselves. This won't do. As if I don't exist. He quickly approached the group of boys who were whispering, tapping one of them on the shoulder. What are you guys looking at? Chen Qian feigned curiosity, his eyes glinting with intent. At that moment, Zhang Riyue, hearing Chen Qian's voice, turned to greet him but then noticed him making a shushing gesture. Although she was puzzled by his actions, she nodded slightly, continuing to sit there as if she hadn't noticed anything. Upon hearing Chen Qian's inquiry, the boy turned to glance at him, inexplicably feeling a sense of familiarity. Yet, before he could ponder further, he instinctively blurted out, Isn't that the girl over there? She is truly stunning. The boy beside him chimed in, Indeed, she is exceptionally beautiful, though a bit aloof. Sighing, the first boy lamented, I merely wish to add her on WeChat and befriend her, but she is unwilling. Chen Qian laughed unabashedly. Do you think there is a possibility that she already has a boyfriend? Impossible. The first boy reacted vehemently. Even if she has a boyfriend, they are not married yet. We are merely engaging in fair competition. Exactly. We are not trying to undermine anyone. Chen Qian observed, his eyes twitching slightly at their refreshing use of euphemism. Yet, he patiently continued, I am actually quite adept at striking up conversations. Would you like me to demonstrate? You? The first boy's expression soured at the suggestion, reluctant to admit that Chen Qian was more handsome than himself. Watch closely, I shall only demonstrate once. Chen Qian declared, waving at Zhang Riyue in the distance. Upon noticing, she approached with a radiant smile. Before she could utter a word, Chen Qian interjected, Beautiful lady, what is your name? May I get to know you? Zhang Riyue paused for a moment, then quickly regained her composure, stifling a laugh. Sure, of course. Should we exchange WeChat? The surrounding boys were taken aback. Is she this direct? She even suggested exchanging WeChat? You were not this agreeable with us. Of course. Chen Qian replied without hesitation. However, adding you on WeChat is merely a step towards becoming a couple. Why not simply be my girlfriend? Zhang Riyue pretended to appraise him before nodding. All right, from now on. You are my boyfriend. Chen Qian chuckled. Then how about a kiss? Leaning forward, he closed the distance. Zhang Riyue blushed slightly, but leaned in, planting a quick peck on his lips. Chen Qian's joy was palpable as he grasped her hand and turned to the nearby boys. See? Flirting is this simple. The boys were left speechless, their mouths agape, their expressions a tumult of envy, jealousy, and frustration. Of course, Chen Qian continued. The reason for your unsuccessful attempts at flirting is quite apparent. He produced his phone and activated the front camera, aiming it at them. You understand my point, right? Without waiting for their reactions, he pulled Zhang Riyue back to their seats, merrily resuming their meal. They took turns feeding each other, their affectionate display eliciting gritted teeth from the boys who had just regained their composure. You are so mischievous. Do you think they will come over and hit you? Jiang Ryue whispered with concern. Ah, Chen Qian shrugged nonchalantly. If they do, let them come. Warriors fighting for love are blessed by the glory of affection, their strength unmatched. It's about time they learn that flirting with someone else's girlfriend comes with consequences. Jiang Ryue burst into laughter. What are you even saying? You are quite the rascal. Chen Qian beamed with pride. Of course. How else would I have won you over? Let us eat. You feed me. I won't. Baby. All right. Chapter 50. The competition begins. Chen Qian enjoyed the meal immensely, particularly relishing the sight of the boys leaving in a huff. After dining, he strolled around Yin Garden with Jiang Ryue before returning to the library to continue his studies. What are you doing with those books? Jiang Ryue inquired. Noticing Chen Qian picking up texts on computer science and physics, puzzled. Ah, your boyfriend is a genius, so of course I am studying, he replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ryue fell silent, focusing on her own textbook, wary that her insufferable boyfriend might indulge in self-aggrandizement again. Once seated, Chen Qian quickly immersed himself in knowledge. He had initially intended to focus on storing physics knowledge, as mathematics and physics are intertwined. However, realizing the pressing need to earn a substantial sum of money, he decided to also absorb computer science knowledge. In 2016, what was the most lucrative and fastest way to earn money? Obviously, it was the internet. The past 2 years had been a pinnacle for the internet. Moreover, the sheer volume of computer science knowledge was something he could swiftly retain. Given his current capacity for memory, with a bit of practice, numerous opportunities for financial gain would arise. As for the competition mentioned by Dean Hong, it was not arrogance on Chen Qian's part. He genuinely felt little pressure. That evening, upon returning to the dormitory, he promptly called his advisor. Hello, Chen Qian? What is it? With a smile, Chen Qian explained, I heard that the Changdong University mathematics competition is about to commence, and I wish to register. Upon hearing the commotion, the others in the dormitory quietly leaned in to listen. The Changdong University mathematics competition? You wish to participate as a freshman? The advisor sounded surprised. Yes, is that a problem? After a moment of pause, the advisor replied, not necessarily. You can register online. I will assist you. Which events do you wish to enter? I'll sign up for all 5 individual events. 5. Are you certain you want to enroll in all of them? The advisor nearly choked on his drink. Yes. There was a silence on the line before the advisor finally responded. All right, I understand. Is there anything else? Nothing more. Thank you for your help. Ah, it's no trouble. After hanging up, Chen Qian let out a sigh of relief, genuinely fearing the advisor would disapprove of his participation, which would have been quite troublesome. Although the competition could be entered independently, it was still prudent to give a heads up since participating would mean representing the school. At this moment, his 3 roommates gathered around him. Wow, dude, you are actually going to the Changdong mathematics competition. Zhang Yudong exclaimed incredulously. What is the matter? Chen Qian asked, puzzled. Isn't it normal to participate in competitions? Dude. Lin Sixian grabbed Chen Qian's shoulders, shaking him. That is the level of a graduate school entrance exam from a renowned university abroad. You are just a freshman, barely a month into the semester. I know. Chen Qian nodded nonchalantly. At that moment, Jiang Chun, who had been silent, shook his head with a complex expression. Look at you two. You have never seen the world. It is completely normal for Chen Qian to participate. If you knew about his extraordinary memory, you'd be terrified. Chen Qian noticed Jiang Chun shaking his head and suddenly burst into laughter, a mysterious glimmer in his eyes. Ah, at least Fat understands me. Then he turned back to Zhang Yudong and Lin Sixian, spreading his hands. Oh, it's no big deal. I arrived at school about half a month early and have already completed all my undergraduate knowledge. What? Zhang Yudong and Lin Sixian exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide in disbelief. You finished it? Zhang Yudong murmured. Lin Sixian was stunned for a long moment before suddenly laughing. Huh? You are quite the joker. Zhang Yudong paused and then understood. Damn, you were just joking. You scared me. Chen Qian merely smiled in silence at their astonished expressions. You don't believe the truth. At this point, Jiang Chun could no longer contain himself and quietly pulled out a book, burrowing into his bed. Damn, how I envy you for being able to show off like that. Yes, I must secretly work hard and astonish everyone. A week swiftly passed, marking the day of the Changdong University Mathematics Competition. This prestigious event was divided into team and individual competitions. Naturally, Chen Qian participated solely in the individual segment. In this format, each contestant could register for a maximum of 5 subjects. Many others, like him, had opted for the full 5, while even more had chosen 4 or 3. Consequently, the examination schedules for each subject were staggered, alleviating concerns over potential conflicts. The national preliminary round commenced. with Kyoto University serving as one of the examination venues. Chen Qian, unhurried, rose from his slumber, washed up, and leisurely made his way to the examination hall. As he stepped inside, an overwhelming sense of familiarity enveloped him. It had been quite a while since he last sat for an exam. The first subject was analysis and differential equations. As the examination commenced, Chen Qian glanced at the questions and thought, this is quite manageable. With that realization, he wasted no time. In a moment of determination, he seized his pen, his gaze shifting to that of a seasoned warrior, cutting through the problems with precision. An hour later, he stood up with a smile and approached the podium, calmly submitting his paper amidst the familiar gazes of his peers. The invigilator cast a surprised glance at him, but ultimately refrained from further comment. After all, they were all adults responsible for their own actions. The subsequent subjects, geometry and topology, algebra, combinatorics and number theory, applied mathematics and computational mathematics, were approached with the same casual demeanor, and after an hour, he exited the examination hall. The sun had yet to set, and Zhang Riyue and the others were still in class. Chen Qian initially intended to visit the library, but reconsidered and decided to head outside instead. It was time to procure a computer for himself. During the past week, he had diligently absorbed knowledge regarding computers and programming, and the library had yielded no new insights. Curiously, the deduction module had shown no changes, resulting in a lack of automatic comprehension rewards. This left him both puzzled and somewhat resigned. Now, he had to rely solely on his own efforts to practice and understand the intricacies of computing. Chapter 51. Learning a lesson before long. Chen Qian arrived at the nearest commercial district via subway and casually entered a computer store. As soon as he stepped inside, a young man in work attire approached him. "How can I assist you?" Chen Qian hesitated, unsure of what to say. The young man smiled and continued. "What do you need?" Chen Qian nodded. "I need a top-performing computer." The young man's eyes lit up, and he promptly gestured for Chen Qian to take a seat. "Please, have a seat." Chen Qian accepted and sat down. "A top-performing computer, you say?" The young man confirmed. "Just so you know, a top-tier model won't come cheap." Chen Qian reflected on the 50,000 yuan his parents had given him before school, along with his monthly allowance of 2,000, which he had yet to exhaust. He realized he could manage the cost. "How much will it be?" he inquired. "That's going to be several tens of thousands," the young man replied. Chen Qian nodded, finding the price somewhat acceptable, unlike in a few years when graphics card prices skyrocketed and everything else followed suit. It was still possible to acquire a premium computer without spending 70 or 80,000. "All right, I'll take it." The young man, excited, quickly made his way to the warehouse. Half an hour later, he returned with an array of items and placed them on the counter. "Here, let me introduce you to these," he said. Chen Qian stood up, but upon seeing the processor and graphics card, he could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his eye. What on earth is this? It dawned on him that the earlier question about what to say was likely a test of his knowledge. What kind of jargon is this? Is this your store's lingo? Chen Qian waved his hand dismissively. "You expect me to consider this? Can you even call your store reputable?" The young man was taken aback, realizing he had misjudged Chen Qian's expertise. "Oh, you know your stuff. My apologies." He chuckled nervously. "Let me get you a proper setup." With that, he hurried back to the warehouse. Chen Qian sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. He considered leaving, but guessed the situation would be the same elsewhere. Ultimately, he chose to remain seated and sent a message to Zhang Riyue. Since he was out, he felt it was only right to inform his girlfriend. Although she hadn't asked for it, it was good practice to keep her in the loop. Half an hour later, the young man returned with another set of items. And after a brief examination, Chen Qian nodded in satisfaction. The young man, feeling a bit awkward, began assembling the computer without further delay. Time passed, and eventually, the young man clapped his hands together. "All right, take a look." Chen Qian glanced over the setup. Having seen the components beforehand, there was little to admire. He requested the computer be packaged, settled the bill, and left. Once he had walked some distance away, he couldn't help but glance back, ensuring he could no longer see the store, and his expression shifted to one of agony. 40,000 yuan. Chen Qian lamented, nearly in tears. "I was too naive." He had believed that with over 50,000 yuan in hand, he would never exhaust it, but in the blink of an eye, he had squandered 4/5 of it. "This cannot stand. I must earn money quickly." At that moment, his desire to make money solidified with unwavering determination. Half an hour later, after transferring 2 subway stations, Chen Qian returned to campus, computer in tow. Others looked at him quizzically as he carried the device. "Hey, you bought a computer? A desktop?" Zhang Yudong inquired as he approached. Chen Qian, fiddling with the computer, nodded. "Yeah, just something to play around with." "Why not a laptop? Aren't they more convenient than desktops?" Lin Sixian asked. At that moment, Jiang Chun also approached, But when he saw the computer's specifications, he gasped in astonishment. Although he was unsure why Chen Qian had acquired such a high-end computer, his instincts instructed him not to ask, never give him the opportunity to show off. Yet, his silence did not prevent others from inquiring. Lin Xixian, possessing some knowledge of computers, exclaimed upon seeing the specifications. My goodness, this PC has some serious components. Imagine watching movies on it. What a delight. Zhang Yudong shot Lin Xixian a glance and continued. Hey, aren't you majoring in mathematics? Why do you need such an extravagant computer? Chen Qian shrugged. Well, my studies have been rather easy, and I found myself with too much free time. So I thought I'd get a computer to play some games and learn a bit about computing. Zhang Yudong's expression changed as he exchanged glances with Lin Xixian and Jiang Chun. The three shared a silent agreement and promptly returned to their seats. Hey, what is going on? Why are you leaving? Chen Qian asked, puzzled. However, no matter how he inquired afterward, the other three offered no further response. After a considerable time, Chen Qian, feeling quite lackluster, found himself seated in front of his computer, contemplating the exploration of a rather dubious website. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly, revealing that it was Director Hong calling. Hello? Is this Chen Qian? Director Hong inquired. Chen Qian hastily stepped out of his dormitory, responding, Director Hong, it's me. What can I do for you? Hong's voice carried a weighty significance. Chen Qian, I wonder if you have gleaned any lessons from this recent competition. Chen Qian was taken aback. Lessons? What lessons? I don't see where I could have learned anything. Director, I'm having trouble understanding what you mean, he replied. A hint of confusion in his tone. Upon hearing this, Hong's voice grew increasingly displeased. Do you still not comprehend? I've heard about your performance in the competition exam. You submitted your paper in just 1 hour. Have you not realized that you might be a bit too eager for success? Are you still contemplating an early graduation to pursue a direct doctoral program? Chen Qian was momentarily stunned. But soon he recalled that he was taking the exam at his own university, under the supervision of professors from Peking University. Given that he had submitted his paper each time in an hour, it seemed some rumors had reached Director Hong, leading him to believe that Chen Qian had given up. Wait, no, that is not right. To be precise, it seemed that Director Hong had been closely monitoring his situation. Chapter 52. Director Hong's face turned red. Chen Qian felt a headache brewing, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. After all, the exam had only just concluded, and the semi-finalist list had yet to be released. If he continued to assert his confidence, it might come across as defiance in Director Hong's eyes, inevitably tarnishing his reputation further. What to do? Listening to Director Hong's earnest counsel on the phone, Chen Qian ultimately sighed and agreed. Yes, you are absolutely right. Adopting a demeanor of obedient compliance. After a lengthy conversation, Hong felt satisfied as he ended the call, his mood considerably uplifted. This young man seems to have recognized his errors, Hong mused. Yet, why did Chen Qian's tone strike him as so peculiar? However, he dismissed the thought, took a sip of tea, and resumed attending to his affairs. 2 minutes later. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The office door swung open, revealing Professor Qin. All smiles as he entered. It's old Qin. What brings you here? Hong greeted with a smile, though internally he was groaning. Qin Guoli's enthusiasm intensified. Director Hong, I wanted to discuss the funding for one of my projects this quarter, which is yet to be approved. Hong quickly interjected, his expression visibly strained. Old Qin, you know that your project on proving the Zhou conjecture has made little progress, and the other professors are beginning to voice their grievances. Upon hearing this, Qin Guoli's cheerful demeanor instantly morphed into indignation. Grievances? If they have complaints, they should come directly to me. Our project funding is paltry. How dare they? Hong's heart sank as he realized that he had failed to placate Qin. This was bad. Yet, with the situation at hand, he steeled himself to continue. Even a small amount is still money. You have yet to produce any results, and I genuinely find it difficult to explain. Qin Guoli quickly discerned that the grievances were not from his peers, but rather an indication that the university intended to cut funding for their project. Enough, old Hong. You needn't elaborate further. I will personally approach the principal tomorrow. With that, he stormed out of the office, slamming the door behind him. However, once he departed, Hong could not help but smile with relief. Good, let him speak to the principal. As long as it's not me, I have no issue. He was well aware of the university's intent to cut Qin Guoli's project, but what could he do? He held no authority in the matter. Rather than bother him, it was better to direct his frustrations elsewhere. Old Qin, I silently support you, he thought. The following morning, while Chen Qian was attending class, he received a text confirming his advancement to the semifinals. Reflecting on Director Hong's admonishments from the previous day, Chen Qian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Now, Let's see what you have to say about this, he thought with a smirk. His spirits soared as he envisioned Director Hong calling him again. However, as the afternoon approached, and class was about to commence, he had yet to receive another call from Director Hong. Could it be that he was too embarrassed to call me? Chen Qian pondered. But he quickly dismissed that notion, realizing that it was likely that Director Hong was still unaware of his achievement. He had assumed that Chen Qian had given up and probably would not be keeping tabs on his progress. With this thought in mind, Chen Qian opened the message, chose to forward it, and entered Director Hong's number. Completing this task, he hummed a tune as he stepped out of the dormitory. In the director's office, Hong was leisurely sipping tea, feeling quite content after resolving both Chen Qian's situation and the matter with Qingguoli. Ding! A text notification chimed. Hong instinctively picked up his phone, noticing it was a message from Chen Qian. What could this boy want? He mused. Could it be that he has deeply reflected on his mistakes and has written me a letter of remorse? With that thought, he hurriedly opened the message. 3 seconds later, uffed, tea splattered everywhere. What is this? Hong rubbed his eyes and read the message again with disbelief. Advancing to the semifinals? Suddenly, he recalled his call to Chen Qian just the day before, admonishing him not to be overly eager and to take steady steps. At that moment, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he could not help but take a deep breath. This is merely an unexpected outcome. As educators, we should be delighted when our students excel. At my age, what have I not experienced? That evening, after not receiving a call from Director Hong, Chen Qian could no longer resist and decided to reach out. He had no ulterior motive, merely wishing to check in with the director. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Chen Qian was taken aback. Why can't I get through? What is going on? Is the director still this busy at this hour? Half an hour later, he tried calling again. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Chen Qian's lip twitched. Has the director blocked me? Seriously. Chen Qian jolted upright in bed. What a high-level maneuver. His roommates regarded him with curious glances, and Lin Sixian asked, What? What high-level operation are you talking about? After a brief silence, the familiar sounds of anguish echoed through dormitory 302. The following day, Chen Qian rose early, washed up, and, upon meeting Jiang Riyue on campus, pulled her into a warm embrace. Good luck in your competition, Jiang Riyue said, nudging her head against his chest. Fear not. With me in action, I shall easily vanquish thousands. Chen Qian chuckled as he ruffled her hair. Jiang Riyue looked up and smiled, playfully pinching his cheek. You do love to show off. All right, you should head off to your competition. I'll be waiting for you tonight. Okay. After parting ways with Jiang Riyue, Chen Qian hopped on a shared bike and headed towards Huaguo University. Although the two universities were close, they were quite expansive, and to be safe, it was quicker to bike. Moreover, the shared bike would not be available for long. Come 2018, it would no longer be an option. What if the deposit was deducted? 20 minutes later, Chen Qian arrived punctually at Huaguo University. Upon entering the examination room, he scanned the area and thought, I don't recognize anyone. A few faces seemed somewhat familiar, likely from the last exam. Soon, the exam commenced. Chen Qian, feeling rather bored, tackled the questions. Over the past few days, his understanding of mathematical concepts had deepened, making this round seem simpler than before. Once the exam concluded, Chen Qian once again hopped onto a shared bike and headed back to Peking University. However, what he failed to notice was that a journalist rushing from afar recognized him and hurriedly captured a photograph. Chapter 53. Going all out upon returning to Kyoto University. Chen Qian quietly awaited Jiang Riyue's class to conclude in the cafeteria. That evening, he did not linger in the library for long and returned to his dormitory to turn on his computer. Lines of intricate characters danced across the screen, leaving onlookers bewildered. Jiang Chun and others had noticed this earlier, but refrained from asking, resolutely holding their tongues. Damn it. This eccentric had previously claimed that he bought a computer to play games and to casually learn about computers. Is this gaming? Is this the kind of operation one would expect from a novice? Fortunately, Jiang Chun and his friends felt immense relief for having restrained themselves from questioning him. Thankful that he hadn't entirely exposed his pretentiousness, Chen Qian glanced at them with a hint of disinterest. Initially, he had deliberately angled his body slightly to make it easier for them to see his computer screen, hoping they would inquire about it, allowing him to impart some knowledge. Yet, to his surprise, none of them had spoken up. Forget it, he thought, straightening up and opening a rather dubious website, reluctantly closing it after a while. Perhaps when his skills improved further. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. To his surprise, it was a notice about the finals. He hadn't expected the list of qualifiers to be released on the same day, but then again, the number of participants in the semifinals was significantly less than in the preliminary rounds, making the process much quicker. He promptly forwarded the message to Dean Hong. Regardless of whether he would receive it, it was worth sending. In his office, Dean Hong had already composed himself and was carefully brewing tea. Suddenly, the unexpected sound of his phone startled him, causing hot water to spill outside the cup. Who could that be? Dean Hong, feeling disgruntled, reached for his phone. But at that moment, an uneasy premonition arose within him. Could it be? The next moment, he picked up his phone and looked closely. Indeed, it was that young man again. You're still sending messages. I shouldn't have removed you from my blacklist. Dean Hong's face flushed with anger. But as he simmered with irritation, he unexpectedly found himself smiling at his phone after a while, shaking his head. This kid truly is a remarkable talent. Back in the dormitory, Chen Qian waited for a considerable time, but received no call from the dean. Deciding not to wait any longer, he returned to his bed. Prepared to play on his phone, as usual, taking aim at the trolls who still persisted before heading to sleep. However, he soon discovered that he had once again made it onto Weibo's trending topics. Although not at the very top, he had indeed resurfaced. Shockingly, the most handsome high school student, Chen Qian, had entered his freshman year and participated in this year's Zhou competition. Is this confidence or arrogance? Chen Qian felt speechless. How could his participation in a competition attract such attention? Was it because of my striking looks? He clicked on a post, and a photo of him riding a small yellow bike at the entrance of Huaguo came into view, with a chaotic comment section. What a joke. Starting university and already entering the Zhou competition. Aren't we just playing around? I think he is getting carried away. Could it be that Chen Qian is trying to gain some experience? Gain experience? What kind of experience are you talking about? Is it the experience of not being late? The questions aren't the same every year. What can he actually learn from this? The commenter above is right. Chen Qian hasn't learned much in university yet. What is the use of going? Does he really think he is a genius? Isn't he a genius? Perfect score in the college entrance exam. Please. While achieving a perfect score is impressive, there are those who receive extra points and also score perfectly. Strictly speaking, there isn't much difference between them and Chen Qian. Perhaps just a bit of luck. That makes sense. I feel like Chen Qian is deliberately trying to attract attention. He wouldn't want to become an internet celebrity. Would he? I heard internet celebrities can earn a lot. I get it. With the degrees from Jingda and Huaguo continuously devaluing, even street vendors are emerging. Chen Qian intends to leverage his status as a college entrance exam champion and his looks to draw attention and pave the way for becoming an internet celebrity to make money. The commenter above has awakened me. I must admit, Chen Qian is somewhat clever. It's no wonder he scored perfectly on the college entrance exam. Chen Qian was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that someone thinks he wants to become an internet celebrity for money? Am I that kind of person? I am. Chen Qian suddenly realized. That makes sense. Becoming an internet celebrity could indeed earn substantial money. He couldn't help but ponder. Although he had now grasped computer knowledge and was preparing to earn money, he remained uncertain about the outcome. He originally had two plans. The first was to launch the character dancing app this year, which had already been out for over a month. However, true success would require the app's resources to be heavily promoted, with a real breakthrough expected in 2018, swiftly spreading nationwide. The pride of the character dancing app lay in its data algorithm based on user interests. Yet, this algorithm was contingent upon the app's prior success, making its current existence within the company uncertain. Thus, he aimed to try to establish and refine this algorithm independently before reaching out to the character dancing app for a potential collaboration. Yet, whether this would succeed was uncertain. After all, he was just a small fry, possessing nothing but the title of a college entrance exam champion. Large companies like Character Dancing were not like those organizations messaging him to become a teacher. If they looked down on him, it would be troublesome if they refused to meet. Consequently, he devised a second plan, cybersecurity. Chen Qian contemplated continuously honing his relevant skills and collaborating with large domestic internet companies to maintain their cybersecurity. However, this plan came with its own complications. A minor misstep could lead to serious consequences. So for now, he focused on skill development without taking further action. But at present, becoming an internet celebrity was also a viable path. Even if he didn't earn much, any amount was better than nothing. For the sake of his future company, he decided to go all out. I'm sorry, my dear, sharp-tongued netizens. With a mischievous smile, Chen Qian's fingers danced across the phone screen, quickly sending out a Weibo post. Every day, it's nothing but eating and sleeping. I'm just coasting along, just playing. What can you do about it? Simultaneously, he shared a photo that required a 20 yuan fee to view. In his previous life, Chen Qian had not known that Weibo allowed for paid photo sharing. All thanks to the countless young celebrities that emerged later on. They aren't just young celebrities. They are my teachers in making money. Chapter 54. Such malicious intent. After posting on Weibo, Chen Qian quickly exited, choosing to avoid what he did not wish to see. After all, he was not the kind of person who reveled in others' scorn and took pleasure in self-deprecation. In the realm of the internet, being handsome does not guarantee fame. Being handsome and wealthy does not ensure success either. However, being handsome, wealthy, and delivering takeout, while occasionally bullying the honest, will definitely lead to fame. Chen Qian understood that no explanation regarding the current public opinion about him would be effective. It might even exacerbate the situation. To further his monetary ambitions, he had no choice but to stoke the flames. Though he could not bring himself to commit unethical acts, when it came to trading barbs, he excelled. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Everything unfolded as Chen Qian had anticipated, and the discourse surrounding him intensified. What was once a topic lingering at the tail end of trending discussions had surged to the 3rd position, with the 4th spot occupied by his earlier Weibo post. Overshadowing numerous celebrities and leaving many in awe, Chen Qian was somewhat astonished. He merely intended to fan the flames of public opinion for a while longer to enhance his notoriety, yet he never anticipated that the fire would blaze so fervently. Could it be that his talent for confrontation had significantly improved? However, upon deeper reflection, he soon understood. He had emerged during the peak discourse surrounding the college entrance examination, being the only candidate in years to achieve a perfect score without any preparatory courses. In the eyes of a multitude of internet users, he had already established a considerable presence. Although many had gradually forgotten about him and ceased to mention his name, a mere recollection would still evoke some impressions, making any subsequent actions more likely to attract attention. Moreover, his recent antics had indeed been rather outrageous, presenting a paradoxical image to the online community. Here was a young man who, having scored a perfect score on the college entrance examination and gained admission to Peking University, was also strikingly handsome, yet seemed to squander his days without diligent study. After being accused by netizens of planning to become an internet celebrity for profit, he shockingly released a paid photo featuring nothing but a middle finger. This completely subverted the traditional image of a model student, eliciting a cacophony of emotions ranging from regret to incredulity and frustration. Nevertheless, Chen Qian remained unfazed. At this moment, he was en route to Renmin University. Glancing at his phone, which displayed a recent withdrawal of 150,000 yuan, filling him with delight. Indeed, being an internet celebrity proved to be lucrative. A few more such ventures could easily amass him millions. He could even establish a small factory. Chen Qian felt exhilarated and was filled with gratitude towards the vast online community. As he contemplated whether to post something more, the subway arrived at his station, forcing him to momentarily pause. Soon, he arrived at Renmin University and, upon turning a corner, was met with a throng of reporters blocking the entrance. Without the assistance of security personnel, the competitors from the finals would have been unable to squeeze through. The sheer number of media outlets this year astonished Chen Qian, and suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. Could they possibly be here for him? Just then, keen-eyed reporters spotted him and surged forward. Chen Qian, how do you view the public opinion about you online? Chen Qian, is your participation in the Zhou competition a sign of arrogance? Can you clarify your previous post? Do you genuinely aspire to be an internet celebrity with the paid photo you released? Chen Qian was taken aback by the enthusiastic, even exaggerated expressions of the reporters. He waved his hands, signaling the security to assist him, only to find that the reporters had effectively obstructed the guards. With no other option, he shouted, all right, stop. Stop. After several moments of calling out, the reporters finally quieted down. I'll say a few words and then leave. I need to go in for the competition. If you obstruct me again, I'll have to call the police. A chorus of nods from the reporters prompted Chen Qian to continue. What was the question? How do I view the online discourse? Of course, I use my eyes to see. What else would I use? Why am I participating in the Zhou competition? Because I'm a university student. And as for my previous post, it's simply me passing the time. What is wrong with that? I never expected to stumble into the finals while goofing around. Isn't that frustrating? Upon hearing this, the reporters fell silent. And then a slight commotion ensued as they processed his words. Right. This guy claims he is just goofing around, yet he made it to the finals? However, Chen Qian did not allow them time to ponder further and continued. And why did I post a paid photo? What is wrong with that? Am I breaking the law? Without waiting for their reactions, he waved at the security personnel in the distance. This time, the reporters did not resist, watching with mixed expressions as Chen Qian slipped into the university. They couldn't fathom how he managed to reach the finals. Was his participation a sign of confidence rather than arrogance? What about his previous post? Was it all in jest? Did he intend to provoke or tease the netizens? But with the uproar he had caused, did he really have time to provoke anyone? Was this the behavior of a rational individual? At that moment, Chen Qian was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the reporters' minds. He was wholly focused on the exam questions, as this was the finals. And he was considerably more serious than before. However, it wasn't long before the interview about him was released online. Many casual internet users began to react. How did this fellow manage to reach the finals while claiming to be idle? This contradicts his own assertions of being unmotivated and unskilled. After all, Chen Qian was merely a freshman who had just begun his university journey. Yet here he was in the finals, an impressive feat even without a prize. It now seemed evident that Chen Qian's entry into the Zhou competition was not born of arrogance, but rather confidence. Just yesterday, I noticed someone uncovering that Chen Qian had reached the finals, and to be honest, I was criticized for my comments. But if he was confident, why didn't he explain himself? Why did he post that enigmatic message? It's perplexing, isn't it? Given the widespread confusion. Let me clarify. Have we all forgotten how, after exams, the top students react? Don't they often claim the tests were difficult and that they didn't perform well? Ah, I see what you mean. You're suggesting that Chen Qian is intentionally being cryptic, waiting to strike back after the exams, exclaimed one observer. What a malicious thought. Yet this explanation also seemed flawed. If Chen Qian harbored such intentions, why would he release a paid photo, especially one with a middle finger? What a waste of my 20 yuan. Chen Qian merely sought to capitalize on the current hype. I've mentioned before that his situation is dire. Chen Qian is not a commendable individual. He has tarnished the reputation of Peking University. How can he still be called a top student? The notion of him being the most handsome high school graduate is utterly ridiculous. Chapter 55. The 5 medal awards in a cramped rental apartment. Remnants of takeout containers littered the small room, emanating a foul odor. Before a computer, a young man with acne-scarred skin and a receding hairline wore an expression of utter distortion. Bang! He slammed his palm on the desk, causing leftover food in a nearby box to spill. Why? Why is the public opinion about that guy suddenly improving? He shouted. I've said it before. He's just out to make a quick buck. He's no good. Why aren't these people responding to me? His name was Wang Zi, known on Weibo as the Unfettered Gentleman. He was the first person online to accuse Chen Qian of mistreating young girls after the college entrance examination, claiming he didn't know how many children he had fathered. He was also one of the few who had engaged in a back and forth with Chen Qian and remained steadfast in his stance. In fact, he was the only one who had held out this long. Others, even if they had persisted until now, only occasionally surfaced to deliver a half-hearted retort to Chen Qian before disappearing again. Wang Zi, however, was perpetually online, ready to unleash his vitriol the moment Chen Qian appeared. From the moment he witnessed Chen Qian's interview after the college entrance examination, he had developed a deep-seated aversion towards him. He was acutely aware that all handsome individuals were inherently flawed. Why should they be granted beauty? Why did those girls flock to them and engage in relationships? While they didn't even glance in his direction? Why could they joke and laugh with lovely girls, while he was deemed disgusting for standing too close to them? Why? Wang Zi muttered to himself, his voice strained with resentment. The next moment, he opened a saved image, an interview photo of Jiang Riyue after her college entrance examination. His eyes suddenly filled with infatuation. Why can you be with her? Wang Zi's gaze became somewhat dazed. Suddenly, he felt an itch in his nose, and as he probed with his finger, he found some relief, tempering his anger slightly. As I reopened the discussion thread in Chen Qian's comment section, a thought gradually surfaced in my mind. Since public opinion is now leaning in your favor, I shall utterly ruin you. With this in mind, he hastily wiped his index finger on his yellowed t-shirt and proceeded to open a document to edit. In the realm of the internet, it is remarkably simple to devastate a person's reputation. Yet, after a brief flurry of keystrokes, his hands came to a halt. What if I get exposed? Could I end up imprisoned? However, his gaze soon hardened with resolve. Worst case scenario, I could just apologize, couldn't I? As time elapsed, the competition officially concluded at 6 in the afternoon, at least for Chen Qian, who had submitted his paper early. Observing the reporters still congested at the entrance, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Ultimately, he sought out a group of security personnel to encircle him, allowing him to push through the throng. In that fleeting moment of escape, he dashed away, leaving behind a stylish silhouette that he deemed quite impressive. The following day, while Chen Qian was enjoying lunch with Jiang Riyue, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he was astonished to see it was a call from Dean Hong. Finally willing to reach out to me? Chen Qian chuckled inwardly, but promptly answered the call. Hello? Who is this? On the other end, Dean Hong's expression darkened instantly. Who is this? How dare you ask me that? Didn't you inquire about my identity when you texted me? Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Dean Hong managed a forced smile. It's you, Chen Qian. I'm calling to congratulate you. Understanding dawned upon Chen Qian, and he felt a surge of joy. Though he feigned confusion, congratulations? For what? Dean Hong was taken aback. No way. This kid can't possibly be oblivious to the reason for my congratulations. He is merely feigning ignorance. Fortunately, Dean Hong had come to terms with the embarrassing incident from a few days prior and burst into laughter. Haha. I learned the results of the competition beforehand. You've won 5 gold medals. Undoubtedly, the overall award is also yours. Ha ha ha. I knew you could do it. However, Chen Qian's voice remained eerily calm, even somewhat profound. Dean, your laughter seems a bit forced. And when did you ever believe I could achieve this? Dean Hong's expression stiffened momentarily, then he appeared puzzled. What do you mean? How could we, as teachers, not believe in our students? But you called me last time. Dean Hong quickly interrupted. What? When did I call you? Are you mistaken? I don't recall that at all. Anyway, I'm just notifying you that there will be an awards ceremony at our university in a couple of days. You've broken the record, so dress appropriately. Goodbye. Before Chen Qian could respond, Dean Hong had already hung up. Staring at his phone in disbelief, he exclaimed, Forgot? He forgot about the last call. This act of feigning ignorance is truly masterful. So seasoned, truly worthy of being the dean, even more cunning than I. What's the matter? Jiang Ruyue inquired, her large, inquisitive eyes fixed on him. Regaining his composure, Chen Qian tilted his head and smiled faintly. Oh, it's just that Dean Hong learned of the competition results early, and I casually won 5 gold medals. The overall award should also be mine. Wow. That's incredible, Jiang Ruyue exclaimed, matching his playful pride with enthusiasm. Our duo is amazing. Chen Qian raised an eyebrow. When did you start calling me duo? Jiang Ruyue stifled a laugh, but feigned innocence. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Chen Qian's heart raced. All right. I like whatever you call me. However, he then mischievously muttered. It would be even better if you call me husband. In the next instant, ouch. I was wrong. That hurts. Jiang Ruyue laughed as she released the meat she was holding. Her delicate chin lifted slightly. Humph, it's good that you realize your mistake. And from now on, I'll call you husband. Chen Qian's spirit lifted, and he affectionately ruffled her hair. Okay. Later that evening, upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Qian was engrossed in coding. While discussions about his 5 gold medals from the International Olympiad spread like wildfire online. My goodness, is this the power of a top student? 5 gold medals. Not just a top student, but a genius. Just a few days ago, he claimed he was aimlessly drifting through life, and now he has won 5 gold medals. How absurd. My face feels utterly bruised. Chapter 56. Seizing opportunities. Damn it. I finally understand. This competition is ruthless. First, they tease us on social media just to prepare for slapping our faces. And as if that's not enough, they pickpocket us while doing it. Wow. It does seem like that. Is this what a top student does? Seizing every opportunity to make money? Are you starting to appreciate this competition? I'm a high school student, and I admit I'm somewhat in awe of Chen Qian now. Not only is he academically gifted, but I just calculated. He earned at least 150,000 with just one gesture. That's outrageous. It's infuriating. Don't say that. I'm from Jingda too, and participated in the same Olympiad. During the preliminary round, Chen Qian submitted his paper and left within an hour. It's unbelievable. Just to add, he is only in his first year of college. Also, he broke the Jingda record, which was previously held by Wei Dong with 4 gold medals and an overall award. Furthermore, his girlfriend is more beautiful than a star. Unbelievable. In the dormitory, Lin Xixian, who had been comfortably lying on his bed playing on his phone, gradually turned crimson. Finally, he bolted upright. Oh, I can't take it anymore. His scream startled the others. Jiang Chun and Zhang Yudong swiftly noticed Lin Xixian's phone screen and exchanged knowing glances. They had been following the online discussions, but refrained from mentioning them during the competition to spare Chen Qian any undue pressure. However, at that moment, they too were glued to the screen and could hardly contain their excitement. Chen Qian looked at Lin Xixian in confusion. What's wrong with you, driver? You scared me. Lin Xixian, feeling slighted, jumped out of bed and grabbed Chen Qian by the neck. The other two, seeing this, could no longer remain seated and rushed over, simultaneously grabbing Chen Qian's legs, attempting to drag him toward the table's edge. Whoa, you guys, what are you doing? Don't, tell us. You made 150,000. Are you going to treat us to a meal? Jiang Chun demanded fiercely. Exactly. When are you introducing your girlfriend to us? Lin Xixian chimed in, still fixated on that topic. You freak. You've barely started college and already won 5 gold medals in the Olympiad. How are we supposed to live with this? Zhang Yudong added, equally relentless. At this point, Chen Qian understood the situation. He had been following the shift in public opinion online and quickly acquiesced. All right, I promise. Just let me go. The trio exchanged glances, their eyes widening in synchronization. Chen Qian, feeling defeated under their gaze, finally relented with a smile. All right. I know you guys too well. After the award ceremony, I'll treat you to dinner. As Jiang Chun was about to speak, Chen Qian interrupted with a wave of his hand, expressing his intention to discuss the possibility of organizing a dormitory gathering with Ruyu. Upon hearing this, the three of them became visibly excited. Jiang Chun, in a moment of exuberance, hugged Chen Qian tightly and leaned in for a kiss on his cheek. This was unacceptable. Chen Qian swiftly removed his slippers to block her advance. What are you doing? Everything belongs to my Ruyu. Jiang Chun, still taken aback, instinctively licked her lips, wondering why they tasted slightly salty. Realizing her excitement, she exclaimed, attempting to lift Chen Qian once more. However, times had changed, and her efforts were futile. Chen Qian exchanged glances with Lin Xixian and Zhang Yudong, and the three of them promptly pounced on her. 3 seconds later, cries of anguish echoed throughout dormitory 302. Ouch! Be gentle, that hurts. Hey, take it easy. The following day, Chen Qian attended class with a buoyant spirit. The unusual gazes from his classmates had transformed into astonishment and admiration. Although he generally remained indifferent to others' opinions, he was not entirely immune to their perceptions. Even the instructor took the time to praise him during the break. However, this newfound attention made him somewhat uneasy, as teachers often called upon him to answer questions. With a sense of helplessness, he casually approached the blackboard and solved the problems with ease, feigning confidence. During the lunch break, Professor Wu specifically stopped Chen Qian. Chen Qian, I have high hopes for you. How about pursuing your graduate studies under my guidance? Professor Wu urged earnestly, as if refusing to let him leave without an answer. If you agree, I will immediately apply for you to graduate early in your junior year. What do you think? Chen Qian felt a bit overwhelmed, unsure of how to respond. He knew Professor Wu well enough over this period. He was kind-hearted and knowledgeable. Yet he could not admit that he was on the verge of graduating and pursuing a combined master's and doctoral degree. That would be embarrassing. Moreover, his classmates were still present, observing the exchange. Noticing Chen Qian's hesitation, Professor Wu assumed he was wavering and was about to speak when a sudden cough interrupted from behind. Dean Hong, old Qin, what brings you here? Professor Wu expressed surprise. However, upon seeing Qin Guoli's intense gaze fixed on Chen Qian, his heart sank. Trouble was brewing. Without hesitation, he positioned himself protectively in front of Chen Qian, cautioning, Old Qin, I was the first to notice Chen Qian, you've arrived too late. Qin Guoli, unfazed, retorted, Old Wu, your approach is not fair. Although I've just arrived, Chen Qian hasn't committed to you yet. Hey, what do you mean he hasn't committed? Chen Qian was just about to agree with me. With you two here, how could he? Dean Hong observed the unfolding argument, shaking his head in silence. He had not disclosed Chen Qian's achievement of winning 5 gold medals at the Chiosai competition in advance, as he was still deliberating on which professor would guide him. This was a student who had secured 5 gold medals right at the start of the semester. His potential was undeniable. A misstep in handling the professor's interests could place him, the dean, in a precarious position. Unfortunately, the news of Chen Qian's success had gone viral online yesterday, and today, the professors were indeed vying for him. He had even encountered Qin Guoli on the way, while Wu Jianya was already making his move in the classroom. What a situation. Seeing the two professors continue to bicker, Dean Hong eventually interjected, Enough? Let us not argue here. Come with me to the office. With that, he turned and walked toward the exit. Chapter 57. The choice Qin Guoli and Wu Jianya exchanged glances, both preparing to follow him, only to simultaneously turn back. Come, Chen Qian, walk with me. No. Come with me. I'll take you to the office. Chen Qian felt quite helpless. These were esteemed professors, and it was challenging to refuse them. Ultimately, he found himself sandwiched between the two, awkwardly following them toward the office, trying to maintain a courteous smile. Inside the office, after pouring tea for the three of them, Dean Hong slowly broached the topic of Chen Qian's potential for direct graduation and a combined Master S and doctoral program. Wu Jianya shot a somewhat awkward glance at Chen Qian, realizing that his previous conditions were insignificant in comparison. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. No problem. That was my original intention. Chen Qian was taken aback and felt compelled to ask, Excuse me? It seemed his previous assertions were in stark contrast to his current statements. Qin Guoli, not wanting to be outdone, chimed in, Chen Qian is a student I have always held in high regard. I am also the Professor Dean Hong intends for him. Old Wu, it's not appropriate for you to compete with me. Dean Hong was momentarily stunned, nearly sputtering his drink. When did I prepare for you? We just happened to meet on the road. How did it turn into me wanting you? Yet, upon seeing Qin Guoli's veiled yet furious expression, he wisely chose to remain silent. If it comes to that, I can always owe you a favor later. Ultimately, the decision lies with Chen Qian, and our words hold little weight. Impossible. Wu Jianya waved dismissively. You think we don't know what the dean intends? You're clearly lying. He turned to Chen Qian. Chen Qian. Chen Qian jolted to attention. As educators, we must uphold integrity and not engage in deceitful behavior. Wouldn't you agree? At this, Chen Qian felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Qin Guoli wouldn't let Wu Jianya have the final word. What do you mean I'm lying? Ask old Hong if it's not true. They just haven't made the announcement yet. Chen Qian watched as the two men bickered passionately, momentarily dumbfounded. Am I really that captivating? Yet, he underestimated the impact of his recent achievement of winning 5 gold medals at the Chiosai competition, which had left a significant impression. This was merely the beginning. Had he waited longer, even more professors would have been competing for his attention. Finally, Dean Hong could no longer tolerate the argument and interrupted. Enough. You are behaving inappropriately in front of a student. Let us allow Chen Qian to make his own decision. Though Qin Guoli and Wu Jianya were eager to continue their dispute, they reluctantly fell silent and turned to Chen Qian. Looking into their earnest eyes, which seemed familiar, Chen Qian pondered for a moment before speaking. What research topics are you both currently pursuing? As soon as he spoke, both professors perked up. Wu Jianya eagerly replied, I am currently focused on the application of topological data analysis in complex network structures and shape recognition. Chen Qian, this is an excellent topic. Pythagoras believed that mathematics is the essence of all things, and Röntgen regarded it as an essential quality for the development of science. The significance of this topic lies in introducing topological data analysis methods into the realms of complex network structures and shape recognition, providing new mathematical tools and methods. It would offer better insights into an analysis of the structural characteristics of complex networks, revealing hidden information and connections. Stop, enough. Dean Hong quickly intervened, preventing Wu Jianya from continuing his lengthy discourse. Qin Guoli cleared his throat. I have more than one topic at hand, but my primary focus lately has been on proving the Zhou conjecture. After all, if I don't produce results soon, even the meager funding will dry up. Just as Qin Guoli was about to elaborate further, he noticed Chen Qian's eyes light up. Of course, how did I not think of the Zhou conjecture? Those 7 Millennium Prize problems each offer a reward of $1 million for a solution. Though I'm not so arrogant as to believe I could solve them at will, starting with the Zhou conjecture seems like a promising endeavor. Upon this realization, Chen Qian made a resolute decision, casting an apologetic gaze toward Professor Wu Jianya. Professor Wu, I am truly sorry, but I wish to study under Professor Qin. Wu Jianya was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to say something more, yet upon meeting Chen Qian's determined eyes, he sighed in resignation. Very well, old Qin. You have won this round. Qin Guoli was instantly overjoyed. He had not anticipated that Chen Qian would take an interest in the Zhou conjecture and even choose him. He endeavored to temper his delight, exclaiming, merely luck, just luck. Wu Jianya cast a slightly disgruntled glance at Qin Guoli, yet with the matter settled, he prepared to depart. However, before leaving, he earnestly addressed Chen Qian. Though you have not chosen me, I remain your teacher. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my guidance. Chen Qian nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Professor Wu, just don't find me bothersome when the time comes. You rascal. Wu Jianya laughed as he exited the office. The moment the door closed, Qin Guoli burst into triumphant laughter. Chen Qian, you have made the right choice in selecting me. Chen Qian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the exuberant Professor Qin, suddenly questioning whether the professor was speaking in jest. At that moment, Hong Kong clapped his hands. All right, old Qin, do you see yourself? Chen Qian, you should head back for a meal. Submit your thesis later so I can arrange your defense. Chen Qian promptly agreed. Understood, Dean. With that, he bid farewell to Qin Guoli and exited the office. Once Chen Qian departed, Qin Guoli's laughter grew even more unrestrained. Look at you. Is there truly a reason for such elation? Hong Kong teased. Qin Guoli flopped onto the sofa, of course. Winning the 5-item gold award in the first year of university, what immense potential. I was quite upset for a long time after not competing against Wu and letting Wei Dong slip through my fingers. Why not treat me to a meal? Hong Kong asked, somewhat exasperated. Why should I treat you to a meal? Qin Guoli replied, puzzled. Hong Kong retorted, I supported you. Is it too much to ask for a meal in return? All right, Let's go to the cafeteria. Just the cafeteria? What about that bottle of wine at your place? Dream on. Chapter 58. The award ceremony on Saturday. The award ceremony for the Chiao Chengdong University Student Mathematics Competition was held in the Grand Auditorium of Kyoto University. Chen Qian had completed his morning routine early, donning the black suit he had purchased with Jiang Ryue the previous night, struggling with his tie for quite some time. It was not that he couldn't manage, but rather that his roommates were still asleep. After pondering for a moment, he decided to visit the cafeteria to buy breakfast for the three of them, and then proceeded to wake them one by one. Am I handsome? Chen Qian posed the existential question, and the three, still groggy, attempted to shake their heads, but upon seeing the breakfast spread before them, they could only nod in a complex manner, acknowledging his handsomeness. Satisfied, Chen Qian lingered a bit longer before leaving the dormitory. Outside the grand auditorium, Jiang Ryue spotted Chen Qian approaching and joyfully bounced over. Wow, my boyfriend looks even more handsome. Chen Qian suddenly felt a bit dazed, as if he were not in front of the auditorium, but rather at the entrance of the Jinbang bookstore at Qinglu No. 2 Middle School. He smiled and wrapped his arm around Jiang Ryue's waist. Of course. Just look at who your boyfriend is. You should be secretly delighted. Jiang Ryue shyly wriggled free from his embrace. What are you doing? There are so many people here. Yet in the next moment, she couldn't help but step forward to adjust Chen Qian's tie. Much better. Hurry inside. I need to check on how my roommates are preparing. Chen Qian, somewhat helpless, replied. It's just a dormitory gathering. Is it necessary to start preparing this early? Jiang Ryue nodded earnestly. Of course. All right, go on in. I'm off now, goodbye. Watching Jiang Ryue walk away, Chen Qian shook his head, amused, and stepped into the grand auditorium. As soon as he entered, he noticed numerous media representatives already present, adjusting their equipment. Upon spotting Chen Qian, many began to snap photos, leaving him somewhat astonished. Were they interested in the competition or in him? He couldn't be bothered with that, as he had already caught sight of Dean Hong waving at him from the front, and he hurried over. Hello, Dean Hong. Is Professor Qin not here? Chen Qian asked as he took a seat beside him. Dean Hong's eyes flashed with surprise. You, of all people, greet me? When did you become so well-behaved? I'm not used to it. However, he refrained from further comment and said, Professor Qin has other commitments. Not every award ceremony requires his presence. What? Are you uncomfortable that your future teacher isn't here to see you receive your award? Not at all. Chen Qian shook his head with a laugh. How could that be? Just then, he noticed the host walking onto the stage and promptly straightened his posture. Welcome, esteemed professors and media friends, to the award ceremony of our Chiao Chengdong University Student Mathematics Competition. As the host's words concluded, a round of applause erupted from the audience. Following a series of customary proceedings, including speeches from leading professors, Dean Hong also took the stage to say a few words. The atmosphere became particularly lively when academician Chiao Chengdong finally took the stage, prompting enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Thank you, everyone, academician Chiao smiled warmly. As we conclude another competition, I have witnessed many promising young talents. The advancement of our nation is inseparable from technological progress, and mathematics serves as the foundation of all technology. Academician Chiao spoke eloquently, but kept his remarks brief, soon announcing the commencement of the award presentations amidst the appreciative gazes of the young competitors. First up were the participants receiving commendations, a considerable number, nearly 100 in total. In essence, these commendations were given to those who did not win awards, yet each subject recognized 15 students, resulting in a substantial count. Before long, the commendations concluded, and the presentation of bronze and silver awards for the first category commenced. The awarded students appeared visibly excited, delivering impassioned speeches as if they were on the brink of changing the world, eliciting friendly and appreciative laughter from the audience. However, just as the gold award was about to be presented and Chen Qian was preparing to take the stage, the host abruptly skipped to the next category, leaving many students below puzzled. Why not present the gold award? Why jump to the next subject? Yes. Wasn't the gold award supposed to go to that Chen Qian from Kyoto University? Why is it omitted? Did something go awry? Oh. You clearly haven't paid attention to the previous awards. Similar situations occurred in the past 2 years. I remember now. The previous Kyoto University student, Wei Dong, who won 4 gold awards, was also skipped, and all 4 were presented together at the end. Exactly. Do you expect Chen Qian to deliver 5 speeches? Including the all-around award, that would be 6. At that moment, Chen Qian also understood Dean Hong's explanation and straightened his posture, waiting attentively once more. After an indeterminate period, all categories, except for the gold awards, had concluded. A presenter stood off to the side, holding a stack of certificates and medals, and the host's voice elevated slightly. I now announce that the 5 gold awards and the all-around award for this competition are all awarded to Chen Qian of Kyoto University. Let us invite Chen Qian to the stage to receive his award. Congratulations to Kyoto University for achieving further glory. A resounding round of applause erupted, and Chen Qian rose with a smile. However, before he could take a step, Dean Hong suddenly stood up, laughing heartily as he embraced Chen Qian and turned him around to wave at the media and reporters. Chen Qian was momentarily taken aback, revealing a somewhat forced smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Dean Hong beside him, genuinely wishing to inquire, "Is your smile not a bit too ostentatious?" However, Hong Kong was oblivious to Chen Qian's thoughts. After waving to the media reporters, he also extended his greetings to professors and students from other institutions before finally releasing Chen Qian from his grasp. "You're letting me go?" Chen Qian shot a glance at Dean Hong as he approached the stage, uncertain if his message was received. Hong Kong, puzzled, wondered why this young man was throwing him flirtatious looks in such a public setting. Come, Chen Qian, you simply stand in the center," the host cheerfully directed as Chen Qian approached, raising his voice a notch. Let us once again invite Academician Xiao to the stage for the award presentation. The audience erupted into cheers. Academician Xiao, smiling and waving, ascended the stage and patted Chen Qian on the shoulder once he reached him. "You are quite remarkable. I have high hopes for you." Chen Qian was momentarily stunned and emotionally moved. This was a top-tier figure. In his previous life, he had never experienced such treatment. "Thank you, Academician Xiao. I will continue to strive," he humbly replied. Xiao's smile broadened, reflecting a sense of satisfaction. He personally draped the medal around Chen Qian's neck and held 3 certificates for a commemorative photograph in front of the media before gradually making his way back to the audience. It was only then that Chen Qian regained his composure, suddenly feeling the weight of the 6 medals around his neck. Chapter 59, Cultivating Talent. The host seized the moment to speak. "Thank you, Academician Xiao." Now, as Chen Qian, who has swept all the gold medals and the all-around award in this competition, do you have any thoughts to share? She extended the microphone towards him. Chen Qian took the microphone and pondered for a moment. To be honest, he did not have any profound reflections. For him, it was merely a straightforward examination. However, he contemplated what to say to incite some online discourse, as this would allow him to release another paid photo, which would surely yield excellent results. After a pause, Chen Qian began to speak. "First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to the school for its nurturing and to Dean Hong for his guidance." The audience witnessed Dean Hong's smile falter, exasperation creeping in as he rubbed his forehead. This young man was still hung up on the previous incident. "I would like to thank my parents, my girlfriend Zhang Ryue, my roommates, and..." Chen Qian's gratitude flowed forth uncontrollably, thanking an array of individuals, even extending his appreciation to his high school teachers and the elderly man from the bookstore next door. The crowd was left in stunned silence. What was happening? What was he thanking them for? Was this ever going to end? Why was he even thanking the bookstore owner for preventing him from falling into early romance? And why thank his parents for making him oysters every day? Goodness, this was all a facade. He even thanked the organizers for allowing him to submit his exam early. As time passed, the murmurs in the audience grew louder. Dean Hong observed the bewildered expressions surrounding him, maintaining an outward calm while inwardly feeling a mix of laughter and tears. This kid was creating chaos again. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Chen Qian finally concluded his lengthy gratitude. "After all that, the person I most want to thank is myself." The audience was momentarily taken aback. "Here we go again." Chen Qian continued, "Of course, I want to elaborate on thanking myself. I merely wish to express gratitude to the version of myself that discovered a unique learning method. Otherwise, I wouldn't have scored full marks in the college entrance examination, nor would I have claimed both the individual gold medal and the all-around award in the Zhou competition so early in the semester. I am aware that many are discussing me, and while some may call me a genius, in truth, I am merely fortunate. Later, I will share my unique learning method on my Weibo, hoping to assist those in need. Thank you all." After speaking, Chen Qian turned to the host, who was eager to take over. That was truly an inspiring speech. "Thank you, Chen Qian, for sharing your thoughts." With that, the host gestured for him to exit the stage, and Chen Qian promptly returned to his seat. It seemed at that moment, the audience finally snapped back to reality, with scattered applause gradually rising, accompanied by many puzzled expressions. Unique learning method? Was he serious? "I don't know. I've just been memorizing everything. It's impossible. We've all studied for so many years. If there were effective learning methods, how could we not know? Surely the teachers and professors would have uncovered them." At this point, Dean Hong also turned to Chen Qian, curiosity evident in his eyes. "Do you really have a unique learning method?" Chen Qian smiled slightly. Of course. You'll find out later. Dean Hong opened his mouth, intending to say something, but upon hearing his response, decided against pressing further. With the conclusion of the individual award ceremony, it was time for the team awards. This time, Peking University emerged as the biggest winner, securing the gold medal in the team competition as well. Dean Hong, with a beaming face, was the most enthusiastic participant in both applause and laughter. Half an hour later, the award ceremony concluded. Chen Qian discreetly informed Dean Hong of his departure and, seizing the opportunity while reporters were busy interviewing other awardees, stealthily slipped out of the grand auditorium. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Jiang Chun and the others frantically changing outfits, preening in front of the mirror. Hurry, hurry. Duo, help me decide. Should I wear this red one or the green one? Zhang Yudong exclaimed upon seeing Chen Qian. Chen Qian sat down at the computer and replied absently. They all look good. What about me? Should I wear jeans or casual pants? Jiang Chun chimed in, clearly torn. Why not wear both? And me? Should I wear this crayon Shinchan underwear or the salted egg Superman underwear? Lin Sixian asked impatiently. Go with the Ultraman ones. Finally, Chen Qian could no longer endure the chaos. Stop. Have you all lost your minds? It's still morning. The gathering is tonight. Is all this really necessary? Jiang Chun shook his head, his expression complex. You just don't understand the hunger of the famished. It's crucial to make a good impression on the first meeting. Exactly. We haven't even styled our hair yet. We're nowhere near done. Duo lamented that they could no longer see the struggles of ordinary people. Chen Qian, rendered speechless, decided to ignore their antics, allowing them to fuss as they pleased. He then focused intently on constructing the algorithm. Creating a sophisticated interest algorithm reminiscent of the previous character dynamics was no simple feat. The workload was indeed immense. In recent days, he hadn't even established a preliminary framework, let alone anything else. Should I start with an artificial intelligence? Perhaps it could assist me in writing code? Chen Qian pondered. Recalling the language model that had surged to fame in 2023, he felt a flutter of excitement at the thought. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. That would be far more troublesome, and lacking funds for servers and data for training, it would be impossible to achieve. It seemed he would have to rely on himself. With a sigh, Chen Qian resigned himself to the task and continued diligently coding. It wasn't until 1 p.m. that he finally pulled out his phone and opened Weibo. By then, his remarks during the Chiu Award ceremony had sparked considerable public discourse, not only trending at the end of the hot search, but also gaining momentum. Showing no signs of slowing down, Chen Qian smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, his strategy had proven effective. In fact, the prior discussions surrounding him had subsided significantly. Even though his reflections during the award ceremony were somewhat absurd, they did not warrant such extensive debate. Chen Qian was aware of this, which is why he had deliberately emphasized his unique learning method, preparing to share it. After all, in this day and age, most parents were deeply concerned about their children's education. Additionally, the students, particularly the high schoolers, must be curious about their study methods, don't you think? As long as there is a hint of curiosity, even if it feels somewhat insincere, they are likely to engage in conversation, providing him with attention. Besides, if someone claims to possess a unique study technique, most individuals would likely respond with silence and laughter. However, he is different. He is the top scorer who achieved a perfect score in the college entrance examination without any prior preparation, and he is also the champion of the Chiosai competition. Having just started his freshman year, when he speaks, most people hesitate to outright dismiss him. Instead, they tend to believe him, or at least entertain the possibility. Chapter 60. Social gathering, is this for real? A unique study method? What could be so extraordinary? It must be a hoax. If there truly were any exceptional study techniques, wouldn't experts and professors have already discovered them? But what if it's genuine? Have you forgotten that Chen Qian's grades were not impressive just 2 months before the exam? Could it be that this method only works for him? I hope it's true. My child struggles academically, and I truly wish for his improvement. Oh, how distressing. I have my college entrance examination next year. I really want to know. I feel the same. Where is Chen Qian? When will he reveal his study method? Chen Qian lurked behind his phone, peering at the comments. Not in a hurry to respond. He intended to wait until everyone's anticipation reached its peak before sharing his so-called study method. How could he not profit from this? As for what the study method entails, Chen Qian opened his phone's memo and began typing. Soon, he snapped a screenshot of the words lessons learned. This was meant to convey to all students and parents who yearn for their children's success that they should not heed anyone's rumors. Diligent study relies solely on oneself. It requires a grounded, step-by-step approach. However, fearing that his message might be misunderstood, and considering that charging 20 yuan for just 2 words seemed excessive, he typed grounded approach and took another screenshot. Yet, he still felt uncertain. What if someone accused him of fraud? Thus, he captured a third image, which indeed contained his study method, memorization. Memorize all the knowledge acquired over the years. Practice. Engage in relentless practice, endlessly solving problems. Satisfied with the 3 images on his phone, Chen Qian finally put it away. Everything was ready. He just needed the right moment. He reflected, noticing that Jiang Chun and the others still hadn't finished their preparations, and silently withdrew his earlier statement. It wasn't quite time yet. In the afternoon, Chen Qian continued diligently coding in the dormitory, while Jiang Chun and the others changed their outfits and made a special trip to the hair salon for styling. Upon their return, Chen Qian nearly had a heart attack. Where did this nonconformist look come from? Which irresponsible salon gave them such outrageous hairstyles? Why do they still look so pleased with themselves? With no other option, Chen Qian took matters into his own hands and led them to a seemingly upscale salon. This place must charge a fortune. Jiang Chun felt a bit apprehensive in front of the sleek and elegant sign. His family may be wealthy, but he had no money on him at the moment. Without cash, he felt insecure. Zhang Yudong and Lin Sixian nodded in agreement. Chen Qian sighed, saying, "Since I promised to introduce you to potential partners, I must see it through. Today's expenses are on me." With a newfound courage, Chen Qian entered. Relying on his past experiences and the hefty sum of 150,000 yuan in his pocket to maintain his composure. It's just a haircut. How much could it possibly cost? An hour later, the 4 emerged, all smiles. "Dad," Jiang Chun exclaimed, hugging Chen Qian tightly. "You are too good to me." "Dad." Zhang Yudong joined in, wrapping his arms around Chen Qian. "I love you, Dad." Lin Sixian attempted to hug Chen Qian too, but with no space available. He squatted down to embrace Chen Qian's leg. Such kindness will never be forgotten. Chen Qian, beaming with a bright smile, waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's just a small thing, let us go." However, as soon as he managed to extricate himself from their embraces and turned around, his expression transformed into one of agony. What kind of place is this? Each person spent over 3,000 on a simple haircut. That adds up to nearly 10,000. I regret this. Is it really necessary for gentle young ladies to charge so much for a wash? And why do they have to shape their eyebrows? I never requested that. As if that wasn't enough, why did they apply makeup? Although it wasn't overly flamboyant, merely a subtle enhancement to even out their skin tone and conceal blemishes, did they do so with my consent? Although they certainly looked much more handsome afterward, prompting me to feel the urge to follow suit. This is too much. I will never return. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Chun and the others reassembled their outfits based on the previous suggestions from the salon staff, opting for a smart casual style with plain t-shirts layered under blazers. Strangely enough, this transformation seemed to shed some youthful exuberance, making them appear more mature. At 6 in the evening, all but Chen Qian were eagerly waiting at the school gate. A sound of melodious laughter approached, and upon turning, Chen Qian was momentarily frozen. For girls were walking toward them, smiles adorning their faces, with Jiang Riyue leading the way. Unlike before, she had dressed up a bit today, her hair cascading down with light makeup enhancing her features. The simple gray long dress reached her ankles, and as it hugged her figure, it revealed her perfect silhouette. Complementing this was a sophisticated black jacket, making her look truly captivating. Is this really my sweet girl? The contrast is astounding. Chen Qian found himself in a daze for quite some time. Do I look good? Jiang Riyue approached him, her cheeks flushed with shyness. I knew you would wear the same outfit as this morning's award ceremony, so I chose something that matches you. Finally snapping back to reality, Chen Qian embraced Jiang Riyue and laughed joyfully. My girlfriend is a fairy. I am truly fortunate. Jiang Riyue could no longer contain her embarrassment, her face turning completely red as she playfully pushed against his chest. What are you saying? Others are watching, noticing the amused gazes of those around them. Chen Qian cleared his throat awkwardly and released Jiang Riyue. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is, you're Chen Qian, right? We all know. Yaya has mentioned you quite a bit in the dormitory. Childhood sweethearts, right? Said a lively girl with an oval face and a bun hairstyle. Chen Qian was taken aback, glancing at Jiang Riyue, and in that moment of surprise, the others eagerly stepped forward. Hello, I'm Zhang Yudong. You can call me Donghua. Zhang Yudong grinned. I'm not a driver. I'm Lin Sixian, he said, reverting to his shy demeanor. Jiang Chun scratched his head. I'm Jiang Chun. The lively girl with the bun chimed in. I'm Lin Zixin. Looking at the 2 other roommates beside her, one shy girl with a ponytail said, I'm Li Weiran. The other girl with short hair laughed heartily. I'm Zhang Guni. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Chun and the others nodded vigorously. laughing along. Hello, 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 hello? Seeing this, Chen Qian discreetly took out his phone and opened the group chat for dormitory 302. Attention, all departments. Please report promptly on anyone you find impressive to avoid accidental friendly fire. Chapter 61. Unexpected situation. After sending the message, he turned to the group with a smile. Let us discuss where to eat. Hot pot. Let us go for hot pot. Lin Zixin exclaimed, raising her hand. Our dormitory already decided. We want hot pot. I know a place with large pots, and it's not expensive. Chen Qian paused, pondering the mention of a restaurant with large pots. Despite having dined at numerous establishments with Jiang Riyue, he had never noticed any particularly large pots. Looking at Jiang Chun and the others, with no objections raised, he nodded and said, all right, let us go together. Let us take separate cabs. Soon, the group of 8 arrived at the so-called Big Pot restaurant. Located in a somewhat remote corner of a shopping district. The decor was simple, but the rich aroma of hot pot wafted in from afar. Upon entering the private room, Chen Qian was astonished. The pot was indeed massive. It was more than half the size of the table. What do you think? Isn't it huge? Lin Zixin nudged Jiang Chun with her elbow. Jiang Chun, visibly stiff, replied, yes. It's definitely big. I have never seen one this large. Chen Qian looked at Jiang Riyue in surprise, raising an eyebrow. She likes this type of Jiang Chun? Jiang Riyue instantly understood, nodding, exactly. She prefers adorable boys with a bit of meat on them. Chen Qian smiled faintly, feeling reassured. Come on, everyone, take a seat quickly, let us order. I'm almost starving. After everyone settled into a circle, Chen Qian had a clear understanding of the seating arrangement. To his left sat Jiang Riyue, then Lin Zixin and Jiang Chun, followed by Zhang Yudong and Zhang Guni, and finally Li Weiran and Lin Xixian. The atmosphere was filled with a remarkable sense of camaraderie. In the next moment, a strange scene unfolded. Everyone simultaneously picked up their phones, bowing their heads. In the 302 dormitory group chat, Zhang Yudong declared, Zhang Guni is mine. I like the straightforward, boisterous girl type. Jiang Chun commented, Lin Zixin's smile is so dreamy. Lin Xixian added, I have a feeling that Li Weiran and I are cut from the same cloth. We will definitely get along. Chen Qian was somewhat taken aback by the messages in the chat. How coincidental. Everyone had their targets and none overlapped? If that is the case, the next steps would be simple, and this was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. What are you all discussing? Chen Qian suddenly directed his gaze at Jiang Riyue. Speaking softly, Jiang Riyue was startled, instinctively trying to cover her phone, but it was too late. Chen Qian had already glimpsed their conversation. Lin Zixin exclaimed, Jiang Chun is just too adorable. Zhang Guni remarked, Zhang Yudong seems great. We get along well. Perfect for being my rugged man. Li Weiran declared, Lin Xixian is totally my type. He looks so sturdy. Must be very capable. This. Chen Qian's mouth dropped open in astonishment. However, Jiang Riyue's hand had already returned to his waist, ready to exert force in the next moment. Chen Qian ultimately restrained himself, saying nothing, only casting a meaningful glance at Lin Xixian. Is the perception of the reserved yet mysterious so accurate? Did he see through Li Weiran's true nature at a glance? A match made in heaven. Moreover, Zhang Yudong, the social butterfly, seemed to pair quite well with the boisterous Zhang Guni. As for Lin Zixin, she was simply poised and forthright, perfectly complimenting Jiang Chun. Instantly, a paternal smile crept across Chen Qian's face. Ahem, he coughed, and everyone looked up simultaneously. A hint of awkwardness in the air. It turned out they had all been engrossed in their phones. Haha, it seems we haven't even ordered yet. Lin Zixin chuckled. Haha. Right, we forgot. Zhang Guni joined in the laughter. Chen Qian didn't he call them out, instead passing the menu around. Take a look at what you'd like to eat. Don't hold back. I can certainly afford a hot pot meal. Then I want tea hold back. Jiang Chun quickly replied, grabbing another menu and widening his eyes, as if he intended to bankrupt Chen Qian. Chen Qian merely smiled, unconcerned. As long as there was no waste, let them enjoy. Before long, everyone finished ordering and called the waiter, handing over the menu. Just then, Li Weiran, who had been hesitant to speak, suddenly gasped, her hand trembling as she dropped her phone onto the table. What's wrong? Zhang Guni asked in confusion. And everyone turned their attention to her. Li Weiran pointed at the phone on the table and then looked at Jiang Riyue and Chen Qian. You too, quick. Look at Weibo. Chen Qian and Zhang Riyue exchanged glances, both sensing the confusion in each other's eyes. Although they didn't understand Li Weiran's meaning, they immediately took out their phones and logged onto Weibo. Shocked. Ex-girlfriend tears apart scumbag. The protagonist is none other than the biggest winner, Chen Qian. The most handsome high school student's romantic history exposed. Who is Chen Qian? The top 3 trending topics on Weibo were entirely occupied by him. Confounded. He clicked on the top trending topic and found numerous screenshots of chat messages posted by an unknown marketing account. Marketing account. Are you Chen Qian's ex-girlfriend? Zhou. Yes. I take responsibility for what I'm about to say. I am indeed his ex-girlfriend. Marketing account. Why did you come forward to expose this? Zhou. Because he is a scumbag who deceived my feelings. Marketing account. Could you elaborate? Zhou. I was with him for several years. Although he was always lukewarm towards me, I still loved him deeply, even after he made me bear 3 children without complaint. Zhou. Then one day, he suddenly broke up with me, abandoning me. I was confused and desperate, not understanding why. Zhou. It wasn't until he became popular online that I finally realized he was cheating with other women. He is a jerk, a scumbag. Marketing account. If that is the case, why did you wait until now to expose him? Why didn't you come forward earlier? Zhou. Because I never thought it through. I still had lingering feelings for him, hoping he would come back, so I delayed until now. Zhou. But now I've come to terms with it, and I've completely let go. I want everyone to know his true nature. Zhou. What does it matter if his grades are good? Good grades cannot conceal his poor character. Zhou. I hope all sisters can take this as a warning and stay far away from handsome scumbags like Chen Qian. Girls help girls. Marketing account. Thank you very much for your submission. I hope I can help you. After reading the exposed WeChat chat records, Chen Qian fell silent, his brow furrowed. At this moment, Zhang Riyue gently grasped his hand. Chen Qian turned to her, his gaze clear. Do you believe me? Zhang Riyue smiled slightly. Of course. You are not that kind of person. She had grown up alongside Chen Qian, fully aware of what kind of person he was and what he would or would not do. In elementary school, aside from her, he refused to play with other girls, always pretending to be a masked hero fighting everywhere, even during the fights. In middle school, he casually mingled with the boys in class, either playing basketball or on his way to play. Even now, in high school, during the days they spent together, Chen Qian had shared everything with her. She trusted that her man would never let her down. Chapter 62. Criticized severely, this trust was built on years of understanding and was further strengthened by love. She knew Chen Qian and could always see the love he had for her in his eyes. Hearing her words, Chen Qian could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Zhang Riyue believed in him, then 90% of the problem was already resolved. Lies can never cover the truth. Once a breakthrough is found, the truth will naturally come to light. Internet public opinion? He was confident in himself. He had the capability to uncover the truth behind what happened online. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Chen Qian's mind, and he began to feel a sense of excitement. This was a rare opportunity. Public opinion? This was all money. This was the startup capital for his future company. With that thought, a smile spread across Chen Qian's face. Zhang Riyue was astonished. How could he still smile in such a situation? My boyfriend can't be that foolish. Instinctively, she reached out to touch Chen Qian's forehead. Chen Qian, seeing the confusion in her eyes, could not help but whisper in her ear, briefly explaining the situation regarding the paid photographs. After a brief moment, Zhang Riyue let out a soft laugh. You are so naughty, she whispered. So do you like it? Chen Qian raised an eyebrow, suppressing his voice. Zhang Riyue paused, and before she could pinch the flesh at Chen Qian's waist, a loud bang resounded as Jiang Chun slammed the table and began to curse. What nonsense! Who is this woman? Is it amusing to slander others? He exclaimed. Do I not know who DUI is? At that moment, Zhang Yudong and Lin Sixian could no longer contain their anger. Where did this madwoman come from? Like a dog, she just lunges to bite. Bastard. And there are still people supporting this woman down below. Just because she opened her mouth, it becomes a fact? Are they out of their minds? Although they had not known Chen Qian for long, they had developed a considerable understanding of him. Despite his usual playful demeanor, he never tangled with other girls. They were well aware that Chen Qian and Zhang Riyue were each other's first loves. The sweetness evident in Chen Qian's eyes whenever he spoke of Zhang Riyue was unmistakable. Wait a minute. DUI? How can you still be laughing at a time like this? Jiang Chun, noticing the smiles on Chen Qian and Zhang Riyue's faces, couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. Just thinking of some good things. Chen Qian chuckled. Don't worry, everyone. I have a way to handle this. Let us not let it ruin our gathering. Zhang Riyue joined in the reassurance. Though Chen Qian hadn't shared how he intended to deal with the situation, she had faith in him. All right. The dishes are almost served. Let us eat, she suggested. The group exchanged puzzled glances, but since both Chen Qian and Zhang Riyue had said so, they felt it inappropriate to voice further concerns. Yet, during the meal, they occasionally found themselves unable to suppress their commentary. Unbeknownst to them, Everyone had unconsciously united against the online antagonist, gradually closing the distance between them. Later that evening, after returning to school, Chen Qian and his friends first escorted Jiang Riyue and the others to the dormitory entrance. Once the girls had left, Jiang Chun and the others furrowed their brows. Chen Qian waved his hand with a smile. All right, I'll handle it, don't worry. I wasn't joking during dinner. Really? Jiang Chun asked, half believing. Indeed. Chen Qian replied with a hint of resignation. Let us head back, just wait and see the show. With that, he took the lead toward the dormitory. Seeing his confident demeanor, the others felt reassured. Upon returning to his room, Chen Qian opened his computer and took out his phone to check Weibo. They've actually been together for several years. I never imagined Chen Qian was such a scoundrel. From the first time I saw him online, I sensed he wasn't a good person. I told you, but you didn't believe me. Now you do, right? You can know someone's face, but not their heart. It's a shame Chen Qian wasted such good looks, only to reveal such decay within. Wait. We don't have a conclusion yet. Isn't it a bit one-sided to jump to conclusions based solely on that girl's claims? Hey up there. Don't think I don't know you. You're probably just as much of a jerk as Chen Qian, harassing young girls. Now that he's in hot water, you feel affected, so you come out to say a few words to show you're different, that you're not a scumbag. Watching the heated comments, Chen Qian shook his head, his expression turning serious. It would be impossible for him to be completely indifferent to the situation in the online discourse. Anyone would be furious under such circumstances. However, he understood that anger was not a solution. He needed to remain calm. He pondered for a moment. First, no one would slander him without reason. It must be someone with a grudge against him. But who could that be? Although he had never intentionally offended anyone, it was possible he had inadvertently crossed paths with someone. After contemplating for a while, he still had no clear thoughts. It seemed he would have to start from the online realm. Chen Qian sighed and began editing a paid photo. After all, he still needed to earn money. Soon, a new Weibo post was sent out. This is my unique study method. Only $20. A big sale. Comments and likes surged like mushrooms after the rain. Scumbag. Finally dare to show your face? Why don't you respond to your ex-girlfriend Zhao's revelations instead of selling photos here? Confirmed. His first response was not to address the allegations, so it seems Zhao was telling the truth. Didn't he say he was sharing study methods? Why is he charging now? $20 for a lesson? Isn't that shameless? It's a disgrace to be a man like you. Seeing the fervent reactions from netizens, Chen Qian decided to respond. He selected a comment urging him to address the allegations and simply replied with, wait. In no time, those two words shot to the top with numerous likes. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Dean Hong, and Chen Qian felt a headache coming on. Hello? Is there something you need, Dean Hong? On the other end, Dean Hong's voice was laced with anger. What is it? You dare ask me what is going on? The internet is in an uproar. You're trending #1, and you're asking me what is happening? You better explain. Chen Qian rubbed his temples helplessly. Dean. Please don't be anxious. I don't even know that girl online. Don't know her? If you didn't know her, why would she expose you online? This is illegal. She is insane. Chapter 63. Action. Dean Hong's words left Chen Qian bewildered, but the truth was he genuinely did not know her. Dean. I assure you, my current girlfriend is still my first love. I truly don't understand what is happening, but rest assured, I will handle this matter well and ensure it doesn't tarnish the school's reputation. I'm not angry about the school's reputation. Dean Hong raised his voice further. I'm angry because of you. Anyone can commit such absurd acts, but you cannot. Our students at Jingda cannot either. This signifies a serious failure in our education. We have not shaped you into a competent individual. Chen Qian was at a loss for words, his voice dropping. Dean. But I really don't know her. A silence fell on the line. After a long pause, Dean Hong finally spoke. Are you telling the truth? Yes. But even though I don't know her, I can investigate. You can rest assured. Dean Hong paused before saying, resolve this matter as soon as possible. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Our law department at Jingdao will fully support you. Dean Hong's words touched Chen Qian deeply. Understood, Dean. I will not let you down. After a few more instructions, Dean Hong hung up. However, as soon as the call ended, his phone rang again. To his surprise, it was his parents calling. Did they find out too? They usually didn't browse the internet or use Weibo. Upon answering, his mother's concerned voice came through. Son, what is happening online? I heard from your teacher Wang. Realizing that old Wang had informed his parents, Chen Qian sighed and explained the situation, assuring them he would handle it before they finally relented. After hanging up, Chen Qian's gaze sharpened. He hadn't anticipated the extent of this incident. Even the dean and his parents had called. Previously, when he argued with people online, it hadn't caused such a stir. Whoever you are, I will make you pay for this. Chen Qian murmured coldly to himself. He then placed his hands on the keyboard, swiftly leaping into action. In the filthy rented room, Wang Zi stared at the comments on the computer screen, his eyes brimming with excitement. Wonderful, wonderful. Ha ha ha. Chen Qian, you are now the most despised dog in the world. This is precisely the predicament you deserve to relish. As he spoke, he picked up his phone again, beginning to edit new evidence. The excitement in his eyes gradually twisting into something darker. In the dormitory, Chen Qian's computer flickered with lines of complex characters as he continued to infiltrate one computer after another, turning them into his proxies. It was only after he had compromised a cyber cafe that he began to slow down. He had no intention of launching a DDoS attack. Thus, he did not require excessive computational power. He merely sought to conceal his IP address. Subsequently, he opened his phone, accessing the profile of a marketing account dedicated to breaking news, which indeed listed contact information and an email address. At that moment, Chen Qian revealed a dangerous smile. In an obscure cyber cafe, a young man, sprawled on a table in slumber, remained oblivious as the computer before him began to operate on its own. It opened a web page leading to a QQ email, selected the QQ login, and soon, the familiar penguin icon popped up. In no time, an article claiming to be from a new whistleblower on the Chen Qian incident was sent, accompanied by evidence. In the dormitory, Chen Qian leaned back in his chair, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. After an indeterminate amount of time, he abruptly straightened, his fingers dancing once again across the keyboard. I've got him. What he had attached was not mere evidence, but a phishing Trojan. Originally intended for practice on illegal websites, he had unexpectedly repurposed it here. In a rented room in the bustling metropolis, Zhou, the marketing account that had exposed Chen Qian's true nature, was currently enjoying the peak of his notoriety. Numerous sponsors eager to advertise had approached him, and he had just completed initial negotiations. Habitually checking his email, he felt a wave of irritation. This was his moment of glory. If he could unveil any significant new information, his follower count would surely skyrocket, and the number of advertisements would multiply. Yet, he received nothing of substance, nothing that could even compare to the Chen Qian incident. Just then, a new email notification chimed. Glancing at the email titled New Evidence on Chen Qian, Zhang felt a surge of excitement. Could it be the new evidence that Jiao had mentioned? Hadn't she said it would arrive in a few days? Confused, he clicked inside, and, upon discovering a new whistleblower, he felt not disappointment but exhilaration. Excellent. With this new incident, I can stir up another wave of public opinion. In the next instant, he hurriedly opened the email attachment, but in that moment, the computer screen suddenly went black. What is going on? Is it frozen? He muttered, crouching down to thump the computer case twice, only for the screen to flicker back to life. Damn, where did the email go? Zhang Haiyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen. The email had been sitting right there in his inbox, and now it vanished. He quickly opened the recycle bin, but found nothing. Bang! He slammed his palm on the desk, his heart seething with anger, yet unsure whom to blame, left only with a deep sense of frustration. After a while, Zhang Haiyang took a deep breath, managing to calm himself. However, staring at the screen before him, a sudden thought struck him. He quickly retrieved a data cable to connect his phone to the computer. This wretched machine was likely on the verge of malfunctioning, and he couldn't afford to lose any of his data. He needed to back it up to his phone. In the dormitory, Chen Qian silently browsed through Zhang Haiyang's phone. Oh, this guy actually enjoys Western mail content, he thought, hastily closing the page, finding it too shocking to bear. He feared he might wake up with a sty in his eye if he continued. Beyond that, he found nothing of value on Zhang Haiyang's phone or computer, just some discreet, minor transactions. It seemed he had merely been a pawn, unaware of the larger picture. Chen Qian decided to retain the evidence. He then did not engage in any further actions, instead picking up a borrowed book to read quietly. In the dead of night, after his roommates had gone to sleep, Chen Qian set his book aside. At this hour, Zhang Haiyang should be asleep, he thought. Chen Qian opened the computer to check, and indeed, Zhang Haiyang's phone had not been operated for some time. Thus, he remotely accessed the phone, opening WeChat and locating the account of the whistleblower Jiao. Sending a message, take a look at this. To Chen Qian's astonishment, Jiao replied almost instantly. Is he not sleeping at this hour? Chen Qian pondered. He chose not to respond, instead remotely deleting the chat history, waiting once more. Chapter 64. A shocking view in the grimy rented room. Wang Zi gazed at the webpage sent by Zhang Haiyang on his phone, puzzled and unsure of its contents. However, the other party did not respond again. Driven by curiosity, he ultimately clicked on the link. Instantly, the familiar yellow and black advertisements flooded his vision, featuring a series of indecent images sprawled across the screen, causing Wang Zi's pupils to widen in shock. This guy actually thought to share such delightful content with me? How generous. Yet, he quickly realized something was amiss. Wait a minute, this account of mine is female. Is this bastard sending me links to such websites because he has ulterior motives? A chill ran down Wang Zi's spine, and he hastily dismissed the disturbing thought, his gaze returning to the phone, involuntarily licking his lips. In the next moment, he stood up to fetch a roll of tissue, placing it beside him. Meanwhile, Chen Qian listened intently to Wang Zi's mutterings. The moment the Trojan infiltrated Wang Zi's phone, he had been fully alert, monitoring the situation. For this was his whistleblower. However, he had not anticipated that Zhou Zhou was actually a male. Moreover, the mention of a female account meant that this person had masqueraded as a woman to slander him to Zhang Haiyang. Chen Qian immediately understood the situation. After a moment's contemplation, he silently activated the front camera. What the hell? The scene before Chen Qian startled him, and he quickly shut his eyes, inadvertently pressing the record button on the computer. He swore it was unintentional. His original plan was to locate Zhou Zhou, hack her phone, and discreetly clarify the situation using her account. This way, he could salvage his reputation. As for the aftermath, since she had admitted to slandering him, wouldn't it be easy to have her locked up with just a phone call? The reason he turned on the camera was merely curiosity upon discovering Zhou Zhou was a male. Selecting such a website was because, during the transition, any anomalies would likely go unnoticed. There were no other intentions. Suddenly, a gasp erupted in the dormitory. Damn, you're that kind of person. Jiang Chun sat up abruptly, pointing at Chen Qian's computer screen, his mouth agape in disbelief. Jiang Chun's exclamation drew the attention of Zhang Yudong and Lin Sixian. What the hell? You actually watch this kind of stuff? Zhang Yudong turned sharply, his expression filled with disgust. Damn it, you can't change your orientation just because of online slander. This one T prove your innocence. Jiang Chun and Zhang Yudong were taken aback. Could it be that this was the method Chen Qian had mentioned? Preparing to announce to the world that he actually liked men, thereby dispelling the rumors? This was absurd. Jiang Chun hastily leapt from his bed, seizing Chen Qian's shoulder from behind. Initially, he intended to embrace Chen Qian, but at the moment of reaching out, he faltered. You can't be so confused. Chen Qian gazed at Jiang Chun and the others, his mind momentarily paralyzed, thoughts crystallized in disbelief. What nonsense are you all thinking? What on earth is going on? With an exasperated sigh, Chen Qian rushed to clarify, and after a considerable pause, Jiang Chun skeptically inquired, Are you serious? You really don't like men? Chen Qian could no longer endure the absurdity and, rising, tightened his grip around Jiang Chun's neck. Damn it, I'm a man with a girlfriend. Your thoughts are utterly vile. Lin Sixian's voice dwindled as he noticed the increasingly perilous glint in Chen Qian's eyes. All right, I believe you. Zhang Yudong quickly interjected to ease the tension. In truth, after listening to Chen Qian's explanation, everyone had already grasped the situation. The frivolous banter served merely to lighten the atmosphere in the dormitory, which had remained somber since their return. With Zhang Yudong's intervention, Jiang Chun and Lin Sixian tacitly ceased their antics. Wait, so does that mean you can resolve this issue right away? Jiang Chun excitedly pointed at the computer, instinctively glancing over, only to quickly turn away in disgust. It's all your fault. I knew you could do it. Chen Qian couldn't help but chuckle, nodding at the delighted expressions of Zhang Yudong and Lin Sixian. I merely dabbled in some related knowledge, just casually. Enough, time for bed. This fellow had begun again. Before Chen Qian could finish his sentence, the trio, as if confronted by a plague, hurried back to their beds, burying their heads beneath the covers. Listening to Jiang Chun's exaggerated snores, Chen Qian found himself rooted in place. What gives? Why are you all so out of touch? Let me finish my thoughts. Frustrated, he ultimately resigned to sit back at his computer, continuing his hacker pursuits. Suppressing his revulsion, he minimized the distasteful visuals and quietly resumed his examination of the materials on his phone. Upon retrieving the data from Weibo, Chen Qian was taken aback. Is it really him? The unrestrained gentleman? Isn't this the very person with whom I exchanged the harshest of words online? Finally, Chen Qian comprehended the motivations of this individual, whose true name was Prince, for slandering him. It appeared that his incessant rebuttals had ignited a genuine fury. However, as he continued to peruse, his expression darkened upon opening the album, for he encountered a photograph of Jiang Riyue. Damn it, you wretched creature. Do you think I will let you off the hook? Time slipped by, and after a few minutes, Prince's face flushed crimson as he twitched before falling still. Chen Qian caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, and upon looking directly, he beheld Prince's unfiltered, unedited visage. What a fitting name. Chen Qian scoffed internally. He then watched as Prince set down his phone. Half an hour later, estimating that his opponent had drifted into slumber, Chen Qian sprang into action, taking control of Prince's phone. He first accessed the Weibo account of Zhou. Observing the astonishing surge to 70,000 followers in a short span, his gaze sharpening. Not only did you slander me, but you also yearn to feast on the blood of the innocent. Let me ensure you are well fed. Swiftly, Chen Qian began crafting a new Weibo post titled Apology Letter. Greetings, dear netizens. I am Zhou, and here I must extend my sincere apologies to everyone, especially to Chen Qian. In truth, I am not Chen Qian's ex-girlfriend. I do not know him at all. My true name is Prince, and this is my unfiltered, unedited selfie, along with my identification card. Indeed, I am a man. And my previous statements made through the marketing account were all fabrications. I harbored jealousy towards Chen Qian for his striking looks, exemplary grades, and his exceptionally beautiful girlfriend, which bred resentment within me. The moment I first saw Chen Qian during his college entrance examination interview, jealousy consumed me. Consequently, I began to insult him in the comments section, slandering him as someone who had mistreated many young girls, claiming he was the father of countless children. I believed that by tarnishing his reputation, I could achieve a sense of balance within myself. However, to my surprise, Chen Qian directly confronted me, though he made valid points. My anger only deepened. In recent days, witnessing Chen Qian receive accolades online, being hailed a genius, though rightly so, only twisted my psyche further. Thus, I resolved to ensure his utter demise in this society. I created a WeChat account named Zhou and began leaking information to marketing accounts to continue my slander against Chen Qian. And now, what wrong have I committed? I post this Weibo merely to witness the spectacle of you all being played like pawns. It is simply too amusing. Haha. What now? Displeased with me? Have the audacity to confront me. A bunch of keyboard warriors. I am willing to reveal my identity just to see if you dare to seek me out. I am so frightened. Ha ha ha. Thus, the provocative apology letter was dispatched, and Chen Qian nodded in satisfaction. He understood that to prove his innocence, it was most fitting for Zhou to clarify, yet it was improbable that a genuine apology letter would be issued. What if some peculiar saintly figure spoke on Zhou's behalf? He certainly did not wish to witness such a scenario. After sending the apology letter, Chen Qian promptly changed the passwords and verification settings for both Prince's accounts, the unrestrained gentleman and Zhou, directing the verification codes to Prince's phone. How convenient. If he had not done so, what if that fellow logged in during the day and deleted the Weibo? Now, even if Prince could recover his account, he would at most regain access to the one he had used the longest. As for the Zhou account, its recovery would likely be arduous. And even if it were retrieved, it would undergo a prolonged review process. By then, it would be far too late. Next, Chen Qian employed the same tactics to log into Zhang Haiyang's Weibo account. In a statement of remorse, he confessed to engaging in some unsavory transactions, providing evidence to accompany his admission. One could only assume that those who had been harmed by Zhang Haiyang would not let this opportunity slip by. Having completed these actions, Chen Qian meticulously erased all traces of his involvement, ensuring everything was in order before deleting Zhang Riyue's photograph from Prince's phone. He then stretched, took a shower, and returned to bed. Before drifting off to sleep, he sent a message to Zhang Riyue, indicating everything was settled, and finally succumbed to slumber with a smile. The following day, having stayed up too late, Chen Qian nearly overslept, struggling for a while before finally rising and just barely making it to class. Although he was eligible to graduate, as he had yet to complete his thesis, attending class remained imperative. However, what delighted Chen Qian was the gaze of his classmates, which brimmed with remorse and sympathy. Had the online discourse reached a boiling point? Contemplating this, he discreetly retrieved his phone and logged into Weibo. After a night of fervent discussion, the online sentiment was ablaze. He had been slandered, and the truth about Zhou's real identity as Prince was now common knowledge. Who could have anticipated that Zhou, already at the center of controversy, would suddenly emerge to declare that he had been slandering Chen Qian and that he was indeed a man? Furthermore, he had the audacity to provoke the netizens, challenging them to confront him. The onlookers and those who had initially supported Zhou were now filled with rage. Damn it, you wretched creature. You exploited us. How dare you call yourself Prince? Just wait. I am coming to find you. You have the nerve to claim girls help girls. How foolish of me to have felt sympathy for you. You chatter, brothers and sisters. Anyone keen to confront him? Damn it. What a despicable human being. Envy drives him to slander, and he spews falsehoods without hesitation. Chen Qian must sue this wretch. Absolutely. Call the police, immediately. We want he rest until he is behind bars. After slandering, He even dared step forward, eager to feast upon the blood and suffering of others. Drop dead, sooner rather than later. Damn it. A faint, quiet smile curled at the corners of Chen Qian's lips. How delightfully spirited netizens are. Do curse a little more colorfully, I rather enjoy it. Glancing once more at the trending topic on Weibo, Chen Qian, I'm sorry, a notion gently stirred in his mind. What if I released another premium photo? Or perhaps screenshot, and post just the 2 characters, thank you? For a moment, he wavered, tempted. Yet, after quiet reflection, he gently shook his head. No, better not. I've only just restored my reputation. Charging for a simple thank you would indeed seem unseemly. The study method ebook has already earned 320,000 yuan. I ought to be content. Once, twice, no third time. If I push too far, resentment may take root. And should even one voice turn against me, defecting to Prince Wang's side out of distaste, idea have sown my own undoing. He let the idea dissolve, unacted upon. At noon, after class, Chen Qian fielded a flood of concerned classmates, offering reassurances, deflecting inquiries, until, at last, he slipped away with a polite excuse. Before the canteen, Zhang Riyue stood waiting, already there, radiant as spring blossoms. Why wait outside instead of going in? He asked, smiling. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him, her face nestling gently into his chest, nuzzling like a drowsy fawn. Because I wanted to see you, so badly. And oh, how beautifully the tide of public opinion has turned. His gaze softened, touched. Though he assured her not to worry, she hadn't been as calm as she appeared. Last night, surely, had been restless, her heart heavy with quiet dread. Fool. He smiled tenderly and stroked her hair. Click. Oh, forgot to mute the shutter. Chen Qian turned, startled. Zhang Riyue lifted her head, curious. A young woman stood nearby, camera in hand, her lens still warm from the moment just captured. I'm so sorry. Your embrace was just so tender, so luminous. I couldn't help but snap it. Was that terribly inappropriate? She murmured, timid yet earnest. Chen Qian shook his head. Zhang Riyue, seeing his ease, did the same. It's quite all right. Actually, could you share the photo with us? Of course. Without hesitation, she fumbled with her camera, then swiftly transferred the image to Zhang Riyue's phone. Let me see. Chen Qian leaned in. There, bathed in dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. They stood, 2 figures entwined in golden stillness, as though time itself had paused to admire them. Chapter 66. Threats of negative reviews. Thank you, Chen Qian said sincerely. The photograph is exquisite. She beamed. I'm so relieved you don't mind my boldness. I'll be off now, goodbye. He watched her recede, thoughtful. What's the matter? Can't bear to let her go. Zhang Riyue teased, feigning jealousy. To her surprise, he nodded. Truly, I should be asked for her contact. Her eye is remarkable. If we ever marry, she'd be the perfect photographer. She'd capture you in all your grace, your quiet splendor. You're insufferable, she murmured. Cheeks flushed. We're barely at the beginning. Then, with a playful shift in tone, calm, yet edged with mock gravity. So you're implying that an unskilled photographer wouldn't do me justice? A jolt ran through him. Oh, suddenly ravenous. I'm starving. Oh, goodness, I'm famished, my love. Let us dash inside. Food, ha. She tried to scowl, then burst into laughter. Fine, let us eat. Our little stinker is famished. What choice do I have? Consent, of course. Meanwhile, in his office, Hong Kong sat hunched over his desk, bifocals perched low on his nose. Scrolling through Weibo comments, his smile deepening, widening, like a flower opening to full sun. This boy acts swiftly, impressive. Truly impressive. How on earth did he coax Prince Wang into retracting his lies? No matter how he turned it over, the puzzle refused resolution. Yet since the outcome was favorable, he let it rest, untroubled. Then, switching to a secondary account, he opened the message board, activated voice input, and his expression shifted, darkened, sharpened, like steel drawn from its sheath. You wretched cur. Were this how your parents and teachers raised you? Have you any shred of humanity left? You, in a squalid, oil-stained apartment. Prince Wang flung aside his yellowed quilt, stretched luxuriously, and rose from bed. What a blissful sleep. He sighed, content, glanced at his phone. 2 p.m. Brunch time. He opened a food delivery app and placed an order. While awaiting his meal, he decided to check Weibo, to savor Chen Qian's public unraveling. The thought of Jiao, his newly minted account, now boasting over 700,000 followers, sent a thrill through him. Money, pure, unadulterated money. How fortuitous that, upon seeing the explosive backlash, he seized the moment, stepped boldly into the light. Not only had he turned the mob against Chen Qian, but his future now shimmered with promise. How many more followers now? He mused, giddy, entered his credentials and froze. Incorrect username or password. He blinked, re-entered, carefully. Again, incorrect. Impossible. Eyes wide. He tried again, frantically, yet each attempt met the same cold, digital rebuff. He switched to his main account. Same error, same mocking pop-up. Fuck. He roared, and raised his phone to hurl it, then lowered it, sighing. Too expensive. Can't bring myself to break it. Damn Weibo. How the hell did my account get hijacked? Did someone see the follower surge and think, ah, easy money? His fury mounted, irrational, impotent. What kind of incompetent tech giant is this? So easy to breach. In truth, hacking Weibo directly would have been no trivial feat, even for Chen Qian. Possible, yes, but not without risk of trace. Hence his choice, a cleaner, quieter path, compromising Prince Wang's phone instead, and enlisting Zhang Haiyang as an unwitting intermediary. That was simply prudence, layering shadows to obscure his own. After exhausting every login attempt, Prince Wang accepted the grim truth. His account was gone. No choice remained but to file an appeal, navigate the labyrinthine verification process, submit documents, and wait, blindly, for a reply. Whether recovery was possible, or how long it might take, remained unknown. Beep, beep. The doorbell chimed. Hello, your order is here. What's the rush? Are you racing to your grave? He bellowed toward the door, then dragged himself upright, seething. His golden goose, newly hatched, not yet feathered, had vanished before laying a single egg. He was this close to homicide. He wrenched the door open, spittle flying. What the hell are you yelling about, you miserable sack? One word would be sufficed. Why all the shouting? Why the bell? Have you no civility? Want a one-star review? Trash. You're fit only for delivering trash. The delivery rider stood frozen, takeout bag dangling from his fingers, utterly bewildered. What did I do? Why am I being screamed at? How dare you speak to me like that? He tried, voice tight with confusion. But Prince Wang shoved him hard, face twisted with contempt. So what if I did? You think you're having a bad day? Try mine. You want that review? Huh. Tell me, do you want it? The delivery man opened his mouth, wanting to express his frustration by declaring that he indeed desired a negative review. Yet, the words remained stuck on his lips. At that moment, he glanced at the man before him, his face marred by acne and an unsettling demeanor, who inexplicably seemed familiar, as if he had encountered him before. Ah, so you are perceptive. The man, known as Wang Zi, realized that the delivery man was rendered speechless by the threat of a negative review. He snatched the food away and turned to shut the door behind him. Wait. Suddenly, the delivery man wedged his foot against the door, forcefully pulling it open. Are you Wang Zi? The words of reprimand that were about to escape Wang Zi's lips faltered, replaced by confusion as he inquired, how do you know my name? Upon hearing this, the delivery man's expression grew complex, yet he remained silent. I'm asking you a question. How do you know I'm called Wang Zi? If you don't respond, I'll leave you a negative review. However, the delivery man merely shook his head, still refusing to speak. Just as he turned to leave, a flash of inspiration struck him. He hastily retrieved his phone, pressed the recording button, and turned back to face Wang Zi. Hey, what are you recording? Wang Zi exclaimed, attempting to snatch the phone away. But the delivery man's demeanor had shifted to one of intense anger. He raised his hand and struck Wang Zi sharply on the head. Smack. So you are the infamous Wang Zi. Wang Zi, taken aback by the sudden blow, was bewildered. What is happening? Smack. So you are called Jiao Jiao. Smack. So you think you're impressive online. With a swift kick to Wang Zi's abdomen, the delivery man sent him tumbling to the ground. Wang Zi was utterly flabbergasted. What had transpired? How did this man know his name? How did he know Jiao Jiao was his alias? Yet, the delivery man was oblivious to Wang Zi's confusion and continued his assault, forcing Wang Zi to howl in pain until he was begging for mercy. Clutching the delivery man's leg. Please, please, brother, stop. I want to give you a negative review. I'll give you a positive one. A good review. The mention of a bad review only incensed the delivery man further. Smack. You have the audacity to threaten others in such a cowardly manner. Smack. With your lack of quality, how dare you pass judgment on others? Smack. Show me your bravado now. Time slipped away until the delivery man finally exhausted himself. He spat on the ground beside the fallen Wang Zi and departed with a flourish. Throughout the encounter, Wang Zi remained perplexed by the delivery man's sudden transformation into an aggressor, mumbling repeatedly, I'll give you a good review, a good review. Meanwhile, outside, the delivery man plopped down on his electric scooter, eager to share his experience. He quickly recounted the events leading to Wang Zi's insults and uploaded the video of him beating Wang Zi online. After completing his task, he exhaled with satisfaction, humming a tune as he rode away. As for the consequences, an adult certainly considers the repercussions of their actions. He had trained in martial arts and knew precisely how to inflict pain without causing injury. Even if Wang Zi were to call the police or seek medical attention, he would find no evidence of harm. At worst, Wang Zi would visit the police station for a reprimand, and perhaps this incident might even catapult him to online fame. In the bustling city, within an ordinary residential complex, Zhang Haiyang had been seated at his computer for hours. Upon discovering an issue with his account, he promptly filed a complaint and registered a new one. However, upon seeing the online discussions, he was left astounded. What on earth happened? Who wrote this apology statement for me? I'm finished. Today was supposed to be a good day, where everything I wished for would come to fruition. Suddenly, his phone rang. Zhang Haiyang picked it up, listening to the cheerful tune he had chosen, feeling the bitter irony wash over him. Hello? Who is this? A cold voice responded. I have instructed my lawyer to prepare a lawsuit. The defamation against me is far from over. Expect a summons. The call ended abruptly, leaving Zhang Haiyang in a daze, unable to process the situation. At Jing University, the bell signaled the end of class. Chen Qian stood up, preparing to leave when Chen Guoli stopped him. How is your undergraduate thesis coming along? Chen Qian hesitated before offering a sheepish smile. I'm still brainstorming. Brainstorming? You've spent the last few days engrossed in online matters, nearly forgetting about your thesis. Chen Guoli nodded. I see. He had intercepted Chen Qian to inquire about his progress, secretly hoping Chen Qian would join his research team. Despite already being assigned as Chen Qian's advisor, he was cautious of any unforeseen circumstances. How about this? Chen Guoli proposed. Starting tomorrow, you can work with me on your thesis. I'll inform the department head later. Really? Chen Qian was surprised. Is that allowed? Why not? You're interested in the Zhou conjecture, aren't you? Come and report to me tomorrow. Chen Qian readily agreed. No problem. Thank you, Professor Chen. With a sense of relief, Chen Guoli exchanged a few more words before letting Chen Qian leave. That evening, after dinner, Chen Qian strolled with Jiang Riyue for a while before returning to the library. Just so happened that Jiang Chun was available, and the three settled into their usual spot. What are you watching? Aren't you studying? Chen Qian asked, noticing Jiang Chun laughing at his phone. Are you chatting with Lin Zixin? How is that going? Jiang Chun coughed awkwardly. Not so fast. It takes time. I'm browsing Weibo. Haven't you seen? Seen what? Chen Qian was puzzled, then pulled out his phone to check. As he entered Weibo, he was met with the top trending topic. Delivery hero emerges in Xishan, viciously beating up the toad. Delivery hero? Toad. What is this nonsense? Thanks to the delivery hero for beating up Wang Zi. Ugh, beating up the toad. Thank you. Indeed. Delivery men are skilled. Turns out he practiced martial arts. No wonder his moves are so stylish. Haha. I'm dying of laughter. The toad's injuries. After filing a police report, didn't he even warrant a minor injury? Haha. I've saved the video of the toad getting beaten whenever I'm feeling down. I'll watch it for a good laugh. Haha. Didn't anyone notice how filthy the toad's home is? Right? I was just about to say that. The bedding was even yellowed. Chen Qian pieced together the situation and nearly burst into laughter. Was the apology letter that powerful? Did it truly provoke a real-life reaction? This was incredible. Instantly, he found the Delivery Hero's Weibo account and began to comment. Thank you, Delivery Hero, for avenging me. Wow. Chen Qian has appeared in the comments. Come see. Chen Qian glanced over. I'm 36D. Let us add each other on WeChat. I'm also named Chen Qian. As the comments flooded in, Chen Qian found the situation both amusing and bewildering. Just then, the Delivery Hero replied to his comment, seemingly always lurking in the shadows. No need for thanks. I simply cannot tolerate such individuals. Haha. I appreciate everyone's support, and I will share my daily life and some bizarre encounters on my account. I hope you all will continue to follow. As Chen Qian observed the exchanges between the delivery personnel and netizens, he couldn't help but exclaim, what a talent. Truly adept at seizing opportunities. Chapter 68, The Just Netizen. However, he refrained from elaborating further, exiting the microblog and immersing himself once more in his studies. During this period, he had not only comprehended the intricacies of mathematics, but had also amassed and understood a wealth of knowledge in physics. Though he still could not utilize the deduction function, he relished the gradual progression towards his goal, one step at a time. That evening, upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Qian once again powered on his computer. It was time to put an end to the recent tumultuous events online. His principle had always been to expose the flaws of others and strike at the root of the problem, ensuring that any jester causing trouble was dealt with decisively. Individuals like Wang Zi should not be afforded the opportunity to regain prominence online, for one could never predict the damage his words could inflict upon others. Soon, a flurry of complex characters cascaded across the screen as the number of compromised accounts surged once more. After an indeterminate period, he accessed a concealed folder and dispatched the repugnant video contained within. In a squalid rental unit, Wang Zi lay on his bed, his gaze vacant. Since returning from the police station, he had come to grasp the events that had transpired. Someone had stolen his account to exonerate Chen Qian. They even taunted netizens by exposing him. Yet, no matter what he said, no one believed him. Even the police had warned him that it was fortunate the aggrieved party had not yet reported the matter. Wang Zi was at a loss, feeling a tumult of regret, resentment, complexity, and dissatisfaction. The situation had developed far beyond his initial expectations. He thought an apology would suffice. Suddenly, a notification chimed on his phone. He picked it up to find an email notification. Someone is sending me an email? Wang Zi was taken aback, though he had a QQ email account. He had never used it. Could it be spam? He opened the email to find the sender labeled as the Just Netizen, but the message contained no text, only a video attachment. Upon clicking the video, Wang Zi was struck dumb by the familiar sights and sounds within. A wave of indescribable terror washed over him. Ding dong. The notification chimed again, with the sender still marked as the Just Netizen. If you do not wish for your loved ones to witness this video, you must comply with my demands. My requirements are modest. You shall refrain from commenting on any platform, not even a single punctuation mark. I will conduct regular checks. And should you fail to adhere, Wang Zi stared at his phone, unable to regain his composure. It must be this person. It has to be this individual. Everything is orchestrated by them. In the next moment, he instinctively opened his email to unleash a tirade, but halfway through, he opted to delete it instead. Fear gripped him. He truly dreaded the notion of meeting his end in this world. Ultimately, he chose to respond with just 2 words, all right. At his computer, Chen Qian beheld Wang Zi's reply, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. After erasing all traces, he finally felt a sense of relaxation. I hope you adhere to our agreement, he murmured to himself, or else. The following day, Chen Qian rose early, freshened up, and made his way to the entrance of the experimental area at Peking University, where he soon awaited Professor Qin. Chen Qian? Up so early? Qin Guoli greeted him with a smile. Not at all, just a passion for learning, Chen Qian replied, nodding with a grin. Qin Guoli paused, sensing something amiss in his words, but chose not to dwell on it. Come along, I'll introduce you to the members of our research group. As they entered a laboratory building, Qin Guoli began to describe the ongoing experiments. Here, we conduct various simple experiments. My mathematics research group is also based here. Larger projects, such as artificial intelligence labs and biomedical engineering labs, are located at the Chongping campus, which is quite a distance away. Here we are. They halted before a laboratory door, with Qin Guoli adding, however, due to our lack of progress on the Zhou conjecture, many members have applied to other groups, leaving only 2 besides you. Chen Qian nodded. Rest assured, I will put forth my utmost effort. Qin Guoli was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Haha, good spirit. Excellent. At that moment, the lab door swung open, and a short-haired girl with dark circles under her eyes emerged. Professor, you are here? Upon spotting Chen Qian, her eyes lit up. This is Chen Qian, your junior from now on, Qin Guoli introduced. Let us head inside to discuss. After exchanging nods with the girl, Chen Qian followed her into the lab. Although it was termed a laboratory, it resembled a spacious classroom, with blackboards lining the walls and several movable boards in the corners, leaving only a few desks in the center. At that moment, a boy of unremarkable appearance with a ponytail was seated, absorbed in writing. Upon seeing Qin Guoli enter, his face brightened, but as his gaze fell on Chen Qian, he instantly adopted a wary demeanor. Qin Guoli clapped his hands. Allow me to introduce you. This is Chen Qian, your new junior and a member of our group. As he gestured towards the girl, she eagerly patted her chest and introduced herself. I am Jean Feifei, and this is Qian Chong. Hello. I hope the seniors will look after us. Chen Qian nodded and smiled. Chen Qian, Jean Feifei, the girl murmured, stepping closer to scrutinize him. Your name sounds somewhat familiar. Chen Qian realized that both Jean Feifei and Qian Chong were likely dedicated scholars engrossed in their research. Or perhaps they simply had not been online recently to recognize him. Do you say that to every handsome guy? Chen Qian jested. Jean Feifei appeared momentarily stunned before her cheeks flushed bright red. At that moment, however, Chen Qian felt a prickling sensation on his back and turned to find Qian Chong gazing at him with a serious expression, as if on guard. Could it be? Chen Qian surmised, then smiled. Just kidding. My girlfriend often has guys approach her, saying she looks familiar and asking for her WeChat. But then we discovered that those boys use the same line on every girl. Haha. Chapter 69, The Zhou Conjecture. Indeed, upon mentioning he had a girlfriend, Jean Feifei's eyes flickered with disappointment. while Qian Chang's expression brightened, his initial wariness dissipating. At that moment, Qin Guoli could not help but nod in approval. He understood that Qian Chang had an interest in Jin Feifei and had noticed Qian Chang's earlier reluctance towards Chen Qian. Yet, he had not anticipated that Chen Qian would so effortlessly alleviate Qian Chang's apprehensions. This young man possesses some skill. Qin Guoli clapped his hands once more. All right, enough idle chatter for now. I have matters to attend to, and Chen Qian has just arrived. Please organize the materials while I explain the current research progress to Chen Qian. Understood, Professor, Qian Chang replied, beginning to tidy up the documents. Jin Feifei also joined in the organizing, though it was clear she seemed somewhat drained. After a while, Qin Guoli held a stack of materials in one hand and chalk in the other, standing before the blackboard. However, he did not rush to explain, but instead turned his gaze to Chen Qian. Are you familiar with the Zhou conjecture? Chen Qian nodded. He was certainly aware of the Zhou conjecture. The Zhou conjecture, also known as Zhou's hypothesis, was proposed by the esteemed Chinese mathematician Mr. Zhou in 1992. He ingeniously employed the methods of observational linkage and incomplete induction to formulate an exact expression regarding the distribution of Mersenne primes based on known Mersenne primes and their arrangements. Notably, British mathematician Chanks, French mathematician Torlata, German mathematician Berlehard, Indian mathematician Ramanujan, and American mathematician Gillis had all previously posited conjectures, albeit in the form of approximate expressions that fell short of satisfactorily aligning with actual circumstances. Only Zhou's conjecture stands out for its precise expression, which remains neither proven nor disproven to this day. Specifically, it states that when 2n, 1, is prime, MP has 2 and 1 prime numbers, where p is a prime number and n is a natural number. MP denotes a Mersenne number. Chen Qian shared his understanding, accompanied by a brief exposition of his personal thoughts, which instantly captivated Qin Guoli. Have you delved into the Zhou conjecture? Chen Qian shook his head. I have only a superficial understanding. Qin Guoli could hardly suppress his smile. What is genius? This is genius. Even without extensive study, he harbors his own thoughts on the proof of the Zhou conjecture. What a treasure. In that case, let us simplify matters, Qin Guoli proposed. I shall share with you the proof strategies we have explored, along with some ideas that we have determined to be unfeasible. Chen Qian listened attentively to Qin Guoli's explanations, gradually becoming absorbed in the discourse, feeling an indescribable and elusive inspiration poised to burst forth from within. In the blink of an eye, over half an hour had elapsed. Our current research yields little, though I am reluctant to admit it. We cannot claim any significant progress, Qin Guoli sighed, glancing up at the somewhat distracted Chen Qian with curiosity. Is my content truly that dull? He wondered. However, the next moment, realization struck him, and his eyes widened in surprise. No, Chen Qian is unlikely to be distracted at this moment. Could it be that he is experiencing an epiphany? With that thought, he quickly gestured for silence to the other two, Jin Feifei and Qian Chang, who were equally puzzled by Chen Qian's demeanor. Upon witnessing his distracted expression, they understood immediately, recalling how they too had often fallen into such a state, humorously dubbing it a moment of enlightenment during their studies. After a good 15 minutes, Chen Qian finally returned to the present, smiling sheepishly at the trio who were gazing at him intently. Apologies, I drifted off, he said. Did you have any thoughts on the Zhou conjecture? Qin Guoli inquired eagerly. Chen Qian pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, although I wouldn't call it a thought. I just feel as though I am on the verge of understanding something, yet I cannot grasp it. It's like trying to scratch an itch that remains elusive. Qian Chang could not help but interject. Chen Qian's eyes lit up. Exactly. It's such an uncomfortable feeling. Laughter erupted among Qin Guoli and Jin Feifei. As for Qin Guoli, he was not disheartened by Chen Qian's response. He did not expect Chen Qian, having just encountered the Zhou conjecture, to suddenly have a moment of clarity and immediately prove it. That would be unrealistic, he thought. Do not lose heart. Perhaps as your research deepens, you may indeed experience a moment of inspiration. Qin Guoli reassured him. If your thoughts prove correct, you will naturally be able to validate the Zhou conjecture. Such matters cannot be rushed. Haste will not yield beauty. In this world, there are plenty who, after being discouraged, become overly fixated. Many scholars in theology can attest to that. I would not want Chen Qian to become too entangled in today's events and suffer a setback. Chen Qian nodded with a smile. Rest assured, Professor, I understand. Qin Guoli felt a sense of relief. All right then, continue your research here. I have some matters to attend to. Professor, wait a moment. Qian Chang suddenly stood up, holding a piece of paper he had just written on. Please take a look at this. It is a new proof strategy that came to me last night. Oh, Qin Guoli, surprised, took the material and glanced at it. Quite impressive. Your method is indeed innovative, integrating two previous approaches. However, its efficacy still requires further validation. Integrating? Chen Qian murmured to himself instinctively, and in an instant, his gaze lost focus once more. The three companions heard Chen Qian's mutterings, and upon turning to look, they found him once again in a state of distraction, their mouths agape in astonishment. Could it be that he has experienced another burst of inspiration? They exchanged incredulous glances, wondering if this genius's moments of inspiration were truly so commonplace. As time ticked away, Chen Qian abruptly rose, striding purposefully to the blackboard. Seizing a piece of chalk, he began writing swiftly and silently. In that moment, the laboratory was enveloped in the sound of chalk against the board, the only noise breaking the silence. Qin Guoli watched as Chen Qian's writings unfolded, his jaw gradually tensing in disbelief. How is this possible? He was astounded that Chen Qian had managed to synthesize all previous ideas in such a short time, forging a new path toward proving the Zhou conjecture. What a genius! Qin Guoli's mind screamed as he observed each character flow from Chen Qian's hand, his eyes widening to the point of trembling. Chapter 70. Science knows no borders. Could it be that Chen Qian is truly on the verge of proving the Zhou conjecture? It has only been a brief period. This is utterly astonishing. Qin Guoli could not help but take a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. I cannot be too certain. I must not harbor excessive expectations. With this thought, he began to reassess Chen Qian's written content. Yet, no matter how he examined it, everything seemed coherent, as if it were indeed the correct solution. At least, he could not discern any issues. However, just as Qin Guoli was immersed in calculations following Chen Qian's notes, Chen Qian suddenly halted, standing still and sighing heavily. Alas, it seems this is where I must pause for now, he lamented internally. Yet, his pause alarmed Qin Guoli. Why have you stopped? Chen Qian, please continue writing. Qin Guoli rushed to Chen Qian's side, his eyes brimming with anticipation. This fervent demeanor not only startled Chen Qian, but also caught Jin Feifei and Qian Chong off guard. They did not share the same enthusiasm for Chen Qian's work, as they had yet to fully comprehend even the introduction of his proof. Professor Qin, it's not that I do not wish to write, but I've hit a bit of a wall. I have yet to conceive a strategy for the subsequent verification. Chen Qian explained apologetically. Hitting a wall. Qin Guoli's mouth fell open, at a loss for words, his face reddening with frustration. After a lengthy pause, he finally exhaled deeply. Indeed, I suppose I was too eager. I am already pleasantly surprised by the progress made thus far. With that, Qin Guoli took a seat at a nearby desk. Today, our task is to thoroughly analyze Chen Qian's proof. By the way, Qian Chong, you may also attempt your own approach, though it may not be strictly necessary, as Chen Qian's proof already encompasses all our previous ideas, with some innovation. Qian Chong, hearing this, responded with a hint of resignation. Well, if you put it that way, why should I even bother? That would be a waste of time. However, upon gazing at the blackboard where Chen Qian's proof was inscribed, his eyes sparkled with excitement. His eagerness rekindled. Jin Feifei exhibited a similar reaction, her gaze toward Chen Qian illuminating the previously dim stars in her eyes. Having a girlfriend? But I'm not married. Am I not allowed to pursue my happiness? She thought, regrettably aware of her impending fruitless efforts. Chen Qian, puzzled, turned to Qin Guoli. Professor, weren't you supposed to have other matters to attend to? Qin Guoli paused. Other matters? What do I have to attend to? Isn't it simply to secure funding? There is no rush. Later, I can still trouble the principal. With a light-hearted laugh, he remarked, what could possibly be more pressing than the matters at hand? He then encouraged, come, take a look at these materials. Perhaps they will inspire you anew. Upon hearing this, Chen Qian ceased his inquiries and quietly began his study, repeatedly reworking his previous proofs in an effort to reorganize his thoughts and uncover any novel insights. As the day swiftly passed, aside from the initial spark of inspiration, Chen Qian seemed to hit a wall, making no further progress. However, it was not entirely devoid of positive news. The day's calculations assured him that he was indeed on the right track and that his earlier proofs were undoubtedly correct. Thus, half a month flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chen Qian carried draft paper wherever he went, immersing himself entirely in the calculations and proofs, save for moments dedicated to accumulating knowledge. Although he had yet to achieve significant breakthroughs, an inexplicable sense enveloped him, suggesting that he was merely gathering his strength. Confident that it would not be long before he could prove the Zhou conjecture. Why did he harbor such a belief? In his dormitory, Chen Qian found himself lost in thought before his computer. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. Although he was currently unable to derive technological advancements or facilitate the evolution of knowledge through them, might his diligent efforts to prove the Zhou conjecture not also contribute to the evolution of mathematics in a different manner? Thus, if mathematics does not strive, must he not exert himself? With a hint of resignation, Chen Qian pondered further, convinced that his hypothesis was indeed valid. The day that mathematics finally evolved might very well coincide with the day he proves the Zhou conjecture, even if he ultimately failed. He felt the results would not stray far from that goal. With this realization, the anxiety that had once lingered in his heart began to dissipate. After all, he had initially intended to tackle the 7 Millennium Prize problems through the lens of the Zhou conjecture, but having faced such prolonged stagnation with the former, it was only natural to feel a twinge of impatience. Wait, a sudden thought crossed Chen Qian's mind. Why was he so determined to prove the Millennium Prize problems? He fell into contemplation. While each solved problem promised a reward of $1 million, nearly 7 million yuan, wasn't he after the funds to launch his company? But what if the algorithm he developed was successfully acquired by a thriving company? What if the startup capital was sufficient? Then what need would he have to prove anything? A realization dawned upon him. There are priorities in life, and he recognized that his earlier plan might have been flawed. He should focus on developing the algorithm. Even if he were to prove those grand prize problems, wouldn't it be far simpler to do so after his knowledge had evolved to a certain level? Then the question arose, if not for the startup capital, why pursue the grand prize problems? The very reason these problems were deemed grand was due to their potential to significantly advance the world. This was precisely why the Goldbach conjecture was not included among them, as it lacked practical application. Therefore, he concluded that he should not pursue it. What right did he have to propel the advancement of global science? His true aim was to foster the development of Chinese technology. Why should they develop only to come back and bully us? That was a fanciful notion. With newfound determination, Chen Qian resolved that once he proved the Zhou conjecture, he would cease his endeavors. This decision was not born of a narrow mindset. Rather, it was made from a broader perspective of the world's dynamics. Science knows no borders, and neither do scientists. Those who lag behind and fear being left behind are the ones who preach the notion of science being borderless. One could only conclude that those willing to believe such a fallacy are, indeed, naive. Moreover, even if this lie were exposed, they would still insist that while science may be borderless, scientists themselves are not. This may seem innocuous, yet it is rife with moral coercion and traps. With this thought, Chen Qian's resolve solidified. The well-being of his family and compatriots was his primary concern. The fate of outsiders mattered little. Humanity's future among the stars? No, that future belongs to China. Chapter 71. The selfish rogue. Yet at this moment, Chen Qian suddenly found himself at a standstill, inwardly questioning whether he was perhaps being too selfish. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled deeply, retrieving a small mirror gifted by his beloved to examine his reflection. Damn it, I never claimed I wasn't selfish, he mused. I am, indeed, a self-centered rogue with skewed values. So what? After a brief moment of admiration for his own striking visage, he finally picked up the book on his desk, which was nearly finished, and resumed reading. 2 minutes later, he slowly closed his eyes, and suddenly, a cascade of comprehension regarding knowledge began to manifest within his mind. The familiar mechanical voice echoed, prompting Chen Qian to open his eyes and access the system. At that moment, the interface for deduction had undergone yet another transformation. Mathematics now occupied the top position, followed by physics, and then information science. How enlightening. As Chen Qian absorbed the knowledge and understanding swirling in his mind, he grasped the situation. After completing his studies in physics, he had not specifically chosen to delve into biology or chemistry. Each visit to the library to find books was a time-consuming endeavor, and he found it wasteful. Thus, he decided to read whatever was available. Unexpectedly, he had fortuitously completed his studies in information science. He also realized why the interface had not changed after he finished his studies in computer science. Information science encompasses computer and internet knowledge. Information science is a comprehensive discipline that integrates various fields, including computer science, linguistic cultures, and even genetics and hereditary information. With this in mind, once he completed his understanding of information science, his proficiency in computer science would undoubtedly see significant enhancement. Chen Qian felt a surge of excitement, realizing that he was on the verge of making remarkable strides in his path to wealth. Might he even rival the world's top hackers? He could not help but speculate, though he quickly shook his head. No, he would surpass those so-called elite hackers in every aspect. 5 days passed swiftly, during which Chen Qian also made productive use of his time. In addition to continuing his knowledge acquisition, he managed to produce a rather mediocre thesis, ensuring his undergraduate graduation. Indeed, it was a rather lackluster piece, the kind anyone could have written. To this day, he vividly recalls Professor Qian's expression, filled with confusion from the moment he laid eyes on the thesis until the defense, which was equally exasperating. It seemed he could not comprehend why Chen Qian had chosen to be so lackadaisical. Even if this thesis held little significance, one could not be so dismissive. Chen Qian's response left Professor Qian speechless as he explained that all his energy had been devoted to proving the Zhou conjecture. Consequently, what was meant to be an earnest defense turned into a mere formality, hastily concluded and lacking substance, leaving the initially eager audience, including Professor Wu Jianya, bewildered, as if they had just consumed a tasteless meal. Though Chen Qian remained unconcerned, he felt a twinge of helplessness. His energy was limited, and with so many daily obligations, he could hardly afford to sacrifice his time with Jiang Riyue. That was out of the question. He had initially considered whether to wait until he proved the Zhou conjecture before graduating, using the proof as his thesis. However, having resolved to abandon the pursuit of grand theories, he extinguished such thoughts. Using the proof of the Zhou conjecture for his undergraduate thesis? What about his master's and doctoral theses? Surely, it is quite reasonable to leverage the prestige of Chiosai's Grand Slam to produce an undergraduate thesis. Once he successfully proves the Zhou conjecture, to elate everyone, he could then easily craft a master's thesis, and surely, no one would object. Look, it's all effortlessly arranged. Good for him. Good for all. What a splendid notion. That evening, after accompanying Jiang Riyue back, Chen Qian lingered downstairs for a while before returning to his dorm with a rosy glow. Yet, the dorm was empty, as the others were preoccupied with their own pursuits of happiness. Although Chen Qian had not inquired much about their romantic escapades, he was aware that they were all making significant progress. Settling down in front of his computer, he brewed himself a cup of goji berries before finally powering it on. Why goji berries, you ask? Naturally, it was for precautionary measures, to lay an unshakable foundation in preparation for what lay ahead. Preparing a year, or even 2 or 3 years in advance, was indeed formidable, terrifyingly so. Chen Qian felt that during his time with Professor Qian, he had gleaned the essence of steadiness and rigor. Although he could not quite pinpoint the professor's steadiness and rigor, the phrase often lingered on his lips, and he fancied he had learned something valuable. After waiting for so long, it was time to take action. Chen Qian flexed his fingers, his gaze sharpening, and proceeded to access an unsavory website. This was the largest illegal gambling site in the country, one he had searched for tirelessly online. Initially lacking the computer skills to comprehend it fully, he had planned to practice on smaller websites first. However, now that his knowledge had crystallized, he was beyond such trivialities and aimed to tackle the most formidable illegal site head-on. Rather than directly infiltrating major internet companies to propose collaboration, he chose to proceed cautiously. After all, a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Although he understood the theory, practical application bore its own challenges. With his fingers flying across the keyboard, characters transformed into commands, coalescing into a torrent of data that surged outward. Most similar illegal site servers were hosted abroad, so he needed to trace the origins carefully. As time passed, Chen Qian soon detected a wall riddled with vulnerabilities. "Ba, what is this? I know not. Ignorance is bliss," he murmured with a smile, his fingers never faltering as he boldly slipped through. Like a frog leaping from one pond to another, all surrounding data shifted dramatically. What is this?" Chen Qian mused with surprise at his computer screen. Am I being monitored? So soon? Although he had brazenly emerged without any disguise, it seemed improbable that he would be immediately singled out by his own kind. Yet, he found no particular concern in this. The tighter the scrutiny from the authorities, the better. Alas, it was his friends who bore the brunt of it, as they indulged in films while the officials were undoubtedly aware of it. Well, it seemed the officials were considerate enough not to voice their awareness. However, having someone scrutinize him so intently was rather unsettling. Chen Qian murmured to himself, "Apologies, but I shall not hold back then." No sooner had the words left his lips than his fingers accelerated in their dance across the keys. In the cybersecurity bureau, the spacious hall was filled with personnel seated at computers, the constant clatter of keyboards echoing throughout. Zhou focused intently on the data displayed on his screen while sipping from a nearby soda, letting out a contented belch. Another child sneaking a peek at movies through the firewall. Is it really that captivating? I truly don't understand. He sighed, deciding to remind the young ones not to overindulge. With that, Zhou set down his drink and began typing furiously, attempting to trace the individual's IP address. However, as time wore on, his expression grew increasingly serious. To his surprise, this individual was quite skilled. It posed a bit of a challenge, he thought. But he did not dwell on it too much. After all, anyone working in the cybersecurity bureau was bound to be a network genius. As complex characters danced across the screen, a smile emerged on his face. Found you. Yet. Just as he was about to document the IP address and alert his team to investigate, his hand froze over the mouse in disbelief. How is this possible? The IP address is located within our bureau? Zhou Qi's eyes widened in shock. Zhou, what is all the fuss about? Su Shou, drawn by Zhou Qi's exclamation, approached curiously. Group leader, you must see this. Zhou Qi, momentarily at a loss for words, urged Su Shou to take a seat and examine the situation. Sitting down with a hint of skepticism, Su Shou typed rapidly, and within moments, his eyes widened in astonishment. How can this be? Such a vast sandbox? A fabricated external network? And so realistic? Zhou Qi's skin prickled with goosebumps at this revelation. What is going on? Who is this person? Su Shou turned to Zhou Qi, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He understood that Zhou Qi typically monitored those circumventing the firewall, which implied that this mastermind capable of fabricating external data was one of their own. What did this signify? It indicated the presence of a genius. This was precisely the talent the Cybersecurity Bureau desperately needed. I have no idea who they are. Zhou Qi stammered, recounting the previous incident. To his surprise, Su Shou sprang up, his face flushed as he grasped Zhou Qi's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. Are you saying they effortlessly outmaneuvered you? Within mere minutes. They located your IP and fabricated an external environment to trap you? Zhou Qi struggled to keep pace with his leader's train of thought, but soon grasped that Su Shou was excited about discovering new talent. Upon reflection, it was indeed impressive for someone to toy with him so easily, achieving such feats in a short span. Yes, that's exactly what happened, Zhou Qi conceded with a hint of resignation. Su Shou inhaled deeply and declared with booming authority. Team 3, prepare for a meeting. I will identify this individual. They are mine. Back in the dormitory, Chen Qian shook his head in disappointment. Brother, you're a bit outmatched. He pondered how long it would take for them to realize they had been ensnared. Nonetheless, he quickly dismissed the thought, regarding it as merely a minor interlude. Once again, his fingers danced across the keyboard as torrents of data flowed freely. With the passage of time, he finally pinpointed the source server of the gambling website. Waves of obscured data converged there, which might elude the notice of an ordinary individual. But they were not dealing with just anyone. Chen Qian chuckled softly, his fingertips alighting as invisible data began a silent incursion. However, the server's firewall proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. There was indeed an expert behind it. Yet, no matter how skilled they were, it was only formidable to others. Chen Qian's demeanor grew serious. Although his fingers slowed, they became more resolute and decisive. Infiltration might be simple, but entering unnoticed and seamlessly was the true art. Chen Qian commenced manually mapping the firewall's data, his gaze skimming rapidly. Yet, the next moment, he let out a sigh. I've overthought this. There are 8 vulnerabilities here. How trivial. In the next instant, he effortlessly bypassed the firewall, disregarding the server's permissions, and directly established an entirely new ultimate access point within the foundational architecture. After completing all these tasks, he summoned the Trojan horse he had previously crafted and began the process of recompilation. With the assistance of an abundance of acquired knowledge, this Trojan underwent a remarkable transformation. It would not cause destruction but would infiltrate, divide, and lurk within various electronic devices according to preordained instructions, awaiting Chen Qian's command to seize control. Due to its hidden nature, it was exceedingly difficult to detect. Even attempts to read the lower-level data would reveal no anomalies. He decided to name it Assassin. After some contemplation, Chen Qian embedded the assassin into the server and casually browsed the illicit gambling website. The anticipated fraudulent backend allowed for unrestricted manipulation of the outcomes. Lacking any semblance of novelty, Chen Qian found it puzzling how such an overtly deceptive scheme could ensnare so many individuals. Perhaps, some people's intellect in this world was so profoundly unfathomable. Strangely, he thought of the Koreans, who, in their naivete, openly appropriated culture, while the Japanese were more subtle in their theft. He could not comprehend this disparity. After wondering for a while, Chen Qian erased all traces of his presence and exited the server. However, phishing required action, not mere waiting. In the next moment, he forcefully breached the firewall. Yet, he did not rush in. Instead, he leisurely sipped on goji berry tea. Only when he detected a counterattack from the shadows did the assassin silently divide, infiltrate, and conceal itself, prompting him to slowly tap the keyboard twice, erasing all traces before retreating. In Mandian, Area A. Area A was arguably one of the largest districts in the region, primarily engaged in online fraud. In an office lavish yet gaudy, the manager Lu Xiang sat with a protruding belly, puffing on a cigar while embracing two scantily clad women, their beauty marred by scars. Suddenly, the office door burst open, and a young man in a cheap suit rushed in, flustered. "Boss, it's bad." Lu Xiang's expression hardened as he barked. "What are you so flustered about? You're a manager. Act like it." The young man's demeanor stiffened, and Lu Xiang then spoke languidly. "What has happened? Speak." "Boss, our website's been hacked." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiang's expression darkened. For the gambling site was their primary source of revenue. Any issues would spell trouble. "Where are the technicians?" "It's no use, boss." The young man's face was more sorrowful than tears. "The hacker is too strong. None of us can hold them back." "Can't hold them back." Lu Xiang's forehead throbbed with anger as he kicked the women beside him. "What do I keep them for? They turn into useless trash when I need them? If they can't hold them back, then they might as well die. Get out." The young man, trembling with fear at Lu Xiang's fury, dared not say more and quickly left the office. As soon as the young man departed, Lu Xiang remained enraged, glaring at the weeping women in the corner as he shouted once more, "What are you crying for? Did I permit you to cry? Come here. I need to vent." In his dormitory, Chen Qian smiled as he brought up the core of the assassin, easily locking onto the other party's computer and breaching it. However, the next moment, he was taken aback as a photograph came into view. It depicted a filthy dorm room, seemingly never cleaned, with a naked, delicate woman at the center, tormented by several greasy, burly men. Chen Qian's eyelid twitched upon realizing that this image was the wallpaper of the other party's computer. Instinctively, he traced the IP address, only to discover it was located in Mandian. Mandian, situated in Southeast Asia, was a place Chen Qian knew all too well. In the future, it would be almost impossible for any Chinese person to be unaware of it. The phrase "welcome to my world, my precious little princess" had lured countless young women. However, it would be long before the truth was unveiled, revealing it as a haven for crime, where the so-called little princesses and princes faced a fate worse than death. Fraud, organ trafficking, and every form of vice imaginable flourished there. The reality of Mandian was not merely evil, it was a hell of unbridled desire. Even more reprehensible was that many perpetrators of fraud were fellow Chinese, specifically targeting their compatriots. "A single rotten apple spoils the barrel," Chen Qian cursed coldly. Undeniably, every nation harbored scoundrels and traitors, yet despite understanding this, Chen Qian felt an intense rage. In that moment, thoughts of his parents, Jiang Ruyue, friends, and family flooded his mind. What would he do if they were ever harmed? Taking a deep breath, he muttered to himself, "I will ensure your annihilation." With newfound resolve, he knew he had to take action. As thoughts raced through his mind, various plans flashed before him. But mere minutes later, he slammed his fist onto the table. "Damn it!" Chen Qian's voice was laced with frustration as he realized that despite his unparalleled network skills, there was so little he could actually accomplish. Striking at the illegal website established by these criminals, there would always be a second, a third, an endless stream of them that could not be eradicated. Investigating all Chinese criminal elements in Mandian and collecting evidence for the police, most of them would never return home. Capturing them would be akin to climbing a mountain. China could not dispatch troops either, especially during this unprecedented period of upheaval. As a key player on the global chessboard, every minor action bore significant consequences. The most feasible approach would be joint law enforcement with local agencies, but the chaotic situation in Southeast Asia, with its myriad armed factions and intricate webs of interests, meant that such efforts would yield minimal results. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Chen Qian rubbed his temples and struggled to regain his composure. But just then, a flash of inspiration struck him. Wait, Chen Qian's eyes brightened. Perhaps true artificial intelligence could provide a solution. Coupled with unparalleled computational power, yes. Utilizing unmatched computational capabilities to enable artificial intelligence to conduct continuous, comprehensive monitoring. Fraudulent phone calls. They would be terminated before even connecting. Attempting to deceive using AI-generated voices and appearances, the perpetrator's computer would start smoking. Seeking to promote the allure of Southeast Asia and entice Chinese citizens, any videos or comments posted would be promptly deleted. Attempting to craft a social media persona and sell followers, their true identities would be exposed. Not only fraud, but all other illegal enterprises would face annihilation. If such criminals still found a way, victim transfers could be intercepted directly. The criminals' funds would be redirected, and all bank records could be obliterated. What proof would they have that their accounts ever held money? Breaching bank encryption systems would not be overly difficult. A true quantum computer could accomplish this with ease. Moreover, it could provide sufficient computational power for artificial intelligence. With this in mind, Chen Qian hurriedly accessed the internet. Moments later, he felt a surge of confidence. For this year, both Google and IBM had announced the realization of quantum computers based on superconducting qubits. While they were not yet true quantum computers, Google had achieved 22 qubits, and IBM had reached 17. Chen Qian couldn't help but smile. Since quantum computers had emerged in the real world, it would not be overly difficult to deduce a true quantum computer once he completed his knowledge acquisition. Following that, he could develop a genuine artificial intelligence, easily dismantling the chaos in Southeast Asia. Even beyond the tumultuous situation in Southeast Asia, the spies from the Mi Nation and the Hua Nation, hidden within the confines of the Hua Nation, shall find no refuge. Not only spies, but even certain traitors wishing to disseminate subversive rhetoric online must now consider their stance. In that moment, Chen Qian felt an invigorating surge of motivation coursing through him. Moreover, the application of artificial intelligence extends far beyond this. The potential for profit is indeed vast. Perhaps, upon establishing my company, I shall initially focus on business related to the internet and artificial intelligence. After pondering for a moment, Chen Qian's vision for the future became markedly clearer. Nevertheless, one must tread the path step by step, and each meal should be savored bite by bite. Even though I may not be able to accomplish much at present, I must earnestly endeavor to try, allowing the nefarious elements of Miandian to thrive comfortably. Such a notion is more intolerable than a mouthful of excrement. Soon, Chen Qian's fingers resumed their dance upon the keyboard. Upon returning near the wall, he discovered that it had been ensnared in a web of traps. Do they wish to capture me? Why, I have done nothing at all. Chen Qian shook his head in resignation and decided to construct a chat room right there, subsequently entering it to await developments in silence. Chapter 74. A modest duel. The speed of the officials was far swifter than anticipated. Mere seconds later, the number of participants in the chat room surged dramatically, nearly 100 individuals appearing in an instant, leaving Chen Qian utterly astonished. Is it truly this exaggerated? However, he remained unperturbed. The disparity in technology cannot be compensated merely by numbers. Chen Qian casually adopted a pseudonym and was the first to type a message. Me, esteemed ones. Is it truly necessary for so many to gather? I seem to have done nothing of note. A moment of silence enveloped the chat room before someone finally stepped forward. Zhou, ha, do not be anxious. Was it not you who constructed an external sandbox, confining our personnel? Me. Indeed, that was I. What of it? In the Cybersecurity Bureau. Zhou sat at his workstation, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. At last, I have found you. However, since the other party had posed a question, as an official, had no need to conceal his identity. Zhou, since you have sincerely inquired. Me. Then would you be so gracious as to enlighten me? Zhou's expression darkened instantly. Interrupting others is quite impolite, young man. Me. I did not expect you to be an otaku. Is there such a disparity in the demeanor of esteemed officials? Zhou's lips twitched slightly, yet he could not help but smile, recalling the beaming faces of children he had accompanied while volunteering to watch animated films. Zhou, Pikachu is the cutest. Zhou, furthermore, I am the leader of the third group in the Cybersecurity Bureau. My name is Zhou. Zhou, I see your skills are commendable. Would you care to join us? Our compensation will not disappoint you. Chen Qian paused, comprehending that the official was attempting to recruit him. However, after some contemplation, he resolved to decline. He was still a student, with numerous daily commitments, and planned to establish a company in the future. How could he possibly accept a job? Me, I apologize. But I am still in school and quite busy. I truly lack the time. Zhou felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing the refusal. Yet his spirits lifted upon realizing that the individual was willing to divulge their student status, indicating goodwill. It suggested that the other party did not harbor hostility towards them and significantly reduced the likelihood of criminal intent, likely indicating they were a red hacker of the Hua Nation variety. With this thought, Zhou was even less inclined to give up. Zhou, being a student is no issue. I can assist you in applying for special permission to work externally. You have no idea how challenging it is for us. Chen Qian gazed at Zhou's relentless sob story on the computer screen, momentarily taken aback. Is this truly necessary? Is this the process for recruitment? Why must you regale me with tales of your elderly mother and the grandchildren soon to arrive? Why share your fondness for granddaughters with me? What on earth is this? At last, Chen Qian could bear it no longer and interrupted the other. Me, stop. All right, enough with the tales, esteemed one. Zhou smiled faintly at the screen. Unable to endure any longer, why not hasten to join us? Me, how about this? If you encounter any insurmountable issues, do inform me, and I shall assist you voluntarily. Me. As for joining, I must decline. I still have unfulfilled aspirations. In the Cybersecurity Bureau, a member could no longer contain their teasing. This lad seems quite self-assured. We shall notify him only when we encounter problems we cannot solve. I wonder if his abilities match his confidence. I find him rather imposing and charismatic. A female member began to indulge in her imagination. Even Zhou felt a flicker of doubt. Is this lad truly as confident as he appears? Is he simply youthful and brash, or does he possess genuine ability? Zhou, I appreciate your willingness to assist us. But some comrades in our group harbor doubts regarding your capabilities. Zhou, how about? Chen Qian chuckled. Me. How about we have a contest? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he vanished from the chat room. In the Cybersecurity Bureau, the members of the third group immediately straightened in their seats. Their spirits renewed. I wish to see just how formidable this lad truly is. Indeed, let us see if he can withstand our onslaught within mere minutes. Zhou Qi, sitting nearby, shook his head at the grandiose claims of his colleagues. He had been toyed with by the other party before and was acutely aware of their formidable prowess. He maintained a pessimistic outlook towards his colleagues. In an instant, the sound of vigorous typing filled the hall, akin to a war without smoke. Each participant unleashing their silent fury. Attention, this lad has quietly ensnared us. Minutes later, Zhou's voice rang out abruptly. Everyone paused, only then realizing that their surroundings were but an illusion. Had it not been for the group leader's reminder, they would have remained oblivious. This lad truly possesses something special. I nearly fell into his trap. How swift. When did he construct this? Was it during his time in the chat room? At that moment, Zhou stared intently at his computer screen, realizing that had he not witnessed the other's trick before, he too would have been caught unawares. This young man is indeed impressive. He could not help but marvel. In his dormitory, Chen Qian nonchalantly sipped goji berry tea while chewing on the berries, appearing utterly at ease. I am no fool, constructing a chat room and presenting it to me. Of course, I have a backup plan. It merely depends on when you will discover it. Chuckling, Chen Qian's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, and soon a surveillance feed appeared on his screen, revealing a spacious living room, the interior of the Cybersecurity Bureau. He observed the bustling individuals, leisurely editing his temporary voice changer as time drifted by. Unbeknownst to him, after a considerable duration, Zhou suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Found it." He promptly pulled up the IP address and exclaimed, "How is it from our bureau?" Zhou was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. A dream within a dream? A larger sandbox encapsulating the previous one? What a peculiar genius. At that moment, a dialog box simultaneously popped up on every computer within the hall. Greetings. Instantly, everyone sprang from their seats, exchanging incredulous glances. Were we hacked? Zhou murmured. Suddenly, Chen Qian's altered mechanical voice echoed through the surveillance feed. Congratulations, Uncle Zhou, you answered correctly. In unison, all eyes turned towards the monitor overhead. Beads of cold sweat forming on Zhou's forehead. You, Chen Qian replied with a smile. Fear not, uncle. Although I have entered, I have done nothing untoward. You mentioned a competition, so I merely came to observe. This is the Cybersecurity Bureau? Quite impressive. At this moment, Zhou managed to regain some semblance of calm, though his heart still fluttered with anxiety. It's commendable that you possess such awareness. Red hackers do not engage in illegal activities, Chen Qian remarked, observing Zhou's reaction through the surveillance feed, nearly suppressing a laugh. He understood well what was troubling Zhou and mimicked his earlier mannerisms to provide some reassurance. Indeed, I am the successor of communism, a pillar of the nation's future. How could I act recklessly? He spoke passionately about his dedication to the country and his dreams, interjecting a line of song. With dreams, anyone is remarkable. With courage, miracles will arise. Zhou visibly relaxed, interrupting. All right, we get it. You can stop now. This kid had been rambling for over 10 minutes, outdoing himself. You've won this round, but remember your words. Should we encounter any troubles, we will reach out to you. Chen Qian nodded. Of course, I'm more than willing to help. By the way, how did you breach our systems? You should share where the vulnerabilities lie. Zhou suddenly wore a shrewd smile. Chen Qian paused, a thought arising in his mind. What if he requested the Cybersecurity Bureau to recommend him to clients? They likely had connections with major domestic internet companies. Obtaining their endorsement would simplify matters significantly. Of course, I consider you Uncle Zhou now. How could I not assist? Zhou's expression brightened at this. However, he quickly grasped that Chen Qian was hinting at wanting something in return. Yet, Chen Qian swiftly changed the subject. Discussing money feels rather crass. Although I am in need, I wouldn't stoop to asking Uncle Zhou for a handout. How about this? You have connections with major internet firms. Why not introduce me to collaborate with them? Collaborate? What do you mean? Zhou inquired. Oh, simply assisting them with maintaining network security, patching firewall vulnerabilities, and earning a little on the side. Zhou pondered for a moment. Are you not concerned that I might expose you to the bank's scrutiny? That's fine. How shall we keep in touch? Zhou asked. One moment. I will send you my phone number. Zhou was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his counterpart would willingly disclose his identity. Chen Qian, however, was unconcerned. As long as he had not committed any crimes and had no intention of doing so in the future, revealing his identity posed no risk. Furthermore, with his skills, he could easily erase any traces. On the contrary, proactively revealing his identity and extending goodwill would be far more advantageous in the future. All right, I've sent the number. And the vulnerabilities are documented. I'm off now. Remember to call me. Chen Qian's voice faded away, leaving the Cybersecurity Bureau personnel in a state of bewilderment before they gradually resumed their seats. Zhou glanced at his computer desktop, confirming the presence of a new document. Upon opening it, he discovered a string of phone numbers as the first line. He saved the number before diligently examining the firewall vulnerabilities. I had no idea such vulnerabilities existed. Truly a genius. Zhou exclaimed. He raised his voice. I've sent the vulnerabilities to you all. Everyone, please address them promptly. Yes, came the unified response. Watching his busy team, Zhou excused himself from the hall and quickly reached the director's office, knocking on the door. Director, incredible news. I've discovered a genius. In the dormitory, Chen Qian stretched, having erased all traces of his activities, and observed the ongoing split infiltration of his target. Estimating that he would need more time before he could begin gathering information on illicit individuals, he decided to activate the interest algorithm and continue his construction. However, as he progressed, his expression grew increasingly strained. Building algorithms was a lengthy endeavor. While it posed no challenge for him presently, it was undeniably tedious. It felt akin to being punished in elementary school for copying classical poetry. Simple enough, yet each repetition intensified his irritation. Half an hour later, Chen Qian slammed his palm on the table. How long must I endure this monotonous drudgery? Glancing at the empty bed nearby, he suddenly thought of Jiang Chun. Right. Isn't Jiang Chun studying computer science as well? Why not enlist her help? With this thought, Chen Qian decisively shut down his computer, freshened up, and lay down on his bed. Good night, baby. He sent a voice message to Jiang Riyue, anticipating that by morning, he would awaken to affectionate messages from his girlfriend. Contentedly, Chen Qian closed his eyes, only to sit up abruptly moments later. He glanced around the empty dormitory and beds. Wait a minute. Why haven't you all returned yet? The dormitory has been locked for ages. Could it be? A sudden realization struck him, and his heart sank, feeling worse than if he had consumed something distasteful. You truly deserve this. At the school gate, Jiang Chun and her companions exchanged glances, each unexpectedly pondering the same dilemma. It seems we can't get back into the dormitory, Jiang Chun remarked with a hint of reluctance. What do we do now? Li Weiran exclaimed, panic etched across her face. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a flicker of excitement danced in her eyes. Lin Zixin and Zhang Guni exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of her thoughts. Had she not suggested watching a late-night movie, they wouldn't be in this predicament now. We have no choice now but to find a hotel, Lin Zixin sighed. Zhang Guni wanted to voice her thoughts, but, casting a discreet glance at Zhang Yudong, opted to remain silent. Are we moving too fast? Jiang Chun questioned Lin Zixin, astonished. Lin Zixin's eyes widened. I never said we should share a room. We girls can stay together, and you boys can share a room. Feeling flustered, she added, her voice barely above a whisper. After all this time, why haven't you confessed yet? Jiang Chun didn't quite catch her mumbling and was about to inquire when Zhang Yudong and Lin Zixin quickly interrupted him, patting his shoulder. Let's not linger here. It's getting late. We should head to the hotel, Zhang Yudong suggested. Indeed, Wintermelon has a point. Lin Zixin nodded vigorously. Seeing this, the group wasted no time and hurriedly took a taxi to a nearby hotel. However, upon arrival, an awkward situation unfolded. The three girls produced their identification cards simultaneously, while Jiang Chun and her companions exchanged perplexed looks. Who brings an ID to a movie? One protested. Why do you all have your IDs? Fortunately, the experienced front desk attendant smiled gently, producing paper and a pen. It's all right. You can simply write down your ID numbers. The three girls breathed a sigh of relief, having feared they might end up sleeping in an internet cafe that night, and quickly wrote down their identification information. But a new dilemma arose. With 3 girls and 3 boys, how would they sleep that night? Booking a standard room and a double room seemed most suitable. But who would take which? Just then, The front desk attendant smiled again, glancing at her computer and feigning surprise. Oh, I'm sorry, everyone. Our standard rooms have just been fully booked, and we only have 3 double rooms left. Have you made your decision? I fear that soon there will be no large double rooms available. Huh. Then let us change to another hotel, Jiang Chun blurted out instinctively. While Lin Sihuan beside him quickly raised his middle finger discreetly, decisively performing a 1,000-year kill. Jiang Chun turned in surprise, about to inquire why Lin Sihuan had ambushed him. When he happened to see the girls with flushed faces, heads bowed, and not a word spoken, he understood. Then we have booked those 3 large double rooms. Zhang Yudong exclaimed, slapping his forehead and making a decision for everyone, his speech slightly disjointed. The front desk lady narrowed her eyes, sensing the opportunity. She swiftly completed the procedures and handed the room cards to the 3 boys. After receiving the room cards, the group remained silent and trudged toward the elevator. Strangely, it turned out that Jiang Chun and Lin Zixin walked together, while Zhang Yudong and Zhang Guni paired up, and Lin Sihuan walked alongside Li Weiran. When the elevator stopped on the 5th floor, the 3 boys silently held their room cards and began searching for their respective rooms. The 3 girls instinctively followed behind them, only to suddenly realize after a few steps, turning back to glance at each other. Their gazes collided, and they mutually flushed, hastily averting their eyes. Room 507. Jiang Chun stood awkwardly at a distance. I'll sleep on the floor. Room 513. Zhang Yudong had lost all his previous bravado. Looking at Zhang Guni without daring to speak. I'll sleep on the floor, Zhang Guni boldly declared. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yudong protested. No, I must take care of you. I'll sleep on the floor instead. Room 519. Lin Sihuan and Li Weiran stood far apart upon entering. Now sitting at opposite ends of the bed, both heads bowed and silent. Li Weiran was engulfed in deep self-doubt. Although it was my idea to stay at the hotel tonight, I merely intended for everyone to grow closer, with boys and girls staying separately. How did this situation arise? After an indeterminate period, both glanced at each other, ready to speak. Why don't you go first? Lin Sihuan scratched his head. No, you speak first. Li Weiran averted her gaze. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Lin Sihuan sprang to his feet. I'll go open the door. He hurried to the door, flung it open, and froze in place. A group of robust, serious-looking police officers stood at the threshold, exuding an imposing presence. Police officers, what brings you here? Lin Sihuan felt an inexplicable panic rising in him. The officers exchanged knowing glances, their eyes glinting with intrigue. Room inspection. The next day, Chen Qian yawned as he rose from bed, gazing at the predictably empty dormitory, nearly grinding his back teeth in frustration. Fortunately, upon opening his phone, the affectionate messages from Jiang Riyue offered him considerable solace. After washing up, he replied with 10 kisses, feeling content as he stepped out of the dormitory. However, this gesture left Jiang Riyue, who was on her way to class, utterly perplexed. Why is my boyfriend so wild today? She pondered. The next moment, she recalled her biology teacher had mentioned a phenomenon where boys tend to. Oh dear, could it be that he is pent up? Jiang Riyue couldn't help but contemplate. Should I assist him? That morning, Jiang Riyue, unusually distracted during class, spoke far less than usual during lunch with Chen Qian, leaving him baffled. Yet, he thought little of it. Upon returning to the dormitory, he finally encountered his 3 ungrateful companions. Oh, you still remember how to come back to the dorm? Chen Qian began teasing before even sitting down. Jiang Chun and the others exchanged glances, then, as if in agreement, burst into laughter, yet said not a word. Trying to mess with me? If you won't speak, then neither will I. Chen Qian clenched his jaw, pretending not to notice as he busied himself at his computer. Little did he expect, the trio's laughter only grew louder until they erupted into boisterous guffaws. Unable to endure any longer, Chen Qian leaped up and executed a double dragon grab in front of Jiang Chun, swiftly darting to Zhang Yudong and Lin Sihuan, delivering a 1,000-year kill with one hand and a peach squeeze with the other, prompting their cries of despair. Speak. What on earth happened? If you dare to keep me in suspense, you will pay the price. Jiang Chun, now serious, rubbed his chest, a pained expression on his face. Why so rough? That hurt. Yet as he spoke, he found himself chuckling again, even wearing a blissful expression. I can't believe it, Chen Qian exclaimed. After knowing you for so long, I never thought you were this kind of person. Jiang Chun paused, then quickly explained, what are you thinking? Why are you laughing? Oh. Jiang Chun waved his hand dismissively. It's just that the 3 of us all became official last night. We are now people with partners. What? Chen Qian was astonished, unable to fathom that these 3 ungrateful ones had truly succeeded. But then he sensed something was amiss. Wait, you didn't return all night? All of you became official at the same time? Are you each other as sweethearts? Zhang Yudong could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Brothers, let us get him." Without hesitation, Jiang Chun and Lin Sihuan lunged forward. Hey, you guys. After a ruckus, which lasted several minutes, they finally settled down. As Chen Qian listened to their account of the previous night, his eyes widened in disbelief. So you're saying, after watching the movie, you couldn't return to the dorm and instead stayed out, and when confronted by the police, you claimed they were your girlfriends? The three nodded vigorously. Lin Sihuan chuckled. It turned out to be a blessing in disguise. In such a situation, meeting the police, I truly felt uncertain, so I declared that Wei Ran was my girlfriend. The officers checked the chat history on my phone and left. However, I hadn't anticipated that they would say the same. Chapter 77. Absurd and dramatic. Zhang Yudong crossed his legs. Of course, in that situation, that's what everyone would say. Otherwise, how would you explain? When I saw Gunny's expression of tacit acceptance after my explanation, I steeled myself and snuck out to buy a bouquet after the officers left to confess my feelings. And thus, I became official. At this point, Zhang Yudong extended a finger from each hand, wiggling them at Jiang Chun and Lin Sihuan, exuding pride. If it weren't for my message reminding them, they wouldn't have seized the opportunity to confess. Jiang Chun awkwardly chuckled. That's true. It was only after receiving the message from Donghua that we decided to confess. Everything went smoothly. Chen Qian took a deep breath. Still struggling to process this bizarre plot twist, life truly is more absurd than fiction. Yet ultimately, the fact that everyone in the dormitory had found partners was a positive outcome. It is known that having everyone in a dormitory become official is no easy feat, and many dorms don't even achieve it by graduation. But suddenly, Chen Qian froze. Wait, I just thought of a question. Since you all stayed together last night, did anything happen? Certainly not. Jiang Chun shook his head. I slept very soundly. Zhang Yudong, now feeling awkward, added, me too. However, Lin Sihuan seized this moment to show off. Look at you two cowards. Upon hearing this, everyone else widened their eyes. What? Chen Qian couldn't help but ask. Lin Sihuan smirked, deliberately displaying an exaggeratedly mischievous grin. Of course. I held Wei Ran's hand the entire night. Immediately, the others began to jeer. Oh, so after all this, it's just a matter of equal footing. What are you so proud of? Zhang Yudong scoffed. Exactly, you can spout vulgarities at will, but when it comes to action, you falter, Jiang Chun added. Adding a sharp jab. You have the thieving heart, but lack the courage, Chen Qian remarked incisively. Lin Sixian, feeling embarrassed, attempted to explain. I merely engage in verbal sparring. How could you genuinely perceive me as that sort of person? Besides, holding hands is already a significant advancement, isn't it? You all can't compare to me. Wait a moment. Chen Qian interjected with a puzzled expression. Did Li Weiran not do anything with you? I sense she bears some resemblance to you. A bit. Lin Sixian understood his implication and shook his head. She's also a master of verbal dueling. All right then. Chen Qian conceded, realizing that in the end, they were all novices at this. I may sound invincible with my words, but when it comes to genuine encounters, I must admit, I shy away. Yet upon reflection, he found this personality quite amusing. At least he believed Lin Sixian and Li Weiran to be a perfect match. Having grasped the events from the previous night, Chen Qian opted not to linger in their gossip. What were they discussing? Naturally, they were contemplating how to interact with their girlfriends, the art of gift-giving, and how to amuse them. Chen Qian considered that he need not concern himself with such matters. After all, he and Zhang Riyue were practically childhood sweethearts. He understood her thoroughly. Upon returning to his computer, as he prepared to check the progress of his work, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he noted an unfamiliar number from Kyoto. Stepping out of the dormitory, he answered the call, and Su Shou's voice resonated from the device. Hello? Is this Chen Qian? Ah, Su uncle. It's me. What brings you to introduce me to some work? Chen Qian was not surprised that Su Shou knew his name. What would truly astonish him was the opposite. In fact, he mused, it was likely that his entire family history had been thoroughly investigated overnight. Ah, you always inquire about my work. Yet you never ask if we face any difficulties. We genuinely lack talent. Chen Qian sighed, pulling the phone away from his ear. After a brief pause, Su Shou's voice came through again. Hello? Can you hear me, Xiaochen? I can hear you now, my apologies, Su uncle. The signal was poor. At the Cybersecurity Bureau, Su Shou sat at his desk, his expression darkening. This little rascal, who does he think he's fooling? Yet he dismissed the thought. The moment he received Chen Qian's information, he was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the elusive figure was none other than Chen Qian, last year's top college entrance examination achiever. Furthermore, he had already secured a grand slam in the Chiu competition shortly after entering university, A veritable genius. For such a prodigy, he must display his magnanimity and charisma to entice and recruit effectively. Signal issues aside, I called to inform you that I've spoken with Ollie, Penguin, and Xiandu. They are quite interested in you. However, specifics will require you to negotiate directly with them. Chen Qian nodded, feeling no surprise at their interest. It was only natural, considering the fierce competition within the internet industry over the past 2 years, compounded by his endorsement from the Cybersecurity Bureau. Thank you, Group Leader Su. I appreciate it. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Su Shou was taken aback. What is this? Just moments ago, you were calling me Su Uncle. And now you address me as Group Leader Su? What a fickle fellow. Alright, I won't say more. I'll hang up now and add you on WeChat later. With that, Su Shou hung up the phone, feeling somewhat downcast. Why did it seem like he was in a sour mood? Chen Qian was puzzled but chose not to dwell on it. Noticing the time, he realized it was getting late and planned to properly greet those companies upon his return this evening. It was essential to demonstrate his value before engaging in negotiations. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Jiang Chun and the others enthusiastically exchanging romantic experiences. Despite being novices themselves, they spoke as if they were seasoned experts. Chen Qian opted not to partake in their banter, instead brewing a cup of goji tea as he made his way to the laboratory. Later that evening, after dinner, Chen Qian unusually refrained from heading to the library and returned directly to the dormitory. Seeing Jiang Chun back and preparing for a date, he approached and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, I have a question for you. Jiang Chun looked puzzled, wondering if he could offer Chen Qian any insight. What is it? Tell me, who is more important, a brother or a girlfriend? Without a doubt, a girlfriend. She could be the future wife, someone you'll spend your life with. A brother might not always be around, Jiang Chun answered without hesitation. Chen Qian's face darkened. Damn, I can't believe you prioritize romantic interests over friendship. Jiang Chun smirked. Isn't that what you told me? Have you forgotten? Did I? Chen Qian felt a bit embarrassed, but upon reflection, it seemed he indeed had said something along those lines. He quickly shifted the topic. Right now, I have something important that requires your assistance. Would you be willing to sacrifice some of your daytime for me? Absolutely not. That is impossible, Jiang Chun declared resolutely. You're dreaming. However, his curiosity about Chen Qian's request piqued, and he asked, what do you need my help with? Chen Qian contemplated briefly before revealing. I am currently developing an algorithm. The initial framework is complete, but there's much work left to do. Since you're studying computer science, I thought. You want me to do the labor? Jiang Chun's expression turned melancholic. Come on, how could you think of me that way? What kind of friendship do we have? Chen Qian chuckled awkwardly. Yet Jiang Chun merely stared at him skeptically, silent. All right, I'll pay you. How about that? Jiang Chun's eyes lit up. You're offering a salary? Really? How much? Let us say 5,000 a month. Chen Qian had already considered this, given their relationship. It was unthinkable to have him work for free. Moreover, for an undergraduate student, a part-time job yielding 5,000 a month was quite extraordinary. Jiang Chun, aware that Chen Qian was looking out for him, felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. Well, that is not out of the question, but... Chen Qian's heart leaped. What's wrong? Any difficulties? We're brothers. This is my moment to shine. Jiang Chun paused for a moment before grabbing Chen Qian's hand. Really? Are you serious? Then I'll be straightforward. Of course. I'm utterly sincere. Jiang Chun appeared deeply moved. A couple of days ago, Zixin mentioned she was looking for a part-time job, and I felt a bit disheartened because it seemed I might not have much time for dates soon. She is also studying computer science. If you could bring her on board, wouldn't that mean I could date her every day? Chen Qian's lips twitched. So you were waiting for me to make a move. However, he was surprised to learn that Lin Zixin also studied computer science. He had only just discovered this. As a competent boyfriend would never proactively inquire about his girlfriend's friends. Chen Qian pondered. Since he was already in the market for help, why not seek out multiple assistants? Or perhaps he could just launch a company? Surely the funds he had could sustain him for a while. Seeing Chen Qian in deep thought, Jiang Chun mistakenly assumed he was reluctant and said, maybe I've overstepped. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Chen Qian quickly waved his hand. Not at all. I was contemplating that since I need your assistance, why not go ahead and start a company? Start a company? Jiang Chun was taken aback, never having heard Chen Qian mention such a thing before. You're in your first year of college and already thinking of starting a company? What kind of business would that be? Chen Qian shook his head slightly with a smile, saying, you'll understand when the time comes. Now, off you go on your date. And please inform Lin Zixin that we shall commence work tomorrow. Oh, Jiang Chun nodded. Noticing that Chen Qian preferred not to delve into matters concerning the company, he refrained from asking further questions, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Qian seemed to have a well-thought-out plan for the future. Indeed, he thought. He truly is my brother. After Jiang Chun departed, Chen Qian returned to his computer, first checking on the situation of the assassins, estimating that he could soon take action. However, he needed to wait until he had made the necessary introductions with various companies. After all, even though he had control over the electronic devices of those unlawful elements, gathering evidence was an exhausting endeavor. If only there were a true artificial intelligence to handle the work, Chen Qian lamented, sipping on goji berry tea as he contemplated targeting that internet giant first. After some consideration, he decided to start with Alibaba. Given that Alibaba rose to prominence through mobile payments, its emphasis on cybersecurity was likely the strongest among all companies. Although they constantly boasted about their secure systems, that was merely a facade for ordinary hackers. Even though users' funds were held in banks and the money in their e-wallets utilized the bank's encryption, it was still not infallible. Chen Qian could directly access their servers and create an unlimited, non-repayable credit line. After all, the current Huaguo was still operated separately by Alibaba, not yet integrated into the credit and banking systems. This would render reconciliation impossible while leaving the source of the issue undetectable. All of this was a mere thought away. Naturally, Chen Qian had no intention of committing a crime. He not only refrained from wrongdoing, but also aimed to assist them in resolving their issues while earning a little profit in the process. His fingers danced swiftly over the keyboard, effortlessly locking onto Alibaba's main server. Let's see how formidable your firewall truly is, Chen Qian murmured to himself as he began to analyze silently. 2 minutes later, he had to concede that Alibaba had indeed done well in terms of security. It took him 2 minutes to uncover 7 vulnerabilities. The next moment, he quietly slipped inside. However, it suddenly occurred to him that he had no idea whom to contact at Alibaba. Team leader Su hadn't mentioned it, and he hadn't added his WeChat contact yet. Should he directly seek out Ma Yan? After a moment's thought, Chen Qian decided against making a phone call and instead began to search the server. Before long, he effortlessly found Ma Yan's information and associated accounts. Let us give you a surprise, Chen Qian chuckled. In Hangzhou, within a luxurious hotel, Ma Yan pushed open the door and entered the room, settling down on a plush sofa. Though he was only staying in Hangzhou for 3 days, he felt no fatigue. At his level, he had long surpassed basic material desires and sought higher aspirations. The satisfaction of achieving success and enacting change in the world resided within. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a text notification. Could it be spam? Ma Yan pondered. Indeed, even individuals of their stature couldn't escape the nuisance of junk messages. Instinctively picking up his phone, he froze. Hello, Mr. Ma. I am Chen Qian. I wonder if you have heard of me from the Cybersecurity Bureau. To facilitate our future cooperation, I have prepared a small surprise for you. If convenient, please check your Huaguo and your e-wallet. Wishing you a pleasant day. Goodbye, Chen Qian. Ma Yan mused, the name sounding vaguely familiar. Soon, he recalled that this was the cybersecurity genius reported to him yesterday by his subordinates from the Cybersecurity Bureau. A surprise for me? What sort of surprise? Ma Yan opened his e-wallet. Even though he had no use for Huaguo, he had activated it to experience his own product. However, upon opening Huaguo, he leapt up from the sofa. What is going on? Huaguo limit. 999, 999, 999? Ma Yan felt a rush of cold sweat, his chest rising and falling rapidly. This was no mere surprise. He recognized that Chen Qian intended to showcase his prowess and value. But such a surprise also served as a silent threat. Ma Yan's expression grew complex as he took a deep breath. What a unique genius. After a moment, he gradually calmed himself. He initially thought to text Chen Qian to arrange a meeting, but then a question struck him. If the Huaguo limit is unlimited, does it need to be repaid? And is this limit even genuine? Could it simply be a display value, with no actual change? With these thoughts, Ma Yan hurriedly logged into Taomao, randomly selected a product, and proceeded to check out. After noticing that the Huaguo balance remained unchanged, he dialed a number. Mr. Ma? Please check if there are any anomalies with my e-wallet account. Certainly, Mr. Ma. Ma Yan waited patiently, and after a few minutes, the phone rang. Mr. Ma, your account shows no abnormalities. Ma Yan's gaze sharpened, ready to speak, but ultimately sighed and kept his thoughts to himself. I understand. After hanging up, a wry smile crept onto Ma Yan's face as he began to draft a text message. In his dormitory, Chen Qian marveled at the text Ma Yan sent, addressing him as little friend. Impressive. Truly, a man who could amass such a fortune and once held the title of the richest person. He promptly replied, arranging to meet on Sunday in Kyoto, while quietly restoring Ma Yan's e-wallet account. Estimating that collaboration with Alibaba would be feasible, Chen Qian decided to temporarily set aside his dealings with Penguin and Chengdu. He no longer needed to prove his worth, as Ma Yan would naturally assist him in doing so in due time. By then, not only Penguin and Chengdu, but perhaps even more companies would proactively seek him out for collaboration. Next, Chen Qian opened the assassin program, modifying the intrusion directives so that it would only target electronic devices harboring Southeast Asian IP addresses. Once he completed this task, he began to collect evidence of the criminal activities in Myanmar. He re-entered the previous computer with the unique wallpaper, but within minutes, he realized that gathering evidence was far from a simple task. Some individuals might retain certain incriminating materials on their computers or phones, while others would delete them promptly. He needed to sift through, identify, and even recover deleted files one by one. This was a monumental undertaking. Though technically straightforward, it was as tedious as building algorithms. However, this time, Chen Qian exhibited no signs of impatience, only an unwavering determination. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Finally, he dragged his fatigued body to wash up and return to bed, yet the horrific videos and images lingered vividly in his mind, refusing to fade away. A park district? Chen Qian murmured to himself. The content he had encountered was far more disturbing than what he had learned about Southeast Asia in his previous life. Victims, regardless of gender, faced inhumane torment, all to be tamed. Those who could not be tamed, women, would be reduced to mere playthings for anyone to exploit, while men prayed that they would not attract the attention of those with peculiar tastes. Ultimately, all would become materials for organ trafficking. Perhaps only their family and friends could remember that they once lived joyful lives. That night, Chen Qian found himself unable to sleep. With great power comes great responsibility? He had never subscribed to that notion before. Who was it that sought to impose such moral obligations? However, once he truly possessed sufficient capabilities, there were indeed matters upon which he could not remain indifferent. Perhaps, this too signifies a form of growth. The following day, Chen Qian, sporting a pair of panda eyes, appeared rather disheveled. This sight tugged at Zhang Riyue's heartstrings, prompting her to incessantly caress his head during lunch. Oh dear, what has happened to our national treasure? You seem to have had a restless night. Chen Qian felt that Zhang Riyue had been negatively influenced by him, and now she seemed a bit mischievous. He casually remarked, Yes, I didn't sleep well. It's because I missed you too much. To his surprise, this left Zhang Riyue in a state of unease. And when he inquired about her distress, she remained silent. After lunch, Chen Qian took Zhang Riyue for a stroll to a nearby milk tea shop, where they settled in and waited. He had made arrangements with Jiang Chun in advance. Today was their official meeting, primarily to see Lin Zixin. Were it not for her, Chen Qian would not even have considered entering a milk tea shop, as a cup was quite costly. After all, he was on the path to establishing a company, and managing expenses was crucial. While waiting for their companions, Chen Qian shared his aspirations of starting a company with Zhang Riyue. Though surprised, she did not elaborate further, merely grasping his hand gently. Whatever you choose to pursue, I shall support you, she assured him. Chen Qian felt a wave of emotion and instinctively leaned in for a kiss, only to find a middle-aged woman in a server's uniform staring intently at them. Why is a milk tea shop employing a middle-aged woman? He wondered inwardly, feeling a mix of frustration and embarrassment as he swallowed his desire for affection. Zhang Riyue, sensing the tension, lowered her head, feeling awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiang Chun and Lin Zixin arrived, allowing Chen Qian to breathe a sigh of relief. Order whatever you like, he invited as they settled down. Despite the earlier awkwardness, Chen Qian had checked beforehand and confirmed that this milk tea shop was the most affordable in the vicinity. Order freely, no need to hold back, he encouraged. Wow, Boss Chen is generous. Lin Zixin laughed, ordering a mildly sweet pearl milk tea, while Jiang Chun steadfastly opted for the same. Why did we come here specifically? Jiang Chun inquired, puzzled. Chen Qian cleared his throat, explaining, I thought we should make this a bit more formal. Since I've decided to establish a company, this marks our historic first step. It shouldn't be too casual. Jiang Chun paused, unable to contain his excitement. You're serious about this, aren't you? You mentioned starting a company yesterday, and now you're actually going for it. Absolutely, Chen Qian affirmed, his expression turning solemn. Though it may seem a bit haphazard with just the four of us now, I hold high hopes for the company. I hope you all take this seriously moving forward. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun and Lin Zixin exchanged serious glances. Since you've said so, I will definitely support you, Jiang Chun declared earnestly. I have no objections either, Lin Zixin added, her smile radiant. Chen Qian suddenly felt a sense of familiarity in their camaraderie, but he quickly dismissed those thoughts from his mind. By the way, did Jiang Chun clarify the compensation? Lin Zixin nodded. Of course, but are you sure the pay is appropriate? She quickly shook her head. Not at all. I just think you've offered too generous a salary. Chen Qian smiled slightly, almost blurting out that he could offer $1 million to anyone who betrayed him. but he managed to rein in his words. I think the compensation is quite reasonable. Once the company is up and running, I aim to lead us all to financial freedom. We're just getting started. Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Here we go. Our boss is already dreaming big on his first day. Chen Qian shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Don't believe me? I'm the successor of socialism. Achieving common prosperity is my lifelong goal. Just wait and see. After some light-hearted banter, Chen Qian briefly outlined their current projects before they prepared to leave. Before departing, he eagerly pulled out his phone, inviting everyone to capture a photo to commemorate this significant moment. Jiang Chun and Lin Zixin were slightly bewildered, resulting in a photo where they both held milk tea, looking adorably dazed. Chen Qian, one hand holding his phone and the other giving a peace sign, was embraced by Jiang Riyue, who smiled sweetly beside him. After leaving the milk tea shop, they all returned to their dorms to prepare for their afternoon classes. Chen Qian, however, did not head back to school. Instead, he sought out an agency to assist in establishing his company. Unbeknownst to him, upon returning to her dorm, Jiang Riyue opened Taomao and ordered a book titled How to Be an Excellent Executive Secretary. From that day forward, she dedicated herself to studying this subject, with the stack of books in her dorm steadily growing. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and Lin Zixin also ramped up their efforts in learning. As time swiftly passed to Sunday afternoon, under Chen Qian's guidance, Jiang Chun and Lin Zixin had made substantial progress in their algorithm development work. His own workload had significantly diminished, allowing him more time to gather evidence against wrongdoers. The situation in Area A was nearing its conclusion, and as for the other areas, well, one step at a time. With a sigh, Chen Qian tidied his tie in front of the mirror before stepping out of the dormitory. Upon reaching outside the campus, he hailed a cab heading towards Chaoyang District. In central Chaoyang District, also known as the Kyoto Business District or CBD of Kyoto, towering skyscrapers loomed while well-dressed professionals hurried past, creating a vibrant urban landscape. Chen Qian alighted in front of a cafe, feeling surprised that Ma Yun had requested to meet him here. Perhaps it was for the sake of discretion. Not overthinking it, he entered, found a private booth, and sent the booth number to Ma Yun, then waited quietly. This meeting was of utmost importance to him, as it pertained to the funding for his soon-to-be established company. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Throughout his past in this life, he had never encountered someone of such high stature. Yet, reflecting on his journey since his rebirth, he gradually regained his composure. A few minutes later, a knock echoed at the door. Chen Qian perked up, and as the door swung open, a familiar face, slightly younger than he remembered, entered with a warm smile. You must be Xiao Chun. Ha ha ha, so young and promising. Ma Yun approached enthusiastically, extending his right hand. Chen Qian rose with a smile, shaking his hand. You must be President Ma. It's a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for taking up your valuable time. Not at all, Ma Yun replied amicably, studying him intently. This kid surprises me by calling me you when we're talking business, and now he addresses me formally. Quite clever. President Ma, please have a seat, Chen Qian gestured. The server entered at an opportune moment, inquiring what they would like to order. Chen Qian looked at Ma Yun, who waved his hand dismissively. Just order whatever you like. Xiao Chun, today I'm treating you. Although this was expected, Chen Qian nodded appreciatively. I'll have your most expensive item, he thought, if not now when. Ma Yun was clearly taken aback by Chen Qian's boldness, yet instead of feeling displeased, he found it somewhat commendable. This kid is quite genuine. Before long, the server brought out coffee and pastries. Chen Qian took a sip of the unfamiliar liquid before him, perhaps due to its high price. He found it quite enjoyable, far better than the drinks he had in Shanghai. Ma Yun also sipped his coffee to clear his throat. Xiao Chun, I've heard about the cooperation you're proposing. I'm curious about your thoughts on it. He did not immediately delve into the payment details, displaying a commendable level of restraint. Chen Qian adjusted his expression. I'm still in school and have a lot on my plate, so I prefer not to have any constraints. My proposition is simple. I assist you in resolving issues, and in return, you provide compensation. Ma Yun nodded slightly, as this aligned with his expectations. What would be an appropriate amount of compensation? Do you have a mental benchmark? Chen Qian smiled faintly. The compensation varies with the complexity of the problem. The specifics will depend on your judgment, Mr. Ma. Ma Yun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young man would impress him so quickly within just a few moments of meeting. Passing the ball back to himself for a judgment? This was a thought-provoking matter. However, almost instantly, Ma Yun formulated an idea. First, he needed a reference point. I understand. Then let us discuss another issue. I am quite astonished by your ability to discreetly compromise the security of my payment account. My team has scrutinized it thoroughly over the past few days. Yet they were unable to uncover the issue, which only further affirms your capabilities. Why not consider this security vulnerability as the foundation for our collaboration? To demonstrate my sincerity, I can offer you a higher rate for this initial partnership. Please name your price. At this point, Chen Qian grasped the other party's intentions. First, he acknowledged his worth, then used the initial collaboration as a pretext to prompt him to propose a price. While garnering goodwill, it also laid the groundwork for future negotiations. Indeed, those who can expand their business are never simple characters. Yet, upon reflection, Chen Qian thought, if I can think of this, does it not imply that I am quite remarkable as well? He chuckled softly and raised his right hand, signaling a 5. Ma Yun regarded him silently. Without uttering a word, Chen Qian stated emphatically, 5 million. Ma Yun did not respond immediately. 5 million was indeed an astronomical sum. Although it pertained to a significant security flaw, if their team could uncover it, a compensation of 500,000 would be commendable, let alone 5 million. However, considering it from this perspective, Ma Yun would not have achieved his current success. His vision extended further. I will offer you 10 million. Upon hearing this, Chen Qian maintained a stoic facade, yet internally, he was astounded. What is going on? I asked for 5 million, and you still find it insufficient? You wish to double it? This game was perplexing. It must be noted that even if the interest algorithm could eventually be sold, his mental expectation was only around 20 to 30 million. Yet, he soon realized that this 10 million was not merely for addressing the payment account vulnerability. It was also an investment in him. Mr. Ma was elevating this young man. A flicker of ambiguous meaning passed through Chen Qian's eyes. Ma Yun then chuckled. We should embrace talents without constraint. I believe your abilities warrant such an investment. What are your conditions? Only to serve Ali, Chen Qian replied, knitting his brow in contemplation. Collaborating solely with Ali seemed to narrow his avenues for profit, but upon further reflection, he recognized that he did not necessarily need to partner with other companies. Collaboration was merely a means to generate revenue, to secure sufficient funds for the company's early development. If this money could be earned solely from Ali, then the necessity of working with others became inconsequential. I am rather expensive. After a lengthy pause, Chen Qian spoke leisurely. Ma Yun's smile broadened. Do you think this poses a challenge for me? Momentarily taken aback, Chen Qian shook his head with a chuckle. Indeed. It is not a problem for Mr. Ma. I can agree to your conditions, but only for 1 year. Within that year, regardless of the issues that arise, I will be available to address them. Even if all hackers in the world were to attack simultaneously, I would be able to fend them off. Chen Qian's resolute demeanor widened Ma Yun's eyes slightly. This young man exuded such confidence. Could it be overconfidence? Yet, recalling Chen Qian's remarkable technical skills, Ma Yun shook his head internally. Rather than overconfidence, he leaned towards the belief that the individual indeed possessed such capabilities. Perhaps he had stumbled upon a treasure this time. Why only 1 year? Chen Qian chuckled, revealing no need for secrecy. Because I intend to start my own business. I see. Ma Yun's eyes sparkled, and he relaxed. Sipping his coffee. Entrepreneurship is commendable. No matter how exceptional the technology, it remains a separate matter from entrepreneurship. Since the rise of the internet, countless technical experts have ventured into entrepreneurship, yet only a handful have succeeded. One could count them on one hand. I am quite pleased to see you embark on this journey, as it would be simple to retain you at Ali once you face some setbacks. Then I wish your company prosperity and success. Ma Yun raised his coffee in a gesture of goodwill. Chen Qian smiled and nodded in response. Since we have nearly settled our discussion, I shall take my leave. Ma Yun stood, saying, I will have the contract sent to you. If all is well, you will be mine for this year. Safe travels, Mr. Ma. Chen Qian stood to see him off. Ma Yun paused, smiled, and departed without saying more. Safe travels? Why did that sound so awkward? Once the door to the private room closed, Chen Qian exhaled deeply. Engaging with a cunning fox truly required great mental effort. Ultimately, it was a matter of unequal status. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to consider how the other party would react or what they might think. I must strive continuously and astonish everyone. Chen Qian silently encouraged himself, then immediately took out his phone to begin editing. Outside the cafe, as Ma Yun emerged, security personnel rushed toward him from a distance. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he found it was Chen Qian's bank account number. This kid Ma Yun shook his head helplessly. Was he afraid of being left in the lurch? He then picked up the phone and issued a few instructions before hastily departing. Over half an hour later, Chen Qian returned to school. Just as he stepped through the gates, his phone buzzed with a notification. He checked and was taken aback. It was a notification of 10 million being deposited. So soon? Before even signing the contract? Mr. Ma is quite generous. Holding his breath, Chen Qian meticulously counted the zeros several times, confirming there were no errors, and felt a tingling sensation at his scalp. Even with prior mental preparation, the sight of such a sum in his bank account left him exhilarated beyond measure. After all, this was the first time in either of his lifetimes that he possessed such wealth. While others might be beside themselves with excitement over 500,000, he felt he was doing quite well in comparison. I must acclimate to this, he thought. How can I be so thrilled over such a small amount? After a while, Chen Qian managed to regain his composure and sat in the cafeteria, waiting for Zhang Riyue, arriving over an hour early. When Zhang Riyue arrived and saw the uncontainable smile on Chen Qian's face, she found it peculiar. What good fortune has befallen you? Are you this joyous? However, no matter how she inquired, Chen Qian remained silent until they were nearly finished with their meal. He then feigned nonchalance, pulling out his phone and opening the text message interface. Why is my phone so sluggish? Baby, could you take a look and see if it's frozen? Zhang Riyue could see through his clumsy act, but chose not to expose him. She casually took the phone and, upon glancing at the screen, gasped in astonishment. Why is there so much money? Chen Qian admired her adorable expression, feeling a sense of achievement. Indeed, sharing joy with those close to us brings greater happiness. Oh, what can I say? Your man is too exceptional. They simply insist on giving me money, and I cannot refuse. Zhang Riyue, of course, recognized he was joking. But seeing her boyfriend's proud demeanor, she played along seamlessly. My boyfriend, you ask? He is undoubtedly the most handsome and talented in the world. Chen Qian initially relished the flattery, but as the compliments grew increasingly extravagant, he found them overwhelming and had to reluctantly interject. All right, enough now, darling. I can see several people nearby rolling their eyes at me. Zhang Riyue chuckled, and only then did Chen Qian slowly recount the events of the day. Albeit without delving too deeply. He simply mentioned that it represented a year's salary for him at Ali. Zhang Riyue, astonished, sparkled with admiration. My boyfriend is truly exceptional. Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, Chen Qian ceased his boasting. To be precise, after having shared his triumphs with Zhang Riyue, he now felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. It was as if he had begun to grasp the lofty philosophy of General Ma, who professes indifference to wealth. In the dormitory, Zhang Yudong and Lin Xixian were still engaged in a clandestine rendezvous somewhere, while only Jiang Chun sat at his desk, diligently working. Come on. You can do it. Chen Qian offered his usual encouragement, which was met with a look of deep resentment from Jiang Chun. Heartless boss, Jiang Chun muttered. Ignoring him, Chen Qian returned to his computer, organizing materials for Area A, Chapter 82, suggestions as Chen Qian was nearing completion of the data compilation. He contemplated whether to call Su Shou when he noticed a new friend request on WeChat. The profile picture featured a Pikachu. Could this be team leader Su finally remembering to add me? Chen Qian thought, and he promptly accepted the request. In the Cybersecurity Bureau, Su Shou observed Chen Qian's swift acceptance with a hint of annoyance. He forgot to add me last time because he was so furious. And this kid doesn't even think to call me. Su Shou grumbled. Almost immediately, a message from Chen Qian appeared on his screen. Not bad, not bad. This kid even remembers to check in on me, Su Shou mused, but as he opened the message, his expression grew colder. He quickly dialed Chen Qian's number. Xiao Chen, is this all true? Su Shou's voice was hoarse and unusually serious. Chen Qian was not surprised by Su Shou's reaction. He replied earnestly, I've sent you the evidence. So it can't possibly be false. Damn it, bastard, Su Shou exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration, followed by a heavy silence. The silence stemmed from his sudden realization of the complexity of the situation, which involved numerous entanglements. Even if he was angry, it was of no consequence. Moreover, he could not allow his emotions to affect Chen Qian. Given Chen Qian's capabilities, any rash actions could lead to further complications, something he wished to avoid. Chen Qian. Su Shou's voice was subdued. Chen Qian, sensing the direction of the conversation, interjected, Team Leader Su, I understand what you wish to convey. There's no need for comforting words. I am not naive. I shared this information with you not to incite action, but rather to raise awareness of the issue's severity, to enhance public vigilance, and to mitigate harm and losses. Su Shou pondered for a moment and replied, share your thoughts. Chen Qian organized his words. Both scams in Southeast Asia and those within our own borders are proliferating. I suggest we initiate a nationwide anti-fraud campaign to promote awareness and understanding of fraud. Furthermore, we must enhance public relations efforts to inform citizens about the chaotic situations in Southeast Asia, particularly in Myanmar, so they do not foolishly venture there only to encounter misfortune. Finally, the domestic crackdown on fraud must be intensified, and we must safeguard our borders. Visa approvals for travel to Southeast Asia must be approached with utmost caution. Of course, for those who actively seek to engage in fraud, even resorting to smuggling themselves to Southeast Asia. It is simply a matter of their own demise. My capabilities are limited, and this is all I can propose at present. Zhou contemplated Chen Qian's suggestions for a considerable time before solemnly stating, "Your recommendations are commendable. Rest assured, I will relay this to higher authorities and strive to implement them effectively." Chen Qian felt a slight relief as a weight lifted from his shoulders. Although these measures would only address the symptoms rather than the root cause, their implementation would undoubtedly inflict significant damage on Southeast Asian criminal activities, at least to some extent restraining their growth. As for their complete eradication, well, that would be a task for me in due time. A glimmer of determination sparked in Chen Qian's eyes, and he promptly expressed his gratitude to Zhou. "Thank you, Team Leader Zhou." Zhou, feeling a sense of duty, replied, "It's no trouble at all. As a citizen of Huaguo, it is my responsibility. Now, I want to say more. I will inform you of any developments." With that, Zhou ended the call. "Who were you on the phone with? What was all that talk about scams?" Jiang Chun suddenly turned to Chen Qian. Chen Qian had not concealed his conversation, so Jiang Chun had overheard a fair amount and was left perplexed. "Aren't we starting a business?" he wondered. "Why are we discussing scams in Southeast Asia?" Chen Qian smiled faintly. "Oh, I was merely reporting some matters to our esteemed leader from Huaguo. Just trivialities, really. You know, a person of my caliber is bound to be recognized wherever I go." Jiang Chun, upon hearing this, scowled at the boastfulness but opted not to pursue the matter further, returning to his coding with a grunt. Chen Qian, observing this, chose not to elaborate. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that explaining would be too cumbersome. He resolved to let the state's forthcoming publicity efforts enlighten Jiang Chun in due course. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was still relatively early. After some contemplation, he decided against gathering further evidence from other districts and instead picked up a book to read. After all, accumulating more evidence would serve little purpose at this stage. Using Area A as a catalyst to inform higher authorities was already sufficient. Zhou's response was swifter than anticipated. Just 3 days later, he called to inform Chen Qian that the higher-ups were now aware of the situation and intended to take action. Coincidentally, the government had already recognized the recent surge in fraud cases and had plans to launch a nationwide anti-fraud campaign, aligning perfectly with Chen Qian's recommendations. Thus, a week later, the Grand Anti-Fraud Initiative commenced with great fanfare, saturating television, news, and online media with messages about fraud and vigilance against it. The public exhibited keen interest, as the majority had encountered scams in some form or another, and the fervor surrounding anti-fraud efforts escalated. When victims who had previously been scammed in Myanmar spoke out, the discourse surrounding anti-fraud measures surged. "Damn, these bastards. If I ever cross paths with them, I won't let them live. Did you see the news on CCTV? Most of those perpetrating scams in Myanmar are our own people. They were scamming domestically and, when cracked down upon, smuggled themselves over there. They specifically target our own. Torture, imprisonment, rape, organ trafficking, drugs, it's all become an industry chain." Chen Qian observed the discussions among netizens with satisfaction, though he felt the outrage expressed was somewhat muted. Given the current situation, it seemed unlikely that individuals resembling delicate princesses would be easily deceived in the future. He couldn't help but admire the government's efforts in elevating anti-fraud awareness to this extent. This was efficiency, no less impressive than the construction teams, a testament to Huaguo's speed. Initially, he contemplated proposing an anti-fraud app that had emerged 20 years prior in his previous life, but ultimately decided against it. While the app had its merits, it also had significant shortcomings. He recalled a time when, after downloading the anti-fraud app, he inadvertently accessed a gambling site late at night, an experience he deemed unacceptable. "We need artificial intelligence." As he perused the comments section, he occasionally encountered remarks blaming the government. Though he had intended to counter these claims, he ultimately refrained. Chapter 83. Galactic Technology. One of the drawbacks of the development of the mobile internet is that it allows certain foolish public intellectuals and attention seekers to speak before you. If one were to get angry upon encountering such a statement, one would find oneself perpetually enraged. Just wait. For one day, I shall deliver such a blow that your faces will swell with shame. In Myanmar, at Zhou, a vast expanse of land was populated by men and women clad in humble attire, all bowing their heads in palpable unease. A sharp crack echoed as a woman in the front row was struck and fell unconscious to the ground. Lu Xiang shook his hand, his wrath unabated, and turned his gaze towards the men beside the woman. "Lift your faces and present yourselves properly." The men, despite their trembling shoulders, obediently raised their heads, their expressions still numb. Seeing this, Lu Xiang relaxed his stance, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, he struck the face of the first man. followed by the second, third, and fourth. Observing their swollen features, a fraction of his pent-up frustration dissipated, and without a backward glance, he strode toward his office. His fury stemmed from the anti-fraud operations sweeping through Huaguo. The number of deceived individuals was dwindling, and the influx of tourists to Mian was plummeting. The recent revenue was disheartening, and even staffing had become a challenge. How could one possibly make a profit? Although he engaged in fraudulent activities in Mian, he had always taken great care to conceal his identity, maintaining a facade of legality with no criminal record. He even occasionally found time to return home and indulge in life's pleasures. But now, it seemed that his true identity had been uncovered, and a warrant was out for his arrest. Everything was ruined. In his office, Lu Xiang lit 3 incense sticks and bowed 3 times before the Buddha statue on the altar, his demeanor solemn and grave. After a considerable time, he seated himself, took out his phone, and made a call. Send word down. If people cannot purchase, then capture them. There are still tourists, after all. Also, have Laoli establish a company domestically. Let it operate for half a year to a year, and then we will arrange for team building in Mian. Meanwhile, Chen Qian casually forwarded an anti-fraud article to his social media, but then paused to hack in his Zone A. He was eager to discern how the lawbreakers in Mian would respond. However, upon infiltrating Lu Xiang's computer and overhearing the conversation through the microphone, his expression turned grim. Kidnapping? Chen Qian muttered to himself. You want to establish a company domestically? After a long moment, he exhaled a heavy breath. It was anticipated that the criminals in Mian would strive to continue their operations. Fortunately, people were now acutely aware of the dangers in Southeast Asia, and the number of willing tourists would drastically decrease. The so-called kidnappings were merely a desperate measure. As for the establishment of a company domestically, while it posed a significant challenge, the necessity of operating for 6 months to a year to gain employee trust provided him with ample time to prepare. Having reached this conclusion, Chen Qian erased his traces and shut down the computer, temporarily diverting his attention from Mian. It felt like a race, determining whether their deceit would outpace his actions. Suddenly, a notification pinged on his phone. Chen Qian checked it, and then hurried towards the school gate. Mr. Chen, I have brought the documents from your company. Please take care of them. At the gate, a well-dressed staff member smiled as he handed the documents to Chen Qian. Thank you for your effort. I appreciate you making this trip. The staff member grinned. It's no trouble at all. Should you require anything in the future, just give me a call. With that, he departed without delay. Chen Qian opened the document bag to reveal the bold letters Galactic Technology, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Had it not been for the fact that the name Galactic was already registered by someone else, the paperwork could have been completed long ago, well within a month's time. Upon receiving the documents, he had no intention of returning to school. Instead, he aimed to scout a suitable location for the company. Although the rental prices for office space in Kyoto were exorbitant, there was no alternative. Without a legitimate venue, how could he attract potential employees? A plethora of code awaited his attention. At that moment, a familiar voice called out to him. Chen Qian, where are you off to? Qing Guoli approached with a stern expression, causing Chen Qian's heart to race. Oh no, I've been caught. He had not spent much time in the laboratory recently, often slipping away due to various pressing matters, such as gathering evidence and acquiring knowledge. Though he could also gather knowledge in the lab, the constant need to switch books was a hassle. He had thought that, given Professor Qin's own busy schedule, he would be safe from scrutiny. Indeed, he had narrowly escaped detection several times, but he never expected to be caught at this moment. Chen Qian's mind raced, seeking an excuse to deflect. What do you have in your hands? Qing Guoli inquired suddenly. Chen Qian instinctively extended the document bag, regretting it halfway through. But Qing Guoli had already taken it. Galactic Technology? Qing Guoli looked at the document in shock. A registered capital of 2 million? You started a company? Despite his best efforts to remain composed, he was genuinely angry. No wonder you've been so distracted lately. Every time I came by, you were absent, claiming to be in the restroom. Turns out you were busy with this. You're only a freshman. Instead of focusing on your studies, you're thinking about starting a business? Chen Qian lowered his head in silence, allowing Qing Guoli to chastise him. What else could he say? To argue now would be tantamount to courting disaster. What if Professor Qin held a grudge? What if it jeopardized his graduation? After what felt like an eternity, Qing Guoli seemed to tire of his lecture, and Chen Qian seized the moment to interject. Professor Qin, it's a misunderstanding. I'm just playing around with this company. I've been immersed in researching the Zhou Conjecture and thought I'd take a break to refresh my mind, work, and rest in harmony. Truly, I feel a surge of inspiration, and I believe I'll prove the Zhou Conjecture soon. Qing Guoli found Chen Qian's words utterly implausible. Please, when he was young, He also claimed to seek inspiration as an excuse to visit nightclubs. Who would use 2 million as a mere jest? However, upon hearing Chen Qian claim he was close to proving the Zhou conjecture, a cunning idea struck him. Really? You're actually close to a proof? Indeed. Chen Qian nodded vigorously. Qin Guoli studied Chen Qian for a prolonged moment before responding. Fine, since you insist, I shall grant you a chance. If you can prove the Zhou conjecture before the winter break, I will not hinder you in your pursuits. In fact, I will support you wholeheartedly. But if you fail to prove it, he let out a feigned cold hum, shoving the documents back into Chen Qian's arms before turning sharply and striding back into the school without a glance back. Chapter 84. Choosing a location. Watching Professor Qin's retreating figure, Chen Qian contemplated. Was this an attempt to dissuade him? A seemingly impossible condition to challenge him? Yet, Chen Qian couldn't help but smile. Professor Qin was underestimating him. He had been experiencing a burgeoning clarity regarding mathematical knowledge, an evolution drawing ever nearer. He had merely been preoccupied with other matters, not rushing to delve into this aspect. It seemed imperative to resolve this issue, for once the company was established, the school would undoubtedly find ways to complicate his endeavors. Chen Qian had made his decision, but he did not rush. Instead, he hailed a cab and headed straight for Chaoyang District. Galaxy Technology is in need of an office building, and naturally, the Chaoyang District, situated at the heart of the CBD, is its prime choice. Chen Qian initially took it upon himself to explore the area, traversing from Guamao to Financial Street, only to discover that the most economical rates began at a staggering 20 yuan per square meter per day. To what extent is this exaggerated? A monthly rent of 60,000 yuan for a mere 100 square meters. It's outrageous. Yet, as a technology company, maintaining a certain prestige is essential, otherwise, attracting talent in the initial stages would be nearly impossible. Faced with this predicament, Chen Qian had no choice but to contact the agency he had previously collaborated with, hoping they might possess alternative avenues. The agency exhibited remarkable efficiency, and within an hour, Xiao, who had previously delivered documents, returned. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Qian courteously greeted Xiaoji. Xiaoji quickly waved his hand. Not at all, Mr. Chen. Your youthful prowess is commendable. It is our honor to collaborate with you. We have comprehended your requirements, and to avoid wasting your time, I have brought several proposals for your consideration. Very well, Chen Qian nodded in satisfaction. Now, this is professionalism. At present, we have shortlisted 3 potential locations for you, each ranging from 400 to 500 square meters, which should suffice for the initial phase of the company, with monthly rents between 60,000 and 70,000 yuan. The first option is Huijin Building, located not far from here on the outskirts of Chaoyang. The second is the Tech Entrepreneurship Park in Tongzhou, which is a bit farther away, yet offers the best price and area. The third option is situated in Haidian. Chen Qian perused the proposals, which included clear photographs of the office building's interiors and details. After some contemplation, he decided to first visit Tongzhou, as entrepreneurship parks typically provide tax incentives. Let us head to Tongzhou, he announced. Following this, the two hailed a taxi to the Tongzhou Tech Entrepreneurship Park. Upon entering the park, the pristine streets and well-placed greenery left Chen Qian thoroughly impressed. The rental office was not far, located on the 16th floor of Building A, merely 300 meters in a straight line from the entrance. Accompanied by Chao Ji, Chen Qian explored the area and ultimately decided this would be the location. 3 years tax-free, and the following 2 years at 50% exemption. A 500 square meter area for only 60,000 yuan a month. Furthermore, with the first rental discount, the first year's total is just 600,000 yuan. Although it's a bit far, considering that most city dwellers reside in the outer ring, many employees living in Tongzhou would experience significantly reduced commuting times. Even if some employees do not reside in Tongzhou, the rental prices there remain reasonable. The only concern would be my own commute. But I am the boss. Who would dare question my tardiness? This will be the place, Chen Qian concluded. Very well, Mr. Chen, I will assist you in processing the paperwork, Chao Ji replied, visibly pleased, anticipating another commission. Soon enough, Chen Qian completed the necessary formalities, and his bank card reflected a swift deduction of 276 million yuan. There was no alternative. The lease required payment for 3 years up front, along with a deposit equivalent to 1 year's rent. After meticulous calculations, including the company's capital of 2 million and various incidental expenses, he ultimately expended 5 million in total. Chen Qian was left with merely over 3 million yuan. How impoverished I feel. Such a lack of security. After exiting the company, Chen Qian instructed Chao Ji to update the company's registered address. then proceeded to the bank to withdraw 10,000 yuan before returning to the school. By the time he arrived at the school, it was past 7 p.m. In the dormitory, only Jiang Chun remained seated in front of the computer, diligently coding, utterly indifferent to Chen Qian's return. Observing this, Chen Qian smiled and approached. With a resounding clap, he placed 5,000 yuan on the table. Jiang Chun, previously unperturbed, noticed the unusual sight out of the corner of his eye and turned to inspect it closely. "Father, is this my salary?" Chen Qian, witnessing his excitement, raised his chin. "Indeed, you have worked hard this month. I adore you," Jiang Chun exclaimed, leaping up to embrace Chen Qian, attempting to plant a kiss on his cheek. "Still coming?" Chen Qian was taken aback, realizing he wasn't wearing slippers. Resolutely, he extended his middle finger to poke at Jiang Chun. Fortunately, Jiang Chun reacted swiftly, releasing his grip and dodging. "You dare to invade my personal space." Chen Qian was momentarily stunned. "Get lost. What have you learned from the driver?" Yet, amidst the jest, he understood Jiang Chun's exhilaration. After all, it was his first time earning money independently, 5,000 yuan, equivalent to 2 months of living expenses. Had he been in his previous life, he too would have been equally elated. Hee, Jiang Chun laughed bashfully. "I didn't learn from the driver. I figured it out myself." Chen Qian, disinterested in banter, replied, "All right, I will transfer Lin Zixin's salary to you later. Please give it to her. Additionally, once our company is established, let us visit it together this Saturday." "Understood." Jiang Chun saluted, then inquired with some confusion, "By the way, what is our company called?" Chen Qian sat down in front of the computer. "Galaxy Technology." "Galaxy Technology?" Jiang Chun murmured. "That sounds quite pleasant. By the way, does it hold any particular meaning?" "Not really. It just feels impressive." "Feels impressive? Is that not sufficient?" "Well, it's fine. Rest assured, once the company expands, there will be plenty of people who will help devise a meaningful interpretation." Since finalizing the company's location, Chen Qian had altered his routine, diligently immersing himself in the study of the Zhou conjecture, much to Qin Guoli's satisfaction. On Saturday, Chen Qian took the time to bring Jiang Riyue, Jiang Chun, and Lin Zixin to visit the company. When others learned that he had spent over 5 million on establishing the company, they were left speechless in astonishment. Jiang Riyue was somewhat unfazed, having known previously that Chen Qian had earned over 10 million, but Jiang Chun was completely in the dark. Why did his brother suddenly pull out over 5 million to start a company? Wasn't his family rather ordinary? Initially, he was the one perceived as the affluent second generation. Could it be that the infuriating Chun had concealed this from him? After the visit, everyone accompanied Chen Qian in selecting a renovation company, yet for some reason, Chen Qian consistently felt Jiang Chun's gaze upon him was somewhat peculiar. After all these years, has he not yet grown accustomed to my charm? Chapter 85. Cut back where necessary. Spend where appropriate. Chen Qian found this perplexing, but did not dwell on it. Focusing instead on the completion of the company's renovations and the recruitment of personnel, marking a formal step onto the right path. However, he soon realized that the workforce was still critically insufficient. Not only was there a lack of oversight from the renovation company, but contacting a headhunting firm for recruitment post-renovation would prove inefficient. Managing both simultaneously was overwhelming. Ultimately, he had no choice but to call upon the diligent Zhou. If money could resolve the issue, could it truly be deemed a problem? Zhou, naturally delighted to accept the task, arrived promptly. Given the intense competition, their agency had expanded its services beyond mere paperwork. Every project counts as performance. As time swiftly passed, a month went by, and December in Kyoto was exceptionally frigid. Yet Chen Qian's spirit remained undeterred. "In this dreadful weather, even embracing my girlfriend requires an extra layer of clothing, which is hardly pleasant." On Sunday, Chen Qian arrived early at the company, which had officially completed renovations 3 days prior. The minimalist design radiated an air of sophistication, and the silver-gray tones were to his satisfaction. Sitting in the office, though modest in size, the furnishings were arranged impeccably. Chen Qian did not have to wait long before his phone rang. "Mr. Chun, this is Zhang Lily. We have arrived downstairs and are en route to your company." A female voice emerged from the phone. She was the headhunter Chen Qian had engaged, and during this period, he had already secured 50 base-level employees. Although he had postponed their interview schedules, today, however, he was personally conducting an interview for a supervisory position. As the company was in its nascent stage, he had not established numerous departments. Hiring a supervisor was intended to assist in management during his absence, ensuring the company's smooth operation. "All right, please come up." Chen Qian hung up the phone after speaking. 3 minutes later, the sound of high heels echoed outside the door, followed by a knock. 2 women, seemingly in their 30s, entered. The woman on the left, with an ordinary appearance, was Zhang Lily. Although Chen Qian had never met her, he recognized her from her WeChat profile picture. The woman on the right appeared slightly older, yet her graceful demeanor exuded a mature charm. "Welcome, please take a seat." Chen Qian gestured towards the sofa and made his way to sit down as well. The moment Yu Jing saw Chen Qian, she was momentarily taken aback. Although Zhang Lily had informed her that the president of Galaxy Technology, a startup, was quite young, she had not anticipated he would be this youthful. Had he even graduated from university? However, she did not let her surprise show on her face. Instead, she smiled and, after sitting on the sofa, extended her right hand warmly. "Hello, President Chen. I am Yu Jing. Here is my resume." Chen Qian nodded in response, taking the resume and reading it in silence. However, before long, a frown creased his brow. Name: Yu Jing, alma mater, Huaguo University employment experience. Formerly at Alibaba. You come from Alibaba? Yu Jing paused, then nodded yes. "May I ask what you think, President Chen?" "Your observation is quite astute," Chen Qian praised. "I do have some reservations about those who come from Alibaba. You must be aware of how decayed the internal management is there. It all appears polished on the surface, but lacks substance upon closer inspection." Chen Qian's jest did not ease Yu Jing's tension. She was unlike others, having sought new opportunities only after departing from Alibaba. Yet, she acknowledged his point with a nod. "You are correct. The situation within Alibaba is indeed as you described. Bureaucracy is rampant, which is precisely why I left. My talents went unrecognized, and I felt my worth was not acknowledged. Promotions seemed unattainable, which fostered my disdain for bureaucratic practices. Given my experiences, I hope President Chen will not hold my Alibaba background against me. Rather, my aversion to bureaucracy should be seen as a virtue." Chen Qian pondered for a moment, and his frown lifted as he smiled. "You are right. This should be your strength. You have successfully convinced me. However, you seem quite eager about working for our company. Could you elaborate on your reasons?" Yu Jing, clearly taken aback by Chen Qian's question, hesitated for a moment before responding candidly. "Firstly, I am currently unemployed and desperately need a job. Secondly, the managerial position at your esteemed company offers a monthly salary of 15, which is quite enticing. This amount is not significantly lower than what prestigious companies offer. The fact that a startup can provide such a salary indicates the strength and confidence of its leadership, which gives me optimism about the company's future. Lastly, working alongside such a handsome president as yourself would surely be delightful." Chen Qian couldn't help but laugh. "You, my dear, are refreshingly straightforward in admitting that it's the salary and my looks that attract you. Quite genuine and flattering, huh?" If Yu Jing had offered some insipid flattery, he would have dismissed her, but her candidness pleased him. A direct and honest employee would undoubtedly make his job much easier. As for the polite remarks about the company's prospects, he appreciated them as mere pleasantries, even if they coincidentally rang true. Yu Jing and Zhang Lily exchanged amused glances at this moment. "Well, what do you think, Zhang Lily?" she inquired at an opportune moment. Chen Qian slightly nodded. Turning to Yu Jing, "All right, I am tentatively satisfied with you. Report to work tomorrow. The probation period is 3 months, during which your monthly salary will be 10. Yu Jing's heart soared at these words, yet she maintained her composed demeanor. "Thank you very much for your consideration, President Chen. I will not let you down." "Indeed." Chen Qian nodded. "During this time, your primary task will be to establish the company's structure. We are close to finalizing the hiring of the base-level employees. I will be quite busy in the coming days, so you will be responsible for the interview process. The most essential quality is business acumen. While excellence is not a requirement, solid competence is necessary. The rest is negotiable. You may handle it as you see fit. I will send the onboarding paperwork and contract to the company later." "Of course," Yu Jing replied, astonished for a moment before promptly agreeing. She had not expected to be entrusted with such significant responsibilities right away, and this long unfelt trust stirred a ripple of emotion within her. After discussing business matters, the three engaged in light-hearted conversation for a while. Two strong-willed women in the workplace, alongside Chen Qian, who possessed wisdom from 2 lifetimes, created an atmosphere of amiable rapport. Half an hour later, Yu Jing and Zhang Lily rose to bid farewell. Chen Qian lingered in the office for a while before departing for the university. The reason for his delay was simple. He did not want his employees to see their boss taking a taxi. That would be quite awkward. With over 5 million in his account, he knew when to save and when to spend. Riding a shared bicycle to the bar seemed more fitting. Chapter 86. Soon. Not much time left, however. It was indeed time to take action regarding finances, as the company planned to hire 50 employees, each with a monthly salary of 10, which would amount to a substantial monthly expenditure. Upon returning to the university, Chen Qian sat down at his computer again. The collaboration with Alibaba had already been finalized. But Ma Yun had no specific demands, only stating that he should report any significant security vulnerabilities found, or Alibaba would contact him if any issues arose. During this time, Alibaba had remained quiet, which was not surprising. Such a large company could not frequently encounter problems, especially those that required his intervention. Since you are not contacting me, I shall reach out to you. Chen Qian quickly opened his computer and began to analyze Alibaba's firewall once more. It was worth noting that it had previously taken him 2 painstaking minutes to discover 7 vulnerabilities. There were still 6 vulnerabilities unresolved. Chen Qian focused on those 6 vulnerabilities for 3 seconds, then opened his email to start composing. 10 minutes later, an email filled with the send of money was sent. Indeed, knowledge is wealth, Chen Qian remarked with a smile, unable to suppress his curiosity about how much compensation he would receive this time. Surely, it should be in the millions. After all, Ma Yun was not a miser. After sending the email, Chen Qian did not wait idly, but instead took out some draft paper to continue calculating. As he redirected his focus to the Zhou conjecture in recent days, the feeling of imminent breakthrough intensified, as if he were just a thin layer of paper away. It felt like he was on the verge of a breakthrough, full of potential, ready to erupt, and he knew that what awaited him was a wondrous new world. Yet he remained stuck. This predicament tormented Chen Qian to the brink of despair. After much contemplation, he realized he had no better solutions. So he could only repeatedly ponder the proof of the Zhou conjecture, trying to apply brute force in hopes of a complete breakthrough. Soon, I refuse to believe it. Chen Qian stared intently at the draft paper, his pen dancing across it, his face flushed with exertion. Beside him, Jiang Chun observed his state with curiosity. What do you mean soon? Is it not working? Why does that sound so familiar? Like something I've seen in a movie? However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts, redirecting his focus back to the algorithm construction. Well, since my brother has started a company, I must strive to keep up. I cannot lag behind. Go for it. You are the best. Jiang Chun silently cheered himself on. The next day, Chen Qian appeared once more in the laboratory, sporting dark circles under his eyes, yawning as he immersed himself in calculations. Chen Qian, what happened to you? You look utterly exhausted. Those dark circles. Jean Feifei, noticing the situation, inquired with concern. Is everything all right? Chen Qian replied without lifting his head. Oh, nothing much, just feeling a bit fatigued from last night. Jean Feifei was taken aback, her hand instinctively covering her mouth as her eyes scanned Chen Qian from head to toe. Could it be? No, it can't be. Suddenly, the realization struck her, and her world seemed to dim. Although she was aware that Chen Qian had a girlfriend, the passionate feelings he inspired had never truly faded. Yet, in this moment, her heart felt significantly colder. A man who does not cherish himself is akin to a spoiled cabbage. You are tainted. I no longer desire you. Humph. With a disdainful huff, Jean Feifei moved away and sat beside Qian Chong, leaving him bewildered. Why have you come to sit here? Weren't you always next to Chen Qian? However, observing the disdain in Jean Feifei's eyes towards Chen Qian brought him a sense of satisfaction. Regardless of the reason, an opportunity had presented itself. Feifei, do you enjoy milk tea? Are you hungry? Would you like some fruit? Chen Qian remained oblivious to the drama he had inadvertently staged, and even if he were aware, it would not concern him. He was wholly absorbed in his calculations. His eyes unfocused as pages of draft paper filled with his work were torn away with a vigorous motion, exuding a violent yet aesthetic beauty. Jean Feifei, watching him, felt her cheeks flush. Suddenly, Chen Qian lifted his head sharply, as if sensing something ethereal, and closed his eyes. What is this feeling? He murmured. It was as if a blind man had opened his eyes for the first time, witnessing a brand new world. Ah, Chen Qian exclaimed in comfort. So this is it. In the next moment, confidence radiated from his eyes as he gazed at the calculations in his hands with a slight smile and strode towards the blackboard, where remnants of his initial proofs still lingered. Just then, Qin Guoli entered, and upon seeing Chen Qian approach the blackboard, his eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? Has this lad found inspiration once more? It is worth noting that aside from the first day when Chen Qian arrived and used the blackboard, he had not touched it since, always opting for draft paper instead. This unusual behavior immediately sparked numerous thoughts in Qin Guoli's mind. He gestured for Jean Feifei and Qian Chong to be silent, stealthily approaching and standing a meter behind Chen Qian, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. Chen Qian stood before the blackboard, pausing for a moment with the chalk in hand, before suddenly erasing the previous proofs. Qin Guoli's heart skipped a beat, but he remained silent. Rough, too rough, Chen Qian muttered softly, and then the chalk began to dance across the blackboard. The moment the first line of proof was inscribed, Chen Guoli instinctively covered his mouth, fearing even the slightest sound might escape. A genius. No, a prodigy. This lad is truly extraordinary. How did he conceive this? Perfect. This proof is nothing short of a masterpiece. If Chen Qian's previous proofs were merely a rough amalgamation of various ideas, now he had completely shattered and fused them into one cohesive whole. Each step was not only rigorous but exquisitely crafted. Chen Qian remained unaware of Chen Guoli's astonishment behind him. He was entirely immersed in his world. His mind was consumed solely with the proof, void of any distractions. As the process deepened, questions collided and swiftly dissolved into new answers. It could only be described in two words: exhilarating. Chen Qian had never felt such exhilaration, to the point that his body trembled slightly. In this moment, he was certain of his impending success, convinced that he would indeed prove it. This profound intuition filled him with immense excitement. Time ticked away, and Chen Guoli had long since lost the ability to think. He was no longer focused on following Chen Qian's logic in the proof process. Instead, he took out his phone to capture the moment. It must be recorded. If Chen Qian successfully proves it, it will be a historic moment. Even if he does not succeed, he believed this would mark a milestone on the journey to proving the Zhou conjecture. Half an hour later, Chen Qian solemnly inscribed the final character, and as if awakening from a deep slumber, he suddenly realized, exhaling a long breath. A faint smile graced his lips as he reviewed his proof process. Unlike before, he now required little thought. A mere glance at the blackboard revealed the proof etched in his mind, automatically colliding and surging forth, leading to instant answers. He had done it. Chen Qian was utterly convinced that he had proven the Zhou conjecture. A long-awaited mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Under the host's urging, mathematics has diligently resolved the Zhou conjecture. Congratulations, host, on completing a mathematical knowledge evolution ahead of time. You are rewarded with an instantaneous random technology deduction. Instantaneous completion? Random technology deduction? What is that? Chen Qian was somewhat taken aback, but before he could ponder further, Chen Guoli had already seized his shoulders, shaking him excitedly. Chen Qian, did you actually prove it? Chen Guoli's gaze was intensely fixed upon him, causing Chen Qian to shiver involuntarily. Professor Chen, could you refrain from looking at me that way? It feels rather unsettling. Chen Guoli momentarily failed to grasp the meaning behind his words, shaking his head. Quick, tell me, have you completed it? Chen Qian, feeling helpless, nodded. I believe so. You can verify it yourself. Chen Guoli certainly knew he could validate it, but that would take time. He could hardly wait to hear the results directly from Chen Qian. Chen Qian's answer did not disappoint him. Wonderful. My student has proven the Zhou conjecture. Chen Guoli exclaimed joyfully. Chen Qian couldn't help but pour cold water on the excitement. Professor Chen, while I believe my proof is correct, it has yet to be verified, so perhaps you are celebrating prematurely. Chen Guoli shook his head. His eyes filled with a hint of resentment. Am I not allowed to be happy? You young man, so inconsiderate at such a young age. All right. Jin Feifei and Qian Chong, you two should leave. Take a day off, and remember, not a word of what happened today must be spoken. Not a single word. Chen Qian, you stay behind. Accompany me for verification. Jin Feifei and Qian Chong had been standing there in a daze. But since Chen Guoli had instructed them not to speak, they remained silent. Although they could not comprehend what Chen Qian had written on the blackboard, they could guess what had transpired. They nodded solemnly. Understood, Professor. Once Jin Feifei and Qian Chong departed, Chen Guoli eagerly pulled Chen Qian into discussion. He had roughly reviewed the footage he captured earlier, and truth be told, there were no major issues, but there were several details he still needed to ponder. As Chen Qian observed this earnest and inquisitive Professor Chen, he felt a strange dissonance. Why did it seem as if he was the professor, and Chen Guoli was the student? If Chen Guoli were to know Chen Qian's thoughts, he would likely exclaim in astonishment, "You wish to become a professor? Fantastic. I shall propose it to the university immediately. You must not backtrack." What a jest. Having proven the Zhou conjecture, who would still wish to be a student? Some might find this assertion exaggerated, but after all these years, a problem that has stumped the world's top mathematicians has been resolved by you, regardless of age. Not to mention being a professor at Kyoto University, the finest institutions worldwide would be clamoring to have you as a professor. That day, Chen Qian spent entirely immersed in his explanations to Chen Guoli, scarcely pausing even for lunch. Professor Chen personally ordered takeout, allowing Chen Qian to sit and dine while they conversed, while he himself stood before the blackboard, at times gesticulating animatedly, at other times scratching his head in contemplation. It was not until 7 in the evening that Chen Qian, under Chen Guoli's peculiar gaze, took his leave, merrily heading off to share a warm dinner with his girlfriend. At that moment, Chen Guoli had regained his composure from the initial excitement. The unusual gaze was sparked by a sudden realization. Had he not stated that if Chen Qian could prove the Zhou conjecture, he would leave him be? How could he possibly do that? But how could he intervene? If Chen Qian proved the Zhou conjecture, what further guidance could he offer in the realm of mathematics? This left Chen Guoli in a state of turmoil. After pondering without resolution, he approached the door of the dean's office and knocked. A few minutes later, inside the dean's office, bang, snap, Hong Kong gaped in astonishment at Chen Guoli, his prized teacup slipping from his hands and shattering on the floor. What? You say Chen Qian has proved the Zhou conjecture? Old Chen, don't jest with me. P.S. Just a freshman. Is that even possible? Chen Guoli wore a look of smug satisfaction. Why is that impossible? Just look at who his mentor is. What is wrong with being exceptional? I have preliminarily verified the proof. I can't find any flaws. Besides, old Hong, isn't the focus now on what comes next for Chen Qian? I promised not to interfere. Even if you go back on your word, what can you do? In mathematics, I have nothing more to teach him. What now? Hong Kong was displeased, retorting, what do you mean, what now? Who told you to blurt out nonsense on a whim? Moreover, proving the Zhou conjecture is paramount. Let us establish that first. As for everything else, we can discuss it later. There is no student I can't teach. Seeing that Hong Kong offered no solution, Chen Guoli could only nod. Fine then, I'll bring those old fellows from the school to take a look, and then let Chen Qian write the paper. As he spoke, Chen Guoli prepared to leave, but Hong Kong hurriedly stopped him. Wait, I'll speak to them myself. Let us be cautious about this. We should confirm there are no issues before allowing Chen Qian to publish. Otherwise, if a blunder occurs, those at Huaguo will surely seize the opportunity to ridicule us. Chen Guoli appeared to understand. Do not worry. I know these matters well. It's just that I'm not entirely at ease. Chen Guoli's expression darkened. Am I not meticulous and prudent enough? All right, just go. Stop babbling. I'm tired of hearing it. As Chen Guoli observed Hong Kong cover his ears and shake his head like a child, he felt defeated and could only feign indifference as he left the office. Once Chen Guoli was gone, Hong Kong anxiously began pacing, his expression shifting from excitement to furrowed brows, a complex mixture of emotions. Please, do not let me down.